I have been invincible in the world for more than 200 years. But I am reluctant to ascend because my former Tao companions are now everywhere in the upper realm. Some of them are cold and proud. Some are silly and cute. And some are paranoid. I and they have all had a good relationship. But without exception, all of them broke up with me after a year of being together. And all of them improved greatly after breaking up with me. And not long after, they ascended to the upper realm. At first, I didn't believe in superstition, treating every emotion as seriously as the first love. But after a year, they all took the initiative to break up with me and leave. Later, I accepted my fate. If the companionship is only for a year, why can't I be the one to take the initiative? Those people, after hearing my words about parting ways, some were angry, some were sad, and some were a mix of sadness and anger. However, what surprised me was that almost all the women who had formed a bond with me ascended to the upper realm and left the 100 realms within 3 years of parting ways with me. This also made me famous in the 100 realms for a while. Countless women wanted to have a good time with me and then ascend to the upper realm. Even more extreme, a big demon actually brought his daughter over to date me. Of course, I refused, even if it means death. I absolutely cannot agree to it. It's not about anything else. The main thing is that this precedent must not be set. I don't want to be imitated by others in the future. If the precedent is set, won't everyone follow the example of the big boss? Thinking about past experiences, now that I have already stepped into the 14 realms, I couldn't help but shiver. At the edge of a peak of the Wanjian sect, a beautiful woman who appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old said to the man in white robes sitting on the cliff in front of her, "Yi Ungshi, with your talent as a stinky little brat, you should have ascended to the upper realm long ago. Why have you been lingering in the 14 realms?" The man stood tall, with a handsome face and eyes that faintly emitted a suffocating sword aura. "This is me, the current elder of the Wanjian sect." I sighed softly. The time has not come yet. The woman behind me couldn't help but roll her eyes at the words, and after sitting down next to me, she gave me an elbow and said impatiently, "You said the same thing 100 years ago, and you're still saying it now. Do you really think I'm so easily fooled?" The woman's name is Lu Rui, like me, a senior elder of the sword-asking sect. 500 years ago, when I first arrived at the sword-asking sect and became a disciple of the Extreme Sword Peak, Lu Rui was the senior sister of the Extreme Sword Peak. 500 years have passed, and now in the sword-asking sect, only senior sister Lu Rui and I, this junior brother, are left. Others have either passed away or ascended to the upper realm. Thinking like this, Lu Rui couldn't help but reminisce, wondering if the other junior brothers and sisters in the upper realm are safe. Seeing this, I fell silent for a moment, then covered the spot where I was elbowed and exclaimed, "Senior sister, your elbow strike is getting more and more proficient, and the strength is getting stronger too. Stop pretending. I didn't use any force at all. God, this is still without force. Wouldn't I be broken if I used force?" Not serious. Lu Rui couldn't help but laugh when she heard it, and the nostalgic emotions that had just surfaced also dissipated. The pain on my face also disappeared, and the two of us didn't say much, just sat on the edge of the cliff, quietly watching the setting sun fall from the mountain after cultivation. Just as the sun was about to disappear completely, I suddenly felt a weight on my shoulder, and my gaze involuntarily shifted. I saw Lu Rui's small head leaning on my shoulder, with a hint of a smile on her lips. She is really beautiful, even though she is over 600 years old, but because of her well-preserved appearance, there is not a trace of aging on her face. I have to admit that senior sister Lu Rui's looks can definitely rank in the top 30 among the women I have seen. Yi Ungshi, Lu Rui, who was meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes and softly called my name. I withdrew my gaze from the setting sun in the corner and said softly, Looking at my perfect jawline, Lu Rui's eyes showed a hint of elusive color that was not easy to detect. Then she softly said, "If you are worried that I will be lonely, then there is no need to stay for another 100 years without ascending. I, on the other hand, hope that you can ascend sooner." I was taken aback. Lu Rui's talent was extraordinary. Otherwise she would not have been chosen by the master to become a disciple of the Jijian Peak. Unfortunately, she was injured in a secret realm in her early years, causing her cultivation to remain at the 12th realm for the rest of her life, without any progress. It can be said that Lu Rui's life is hopeless for ascension. But this is not the reason why I have not ascended while staying in the mortal realm. If I want to, I can break through the void and ascend to the upper realm at any time. The main reason I haven't ascended is because there are too many ex-girlfriends in the upper realm. Thinking of this, my heart is filled with bitterness. I quickly put these thoughts aside and said to Lu Rui, "Senior sister, don't think too much. Junior brother doesn't have too many thoughts. The reason for not ascending is simply because the time is not ripe yet." Willow Rui sat up straight and did not believe what I said. Timing? When did junior brother practice the method of calculating the heavenly secrets? After thinking about it, Lu Rui suddenly remembered the various emotional debts I had committed in the past, feeling surprised. Could it be that senior brother is worried that the debtors who owed love debts in the past will claim their lives in the upper realms? Yi Unshi smiled lowly and touched his nose. Secretly, this lackluster senior sister of his had finally come to the point. Seeing that Yi Unshi didn't say anything, Lu Rui knew that she had guessed right and couldn't help but smile sweetly. Another elbow strike then landed on Yi Unshi. What are you afraid of? After all these years, they either let go or have a new love. Either that or you've long since been forgotten. So how can you be such a worrywart? Lu Rui, who had shared several life and death experiences with Yi Unshi, was very clear about Yi Unshi's character. She didn't care about the love debt Yi Unshi owed. It wasn't as if Yi Unshi hadn't thought about what Lu Rui had said, but it's still a little hairy inside. He can still be the head of the chicken in this 100 domains, but if he ascends to the upper world, he will be the tail of the phoenix. If he runs into a few ex-doctors who had a grudge against him. Seeing that Yi Unshi was unmoved, Lu Rui's small hand clenched into a fist, and when the fist unclenched, Lu Rui had a little more smile on her face and asked with a smile, instead of thinking about so many have-nots, why doesn't senior brother think more about Nangong Yuner? Immediately after the 4 words Nangong Yuner came out, the corners of Yi Unshi's mouth couldn't suppress a twitch. Of all the partners Yi Unshi has talked to, the one that gave him the most headaches, the one who was afraid was this Nangong Yuner. She belonged to the demon heavenly palace, the leader of the demonic forces in the demon region. Although he is only in his early 20s this year, he has already reached the 7th realm. In the entire devil's domain is the proud daughter of the young generation of this generation. She's competitive. She's murderous beyond measure. She's vindictive. If it were not for the right place, right time, and right people, Yi Unshi would not have been able to capture the girl's heart. Her temperament also predisposes her to things like not being divorced, only being widowed or something like that. At the time when Yi Unshi and she made known their parting words, Yi Unshi could never forget the look she would show. She obviously looked happy and smiling, but her eyes were bloodshot and, however, he didn't say anything more and only urged Yi Unshi to leave the demon region. Today more than 10 years have passed, and the other side has made no noise whatsoever, but with Yi Unshi's knowledge of her, his heart was like a clear mirror. It's all just the calm before the storm. She was also an exception, not having ascended within a few years of being separated from Yi Unshi. It also made Yi Unshi feel as if he had broken some sort of spell. Seeing that Yi Unshi didn't say anything and seemed to be reminiscing about something, Lu Rui didn't make a sound either, just quietly looking at the same view that Yi Unshi had seen. At this point, Yi Unshi seemed to sense something and stood up violently, looking up toward the sky, and there was more than a little color in his eyes. Chapter 2, Trouble at the Door. How? Lu Rui was just about to inquire, when he saw black clouds suddenly spread all over the sky before. The wind is blowing hard. Countless clouds surged madly. Like the water surface appeared a huge whirlpool. Drawn by the gravitational pull created by the vortex. The powerful people within the questioning sword sect, their faces changed in unison at this moment, and they all rushed up to the sky. Stopped in mid-air. Raised the sword formation. Quick! A green-robed middle-aged man waved his big hand, and his voice spread throughout the entire questioning sword sect. The words just fell. Some sense of ripple suddenly arose around the green-robed middle-aged man, and space was illusory for a while, followed by a white-robed Yi Unshi suddenly appeared, one hand probing out and resting on top of the green-robed middle-aged man's shoulder. This caused the green-robed middle-aged man's face to change slightly, and after seeing Yi Unshi's face, only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly arched his hand as a salute. Sure Fu. No need to be nervous. Yi Unshi patted down the other party's shoulder lightly, signaling the other party to relax a little. It's to find senior brother, who will take her away from the questioning sword sect. 500 years have passed, and the people who were once familiar have changed. This middle-aged man wearing a green robe is the current sword-asking sect leader, and also the younger generation of Yi Unshi's generation at that time, the disciple of the previous sect leader's lineage. Yi Unshi's senior, Chen Haoran. After hearing Yi Unshi's words, Chen Haoran's gaze towards it became grudging. The first time he heard of Yi Unshi's name, it was because Yi Unshi was partnered with the goddess in the hearts of all the male disciples of the questioning sword sect. To everyone's surprise, Yi Unshi surprisingly only with the goddess together for a year of light time ended, then turned his head in once one of the 3 major beauties of the green domain to form a Taoist couple. This made Chen Haoran particularly impressed by the name Yi Unshi. Then later on, without exception, none of the women who were with Yi Unshi had more than a year of light. Among those women, there is no shortage of powerful people behind them. The matter of bringing people up to the questioning sword sect to ask for a claim happened frequently. It was good that these things never happened again after Chen Haoran took the reins of the sect leader, because those women had basically all ascended to the upper realms, plus the fact that Yi Engshi hadn't continued to mess around afterwards. Chen Haoran had thought that Jiangxi had settled down because he was old and his body was failing, but he didn't expect that. It's only been 100 years or so, and it's starting up again. For Chen Haoran's gaze, Jiangxi automatically ignored it, and with a single movement of his body, the entire person had then appeared high above the sky. Who is Jiangxi? A voice rang out suddenly, descending like thunder from high above the dark, cloudy sky, and it caused the hearts of 90% of the people in the sword-asking sect to tremble. Even Chen Haoran only felt a chirping sound in his ears, which caused a wave of astonishment in his heart. Nowadays, he was infinitely close to being a strong person of the 13th realm. Just by making a sound, it will be able to make his ears ring more than. Afraid that a strong person of the 13th realm can't do it, only a 14th-realm mighty person, Yi Engshi, who was located high in the sky, however, did not suffer from half of the impact, and a smile spread on his handsome face. Speaking out, he said, I think I'm the only one named Yi Engshi in the entire questioning sword sect. Are you looking for me? The words fell. A remnant shadow kept appearing behind Yi Engshi, and in the blink of an eye, Yi Engshi had then appeared 100 miles away and was still sweeping. A few moments later, it had disappeared in the eyes of the crowd of the questioning sword sect. Along with the disappearance of Yi Engshi, there were black clouds in the sky, kicking up a fierce wind, and soon the sky then returned to normal, leaving only the crowd of the sword-asking sect who had not been able to calm down for a long time. The last time I left, it was more than 60 years, and this time, and I don't know how many years. Looking at the direction where Yi Engshi disappeared, Lu Rui put one hand against her heart, and her beautiful eyes had more lonesome colors. Lu Rui slowly closed her eyes, letting the cold wind wash over her body. Once again, I failed to say the last time, more than 100 years ago, when she tried to clarify her feelings with Yi Engshi, that she liked him, but it failed to work as intended. This time, it was in the present time, and she wanted to tell Yi Engshi that she had felt that the end was near. Still not as good as it could be. Lu Rui opened her eyes again, shook her head lightly, and murmured, I only hope that it's nice to be able to see the image of you ascending to the upper realms in your lifetime. Above a silent and vast sea, the already choppy sea suddenly lifted up a layer of high waves. It then transformed into a flower and dispersed in all directions. A white-robed Yi Engshi drifted and manifested, and when his feet touched the sea, the originally surging sea instantly calmed down, allowing Yi Engshi to stand on it. In the meantime, not far in front of Yi Engshi, an old man in a black robe suddenly manifested as if he were a ghost. The same stood above the sea. The old man didn't say much, and with a move of his right hand at his side, he actually caused his scenery to become distorted. The next instant, a woman dressed in red and wearing heavy makeup suddenly appeared at the old man's side. There was also a white coffin on his back. The woman looked about 22 or 23 years old, and with her heavy makeup on, she looked like a heavenly fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. It made the scenery behind him a picture. I'm afraid that's all there is to it, isn't it? The moment she saw Yi Engshi, the corners of the red-robed woman's mouth lifted. The arc of the rays grew higher and higher, and the smile looked more and more sinister. Hello again, Ansei brother. The red-clothed woman's voice was incomparably beautiful, like heavenly music. Looking at the red-clothed woman in front of him, Yi Engshi's face was a bit complicated. With more images in front of him, he spoke out. I haven't seen you for over 10 years. Have you been well? For his own position, Yi Engshi was very clear. Completely a rotten, scummy man. Therefore, every relationship he's been in, he's done everything he can to make it up to the other person so that when it's over, make yourself feel better in your own mind. But Yi Engshi didn't realize that it was because of this total dedication of his that it's what gets his dogs in deeper and deeper. He sucks, yet he doesn't suck to the end. He's scummy without being completely scummy. Well, these past 10 years have been the most peaceful 10 years I've ever had. The woman in red smiled. Then he tapped the white coffin he was carrying behind him. Yuna remembers that Brother Ansei loved the view of snow flying in the sky, so he spent 10 years of effort to. This is the only way to cast this coffin. It has a qiankuan inside. 10,000 words omitted here. Importantly, it can lay 2 people down. Exactly 1 position for you and 1 position for me. Did Brother Ansei ever like it? Listening to the woman in red talk to herself, and then finally asking if she liked it. The corner of Yi Engshi's mouth twitched darkly. This man would not have been able to finish casting this coffin the moment he had finished, without stopping, bringing this black-robed old man to himself, right? Don't say. Given her personality, that's highly likely. The red-clothed woman in front of her was no other than the last Taoist couple Yangshi had talked about. Nangong Uni, the green domain is so far away from the demon domain, but you still went out of your way to come all the way here to find me, and I'm very grateful for that. But this gift, I can't use it yet. Yangshi tried to make his tone as soft as possible. Brother Ungshi really knows how to joke. Nangong Yuner laughed her ass off, and after the laughter faded, with a soft wink of her right eye, she laughed softly, soon you'll be able to use it. Oh. After saying that, Nangong Yuner turned to the black-robed old man beside her who hadn't moved. Grandpa, please fulfill Yuna. Hearing this, the black-robed old man sighed, and without too much nonsense, probing his hand at Yi Ungshi. In a split second, the sea, which had been calm for a long time, once again churned up. A large black hand violently probed out from the bottom of the sea under Yi Ungshi's feet, to pinch Yi Ungshi in his hands. But at that moment, Yi Ungshi suddenly appeared in another part of the sea, causing the black hand to grip an empty one. A terrifying wave of air erupted, lifting the surface of the sea into a layer of high waves. I don't know how many fish demons in the seawater died under this power that spread out. If it was not on the sea but on the land surface, then I don't know how many innocent people would have to be caught in the waves and killed. What a fast speed. The black-robed old man's face showed astonishment. Although this was a casual strike from him, no matter whether it was speed or power, it was above the 13 realms. There were only a handful of people in the entire 100 regions who could counter this hand. I didn't realize that Yi Ungshi, who I thought I could hold at will, he was able to neutralize this move so gently. This caused the black-robed old man to look at Yi Ungshi in a high light, and immediately stood with one hand in front of him. The spiritual energy in his body continued to surge. In an instant, an ancient pattern began to appear behind the black-robed old man. It was gradually taken over by black and red lines, and the seawater in this area, at this moment gradually turned black. It gave off an uncomfortable aura. Even Yi Ungshi could not help but frown slightly at this moment. Quietly, there were dozens of forces binding shackles on Yi Ungshi's body. It made Yi Ungshi's body feel heavy for a few moments. It was as if his entire body was trapped by an invisible chain. If the black-robed old man was just casually striking just now, then at this moment, he was serious for a few moments. An ordinary 13th realm powerhouse would probably be in a difficult position to move in this very moment. Present, the black-robed old man pointed out a finger, and his mouth softly called out. In a split second, a huge fish demon with a black aura emanating from its entire body, it violently leapt out from beneath the seafloor. The bloody mouth opened wide and bit towards Yi Ungshi. If Yi Ungshi was unable to break free from his bonds, then this massive fish demon definitely will swallow Yi Ungshi in his stomach. Seeing that the giant fish demon was about to drag down Yi Ungshi, in the nick of time, an invisible sword blade suddenly overflowed in all directions. But in the blink of an eye, there was an additional sword mark on the huge fish demon in front of Yi Ungshi's eyes. And then hundreds, and thousands, over 10,000 channels. The giant fish demon suddenly shattered when it was about to touch Yi Ungshi. It turned into a scarlet mist of blood and dispersed in all directions. See this image. The black-robed old man couldn't help but glance at Nangong Yuner. However, he saw the same somewhat surprised look in Nangong Yuner's eyes. It is thought that during the time that this granddaughter of his was with the man in front of him, I'm not even sure of the other party's real cultivation level, right? If Yi Ungshi knew what the black-robed old man was thinking at this moment, he was afraid that he would have to be a little self-satisfied. Not only is Nangong Yuner not clear about his true cultivation at this moment in the 100 regions, other than his own eldest sister Lu Rui guessing Yi Ungshi's approximate cultivation level, the others were simply unclear. Some ability, but, the black-robed old man looked at Yi Ungshi. There was more than a hint of a smile on an old face. Immediately after the old man held it up with one hand, an illusory chain suddenly appeared around Yi Ungshi's body, and suddenly then he locked Yi Ungshi's arms and legs. The speed was so fast that almost the instant the old man's word but fell. The chains have already trapped Yi Ungshi. In the meantime, an overbearing spiritual energy gushed out from the chains and surged into Yi Ungshi's body. It was as if it was going to block all the routes of his spiritual energy. Yi Ungshi's face remained unchanged, just running the gong method for one cycle. Those spiritual energy that ventured into his body were then devoured through and through. It had no effect on Yi Ungshi at all. The black-robed old man, however, let out a cold laugh as he probed with one hand and, after aiming at Yi Ungshi violently by mastering his fist, his mouth droned lowly. It ends here. Chapter 3 Battle Demon Heavenly Palace Lord. It ends here. With the black-robed elder's words, the chains binding Yi Ungshi began to tighten up tightly. And a terrifying chi force surged, constantly pulling Yi Ungshi towards the black-robed old man. Nangong Yuner. The sea under Yi Ungshi's feet kept churning up and, the position Yi Ungshi passed through was even more continuously concave downwards, causing the surrounding sea surface to lift up to an oddly high position. Yi Unshi attempted to break free a few times, but still failed to break free from the chains. Unable to help but smile helplessly, he said to the gradually approaching black-robed old man, "An emperor-level spirit weapon? You're really willing to part with it? As the palace master of the Devil Heaven Palace, what's one emperor-level spirit weapon worth?" The black-robed old man's gaze slanted as he glanced at Nangon Yuner beside him. Then he said, "If you are willing to break the mirror with my granddaughter, not only is this emperor-level spirit weapon yours, it's the entire Demon Heaven Palace that will be yours from now on." This statement was made. Nangon Yuner's hands retracted into the cuffs of her sleeves and subconsciously clenched up. A pair of beautiful eyes looked fixedly at Yi Unshi. The thoughts of the heart are self-evident. Seeing Nangon Yuner like this, Yi Unshi couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. This performance of hers convinced Yi Unshi beyond measure that if he uttered a single good word now, I can once again be reunited with Nangon Yuner. But the past 1 year of time constantly surfaced in front of Yi Unshi. At first he didn't believe in that 1 year's time, and that's why he hit the south wall one after another. Now that so many years have passed, is it possible that the 1 year of light setting of this egg has been broken? Yi Unshi's eyes kept turning in thought, looking at Yi Unshi's silence for a long time. The black-robed old man was a bit impatient. He asked, "Yes, or no? Give me a quick answer. What's all the fuss about?" Listening to the black-robed old man's urging voice, Yi Unshi's heart was as clear as a mirror regarding the thoughts in the black-robed old man's heart. It's not hard to guess, judging by the words Nangon Yuner said when they met. She was afraid that she wanted to lie in that white coffin with Yi Unshi and the black-robed old man, as Nangon Yuner's grandfather. And how can you give up Nangon Yuner at such an age to send the black hair to the black hair? Naturally, he wanted Yi Unshi and Nangon Yuner to get back together and avoid the lying coffin incident. Under the gaze of the black-robed old man and Nangon Yuner, the corner of Yi Unshi's mouth suddenly hooked up into a nice-looking arc, and soft words spat out from his mouth. "I don't know when I started, but I don't like gambling anymore. And what does this have to do with gambling?" The old man in black frowned tightly and it was not at all clear what Yi Unshi meant by this. Yi Unshi gently shook his head, looking at Nangon Yuner's figure through the wall of seawater that lifted up in front of him. Smiling, he said, "I mean, no." This statement was made. Nangon Yuner's eyes contracted violently, and the fingernails of her fingers that had shrunk into her cuffs began to sink into her flesh and blood, but she was completely oblivious. Ha ha. Nangon Yuner suddenly burst out laughing. It was just that no emotion about being happy or pleased could be seen on that stunningly beautiful face. The black-robed old man's eyes turned cold, causing the atmosphere that had just eased to change once again, and violently raising his hand. The index finger points to Yi Unshi. Not a good idea. The words fell. The chains that had stopped pulling on Yi Unshi. At this moment, it actually began to erupt with unprecedentedly great power. In one fell swoop, he pulled Yi Unshi across the waves from where the sea had dented closing the distance between Yi Unshi and the black-robed old man and Nangon Yuner. This kind of huge force, it was feared that the vast majority of 13th realm powerhouses would not be able to shake it. Obviously, the black-robed old man was moving for real at the moment. However, Yi Unshi's face was still not half panicked at the moment, eyes calmly gazing at the black-robed old man. Nangon Yuner and the two of them. It's just an emperor-level spirit weapon. How can it trap me? Yi Unshi? Luna, Yi Unshi said indifferently. As the words fell, a sword roar suddenly erupted from this place. An invisible sword chi was even spread over the sea. With just a cursory sweep, one could tell that these sword chi numbered at least thousands, tens of thousands, and the spiritual energy contained in the Dao sword chi was particularly terrifying, and also each carried a hint of intent. This is sword intent. A silver-white sword blade quietly appeared at Yi Unshi's side, about 3 feet long. The body of the sword was somewhat curved, like a curved moon in the sky, and there were 3 different colored stones embedded in its hilt. There is one at the front and back, and another at the back end of the hilt. The black-robed old man did not show his shocked color when those sword chi and silver-white sword blades appeared. However, after seeing the 3 stones embedded in the hilt of the sword, the old face suddenly gained more of a disbelieving look. Heavenly Firestone? You actually possess heavenly firestones? Or 3 heavenly firestones? And to embed them all on top of a single blade? What a waste! The heavenly flame stone, in the entire 100 regions, is a true treasure, unattainable, and when it comes out, it would definitely cause the major peak powerhouses of the 100 regions to scramble for it. If one could obtain a piece of heavenly flame stone, and then refine the heavenly flame in the stone to form one's own means, that would be truly unrivaled within the same territory. Unless someone in the same realm also refines the heavenly fire in the stone, only then can they fight against it. Since ancient times, Only 7 heavenly firestones have appeared within the 100 regions, and those who refined those 7 heavenly flame stones, none of them became superpowers of their contemporaries. How could the black-robed old man think that Yi Ungshi possessed the heavenly flame stone? And it's still a whole 3 pieces. If Yi Ungshi refines these 3 heavenly flame stones, stepping into the 14 realm again, the black-robed old man simply could not dare to imagine. Yi Ungshi didn't care about the black-robed old man's reaction and said indifferently, "What's it to you how it's handled? Ha ha, good. Yes." The black-robed old man suddenly laughed out loud, causing quite a few echoes. "Chance. The greatest chance is in the middle of this green domain. Good, good. My demon heaven palace's reign over the 100 regions will no longer be empty talk." At this time, the black-robed old man looked at Yi Ungshi with a huge change in his gaze, filled with greed, deadly staring at the curved-bladed sword floating on Yi Ungshi's side. Specifically, it was staring at the 3 heavenly flames at the hilt of the sword. It was a good thing that at this moment he had not forgotten the purpose of coming to the green domain, and immediately, with one hand behind his back, he forced himself to stabilize his emotions, and then coldly said to Yi Ungshi, "Hand over the heavenly flame stone, and you can lie in the coffin alive." At those words, Yi Ungshi snorted, his fingers gently hooked and, the silver-colored curved sword hovering at his side immediately disappeared. The next instant, several sword-ons manifested around Yi Ungshi's body, and the chains that bound Yi Ungshi's body broke in unison. Free Yi Ungshi all the way. The disappearing sword blade manifested again. Only this time it appeared in front of Yi Ungshi. One sword, and it destroys an emperor-level spirit weapon. The black-robed old man murmured. The gaze that looked at the sword in front of Yi Ungshi grew hotter and hotter. That's definitely 3 pieces of heavenly flame stones added to the mix. Are you not senile? Just kill me. The lunar crescent as well as the 3 heavenly flame stones can all be yours. Yi Ungshi's voice entered the black-robed old man's ears, causing the black-robed old man's eyes to slowly move from the sword to Yi Ungshi. However, he saw a faint smile hanging on Yi Ungshi's handsome face, and the faint smile slowly disappeared at this moment. Instead, there was more contempt in his eyes. But do you have the power? Arrogant. Listening to Yi Ungshi's contemptuous feeling that was not concealed in his words, the black-robed old man only felt disgraced, especially in front of his own granddaughter, Nangong Yuner. Immediately, the black-robed old man began to riot. Before the echoes that were caused disappeared, the black-robed old man had already appeared in front of Yi Ungshi, hands clenched into fists. Ming Wong fist. The black-robed old man's gaze condensed, and a golden halo suddenly bloomed on his fist. With this punch, even space became distorted due to it. It was a punch that could not be captured by the naked eye. Nangong Yuner quietly watched all this, but in her heart, but a cold, unruffled wave of sentimentality welled up. Although she wanted to die with Yi Ungshi in an already cast coffin, but when Yi Ungshi was about to die, she was a little reluctant to. Obviously all that time together was very good. Obviously we're all in a good place emotionally. Obviously I've identified with you. Obviously you all broke into my heart. Why? You suddenly cut it all off with your own hands? Nangong Yuner was puzzled when her own grandfather disappeared from the spot after being angered by Yi Ungshi. She had already anticipated Yi Ungshi's downfall. At the moment, his eyes were closed tightly, somewhat unable to bear the sight of Yi Ungshi being killed. Boom boom! The surface of the raging sea suddenly sank into a deep pit, and even the muddy ground on the bottom of the sea began to crumble. Followed closely by the transformation into a deep pit. Many demonic beasts in the sea were innocently killed under the black-robed old man's punch, when the golden halo on the black-robed old man's fist faded, and with that, the distorted space began to return to its original state. The large deep pit in the sea also gradually filled with seawater, forming a huge whirlpool. The black-robed old man stranded above the surface of the sea. Some of the sunken-in eyes stared intently at the swirling vortex underneath with a startled look on their faces. He clearly perceived that his Ming Huang punch did not hit Yi Ungshi at all. This punch, it was a punch with 90% of his power. Even if they were the same 14th realm powerhouse, the only ones who could dodge this punch were those two. The other 14 realm powerhouses could only choose to fight hard and spar. Such a punch was dodged by an unknown young man? The black-robed old man was still in a bit of disbelief until now. At this point, a ripple suddenly appeared on the position in front of the black-robed old man, and a powerful cyclone then erupted, blowing the old man's black robes whistling. If not for the black-robed old man's own cultivation level, I'm afraid that the whole person will also be swept away by this cyclone. What a powerful punch! I couldn't quite dodge it. Nangong Yuner, who was closing her eyes, jerked her eyes open when she heard Yi Ungshi's voice. He happened to see Yi Ungshi appearing right in front of his grandfather, and was using his hands to continuously gather the messy clothes on his body, and on his handsome cheek, a mere red mark appeared. It looked like blood was about to spill out of it, but in the end it didn't. He What exactly is his cultivation? Nangong Yunar's gaze became dull and her mouth murmured. Yi Engshi, who was originally incomparably familiar in her eyes, suddenly felt very unfamiliar at this moment. The other side. After Yi Engshi organized his messy clothes, he saw that the black-robed old man was still staying where he was, laughed after not taking advantage of the situation to continue to lash out. Why don't you continue? Could it be that you're afraid? Strike that. Yi Engshi placed one hand against his heart and slowly pulled out the crescent moon from it. With a flick of his finger on the sword, lunar crescent instantly erupted with a loud sword roar. Hundreds of sword chi that had been suspended on the surface for some time seemed to have found a vent at this moment, swarming toward the black-robed old man's location. For a moment, the sound of breaking air was endless. Chapter 400 Regions Shake. The black-robed old man couldn't help but snort coldly when he saw Yi Engshi's complacent appearance. It's just some small carving skills. How dare you show off in front of me? The words fell. The black-robed old man violently flung his sleeve, and the black wind instantly erupted with him at the center, sinking every sword chi rushing towards him all into the black wind. Give it back. A sword chi that had converged into the black wind suddenly manifested again from the black wind at that moment. Only this time, the target was not the black-robed old man himself, but Yi Engshi. Seeing this, Yi Engshi still had a hint of a smile on his face, and the sword reflected Yi Engshi's eyes. Ready, old friend? The long sword that Yi Engshi called Lunar Sword suddenly swayed gently. It seemed to be responding to Yi Engshi's words. Seeing this, Yi Engshi's smile grew more and more intense, and his feet suddenly made a point in the void. The entire surface of the sea suddenly came to a standstill at this moment. No, it's not just the seas. Even the black wind that enveloped the black-robed old man, the sword chi that rushed toward Yi Engshi, the flying birds that flew high above the sky, and the Nangong Yunar, who was blinking her eyes all stood still. But it wasn't that time had stopped. It was because Yi Engshi was going too fast. This is what caused everything to be still in Yi Engshi's eyes. A dark blue flame suddenly rose from the sword, and as Yi Engshi flew forward, pulling the stream of dark blue flame gas to an unusually slender length. A sword through sword chi. A sword through the dense black wind. A sword passed through the black-robed old man's body. Yi Engshi had already arrived in front of Nangong Yunar, his fingers together, falling on top of the sword and slowly wiping over it. Nangong Yunar just blinked her eyes and saw Yi Engshi, who suddenly appeared in front of her. The entire group was taken aback. Subconsciously, he took a step back. The look was also completely taut. This feeling is like an ordinary person being coldly scared by a female ghost that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At this point, the sea surged again, and the whirlpools in the sea turned and swirled. However, the sword chi in the sky collapsed in unison, and the black wind also collapsed in all directions at this moment, revealed the black-robed old man's figure. Unwillingly, the old man coughed heavily, and a mouthful of deep red, partial black blood then gushed out of his mouth. It was not until then that the old man realized that, just inches from his heart, a sword hole actually appeared. A deep blue flame had also suddenly emerged from within his body, and was continuously searing the spiritual energy of forcing all of the old man's vast spiritual energy towards his dantian. Regardless of how the old man operated his gong method, he was never able to call upon the spiritual energy within his own dantian. Heavenly fire. This is heavenly fire. The old man's eyes gradually became dull. The mouth kept murmuring. In his heart, he was incredibly clear that this sword Yi Engshi had already stayed his hand. Even the heavenly flame only utilized a trace of it, right? Otherwise, this sword could completely pierce through one's own heart. Otherwise, this dark blue flame would have done more than just plugging up the spiritual energy to achieve the effect of blocking the. Instead, they burned his entire being to ashes. The human soul is destroyed. Yi Engshi didn't care about what happened behind him. At this moment, his eyes only had Nangong Yunar in front of him. The two men looked at each other in all directions, neither saying a word. Nangong Yunar was completely dumbfounded and didn't come back to her senses, and Yi Engshi simply just didn't know what to say. Ryoko. Yi Engshi squeezed out some smiles and, turning to the coffin behind Nangong Yunar, he said, "It's really well made and the material is very uncomplicated. I like it a lot." "Then, send you?" Nangong Yunar ghostly said. Upon hearing this, Yi Engshi couldn't help but look a few more times at the coffin that Nangong Yunar was carrying. The style was quite good. Very classy. But, then again, who gives a casket as a gift? It was estimated that it was only Nangong Yunar's alone. Yi Engshi was about to open his mouth to refuse, but the whole person coldly shivered and looked up sharply. Looked to the sky. At some point, on the side of the sky above his head, which was at the moment thick with black clouds, one layer is stacked on top of the other, with an indented spot in the center. A streak of purple lightning kept flashing through the black clouds. A thick thunderous might continuously press down from the sky, bringing endless pressure. The sea under Yi Engshi's feet had long been roughing up. Many of the sea demonic beasts were even more uneasy as they leapt up from the water and let out a low roar. This is the heavenly thunder robbery? The black-robed old man looked at the purple thunder constantly floating in the sky, and his old eyes widened. It was rare for a heavenly thunderjack to appear in the 100 regions, simply because there was only one factor for it to appear. That is to keep suppressing the realm until the cultivation reaches a critical point. It is when it can no longer be suppressed that the heavenly thunder tribulation is invoked. As long as we survive the heavenly thunder tribulation, then we can break through the 14th realm, step into the 15 realms that only existed in the ancient times. But no one is choosing to cross the heavenly thunder tribulation at all right now. It was mainly because too many people had died from breaking through the heavenly thunder tribulation in the past. Suffice it to say, 1,014th realm powerhouses all induced the heavenly lightning tribulation. Figured only one person could get through it. Those who couldn't survive the heavenly thunderbolt were all dead. This survival rate was too low, which led to later cultivators reaching the 14th realm. Even at the late 14th realm, they began to choose to ascend. Avoid the heavenly thunderbolt. Even the peak of the 14th realm didn't dare to step in for fear of accidentally attracting the heavenly lightning robbery. No matter how the black-robed old man thought about it, he could never imagine that nowadays, in this day and age, surprisingly, there is still a person who is not afraid of death who dares to keep suppressing his cultivation until he attracts the heavenly thunder robbery. And this person is still the Yi Engshi in front of him. He completely underestimated Yi Engshi's cultivation. After feeling the thunderous might pressing down on him getting thicker and thicker, the black-robed old man didn't dare to delay too much, so as not to cause disaster to his body. With a flash, he came to Nangong Yunar's side and placed one hand on top of Nangong Yunar's shoulder. Go! It's too late if we don't go. The words just fell. The black-robed old man had then taken Nangong Yunar and swiftly swept off into the distance, but in the blink of an eye, it was just about to disappear from Yi Engshi's sight. In this regard, Yi Engshi did not stop it. It just looked at the thunder flickering in the sky from time to time and laughed bitterly. 1,000 pressures. I never thought that I wouldn't be able to suppress it in today's battle with Nangong Yunar's grandfather. Fail to pass. Die. I will not be left in this heavenly realm. You can only soar. Nangong Yunar on Nangong Yunar, you really brought me a big surprise. Yi Engshi looked at the crescent moon in his hand, reached out and flicked his hand on top of the sword. Do you get scared? Buzz. The crescent moon shook violently, emitting an ear-piercing sound of a sword. A sword chi, if any, erupted from it, showing off Luna's excitement. Good, really can't stand you. Yi Engshi gently shook his head up and, looking towards the thunderbolt that had almost coalesced above the sky dome. There's no way out. I don't want to die. Ask the sword sect. The group of disciples and elders who had just come out of the previous incident of the demon heavenly palace powerhouse coming to their door. Still minding my own business. Suddenly, everyone's body shook. They could all feel a thunderous might suddenly pressing down on them, though the pressure wasn't very great. But it's always a little uncomfortable. Everyone spontaneously stepped out of their houses and cultivation rooms and looked up at the sky. Then he saw that far above the sky, black clouds were dense and purple thunder flashed continuously. Even if the distance is far away, just to look from afar, can also feel the sense of oppression. What is that? At such a distance, there's still a thunderous might pressing down on me? Terrifying as it is. If the sword sect is located under that piece of heaven, I'm afraid that this thunderous might won't crush us to death in an instant. Heavenly thunder robbery. This is definitely a heavenly thunder tribulation. The heavenly thunderjack recorded in the classics? Absolutely right. I've been grinding classics for dozens of years, and I definitely can't lose my eyes. Upon hearing the incomparably assured words of a respected elder, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The conditions for inducing a heavenly thunderjack are understood by almost every cultivator for a few moments. I did not expect that in this present era, there are still people who choose to invoke the heavenly thunderbolt robbery. Just who is so conceited that they dare to invoke the heavenly thunder tribulation? Could it be that demon heavenly palace powerhouse that we sought out earlier? The pressure he brought with him is even stronger than the patriarchs. He's definitely a 14th realm powerhouse. Not necessarily. The people of the demon heaven palace are always cautious. That is, if you enter the 14th realm and do not choose to immediately ascend to the upper realm, you will definitely not drag it out to the extent of attracting the heavenly thunder tribulation. On this day, the 100 regions shook. It was only because a piece of news had spread throughout the entire 100 regions in just one day. After 10,000 years, a 14-realm powerhouse who dared to invoke the heavenly lightning tribulation had appeared. The worst thing was that, after what the demon heavenly palace master had said, That 14-realm powerhouse who dared to invoke the heavenly thunderjacket. He even succeeded in crossing the threshold and ascended to the upper realm. Such news was enough to shake the 100 regions down to ordinary people and up to old monsters of the 14th realm. That person was the sword-executing elder of the questioning sword sect, Yi Engshi. It can be said that the name of Yi Engshi will not only vibrate for a short period of time, it will also be famous in the history of the entire 100 regions. Also because of Yi Engshi's success in crossing the threshold, there were already speculations that it was estimated that the heavenly lightning tribulation had weakened due to the fact that no one had invoked it again for 10,000 years. Therefore, it was only Yi Engshi, the youngest of the 14th realm, who was able to cross the thunder tribulation. Consequently, there were quite a few old monsters of the 14th realm who also wanted to challenge the heavenly thunder tribulation, including the demon Heavenly Palace's palace master. It is classically recorded that a 14th realm powerhouse who can survive the heavenly thunder tribulation benefits greatly. In the upper realm that could all become unrivaled existences in the same realm. The temptation of being invincible in the same realm was something that not many people could resist. Later, the palace master of the demon Heavenly Palace took the lead in triggering the heavenly thunder tribulation, but the result was incomparably saddening. Because the demon Heavenly Palace master didn't succeed in crossing the heavenly thunder tribulation, and completely and utterly obliterated under the heavenly thunder tribulation. This led to the 14 realm powerhouses in the back never daring to try again, choose to honestly ascend to the upper realms. Of course, that's just the future. Most people are riveted at this moment, wanting to invoke the heavenly thunderjack early. Chapter 5, Ascension. A large platform built on top of a high cloud suddenly raised a dazzling pillar of light that it made all the surrounding light seem dim. This caused the eyes of the human children responsible for holding down this one large platform to light up. Ilua burn just this kind of light. Absolutely is my life only see once ascension light column in the lower 1,000 realms. There must be an outstanding character. Hush. Quiet. Don't lose the face of our upper realm. One exclamation of horror followed another. And, well, there was no shortage of rational people that, after a voice of reminder fell, all the cries of alarm completely disappeared. The light dissipated. A figure suddenly appeared on the raised position right in the center of the platform. It was the figure of a man. The man was dressed in a white sword robe, battle-damaged, and his long black hair was in disarray. Some areas were more like they were buckled as if they were electrified. And the figure was upright, about 6 feet 8 in height, looking about 22 or 23 years of age, with a somewhat scorched face. There was still blood vaguely spilling from his cheeks, and he looked a bit of a mess. It's none other than Yi Engshi. After having managed to survive the heavenly thunderbolt, he hadn't even reacted to it yet. A strange power instantly imprisoned him, and the sky was south before his eyes. By the time they recovered, people were already here. Congratulations on coming to the Skywalker realm. I suppose that you should have experienced a lot of suffering in the lower realms? My surname is Yi, and I have a single name. The word city. A blond man appeared in front of Yi Engshi's eyes with a flash. With a peaceful face, he said to Yi Engshi, "Greetings brother Yi. My name is also Yi. Name Engshi." Yi Engshi arched his hand as a salute. "I've just ascended to the upper realm. I don't know my way around." Yi Engshi naturally would not provoke others for no reason. Not to mention that this Yi Cheng in front of him had such a good attitude. Ouch. So it's a family member. Walk. Let me properly receive brother Yi. When Yi Cheng said that, he smoothly put his hand on Yi Engshi's shoulder and led him towards the front. Before they could take 2 steps, several men and women appeared in front of Yi Engshi and Yi Cheng's faces. The look in his eyes towards Yi Cheng was very unfavorable. "Surname Yi, don't go too far. This land of ascension is not your Golden Eagle Mountain's domain." "Not bad. It's hard to come by a good seedling. What gives you Golden Eagle Mountain the right to monopolize it? If you ask me, we should follow the old rules and let this fellow Taoist make his own choices. What are you interfering with?" Several men and women snapped and kept commenting on Yi Cheng. However, Yi Cheng's face did not lose any of its difficult color. Instead, his smile grew thicker and thicker, and he directly turned his head to look at Yi Engshi. "Brother Yi, was I inviting brother Yi to join Golden Eagle Mountain just now?" Yi Engshi shook his head. Yi Cheng immediately spread his hands and said to the several men and women who blocked the way, "Did you all hear that? I just want to treat brother Yi to a meal and a few more painful drinks. When did I throw out an olive branch to brother Yi?" Several people looked at each other, clearly knowing what was in Yi Cheng's mind, but they could not accuse him. The worlds of the heavens are divided into a small 1,000 worlds and a great 1,000 worlds, of which the small 1,000 worlds are the lower realms of the great 1,000 worlds, and the skywalking realm is one of the great 1,000 worlds. The cultivation system is divided into 12 realms, from low to high, the void returning realm, the nascent soul realm, human immortal realm, True Immortal Realm, Earth Immortal Realm, Heavenly Immortal Realm, Golden Immortal Realm, Dala Golden Immortal Realm, Monarch Immortal Realm, Supreme Immortal Realm, False God Realm, True God Realm. Each major realm was further divided into 4 minor realms: early, middle, late, and peak. Normally, those who had just ascended to the Skywalker realm were basically at the Return to Void realm. Exactly what minor realm it is depends on what realm that person was in when they ascended. Let's take Yi Unshi as an example. He ascended only after surviving the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. Using the cultivation system of the 100 regions of the lower realm to call it, it was the 15th realm. But to put it in terms of the skybound world, Yi Unshi estimated that he should be at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. It had already surpassed the Return to Void realm. After all, this Return to Void realm was in the 100 realms, and it was just like the 14th realm. As for the cultivation system of this heavenly walking realm, how did Yi Unshi know about it? Opening his eyes, he looked at Yi Chang, who was red-faced and red-eared in front of him, smelling of alcohol, and was about to plop down on the wine table. Yi Unshi then couldn't help but shake his head. Is everyone in the upper world so bad at drinking? When he thought about it, Yi Unshi grabbed a glass of wine poured on the table and brought it to his mouth to take a light sniff. A mellow wine aroma instantly stimulated Yi Unshi's taste buds, and after just a single sniff, he actually felt a little tipsy. This made Yi Unshi's heart startled, and his eyes had changed when he looked at Yi Chang again. He remembered that Yi Chang seemed to have drunk a jar of wine directly. Right? This guy drinks so much? At that moment, a hand suddenly rested on Yi Unshi's neck. A voice followed immediately into Yi Unshi's ears. Yi Unshi, it's definitely right to listen to me. Come to my Fei Hung sect. In a few years, you'll definitely be able to enter the inner gate. The future. Bright Ah. A woman who was also blushing profusely stood beside Yi Unshi and put one arm around him. Said one side. She was looking progressively more disoriented, and judging by the smell of alcohol emanating from her, the party should have drunk a lot of wine. A young man at the wine table snorted at that. Indeed. After all, the entire Fei Hung sect was basically a small force composed of people from the lower realms, and judging by the glow Yi Unshi caused when he ascended, it really wouldn't take more than a few years to enter the inner sect. Ah no. I don't know if I'm allowed to become a patriarch or an elder. This statement was made. The rest of the people at the table, who were all a little drunk, laughed in unison. The woman beside Yi Unshi was induced to sober up. Surname Chen. If you Absolute Blade sect is so powerful, don't come and recruit people from the lower realms. What's the bull here? Yo-ho. At least there are quite a few native immortal cultivators of the Skywalker realm in my Jedi Blade sect. Do you remember the last big competition between the two sects? Where the top 10 disciples of your inner sect couldn't even beat the number 1 of the outer sect of my Absolute Blade sect? Don't you dare bully people too much. The man surnamed Chen didn't tangle with the woman more. His gaze turned to Yi Unshi. How about Yi Unshi? Do you want to come to my Absolute Blade sect? I'm sorry, but I was a sword cultivator, and now it's no longer appropriate to switch to sword cultivation. I'm sorry, Yi Unshi said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the man surnamed Chen did not dwell on it too much. Raising the wine cup in his hand and Yi Unshi, he toasted with Yi Unshi across the room, and then drank the wine in the cup. The rest of the people at the table began to throw olive branches at Yi Unshi, but without exception, all were politely declined by Yi Unshi. This was a restaurant building in an ancient city in the sky closest to the Ascension platform. The name of the ancient city is Heavenly Immortal City, because the owner of the city is a powerful heavenly immortal and got this name. These people at the wine table were the ones who had stopped Yi Unshi at the Ascension Terrace earlier. Those men and women of the Yi Chang duo, probably because they were worried about Yi Chang making the first move, they followed them here as well. Yi Unshi politely rejected these people mainly because he didn't understand. Jumping in uninformed, even if others talk a good game. Not a wise choice. Now that he has just ascended to the Skywalker realm, Yi Unshi is not in a hurry to seek a backer. Bang! The door of the tightly closed compartment was suddenly kicked open with a violent blow, sending Yi Unshi, whose atmosphere had just eased off, to Yi Chang and the others' gazes were attracted in unison. Heavenly Immortal City. Drunken Immortal Building. A woman in white wearing a bucket hat and wrapped in white muslin stood in front of the drunken immortal house. In his hand, he dragged a round disc with a small black auger constantly coiling around it. At that moment, the head of the small black scaly dragon headed towards the drunken immortal building, causing the white-clothed woman's beautiful eyes to flash slightly. I don't know which one has ascended, but it should not be a stranger who can cause the patriarch to personally order me to come and find him. With a whisper, the woman in white stepped into the drunken immortal mansion. Passers-by couldn't help but sweep more than one glance at the woman in white after glancing at her. However, upon seeing the token at the waist of the white-clothed woman, The entire person winced, hastily averting his gaze, not daring to look at the woman in white one more time, for the gaze of the people around the white woman has long been accustomed to, straight to the upstairs. Under the instructions of the disc, he soon arrived outside a compartment. Without any hesitation, the woman in white lifted her foot and it came on the door of the compartment. The door to the compartment opened in response. The few people at the wine table in the room had sideways glances, and 8 or 9 pairs of gazes fell on the woman in white in unison. One of them even said in a cold voice, "Which ungrateful one dares to break in here? Is there no one in charge of the drunken immortal house?" After hearing the sound of the compartment door being kicked open, Yi Unshi casually glanced in the direction of the doorway. I saw a woman in white wearing a hat and a thin veil standing in front of the door. Just the mere sight of her beautiful eyes. With just a glance, Yi Unshi felt that these eyes were familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. The cold words of the man surnamed Chen began to ring in his ears. The next instant, the woman in white suddenly picked up the token at her waist and a melodious voice came out of his mouth. "Are there any people from the lower realms here who have just ascended to the Skywalker realm?" As the woman took the token from her waist, Yi Unshi could clearly see a long sword also hanging on the woman's waist, with a small spirit character on the hilt. The moment he glanced at the word spirit, Yi Unshi's pupils shrank. He then silently hid his figure behind Yi Chang on the side. The heart was beating a little indiscreetly faster. No wonder Fang felt as if he had seen those eyes somewhere before. It's not like that. These eyes Yi Unshi had originally seen before. Isn't this his first love? Bai Qingxue. More than 400 years ago, Bai Qingxue was known as the most beautiful elder within the questioning sword sect. It was also the first woman Yi Unshi had talked about her feelings after crossing over. I didn't realize that I'd only just ascended for a moment. Just met one of the last people Yi Unshi wanted to meet. At this point in the compartment, after Bai Qingxue had revealed the token, it had fallen into a deadly quiet. Even the man surnamed Chen, who had just had an icy expression, had some smiles piled up on his face at this moment. For the last time, can I ask again, are there any people from the lower realms who have just ascended to the Skywalker realm? Bai Qingxue's faintly cold voice spat out from her mouth once again. This time, the gazes of everyone in the compartment, including Yi Chang, were neatly aligned and, all together, they landed on Yi Unshi. After seeing what Yi Chang and the others were pointing at with their eyes, Bai Qingxue frowned with a willow brow, and from her position, she saw that, couldn't see Yi Unshi in the slightest. Just who was this person who had just ascended to the Skywalker realm and had to avoid her so much? Could it be that? Is it her enemy in the lower world? That's not right either. If it was her enemy, then surely the Patriarch wouldn't let her come to this ascended person, right? It couldn't be that the Patriarch was asking her to come and snuff out her enemies in the cradle. Could it? Could it be? Chapter 6, The Dao Sword Sect. A still somewhat youthful, yet exceptionally handsome face suddenly surfaced in front of Bai Qingxue's eyes. It caused Bai Qingxue's heart to tremble, and the more I think about it, the more I think it's very likely. With this thought in mind, Bai Qingxue stepped into the compartment, toward the wine table. Take a step towards where Yi Unshi was sitting. Her footsteps sounded loud in the unmistakable silence of the compartment. And Yi Unshi's heart was beating faster and faster. It was as if Bai Qingxue wasn't stepping on the ground, but on Yi Unshi's heart. It made Yi Unshi shudder. What to do? What the hell to do? That's right, don't I still have the amulet of divine travel and the amulet of 1,000 miles? Thinking of this, Yi Unshi couldn't help but see a light in front of his eyes. Hurriedly, he took out 2 yellowish talisman papers from his storage ring and was about to crush them. A hand suddenly gripped Yi Unshi's hand, and immediately after that a pair of beautiful eyes appeared incomparably abruptly in front of Yi Unshi's eyes, making Yi Unshi startled. He subconsciously stood up from his seat but found that just taken out from the storage ring of the divine movement talisman, thousands of miles of talisman have disappeared in the hands of. Are you looking for these 2 trinkets? At that moment, a voice with a teasing tone entered Yi Unshi's ears, followed by Bai Qingxue also stood up straight, holding 2 pieces of talisman paper in her delicate hands, constantly waving them in front of Yi Unshi's eyes. Looking at Bai Qingxue in front of him, Yi Unshi's pair of eyes turned in a circle. Turning to the others at the table, he arched his hand and said, I am grateful to all of you Dao friends for looking up to Yi Mao for treating me to a meal. If there is an opportunity, next time it will be Yi Mao who treats you all Dao friends. At that time, I still hope that all of you Daoists will reward me. Ha ha, well said. As long as Brother Yi invites me, I, Yi Chang, will definitely go to the banquet. Brother Yi is not saying anything. If Brother Yi is invited, no matter how big it is, it's not as important as Brother Yi, is it? Brother Yi. After hearing Yi Unshi's words, Yi Chang and the others also arched their hands as a salute and said humbly, compared to their previous attitudes, many people were more enthusiastic towards Yi Unshi at this moment. However, Yi Unshi also knew in his heart that most of these words were just a few words of the scene. The reason why he was more enthusiastic about himself was in all likelihood also because of Bai Qingxue beside him. After all, after Bai Qingxue flashed that token, the man with the surname of Chen had curbed his own arrogance. It was assumed that the token was of great importance. After being polite, Yi Unshi's afterglow glanced at Bai Qingxue, who was standing quietly beside him. Only then did he continue. Then I'll take my leave first. Let's have a chance to meet again. After saying that, without waiting for Yi Chang and the others to make a sound, Yi Unshi moved his feet and the entire person then transformed into a residual shadow and instantly disappeared inside the compartment. A lone remnant of a shadow appeared in midair outside the window. His speed was very fast, so fast that Yi Chang nearly failed to catch Yi Unshi's figure. This caused Yi Chang's eyes to widen a few points. Was this still someone who had just ascended to the Skywalker realm? When Yi Chang came back to his senses, Bai Qingxue, who was originally standing beside Yi Unshi, was nowhere to be seen. This caused Yi Chang and the others to look at each other in dismay. Originally, they all just wanted to pull Yi Unshi's strings. Let this lower realm person, who seemed to have an unqualified qualification, join his clan so that he could receive the clan's rewards. Who would have thought that Bai Qingxue would come to the door? Cough. Yi Chang placed one hand against his mouth and lightly coughed twice, attracting the gazes of the people in the compartment. He then said with a smile, "Since all of you have drunk and eaten, then the cost of the meal will be shared equally, won't it? Ah ha ha ha. What did you say when you came to the drunken immortal house? Oh yeah, not eating for nothing. Yeah. It seems like there was that one guy who said it was a treat for me to come. Otherwise, I'm not coming." Eyes on the others in the compartment, who were beating a dead horse while heading out of the compartment. Yi Chang's face became more and more ugly. "I only invited Yi Unshi alone, but you all came uninvited. How can you be so kind as to ask me to pay full price for it?" Tianxian City. A shadowy figure suddenly appeared in a dark alley, followed by Yi Unshi's figure manifested from the remnants. The next instant, a piece of talisman paper with a greenish-colored light flame appeared in Yi Unshi's hand and was crushed by him. The entire person's cultivation aura was all converged, and his presence was minimized. Yi Unshi, who was leaning against one of the walls, let out a soft sigh of relief before clenching his teeth. I didn't realize that the streaming shadow steps were so restricted in this Skywalker realm. If he were in the 100 regions, after Yi Unshi had performed the streaming shadow step in the square, he would have only needed to take one step. It can then appear thousands of miles away. But what about just now? 100 miles a step is a mirage. It was only about a mile away. Simply an epic nerf. Of course, Yi Unshi understood. After all, the rules and laws of the skywalking realm in the 100 regions were different. It was as if, for example, in the 100 regions, Yi Unshi only had to release his cultivation of the 14th realm and step out with force. The space around him then began to distort and nearly broke apart. But in this heavenly realm, even if Yi Unshi used his full strength, nor do they have the ability to tear that small crack in space. This is the difference between the upper world and the lower world. The intensity is radically different. After waiting for a few moments, there was still no sign of Bai Qingxue's figure appearing in sight or perception. This couldn't help but make Yi Unshi let out a slight sigh of relief. This luck is no one's fault. Just after ascending, I ran into a bogeyman. I'm sorry, Yi Unshi spat, shaking his head lightly. Then came the afterthought. He himself hadn't done anything wrong to Bai Qingxue during his relationship with her. Separate or white snow initiative to mention. To say guilty, also should be white snow guilt. Why should one avoid her? It's only if she's hiding from herself that she has to hide. Cam. There must have been so many scummy women later on that they all reacted in a cost-effective way. Reacting. Yi Unshi slapped his thigh violently, and with a burst of chagrin. One didn't even need to play the rat in front of Bai Qingxue. Have you forgotten who taught you this astringent charm of yours? At this point, a light voice suddenly entered Yi Unshi's ears. Instantly, Yi Unshi's somewhat hunched back became straight. At some point, in the alley where Yi Unshi was supposed to be alone, suddenly there was an extra woman in white. She was standing in front of Yi Unshi with a bucket hat on her head and a thin veil wrapped around her face. If Yi Unshi took a step forward, the tip of her nose would have touched Yi Unshi's neck. Yi Unshi instinctively wanted to flee to the back, but thinking of the party's message, at once, he suppressed those impulses to flee. Turning to Bai Qingxue, he said, "Qing, Elder Bai, I haven't seen you for hundreds of years. How have you been?" "Thanks to you. It's not bad." That's good. What about you? How are you doing in the lower world?" It's okay, right?" Yi Unshi smiled with one hand back, against the back of his head. The words just fell. Bai Qingxue's hand suddenly grabbed Yi Unshi's ear, so fast that Yi Unshi couldn't even see it. Under Bai Qingxue's force, Yi Engshi was forced to bend down and the entire person came up to Bai Qingshue's eyes. At such a distance, even the gas that Bai Qingxue breathed Yi Engshi could feel it. This tool is pretty breathable. More than good, it's okay. I've heard so much about you in the Skywalker realm. I really want to give you the title of lover boy. How is it that so many pretty beauties have taken a fancy to you? What on earth is so good about you that you have to look at you like you're blind? Bai Qingxue grabbed Yi Engshi's ear while saying word by word. As he spoke, the force couldn't help but increase a bit, causing Yi Engshi to show a look of pain on his face. A scream of pain followed from his mouth. This caused Bai Qingxue to let go of her hand in a hurry, and once Yi Engshi stood up straight, she stood on her tiptoes and, removing the veil with one hand, he lightly blew warm air into Yi Engshi's already reddened ears. Does it still hurt? Do you know how hard you've been working? Who told you to keep pissing me off? The two of them talked softly while Bai Qingxue blew warm air to Yi Engshi's reddened ears. Trance. Yi Engshi felt as if the two of them had returned to more than 400 years ago, the time when he and Bai Qingxue fell in love. At that moment, Bai Qingxue was also so soft-spoken and cared for herself immensely. Time has passed. Looking at Bai Qingxue in front of him, Yi Engshi threw away the images of the past that had surfaced before his eyes. It then took several steps backward. Avoid the gas blown out by Bai Qingxue. Elder Bai seeks me out. But what is it? Yi Engshi opened the door and said, Elder White? Bai Qingxue's heart clenched. An inexplicable sense of hurt from the heart. Have a mind to ask Yi Engshi to change his mind. But seeing the calm look on Yi Engshi's familiar and unfamiliar face, the words on his lips were swallowed back. After calming down, Bai Qingxue then spoke out. Patriarch ordered me to come and fetch you back to the clan. Sovereign? Yi Engshi raised an eyebrow. He had just ascended to the upper realm and hadn't met anyone yet, so how did a patriarch suddenly appear out of nowhere? He also specially ordered Bai Qingxue to come and pick himself up. Road. Under Bai Qingxue's unfolding narrative, Yi Engshi was finally interested in Bai Qingxue's current identity. As well as that patriarch has an understanding. Nice guy. The patriarch in Bai Qingxue's mouth turned out to be the Tai Shan elder of the questioning sword sect, who had once been in the lower realms. It was also Yi Engshi's former master teacher. After ascending, Master Teacher set up his own sect in this Skywalker realm and created the Tao Sword sect. In just a few hundred years, Master Teacher has taken the Taoist Sword sect, which is not a popular force, and brought to the level of a first-class power. With a few hundred years worth of heritage, they had hard-pressed over the many veteran sects in the Skywalker realm that had over 1,000 years of heritage, successfully jumped into the ranks of first-class forces, even if it was only a power at the end of the first class in the Skywalker realm nowadays. However, it was enough to make many sect family forces look up to it. It's like, for example, Yi Chang and the others. In the compartment, just seeing the Tao Sword sect token presented by Bai Qingxue, he didn't dare to say much and had to accompany the smile. This is a first-class clan power. The hardships involved. Although Bai Qingxue didn't say much, Yi Engshi could guess it. And according to Bai Qingxue, his own master who he hadn't seen in over 400 years, nowadays, he is already a famous heavenly immortal realm powerhouse. Over 400 years. Reaching the heavenly immortal realm from the void returning realm. This speed was frankly already fast. But, Elder Bai, a sect sitting at the heavenly immortal realm can really be a first-class power in the Skywalker realm? Yi Engshi, who was standing on top of a flying sword controlled by Bai Qingxue, couldn't help but ask. Of the 12 great realms, the heavenly immortal realm was only the 6th great realm, and there were still 6 great realms above it, placed in the 100 realms. The 6 realms wanted to develop their clan power into a first-rate power. Even if it was at the end of that's all just a pipe dream. It won't be long before it will be exterminated and replaced. You really don't know anything about the questioning sword sect. It's hard to believe that before Patriarch, no one from our questioning sword sect has ascended? Without looking back, Bai Qingxue violently accelerated the flying sword's flight speed. Yi Engshi was caught off guard, and his entire body was plastered on Bai Qingxue. A hand subconsciously rested on Bai Qingxue's shoulder. Hands. Sorry, Yi Engshi said, about to let go of his hand. Bai Qingxue's voice then once again reached his ears. Put it around my waist. Ha! Chapter 7, Acquaintances. Looking at Bai Qingxue in front of her, who was concentrating on her flying sword, as well as the water snake waist that she was holding with both hands, Yi Engshi's face was cloudy. In his impression, Bai Qingxue was not a casual person. When Yi Engshi was chasing her, she was the high and mighty type. A look of refusal. In the early days, Yi Engshi did not have to eat a lot of closed doors. But after chasing it, you'll realize that Bai Qingxue is actually just cold on the outside and hot on the inside. They are the type that can send you a dozen video calls a day without seeing each other. It's also sticky. But this was only for those close to them. Once Yi Engshi and Bai Qingxue's relationship had long been shattered. Nowadays it can be said that they are strangers to each other. But her, and why did she let herself put her hands on her waist? Su could feel Yi Engxi's gaze. Bai Qingxue then took the initiative to open her mouth again to explain the Dao Sword Sect to Yi Engxi. The strongest person in the Dao Sword Sect is at the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and is the supreme elder of the Dao Sword Sect. It's Yi Engxi's master's teacher. In fact, there were several other Great Luo Golden Immortal powerhouses who also came from the lower realms questioning Sword Sect. It had also been solicited by Master Yi Engxi, only they all refused. After all, they had ascended for a long time, and had long since joined other forces, become an elder with a superior status. If not for the fact that Yi Engxi's master's teacher's clan power would have been destroyed a long time ago, she probably wouldn't come to the Dao Sword Sect either. Idle chit-chat. Yi Engxi, Bai Qingxue and the two of them had already arrived at a large white expanse of heaven and earth. No matter whether it was spiritual sense or the naked eye, they couldn't see through those white-on mists. It makes it hard to understand north and south and where you are. However, after Bai Qingxue flashed the Dao Sword Sect's token, those white mists were dispatched all of a sudden, revealing a sword-shaped peak. The speed of the flying sword was raised again, and it passed through the white mist of the dismissal. Soon came a square gap in the sword-shaped peak near the top of the mountain. The white mist that had just been dispersed reappeared, sealing the gap in layers. There was no way to see the rest of the picture through those white mists, and it also completely covered up Yi Engxi and Bai Qingxue's figures. After the flying sword passed through the square gap at the top of the sword-shaped peak mountain, the image in front of him suddenly changed. The golden sky looked extraordinarily warm, and dozens of white cranes spread their wings and took flight. Accompanied by several spirit beasts roaring, a sharp sword instantly surged into the sky, surrounding Yi Engxi and Bai Qingxue in the center. Each sword was emitting a sword sound, eardrum shattering. Yi Engxi could clearly perceive that among these sharp swords that surrounded him, all of them each contained a kind of sword intent. If a sword cultivator who has not comprehended the sword intent is here, then these swords in front of me can really become the opportunity for the other party to realize the sword intent. Only the sword intent that was realized by leaning on other people's sword intent was always not suitable for oneself. The peaks border each other and look exceptionally spectacular. This is the Dao Sword Sect. Bai Qingxue stretched out her hand and, with a point on the tip of one of the sharp swords in front of him, the Dao sharp swords that were still rattling against the two of them just now, suddenly disappeared towards the dense forest underneath. After saying that, Bai Qingxue inclined her head, a pair of beautiful eyes staring tightly at Yi Engxi, trying to see a little change of color in his face. After seeing Yi Engxi's handsome face overflowing with shock that was hard to hide, only then did Bai Qingxue withdraw her gaze in satisfaction. Yi Engxi, on the other hand, was shocked at the moment. The spiritual qi permeating the earth and sky in this place was so thick that Chengdu was even stronger than Heavenly Immortal City. If he had cultivated here from the beginning, he was afraid that it wouldn't take more than 100 years for Super to ascend to the 14th realm. What surprised Yi Engxi even more were the demonic beasts in the dense forest underneath that issued low roars from time to time. Just the cultivation aura emanating from him could make him feel some threat to his life. I also don't know what kind of cultivation those demonic beasts underneath are. Well, it just so happens that I don't have anything to do today, so let me give you a nice tour. Bai Qingxue reached out and held Yi Engxi's big hand. Then he took Yi Engxi and flew towards the nearest peak. The speed of the flight wasn't very fast, allowing Yi Engxi to observe the surrounding scenery, buildings, etc. More. Elder Bai, you're back? Greetings, Elder Bai. Hello Elder Bai. Along the way, they bumped into quite a few disciples of the Dao Sword Sect, and the first thing those people did was greet Bai Qingxue. Immediately afterward, he was incomparably curious as he sized up Yi Engxi, who was being held by Bai Qingxue's hand. Though no one said so explicitly, Yi Engxi, after leaving some distance away from, could clearly hear the gang cricketing themselves. Who the hell is that guy? Elder Bai is actually holding his hand. I really can't imagine how soft Elder Bai's jade hands can be. Who on earth is that brat? How dare he defile the perfect goddess in my heart? Could it be someone from the lower realms who just ascended to the Skywalker realm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If he had just ascended, his cultivation would have been at the void returning realm, but I just secretly probed, and his cultivation is clearly at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Listening to the gnashing of teeth of some of the people, and thinking of their peaceful and kindly demeanor just now, it's hard to imagine that this is the same person making that face. Fortunately, Yi Engxi has long been accustomed to this. In the 100 regions have not less experienced these. Even the life and death battles issued by love rivals Yi Engxi had experienced. Therefore, Yi Engxi appeared calm and collected. Rather, it was Bai Qingxue's identity that made Yi Engxi a bit surprised. I didn't realize that Bai Qingxue was really an elder now. He hadn't really made a mistake in calling her that Elder White. But isn't the way this unfolds a little too familiar? Remember when he and Bai Qingxue talked on? He was precisely the disciple of the Ask Sword sect, and Bai Qingxue also happened to be the elder of the Ask Sword sect. I've been ascending for so many years. It's more than enough for me to be an elder of the Dao Sword sect. And don't look at me like this. Actually, I'm very strong. I'm already in the late Earth immortal realm. Bai Qingxue had been paying attention to Yi Engshi on this journey. Yi Engshi's eyes and micro-expressions did not escape her eyes, and with a slight guess, she was able to guess what Yi Engshi had in mind. So she said, late Earth immortal realm. Doesn't that mean that? Bai Qingxue was already on the verge of reaching the cultivation level of her own chief master who she hadn't seen for almost 500 years? Yi Engshi looked at Bai Qingxue in surprise, being truly surprised that she was already so strong. For Yi Engshi's eyes, Bai Qingxue was very flattered. This led to the fact that the corners of Bai Qingxue's mouth under her veil were lightly lifted the rest of the way as she took Yi Engshi on a tour. Only Yi Engshi couldn't see it. The sun sets over the western mountains. At a loft. This is Yi Engshi. Just joined the Dao Sword sect. Please register. Bai Qingxue raised Yi Engshi's hand and said in a faint voice to the woman who was sleeping on one of the long tables. On the left-hand side. Register yourself. The woman lying on the long table lazily raised her hand, and a slightly thin voice came out of her mouth. Yi Engshi glanced at the woman's left-hand side, and saw a sheet music book. Then he reached for the score, which had been. The woman who had been sleeping on the table suddenly sat up straight and, the tightly closed eyes snapped open, sleepy and with a few streaks of blood in them. Wait, Yi Engshi? The woman's sudden move startled both Yi Engshi and Bai Qingxue. While Bai Qingxue was wondering, she caught a glimpse of Yi Engshi's micro-movement as the corners of his mouth twitched, the moment he saw the face of the woman sleeping on the long table. Yi Engshi couldn't suppress the corner of his mouth from twitching. Nice guy. Another ING acquaintance. Zhuing, 100 Realms of the Lower Realm. Beast Realm Spider Clan. The first person Yi Engshi initiated the breakup with. Yi Engshi really hadn't thought that this had just ascended to the Tianxing realm, and it hadn't even been a day's worth of work. It's amazing to run into your first love and the first ex you broke up with of your own accord. What's worse, at this moment, the first love and the ex are still face to face. It's really you. Yi Engshi. Just by sweeping a glance at Yi Engshi, Zhuing was sure that Yi Engshi was the same Yi Engshi. Instantly, he rose from his chair, but it seems to be the result of lying down too long in one movement. Zhuing, who had just stood up to take a few steps, stumbled and crashed into Yi Engshi's arms. Fortunately, Yi Engshi's lower body was very stable, which prevented him from being knocked down. However, Zhuing obediently hugged Yi Engshi and buried her face in Yi Engshi's arms, taking a deep sniff of Yi Engshi's body, and then a smile. 400 years. A full 400 years, and I can finally see aunts again. Zhuing rubbed against Yi Engshi's clothes, sniffing the smell that belonged uniquely to Yi Engshi, with a cozy look on his face. This caused the corners of Yi Engshi's mouth to move slightly. If someone who doesn't know Zhu Ying's identity were to guess. Ironically, I can't guess whether Zhu Ying's body is a spider or a dog or a wolf. At that moment, Yi Engshi could clearly feel a chill rising around him, and the chills get colder and colder. In the afterglow, the outer robes on Bai Qingxue's body seemed to be plated with a thin layer of ice. The eyes could not see the slightest change, but Yi Engshi still knew Bai Qingxue quite well. The current Bai Qingxue, in all probability, was sulking at herself. Fruity. In the next instant Bai Qingxue had already arrived beside Yi Engshi. A hand yanked out Zhuing, whose head was still buried in Yi Engshi's arms, and forcibly pressed him onto the long table, a faintly cold voice coming out of his mouth. Register. Yi. Register. Quickly register me. Bai Qingxue propped one hand on the long table and, the long table was instantly covered in snow-white ice, exuding a gust of cold air. Got it, Elder Bai. Zhuing shrunk his neck and hastily drew a pen from his collar and, register Yi Engshi's name on the score. A few moments. Yi Engshi was holding two sets of clothes in one hand, and a light blue token was hanging from his waist. The same Bai Qingxue walked out of the attic. Neither spoke. The atmosphere seemed a little cold. Beasts. To even lay hands on someone so innocent. Ryoga. Bai Qingxue was the first to break the silence. Yi Engshi touched his nose. She and I are both innocent, and have only held hands. At this moment, Bai Qingxue's aura was a bit powerful. Even though Yi Engshi knew that he didn't need to be so afraid of her, he still couldn't withstand Bai Qingxue's aura of suppression. And if she asks, between you and me? Are you going to say again that there is nothing between you and me that is innocent of? Only touched hands. Kissed. Didn't completely cross that line? Bai Qingxue was still wearing a thin veil, so she could only see the outline of her face dimly, but couldn't see her expression. Chapter 8. Yi Engshi was a bit confused about Bai Qingxue's mood at the moment, so he didn't say anything. It just hung with a faint smile. When you don't know what to say, then don't say more than you need to, lest you say more than you need to. All that's needed is an awkward, yet unobtrusive smile. Of course, this is not always appropriate, and if you run into a woman with a short temper, then she'll probably slap you in the face and say, "Laugh my ass off." This is all from the experience of Yi Unshi. However, it was good that Bai Qingxue was not that type of person, so she just snorted coldly and, "Wrap your arms around your body. Actually, I know that you are still innocent now, so, let you go," said Bai Qingxue, then quickly walked towards the front. Looking at Bai Qingxue's back, Yi Unshi's eyes couldn't help but widen. Mouths followed suit, opening a few points wider. How did she know? Yes, Yi Unshi had had so many Taoists, but none of them had ever broken through the final line of defense. Is it because Yi Unshi doesn't want to? How is that possible? Unless that person is a eunuch, or has a deficit and is no longer viable, or just entered sage mode. The reason why he hadn't been able to break through the final line of defense was all related to the technique Yi Unshi cultivated. Taishang forgetting the clear technique. Cultivators, they must remain virgins. If they break the rules one day, then the technique would lose its effectiveness, and the cultivation that had been cultivated with great difficulty would have to be dispersed as a result. That's something Yi Unshi didn't know at first. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cultivated this technique under the compulsion of his master. The only reason why I know the limitations of this Dong method is because when the master ascended, Pro told Yi Unshi. At that time, Yi Unshi had already cultivated to the 6th realm, and even if he knew about it, he was also unwilling to give up his cultivation at that time and start all over again. This has led to what we have today. But this matter should only be known to Yi Unshi and the master. How could Bai Qingxue know? Could it be that master and Bai Qingxue had spoken? Yi Unshi couldn't help but cover his face with one hand and hurry to Bai Qingxue's side, constantly sidestepping the meaning of Bai Qingxue's words just now. But Bai Qingxue kept talking vaguely, not letting Yi Unshi get any words out at all. Not much longer. Yi Unshi then followed Bai Qingxue to the Daojian sect's outer disciple cave range. The cave he was assigned to was in a red bamboo forest. It was so dense that you couldn't even see the entrance. Each disciple's cave has a unique formation. The cave you've been assigned to should be protected by a psychedelic formation. Just pick up your token and inject it with spiritual energy. Under Bai Qingxue's explanation, the red bamboo forest, which originally couldn't see half of the entrance, kept transforming and moving. In 3 breaths, a path appeared in Yi Unshi's eyes. Bai Qingxue didn't go in. Waving her hand at Yi Unshi, she walked towards the way she came. Rest in peace. I will come back for you tomorrow. After saying that, Bai Qingxue gradually walked away under Yi Unshi's gaze. Yi Unshi couldn't tell how he felt right now. I also don't know if Bai Qingxue still misses herself. After taking a deep breath, Yi Unshi walked towards the red bamboo forest. A path that was originally shown also kept changing with the red bamboo as Yi Unshi walked by. Once again the trail was hidden. Bai Qingxue, who had originally left, suddenly appeared outside the red bamboo forest, looking at the red bamboo forest in front of her, eyes flashing. It was as if these eyes could see Yi Unshi's figure through the red bamboo. Right in the center of the red bamboo forest, a large mansion sits there, paved with stones, wall bricks, etc. All building materials Yi Unshi had never seen. I only know that the courtyard wall is still intact under my own full force punch. Not even a crack had appeared. The image made Yi Unshi nearly think that he was only a mortal, and at the same time, it also aroused Yi Unshi's desire to improve his strength. But there's a difficult problem right in front of Yi Unshi's eyes. This damned Taishang forgetting Qing decision only supported him to cultivate to the peak of the 14th realm. The reason why he was able to step into the 15th realm, nascent soul realm, was also because of the heavenly thunder tribulation. It's just chance. Early morning. Yi Unshi had already changed into the sword robe of an outer disciple of the Dao sword sect and was holding a crescent moon. Swing your sword recklessly in the red bamboo forest. The sword moves were powerful, flashy and yet talismanic, and every move concealed a killing opportunity. The lunar crescent in his hand was also emanating the sound of the sword, sounding as if it was pleasurable. The reason for this is that Yi Unshi seldom uses it anymore during these 200 years. The main reason was that the 100 domains was difficult for Yi Unshi to use at full strength, let alone practicing his sword. What if you practiced and then ascended? That would completely go against Yi Unshi's original intention. Ryoko. Yi Unshi pressed his sword to his back and stood with his arms crossed. Several conspicuous sword awnings suddenly appeared around Yi Unshi, and many red bamboos snapped with them. It lightly smashed into the ground, causing a few dull thuds. The red bamboo lightly smashed to the ground turned into a wisp of red mist and dissipated in the world. And the red bamboo breaks like a spring, growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, in a few moments, all the red bamboos had been restored to their original state, and there was no sign that they had been broken at all. This caused Jiangxi to let out a sigh of relief when he saw it. The Skywalker realm was worthy of being an upper realm, completely crushing the 100 regions in every aspect. But again, it's all deserved. If not, how did the Skywalker realm become the upper realm of the 100 realms? At this moment, Jiangxi was wearing a green-colored sword robe, and there was also a red sword pattern above each shoulder. It spreads all the way down to the cuffs and stands out. The green robe with red stripes was the mark of the outer disciples of the Dao Sword sect. Jiangxi remembered that yesterday Bai Qingxue wore a white robe with black stripes. I just don't know if it's the robes of the Daojian sect's elders anymore. At this point, a familiar aura entered Jiangxi's range of perception. This caused Jiangxi's line of sight to follow and move to the direction where that aura appeared. A man in a blue robe that. The woman who still had a red sword pattern on both shoulders quietly appeared in Jiangxi's line of sight. The woman looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, and at a height of 1.62 meters. It looked petite and delicate, but that face was especially delicate as if it had been carefully carved out by manhwa. Unfortunately, her one eye never opened. The upper and lower eyelids seemed to be either fighting or on their way to fighting, causing her to look very uninspired. The walk was stumbling. Jiangxi. The moment she saw Jiangxi, the woman's drooping eyes widened in an instant, but only for a moment. Boo! As the woman quickened her pace towards Jiangxi, she inexplicably fell to the ground. Jiangxi, who witnessed this with his own eyes, couldn't help but reveal a smirk. She's still the same as before. No change at all. Sometimes Jiangxi really wanted to ask her, with such a flat ground, her cultivation wasn't low. Why do you favor to still fall on your own? Is it possible that the left foot tripped the right foot? But until he parted with her, Jiangxi did not ask the words buried in his heart. This woman was no other than the lazy woman who had registered Jiangxi yesterday. Zhuing, help me up. Zhuing laboriously raised his head and asked Jiangxi for help. Jiangxi shook his head helplessly, so he walked towards Zhuing, and pulled him up from the ground as he, subconsciously, he began to clean off the dust that stained his body for Zhuing. Zhuing, on the other hand, closed his eyes and stood in place with a face of enjoyment. Why did you seek it out? Jiangxi said. Yesterday I came over, but Elder Bai has been outside. I couldn't come in. Hearing Zhu Ying's words, Jiangxi was puzzled. Yesterday before he entered the red bamboo forest, Bai Qingxue would have already left off, but given Zhu Ying's personality, 9 times out of 10 she was telling the truth. That meant that Bai Qingxue had guarded herself all night yesterday outside the red bamboo forest? That's a pretty small probability, given her nature. Shaking his head, Jiangxi suppressed the thoughts in his mind and then inquired about Zhu Ying's reason for coming. Zhuing hugged Jiangxi's arm as she said truthfully, just wanted to come, to meet Angxi. After saying that, Zhuing came closer again and revealed a cozy look after gently sniffing. This made Jiangxi lose his smile. Speaking of which, his encounter with Zhuing was quite interesting. At that time a secret treasure appeared in a relic. Many of the 100 regions' prideful sons and daughters of heaven were in a big fight, and Jiangxi was listed among them. And Zhuing, as the best of the spider clan, was naturally in the fight for the secret treasure. That battle died on a lot of heaven's pride. Jiangxi's means all out have not been able to get the secret treasure. Instead, Zhuing picked up the slack and was the first to seize the secret treasure, then fled. I didn't want to, but fell asleep on the way to escape. Until now, Jiangxi couldn't figure out how anyone could still. Oh no, how could any beast still sleep while on the run? It's a matter of life and death. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that the moment I caught up with the sleeping Zhuing, the starter is a kill move now. But the good thing is that Jiangxi was the first Zhuing to catch up, and not only did he capture the secret treasures, he also took Zhuing with him on the run. Then Zhuing woke up but didn't leave. The two of them also made good karma because of this matter. And later on, by mistake, they became Taoist couples. The reason was just because Zhuing knew that the couple could stay together for a long time, so he took the initiative to mention it to Jiangxi. Jiangxi estimated that he was only afraid that Zhuing, this single stupid guy, didn't even understand what a Taoist was. Thinking back to the past, Jiangxi instantly felt that he had sinned deeply. Why didn't you turn down this single stupid guy yourself at the time? Oh, yeah, it would be as if he was deep in the spell of being broken up, which is why he had the heart to try it with this single stupid guy to come. Jiangxi and Zhuing both posted into the courtyard and sat down under a pavilion. Constant small talk. Through Zhuing, the present-day Jiangxi also had a certain understanding of the Dao Sword sect. Like the questioning sword sect, the Dao Sword sect was divided into 4 types of disciples: outer, inner, core, and pro-disciples. And don't ask about the origin, whether they're ascending up from the lower realms or are natives of the Skywalker realm. As long as one meets the entry criteria of the Dao Sword sect, one can enter the sect. One thing that was different from the questioning sword sect was that above the pro-disciples, there was another kind of status that was exalted. A disciple on par with the status of the inner sect elders. The names of the seats, 12 in total, are decided by the clan competition every 6 months. The sect would incline a large amount of cultivation resources to the 12 seats every month. This also led to a widening gap between the 12 seaters and the rest of the disciples. Over time, the status of the seat has remained unchanged, unless someone has fallen. Otherwise the seat would hardly change hands to others in the clan competition. Nearly 200 years have passed since the last seat change. Elder Bai, was she seated before? Yi Engshi asked curiously. According to Bai Qingxue, her cultivation level was already at the late stage of the Earth Immortal realm. The gap with the sovereign is but getting smaller and smaller. If Bai Qingxue couldn't even be a seer, just how strong was that seer? When Zhu Ying saw Yi Engshi focusing on Bai Qingxue, she suddenly beamed with dissatisfaction, but still explained. Elder Bai was the first seat 200 years ago. Later, after being given the title of Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall by the Patriarch, he withdrew from the seating row. Chapter 9 Seat 3. Have you guys heard? Elder Bai personally brought a disciple into the sect yesterday, and they were holding hands the whole way. Really? What's that guy's story? To have the unsmiling Elder Bai personally access the clan? What is this? I saw it with my own eyes last night. Elder Bai and that new senior disciple of the sect were making love on the burial sword peak, spending time in front of the moon. What? Really? Bull ********. That's what I saw with my own eyes. How can it be fake? A man wearing a black sword robe with white sword lines spreading from his shoulders to his cuffs. The blonde woman with a high ponytail had just stepped out of the cultivation room when she heard the gossiping voices of the surrounding senior siblings. A frown could not be helped. These junior siblings are too capable of gossiping, right? Instead of gossiping, it would be better to go and practice and cultivate more and try to break through the cultivation realm as soon as possible. That's the number one thing. She wasn't really on good terms with them, though, so she couldn't say much about it. Then he walked straight to his cave. Unbelievable. Most of the senior brothers and sisters they met along the way were talking about the matter regarding Elder Bai and a disciple yesterday, and the more they talked about it, the more outrageous it became. Her ears couldn't help but redden a little just from hearing it. Meet senior sister Lu. At that moment, an outer disciple wearing a green-colored sword robe arched his hand to the woman and said. The woman nodded gently. Nothing more was said. Her name was Lu Wanga, a seated disciple of the Dao Sword sect, ranked third, having ascended from the lower realms. Therefore, she treasured the time she spent cultivating. It wasn't like being overtaken too far by the Skywalker realm's native Tianjia. Fortunately, she was indeed competitive enough, and in the few short decades since her ascension to the Skywalker realm, just let her become a seated disciple of the Dao Sword sect with a lofty status. But Lu Wanga wasn't satisfied with this. She wanted to step into a higher position and, after all, there were two other people stepping on her head just from the seated disciples. Senior Sister Lu is worthy of being a role model for our Dao Sword sect. I remember the last time Sister Lu closed her doors was more than 70 years ago, wasn't it? It was actually a full 70 years of cultivation in the cultivation room. Terrifying. If only I had Senior Sister Lu's talent as well as hard work. Why would I have joined the sect for more than 100 years? The cultivation level is yet still at the human immortal realm. Still an outer disciple. Talent determines everything. At our level, without talent, strange encounters and chances. It's just that if you try harder, you won't be able to break the boundary. Yes, it's better to spend the rest of the next 1,000 years of your life without worry. Why fight and kill? It's not worth it if you break your lifespan. As she was leaving, Lu Wanga could still hear her junior siblings in the back talking about it. A flash of disgust rose in his heart. It's clear that he still has about 1,000 years of life left, but he's starting to get ready to enjoy the rest of his life. This is clearly a waste of time. If you use this fish-touching energy in cultivation, why worry about not breaking through the realm again and increasing your lifespan? It's better than waiting until your lifespan is approaching and then clawing your way through the pains of looking for opportunities to increase your lifespan, right? That's why she doesn't want to get along with her junior siblings. Near Zhu is red, near ink is black. She didn't want to be tainted with that essence. Shaking her head, Lu Wanga forgot all the words she heard just now. In a low voice, he muttered, "It's also time to leave the clan to seek a heavenly material to break the boundary." This time, when she came out of the gate, it was also because Lu Wanga's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. The reason why he could not break the boundary even if he continued to stay in the cultivation room to cultivate, just as Lu Wanga wanted to perform a body technique to leave. A few conversational voices came to her ears. "Engshi, are we going to the book depository? Well, my gongfu has reached its upper limit, and I can only switch to other gongfu if I want to go further. Also, and, The stance ones, they're due for a change. 2. The people here are all practicing immortal arts. And what we have there is no longer enough. You can't chew on greed. It's better to take it one step at a time and switch to cultivation techniques first. But the possibility of the conversion technique falling apart, it's huge. Ungshi wouldn't be afraid of that. Not afraid of turning immortal into mortal? Then I'll trouble you to protect me when the time comes. Hey, the package. Listening to the sound of that man and woman talking, Lu Wanga's entire body froze in place. Whether it's the male voice, or the female voice addressing the man, it all felt incredibly familiar to her. The memories that have long been sealed for hundreds of years seemed to have broken the seal at this moment, constantly assaulting her heart. One picture after another surged before Lu Wanji's eyes. At that time, she was at the age of love, and her own cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Then he left the clan and went to a treasure land, wanting to seek the opportunity to break through the realm or a spiritual object. Not wanting to, she had terrible luck. Just after arriving at that one precious place, he came across a period where two ferocious beasts were fighting over a heavenly sun fruit. Perhaps it is because of the fear of a fight between a clam and an oyster that the fisherman will gain the advantage. Those two ferocious beasts' thoughts actually agreed, locking onto Lu Wanga together. At that time, although Lu Wanga's strength wasn't weak, she hadn't reached the level of fighting two ferocious beasts at the same time. It didn't take long before he was heavily injured by the attack of the two ferocious beasts. At that time she had thought she was about to fall in that one precious place, and had not thought that a man suddenly came out of nowhere, fighting hard against two ferocious beasts like a heavenly god, even though in the end he ended up with a serious injury, but also managed to save her and leave that one treasure together. This was a very cliched hero saving a beauty deed, and Lu Wanga had heard of many such situations. It is also well known that many male monks will deliberately create these types of situations to achieve their goals. Before she experienced it, Lu Wanga scoffed at this, thinking that even if she experienced such a thing, nor will they like each other for it. But when things were really happening to her, the feelings were simply hard to restrain. Even though Lu Wanga was already exercising intentional restraint, and yet still hopelessly in love with that man, coupled with the fact that the two of them were in a dangerous place with their seriously injured bodies, they had encountered many crises along the way. I don't know how many times. The other party, however, never left her behind for her sake. When she was about to leave again, Lu Wanga finally couldn't help stating her feelings to the other party. Even if she was rejected, she was still in it, like a moth to a flame. Fortunately, he accepted Lu Wanga and thus knew his name, Green Domain Cultivator, the personal disciple of the questioning sword sect Ungshi. Later they became the envied couple of many people, pairing off on weekdays. We've been through a lot of dangerous places and secret places together, but the good times don't last long. Perhaps because Lu Wanga's mind was on Ungshi at that time, her cultivation level was rising slowly, and the gap between her and Ungshi was getting wider and wider. In the end, at the 1-year mark of their becoming Dao couples, Lu Wanga asked Ungshi to break up. Afterwards, Lu Wanga made great efforts to improve her cultivation, and with the extradition of the immortals, at 2.5 years after the breakup, she managed to ascend to the Skywalker realm. And yet, as a result, he never looked at Ungshi more than once. And now that the two connected words Ungshi had once again appeared in her ears, how could she not be moved by it? When the image in front of Lu Wanga's eyes demobilized, she hastened to look for the sound. However, only the back image of a man dressed as an outer disciple of the Dao sword sect disappearing around a corner with a woman dressed as an inner disciple on his back could be seen. Lu Wanga subconsciously walked toward that one corner, her mouth whispering, could it be him? All of the Dao sword sect's secret immortal technique feats were basically consolidated into the book depository. Newly admitted disciples can pick any one technique and 2 immortal arts from the lower 3 levels, a stance and so on, and if you want to pick it again in the future, then you can only rely on the sect contribution points to exchange for a chance. An opportunity requires at least 100 clan contribution points and can only be selected within the lower 3 floors of the book pavilion. In order to enter the middle 4 levels, one was the status of an inner disciple of the Dao sword sect, and the other required 1,000 contribution points. Of course, the middle 4 levels and the upper 5 levels had nothing to do with Ungshi for the time being. At this very moment, Ungshi stood in front of the book pavilion that totaled 12 floors with Zhuing on his back, and his eyes widened slightly. Nice guy. This book depository looks like it only has 12 floors, but each floor is very high-end. It's gone through the clouds at the 7th level. If Zhuing hadn't told him that there were only 12 floors, Ungshi really can't see that this bookstore is only 12 floors. People come and go in front of the book depository. There were outer disciples with green robes and red stripes, and there were inner disciples with blue robes and red stripes. Occasionally, there were a few gold-robed and red-striped core disciples, and the white-robed and red-striped personal disciples and black-robed and white-striped seated disciples were not seen at all. Yi Unshi thought for a second and then realized. The personal disciples have their masters teaching them the Dharma, and the seated disciples have learned what they should have learned long ago. Coupled with the large amount of cultivation resources tilted towards them, there was no need to come to the book depository at all. I guess if he informs the person in charge, someone will take the initiative to deliver what he wants, right? Oops, this seat disciple is just fine. As Yi Ungshi's heart sighed with emotion, Zhu Ying, who was lying on his back, raised his hand and, pointing to a sleeping old man who was lying on a bed made of woven vines under a large tree covered with golden leaves. A new outer disciple to the clan has to try to get a jade token from him if he wants to enter the book depository parties before they can enter the cabinet. After saying that, Yi Unshi could obviously feel Zhu Ying completely lying down on his back. There was also a gradual steady panting in his ears. Even if he couldn't see it, he could guess that Zhu Ying had slept through it 9 times out of 10. Yi Unshi shook his head helplessly. This niece, is she still treating me as a Taoist? Yes. Zhu Ying, who was already hundreds or thousands of years old, was still just a little ninny in Yi Unshi's eyes. The single stupid little ninny didn't even figure out what the Taoist couple was estimated to be, only as a close person, right? Perhaps it was for this reason that Yi Unshi was able to think of her as a little ninny. As well, you don't even have any lust when you're together, do you? Between thoughts, Yi Unshi had already arrived beside the old man who was sleeping on the rattan bed under the golden leaf tree. Before he could speak, the old man beckoned. The Dao Sword Sect's outer disciple identity token hanging on Yi Unshi's waist then floated to the old man. Immediately after the old man pointed out a finger, the words on the identity token suddenly took on an extra golden glow. On the lower 3 levels, you can only pick one type of transcription for the rest of the categories, except for the immortal arts, where you can pick 2. The original must not be taken out of the book depository, or else it will be dealt with as theft. The copy of the transcription will only exist for half a month, beyond which it will be destroyed by itself. Remember, do not spread the word, or you will be punished for treason. Chapter 10, Oh it's mushy, isn't it? The old man didn't even bring his eyes open, and when he finished speaking, he returned the token to Yi Unshi again, turning sideways and, turn your back on Yi Unshi. Just by standing outside and looking at the book depository, I felt that it was very tall, and when I entered the first floor Yi Unshi realized that, there's even more room in here than meets the eye. A shelf that looks like a peak is filled with jade slips. If one's finger touched the jade slip at the instant, the name of the booklet recorded in the slip would manifest itself. The first floor was packed with people, but few people talked to each other. All of them were searching on their own for an immortal technique that suited them. Several of the oncoming outer disciples were holding a copy of the transcription of A. Politely, he gave Yi Unshi a slight nod. Rather, there were no dog-eyed incidents. It's only natural. Everyone pretty much has their own thing to be busy with, so why bother messing with others? One more friend is better than one more enemy. After placing the Zhu Yingqing on his back lightly onto a chair, Yi Unshi searched the first floor for a gong method. There were numerous jade slips on the shelves of the gongfu category. Dazzling Yi Unshi. It was a little hard to get started for a while, so I had to pick and choose based on my own feelings. After picking hundreds of jade slips in a row, Yi Unshi still couldn't find a feat as desired. This made Yi Unshi a bit discouraged. But on second thought, this was only the first level. Surely it wasn't considered too good. Then he headed for the steps leading to the second level. Senior Sister Willow. Meet Senior Sister Lu. The quiet first floor of the book depository suddenly caused a commotion. It made Yi Unshi, who was walking towards the second flight of steps, subconsciously look at the commotion. The next instant, surrounded by a number of men and women in the center of the black-robed woman who was like a starry night appeared in Yi Unshi's line of sight. Black robe with white stripes. This is the robe of the seat disciple Ah. Yi Unshi was the first to notice the clothes and white sword pattern the other party was wearing and was surprised. I didn't expect that the seated disciple would still come to the book depository, and that he would come to the first floor. But the moment Yi Unshi saw the woman's face, his heart shook and he hurriedly looked away from her. Quickly, he headed for the steps leading to the second level, walking faster and faster. The other side. As soon as she entered the first floor of the book pavilion, Lu Wanga was surrounded by quite a few senior brothers and sisters who greeted her. It made her frown tightly. This star-studded treatment she disliked, and it completely delayed her from looking for others. Just when Lu Wanga was somewhat unable to hold back and wanted to drive away the crowd around her, but then he caught a violent glimpse of a back. Although it was only a back, it brought her an unusually familiar feeling. This, combined with the conversations heard earlier, caused Lu Wanga to move her feet without thinking. The entire person had then appeared on the ladder leading to the second level. If it were not for the fact that the ladder was restricted and difficult to cross, one could only go upward on foot. Lu Wangya was only afraid that she had already appeared on the second level. Yi Engshi, who walked up one flight of steps quickly. At this moment, he only felt a tingle in his scalp. How did one get such a big piece of luck in this huge Skywalker realm? It's okay to have 2 X's in a row, but at least one was your first love. And one was particularly single-minded and stupid. It's still manageable. How is it that you still run into a tough X? Yes, the black-robed woman Yi Engshi saw just now was also his former Taoist partner, named Lu Wangya. The man is possessive and a bit paranoid. My way or the highway, and his word is not his bond. Yi Engshi still remembered that he had only taken one more look at the female cultivator in a secret realm, but it brought death to that female cultivator. The opponent died tragically under the Lu Wan singer, and as a result, Yi Engshi and Lu Wangya suffered a siege in the secret realm from the people of the power that the female cultivator belonged to. Later on, whether in the secret realm, or the treasure land, etc., Yi Engshi, almost without exception, both were hunted. All of them were killed by Lu Wangya, and the kills were still basically the opposing group's regimental favorites. Even if Yi Engshi had also persuaded Lu Wangya with kind words, but there was not a single effect. Instead, it made Lu Wangya intensify. The more ruthless the hand that comes down, the more ruthless it becomes. All the experiences have allowed Yi Engshi to make rapid progress, though, but the taut nerves never loosened up again. This made Yi Engshi's eyes not dare to look at others freely afterwards. Fear of bringing death to the other side and trouble to himself. Well, I don't know what's going on in the back, but Lu Wangya suddenly broke up with him. The two also went their separate ways for a short period of time. This made Yi Engshi's mood extremely complicated. Obviously he was the one who was broken up with. But in his heart, why is there still a vague emotion of relief in the air? Totally unexpected. She's in the Tao Sword sect, and it is also the highest status seat disciple of the Tao Sword sect. When one thought of what Lu Wangya had done in the past and her current status, Yi Engshi then shuddered a little. If Lu Wangya had grown to hate herself out of love, and used the same attitude she used to treat those people against herself, Yi Engshi didn't really have too many good ways to counteract it. Although Nangong Yunar's temperament was a bit twisted, she that belonged to the category of being all-around twisted. Lu Wangya, on the other hand, is particularly outstanding in one aspect, and there is still a difference between the two. If I didn't have to ask Yi Engshi to pick one out of the two, Nangong Yunar and Lu Wangya, Yi Engshi was still more afraid of Lu Wangya. After all, no matter how much Nangong Yunar made a fuss, her strength wasn't as high as Yi Engshi's, but Lu Wangya was different. This bastard had ascended to the Skywalker realm many hours ago. Soon, Yi Engshi followed the steps to the second floor of the book depository. Compared to the people on the first floor, the number of people within the second level is even greater. If it was an ordinary time, Yi Engshi would still feel some discomfort. Personally, he still prefers a quieter place, but this time, instead of feeling uncomfortable, Yi Engshi's face showed some joy. Like a fish in the sea, it quickly hid itself from the crowd. When Lu Wangya followed to the second floor of the book depository, the familiar figure was long gone. 90% of this next 3 floors were outside disciples of the Tao Sword sect, so many men and women wearing the same sword robes. It wasn't easy for Lu Wangya to find out Yi Engshi. Lu Wangya forced down the emotions that were welling up within her heart, so she began to search around on the second level. But as time passed, Lu Wangya still failed to find Yi Engshi's figure. It was making her more and more restless. Perhaps it was because he was worried that someone would use his spiritual sense to steal the contents of the jade slip. The entire book depository was covered with formations that isolated spiritual awareness, which led to the fact that those who came to the book depository could only see it with their naked eyes. It was also the reason why Lu Wangya was unable to find out Yi Engshi. Of course, the most important reason was that Yi Engshi was deliberately avoiding Lu Wangya. Lu Wangya, in this black robe with white stripes, looked particularly eye-catching among the crowd, one in the dark, one in the clear. Yi Engshi wanted to avoid Lu Wangya. It simply shouldn't be too easy. Yi Engshi at this moment was at the back of a bookshelf, appearing to be carefully selecting and checking out jade slips. In fact, he had been observing Lu Wangya, whose face was cloudy and uncertain, through some gaps in front of him, separated only by a shelf of books. Seeing that Lu Wangya suddenly stood still for a moment, Yi Engshi's heart, which had just been put down for no more than a moment, it was brought up again once more. How can you still be so patient after such a long time? Out of caution, Yi Engshi did not do anything that would easily make others suspicious, or behaviors that feel like stealing heavily. At this moment, a finger was pointed out, and when the finger rested against the jade slip, the name of the jade slip then began to emerge. Body technique class ghostly shadows and misty trails, back to the world pin. The rank of items in the Tianqing realm is also very different from that of the 100 regions, and is divided into 4 major ranks in total. from low to high, Hotian, innate, sacred rank, immortal rank. Each rank is further divided into 4 types: lower, middle, upper, and extreme. Senior brothers and sisters, there's a matter that Lu Wangya would like to ask for your help. It won't take too much time for everyone. Just as Yi Enshi picked up the jade slip that recorded the body technique Ghost Shadow Misty Trail and pretended to look at it, Lu Yanga's voice suddenly entered his ears. An ominous feeling of foreboding floated up from his heart, and his right eye began to throb uncontrollably. Lu Wanggu? Is it that Lu Wanggu? Senior sister Lu Wangya Lu from the 3rd seat? Since senior sister Lu has something to help, those of us who are senior brothers will naturally help if we can. Yes, senior sister Lu. We're all senior sisters and brothers from the same sect. Why do we have to be so polite? Wouldn't that seem like a raw deal? After hearing Lu Wangya's words, the outer disciples who were originally searching for jade slips that fit their immortal techniques, body techniques, and so on the 2nd floor were all incomparably cooperative. This also caused the quiet book depository to become lively within a short period of time. Outside the book depository, the old man sleeping under the golden leaf tree, his white eyebrows frowned and, disgruntledly, he muttered, "The disciples in recent years have become more and more unlikable. One year is not as good as another." The 2nd floor of the book depository. At the request of Lu Wanggu, men and women with cultivation levels around the late human immortal realm were responsible for guarding the steps leading to the 3rd floor, temporarily preventing people from going to the 3rd floor or returning to the 2nd floor, while Lu Wangya was guarding the steps leading from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor. I'll trouble you senior brothers and sisters to return to the 1st floor for the time being, and if you can find the person you're looking for, I, Lu Wangya, will certainly not slow down your senior brothers and sisters. Such a small matter. Senior sister Lu doesn't need to get hung up on it. Indeed, it won't take too long anyway. An outer disciple walked towards the 1st floor. Each person looked amicable on the surface and not the least bit impatient. Even if someone is disgruntled in their mind, they don't show it on their face. Soon, the 2nd floor of the book pavilion, which originally appeared to be slightly crowded, had fewer and fewer people. This made Yi Enshi, who was still cowering against the back of the room, anxious, never expecting that It was surprising that Lu Wanggu would come up with such a strange trick. Now there's no way to get up to the 3rd level, and there's no way to get down to the 1st level. Being on the 2nd floor is like a lamb to the slaughter. It doesn't work anyway. If it were possible, Yi Enshi would rather come to a fight with a great enemy in life and death, nor do they want to be faced with the situation they are in today. At this point, Lu Wangya, who was still guarding the stairs to the 1st floor, at this moment, he suddenly started walking in the direction where Yi Enshi was. This also made Yi Enshi instantly realize that the other party was already noticing himself. No need to keep trying to figure out how to run away. As expected, in less than 5 breaths of time, Lu Wangya had arrived and stood in front of Yi Enshi. A pair of peach blossom eyes burned at Yi Enshi. Not a word. She was beautiful. Her complexion white, her face melon-like, her eyebrows long, and her face beautiful, her complexion white, her eyes were as beautifully shaped as peach blossoms. Suddenly, Lu Wangya, who had been expressionless, suddenly burst into laughter. Those curved peach blossom eyes are as beautiful as a crescent moon. One can't help but want to indulge in that unique charm. I don't know when. The many disciples who had previously gone to the 1st floor were now going and returning. Stay at the steps and keep sizing up Yi Enshi. All of them were curious as to what kind of person could make the 3rd seat. Lu Wanggu personally searched for them. After seeing Yi Enshi, some of them showed a look of realization. It had to be said that just from the skin, Yi Enshi was absolutely impeccable. At that moment, Yi Enshi suddenly looked as if he had come to a realization. Surprised, she said, "Did senior sister Lu turn out to be looking for me?" This statement was made. In an instant, the crowd of outer disciples who were watching were stunned. Dare I say that this party being looked for didn't know that senior sister Lu was looking for him? Without waiting for Lu Wangya to speak, Yi Enshi continued, "Senior sister Lu may not recognize me. My surname is Mu, a single name with the character Shi, called Mu Shi, and I have just lucked into becoming a disciple of the Dao Sword sect." "Oh mushy, ha!" Ryu Wanjio nodded gently but his eyes still didn't move away from Yi Enshi. Snapping one hand up, 0 frame started. Chapter 11, The Sovereign Wants to See You. Lu Wangya's movements were quick, plus Yi Enshi didn't have too much defense. By the time it reacted it was too late. Lu Yanga grabbed Yi Enshi's collar with one hand. It didn't care if Yi Enshi's clothes could withstand it or not, tugging one after another towards the outside. Yi Enshi also didn't dare to bet on whether or not his outfit, which he had just received yesterday as an outer disciple of the Dao Sword sect, would hold up. So he only had to follow Lu Wangya's strength and follow forward, said as he walked away. "Senior sister Lu, Men and women are not related. We've never known each other. Why did we come to this? Senior sister. You're looking for the wrong person. I, Mu sure, am definitely not the person you're looking for. Senior sister. Strictly speaking, I just entered the Dao Sword sect today. Sister? Elder sister? Are you listening to me? All the way Yi Engshi didn't give up, trying to confuse Lu Wangya into thinking she had the wrong person. But Lu Wangge didn't pay any attention at all, bringing Yi Engshi from the second floor of the book depository to the first floor. The crowd of junior siblings along the way made way. No ungrateful ones popped up to stop her. When he came to the first floor, Yi Engshi saw Feng Yangyang, who had been left by himself on the transcription seat. She's still asleep. The flurry here didn't disturb her at all. Originally Yi Engshi wanted to ask Feng Yangyang to help, but on second thought, when in the lower realm those innocent and tragic death of the woman because he looked at more eyes will suffer. If the phoenix Yang Yang involved in, from the fact that Feng Yangyang was now only an inner disciple of the Dao Sword sect, and from the point of view that Lu Wangya was already a seated disciple, Feng Yangyang was simply no match for Lu Wangya. This made Yi Engshi instantly extinguish that thought. He continued to instill in Lu Wangge the fact that his surname is Mu and his name is Sure, but to no avail. Back of the book depository, Yi Engshi was thrown onto a demonic beast statue by Lu Wangya, and before Yi Engshi had time to make a move, Lu Wangya then printed another palm on top of his chest. Powerful strength burst out from her palm, instantly suppressing Yi Engshi in place. Judging from the power that suppressed Yi Engshi, Lu Wangya's cultivation that broke out at this moment has long exceeded the category of human immortals. Specifically at what level of cultivation? Yi Engshi is not clear. What took you so long to ascend to the Skywalker realm? I remember a few hundred years ago, and you're already close to stepping into the 10th realm? With your talent, you should have been able to ascend at most 100 years after I came to the Skywalker realm. Looking at Yi Engshi in front of him, who was already completely under his control, Lu Wangya couldn't help but voice out the questions in her heart. She did not know that Yi Engshi had suppressed his realm suppression for more than 200 years in order not to ascend to the upper realm. But Yi Engshi didn't have the intention to give an honest explanation even after she suppressed him. Instead, he was still arguing. Senior sister, my name is Mu Sure, a native of the earthbound heavenly realm. I don't need to ascend at all. Wow. You never used to make things up. Lu Wangya raised her eyebrows lightly and, seeing that Yi Engshi was going to continue to talk nonsense, then he grabbed another handful of Yi Engshi's robes and pulled them over toward himself with force. And she followed on her tiptoes slightly. The next instant, the words Yi Engshi was about to say were also completely blocked. No half a word could come out of his mouth at all. Neither one's eyes were closed, looking at each other's large, near-at-hand eyes. Silence. This caused many of the outer disciples who had followed them out of the book depository to look at them with their jaws dropped. Originally, most people thought it was that man who had accidentally messed with Senior Sister Lu. That's what drew Senior Sister Lu's retaliation. After all, there are not a few senior brothers and sisters who have messed with Senior Sister Lu and were retaliated against by her in the past. Now it's just one more outer disciple. Who would have thought that Senior Sister Lu's retaliation would be this kind? No, that's not even retaliation, is it? It is already conceivable that. It took a moment for the rumors about how outrageous the rumors about the third seat, Lu Wangya, and an outer disciple were. Ryoko. Lu Wangya once again pushed Yi Engshi, who was like a stone man, back onto the statue. A bright smile appeared on her pretty face. Nowadays it doesn't matter whether you're the real mushy or the fake mushy, does it? Maru Spice. Hearing Lu Wangya's words, Yi Engshi couldn't tense up completely. There's also no longer any need at all to brand yourself as mushy, because with Lu Wangji's nature, this kiss came down. Whether he was mushy or not, there was no escape anymore. What made Yi Engshi most hot was that Lu Wangya hadn't even forgotten herself yet. I'm not a sister, but I'm a rabbit, and I don't eat the grass in the nest. Why are you pulling me out of the grass? The vision came out of nowhere. A pillar of light emitting a white aura suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Yi Engshi as soon as it did. The force that Lu Wangya suppressed in Yi Engshi's body just now, in this moment disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a tugging force began to continuously pull Yi Engshi into the air above. Within moments, Yi Engshi had appeared in mid-air. The pillar of light enveloping him dissipated. A woman wearing a white sword robe, a bucket hat, and a veil wrapped around her face appeared at Yi Engshi's side. One hand gently rested against Yi Engshi's shoulder. The moment the white-robed woman appeared, the crowd of outer disciples underneath them all arched their hands toward the sky as a salute. Outer disciple. Your name. Greetings to Elder Bai. Even the seated disciple, Lu Wangya, when she saw Bai Qingxue in the sky, couldn't help but tilt his head down either. As the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Bai Qingxue had a very high status in the Daojian sect. It was a bit higher than the seated disciples. After all, When she hadn't become the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Bai Qingxue had already been a seated disciple, and ranked first. If her status was lower than that of a seated disciple, why would she need to be the Grand Elder of this Law Enforcement Hall? Bai Qingxue coldly swept a glance at Lu Wana at the bottom, and then he fatally said to Yi Engshi beside him, "Patriarch wants to see you." As Bai Qingxue uttered these words, Yi Engshi can clearly feel her hand on his shoulder. The strength is getting bigger and bigger. The words just fell. Bai Qingxue in the sky, Yi Engshi and the two of them were like smoke and dust, disappearing in thin air. It completely disappeared from the sight of Lu Wana and the rest of the crowd. Looking at the empty sky, Lu Wango clenched her silver teeth, and with a light snort she whisked her sleeve away. No harm done. She knew that Yi Engshi had already ascended to the Skywalker realm and had gone to the Dao Sword sect. Just become her mentor. The coming days are long. Bai Qingxue can save Yi Engshi once or twice. Lu Wana didn't believe that she could still save Yi Engshi countless times. Mt. Ro Road. Situated in the area right in the center of the Daojian sect, and the highest peak within the confines of the Daojian sect. It even reaches the dome of the sky at the top of its mountain. As far as the eye could see, it was so flat that even the clouds were far below the soles of the feet of the. It's easy to take in the sun, moon, stars and more. And on top of Mount Xingtao, a large hall occupies 1/3 of the area, with a glowing face that, untainted by the wind. The interior of the temple is even more lavishly decorated. Beneath a great sword emanating a pale golden glow lay a throne, on which a somewhat thinly clad woman sat on a throne, with his legs crossed and an unknown pastry in his hand. It was being savored in small sips with a face of enjoyment. The woman has striking silver hair, which appears to be curly as if it were naturally curled. It looked like it had some big waves, a hair color that stood out in the somewhat dimly lit hall, dressed in a monochromatic, slightly thin white dress that showed off her hot body to perfection. The slender jade legs were slightly visible from the garment. Crossing his legs, although his feet were not wearing shoes or boots, he still could not see the slightest bit of dust under the soles of his feet. It is especially clean and looks more like beautiful jade in the light of the pale light. Looking about 25 or 26 years old, without powder, still absolutely beautiful and unusual. I'm afraid it's just like that for a heavenly immortal. Snapped. The eyes of the silver-haired woman who was still savoring the pastry in small bites flashed. The pastry in his hand suddenly dissipated. Then he sat up straight, his head slightly raised, his eyes looking out of the corner of his eye. The hidden door of the temple slowly opened at this moment. Bai Qingxue, Yi Engshi and the two of them walked into the hall one after the other. The sound of the two men's faint footsteps was also the only thing left in the large hall. Yi Engshi swept his eyes that was sitting on top of the throne, as if he were a god. The silver-haired woman, who was looking out of the corner of her eye, then withdrew her gaze. The sight followed low. It wasn't that Yi Engshi was terrified of the silver-haired woman. It was just a simple matter of noticing that there was something uncomfortable about the white clothes the other person was wearing, and it didn't look good to go over there. Patriarch, Dao Sword Sect outer disciple Yi Engshi has arrived. Bai Qingxue stopped her pace and, toward the silver-haired woman on the throne, she said respectfully. The silver-haired woman sitting on the throne was the Dao Sword Sect's founding sect leader, Su Qingma. Even more so, in just over 400 years, the famous figure who brought the Dao Sword Sect to become a first-class power in the Heavenly Ro realm, and now has a widely circulated title in the entire Heavenly Ro realm, Silver Moon Immortal. Su Qingma did not say anything. A pair of pupils with a pale white aura looked towards Yi Engshi behind Bai Qingxue. After feeling Su Qingma's gaze fall on him, Yi Engshi then took 2 steps forward and stood beside Bai Qingxue, and then followed suit with a respectful voice. Disciple Yi Engshi, greetings to master. Not bad. After not seeing you for a few hundred years, you've already grown up. After looking Yi Engshi up and down, the corner of Su Qingma's mouth gently raised a nice-looking arc. That's what spoke up. This statement was made. Bai Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle a bit, and the corner of Yi Engshi's mouth, who was lowering his head, was even more dark. Is that a word for men? You just use it. Qingxue, go back. Without waiting for Bai Qingxue to open her mouth to speak, Su Qingma lightly flung up her hand and a gale instantly filled the area around Bai Qingxue. In the blink of an eye, Bai Qingxue had already been carried away from the great hall by that gust of wind. Along with the wide-open door of the temple also followed the complete closure, issued a bang sound. It also shook Yi Engshi's heart. Chapter 12, Fish Dragon Spirit Transformation Technique. In this instant, Yi Engshi remembered many hearings of, or the ever-present picture of master and disciple. In this world of the weak and the strong, there can exist a lot of things where masters use their disciples to achieve their goals. When going down to the world, Yi Engshi had also witnessed many things in the secret realm where masters used their beloved disciples as a shield. I also don't know. This cheap master teacher of his who hasn't met him more than 3 times in total. It's not that type. Just when Yi Engshi's heart was incomparably apprehensive, Su Qingma suddenly appeared in front of him. The index finger gently rested against Yi Engshi's chin. Heads up. Yi Engshi subconsciously raised his head according to his words, and what met his eyes was Su Qingma's pair of beautiful eyes. In the middle of the beautiful eyes, a white hexagram pattern suddenly manifested, and the light became more and more intense. When they met eyes, Yi Engshi had the feeling of being seen through. In front of Master Su Qingma, it seems as if there are no more secrets to speak of. A few moments later, the white hexagram pattern that manifested in Su Qingma's eyes gradually faded away. A gentle smile was added to the absolutely beautiful face. The fingers against Yi Engshi's chin slowly moved to his face and, gently pinching the lump of flesh on Yi Engshi's cheek enough, Su Qingma then said, "The soul seed is not broken, so it seems that my little aunt's has not been taken over." Hearing this, Yi Engshi then understood why Su Qingma looked at herself so much. Dare I say it's checking to see if I've been taken over. Nope. When did she plant a soul seed in herself? Don't worry, the soul seed won't do anything to you, but it's a big killer against powerful souls who want to take you over. Seemingly seeing what Yi Engsshi was thinking in his mind, Su Qingma suddenly appeared on top of the throne, laughing after leaning back into the back of the seat. After saying that, her slender hand waved in front of her body, and 3 jade slips appeared at once. All together, they flew to a stop in front of Yi Engsshi. As my master remembers, the gongfu given to you in the past could only be cultivated to the peak of the return to void realm. Yet you were able to break through the limits of the gong method and reach the early stage of the nascent soul realm, worthy of being a good disciple for your master. The old rules. These 3 jade slips each contain techniques that can be cultivated to the upper immortal realm. You choose. Looking at the 3 jade slips floating in front of him, and listening to the words spoken by Su Qingma, Yi Engshi's heart was appalled. How long has master come to the Skywalker realm? Surprisingly, he had even gotten a technique that could cultivate to the upper immortal realm, and get 3 at once. I'm only afraid that this kind of technique is simply not available within the book depository, right? After suppressing the inner shock, Yi Engshi bowed to Su Qingma, who was seated on the throne, and said, "Thank you, master." After Su Qingma nodded her head, Yi Engsshi then carefully looked at the 3 jade slips in front of him. Such a scene that, déjà vu. It was as if he had just traveled to this metaphysical world, and his blind eyes had just regained their sight. Su Qingma did the same, and threw 3 jade slips that recorded feats to him at once. Let him choose one of the jade slips. At that time, Yi Engsshi selected the Taishan for getting clear technique. This technique was really good. It could make Yi Engshi's spirit power purity far better than those in the same realm. This was one of the factors that allowed Yi Engsshi to be invincible in the same realm and the lower realm. But the downside is clear. Yi Engsshi was forced to be a eunuch for nearly 500 years. Even though there are a lot of dogs, they can't break through the final line. Yi Engsshi has become a major event that Yi Engsshi has regretted for a long time. Now, I only need to change the practice of gongfu, can completely say goodbye to the eunuch life. Thinking about this, Yi Engshi's constant state of mind rippled for the first time. After thinking about it for a while, Yi Engsshi raised his hand and tapped on the leftmost jade sketch. The next instant, the other 2 pieces of jade simply flew back to Su Qingma on their own, turning into a flood of starlight. In the great hall completely disappeared. You memorize it well first, and come back to the back of the temple to find your master when you remember almost everything. Master will help you to switch your cultivation techniques. Looking at the image of the throne which was already empty, Yi Engsshi laughed dumbly. This meeting is concerned about whether or not he has been taken over, and he has given himself the ability to cultivate to the upper immortal realm technique. How could a master teacher who would also help himself to switch his cultivation techniques be as bad as he had previously thought? Thinking of the fact that he had just associated Su Qingma with quite a few favorable masters, Yi Engsshi was a little ashamed. Yi Engsshi raised his hand and slapped himself heavily on the face after. Only then did he take the jade slip and sit on the ground. Yi Engsshi, don't think so much. It's time to memorize the feats. Bai Qingxue, who was flying above the Dao sword sect, had a particularly complicated mood at the moment. The mind kept coming back to the fact that not so long ago, the image of seated disciple Lu Wang pressing Yi Engsshi onto the demonic beast statue to take advantage of it. At that time, she was entrusted by Patriarch Su Qingma to find Yi Engsshi to bring back to Xingdao Mountain, although he didn't know why he had to bring Yi Engsshi to the sovereign's residence. However, this was not within the scope of Bai Qingxue's management. He only needed to carry out what the Patriarch had said. How could I have imagined that when I was looking for Yi Engsshi, I would run right into that scene? It instantly struck her like lightning. That's why he took Yi Engsshi away in a fit of pique, and didn't pay any attention to him along the way. I also wonder if her image today is only negative in his eyes. The more she thought about it, the more irritated Bai Qingxue became, her heart in turmoil. Wait a minute. I remember that statue was a major contributor 100 years ago. The protector spirit beast that fell during the war. Lu Wanga. I didn't expect you to dare to openly desecrate the spirit beast statue. Bai Qingxue thought about all the chaos that had surfaced in the party after this incident. It all converges into one thing at this moment. That is to exercise her right as the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. As soon as she thought of this, Bai Qingxue, who was still incredibly annoyed, all the negativity of the moment instantly disappeared. Bai Qingxue, who had originally wanted to return to the Law Enforcement Hall, reversed her direction at this moment. It was headed straight towards a remote mountain peak. That's, Luan Ge's territory. As a seated disciple, he was qualified to receive a small portion of the area within the scope of the Dao Sword sect as an incentive. And every month to the seat disciple issued cultivation resources clan will not be too much to control. This has led to a number of seated disciples finding themselves in a position of power. It's as if, for example, a disciple chooses to join the peak where the seated disciple is located. That disciple will then be called by one more item. Disciple of So-and-so mountain peak. The seated disciples who were peak masters would also distribute some cultivation resources to those disciples who chose to join their peaks. There are so many doors indoors here, and they cover a wide range of topics. Focusing on cultivation like Lu Wanga. Seated disciples who improve themselves don't waste time getting into all this miscellany, much less bothering to do so. Maru Spice. Yi Unshi looked at the jade slip in his hand, his eyes widening a few points as he kept muttering. This time, the selection of feats made Yi Unshi hesitate, not knowing whether or not to cultivate. This technique is called Fish Dragon Transformation Technique. The name is quite normal, but when flipping up the content of it but found that this is really a magic skill. It is similar to the Devil Cultivator's favorite cultivation of double cultivation magic. It is not easy to switch to cultivation techniques to get rid of the eunuch, but then fell into another abyss. Could it be that the master accidentally took the wrong one and then was unfortunate enough to be chosen by me? I'm sorry, Yi Unshi thought. Then the more he thought about it, the more he realized that the possibilities were very great. So he got up and headed for the side door. Prepare to go find Master Su Qingma and ask. Walking the road to the mountains. Behind the temple is a paradise, planted with peach trees which are in full bloom. The peach fruit is even more tantalizingly smoky. The entire peach orchard was surrounded by a faint white mist. Yi Unshi tried and found that his spiritual sense could not pass through the white mist at all. Scouting the things in the peach garden was just like those white mists that the Dao Sword sect encountered yesterday. Standing outside the peach garden, spiritual energy gathered to his mouth. Yi Unshi then opened his mouth and said, Master? Master? Under the diffusion of spiritual power. Yi Unshi's voice had long since spread throughout the top of Qingdao Mountain, but there was a delay in hearing the sound of the master's reply. Think about it again. Yi Unshi clenched his teeth, then walked towards the peach garden, his entire body wrapped in white mist. Soon there was not the slightest trace of it. Shortly afterward, the sound of gurgling water followed into his ears. This surprised Yi Unshi and he couldn't help but look around again. Strange. The sound of this running water alone should have been heard outside the peach orchard. Could it be that there is still the existence of soundproofing formations here? Yi Unshi guessed. Not bad. There are indeed soundproofing formations left here. And not just soundproofing formations. There are also protective formations, killing formations, illusion formations, etc. If not for the master first removed those formations, with the cultivation of Xiao Unshi simply can't come here. Su Qingma's voice suddenly came from all directions and flooded into Yi Unshi's ears. Subsequently, the white mist floating in front of Yi Unshi's eyes looked like living things, and drifted to the sides one after another. A trail was revealed. Yi Unshi followed the path and soon, a vast lake came into view. The lake is crystal clear, and there are various colors of fish in the water, quite spiritual fish in the bottom of the joy. From time to time, they jumped out of the water and made quite a splash, and at the center of the lake, there was actually a clearing. A huge peach tree sits on that clearing, with no peach fruit on it, only peach leaves, with a fresh wind blowing. The peach leaves on the peach tree looked like they had been shallowly plucked off, and kept fluttering toward the bottom with the breeze. The fresh wind blew over Yi Unshi's body, and the outer disciple's robe on his body whistled. Looking at the peach blossom leaves that were about to float down in front of him, Yi Unshi couldn't help but stretch out his hand and let the piece of peach blossom gently fall to your palm. The moment it touched Yi Unshi's palm, the peach blossom suddenly transformed into a ray of light red streaming light. It drilled into Yi Unshi's brow with lightning speed. One moment, the exhaustion in Yi Unshi's body disappeared through and through, and he felt a wave of refreshment. Even the body seemed to have become much lighter. What surprised Yi Unshi even more was the spiritual energy in the dantian. At this moment, as if ushering in a new spring, began to transform continuously. The purity gets more and more refined. Unfortunately, Only a mere 1,000th of the spiritual energy was transformed. This is immortal power, purer and more powerful than spiritual power. At some point, Su Qingma had already appeared in the Pure Land at the center of the lake, underneath the giant peach tree. After saying that, Su Qingma gently lifted up with one hand and a silver light suddenly blossomed from its position at the center of its palm. Yanxi only felt a soft force wrapping itself around him as his feet slowly left the ground, floating toward the lake's center of purity. There are no mortals to be found in the realm of the Skywalkers. The mortals here are equivalent to the 100 realms, one realm to the Return to Void realm, and these are collectively referred to as mortals. If they go down to the realm, with their immortal power, they will be enough to stand out amongst cultivators of the same realm in the 100 regions. This is the most intuitive difference between the upper world and the lower world. Listening to Su Qingma's explanation, Yi Enshi then realized why he had come to the heavenly walking realm after it has been unable to absorb the aura of heaven and earth. Originally, Yi Enshi thought that it was because he had already reached the upper limit of his feats, but now it seemed that it should be that the spiritual energy in one's body was not of the same order of magnitude as the aura in the Skywalker realm. That's why it can't be absorbed. After Yi Enshi arrived on the Pure Land in the center of the lake, Su Qingma spoke out, "You can start dispersing your energy. Turning to cultivation techniques now. The master will protect you." Master, the gong method you gave seems to have been given to the wrong. Yi Enshi carefully observed Su Qingma's eye color while whispering, "Give the wrong one?" Su Qingma arched her eyebrows. "I remember that the jade slip you chose should be the record of the Ye Fish Dragon transformation technique, right? Could it be that it's not?" Chapter 13, Stepping into the Realm of the Golden Immortal. Hearing what Su Qingma said, Yi Enshi's mouth slightly opened and his expression was stunned. "Ha? Is it the Ye Fish Dragon transformation technique? It should be. Can you write down the contents of the Kung Fu? Take note. Disperse your energy." Su Qingma waved her hand and then leapt up. After landing on the peach tree, she sat down. The legs kept swinging back and forth, looking incredibly cozy, but she looked like she was joking, making Yi Enshi wonder if he should listen to her. Once this work is dispersed, then all the spiritual power and cultivation that the body has cultivated will be gone. That is to say, once the power is dispersed, Yi Enshi will have no way back at all. I can only switch to this fish dragon transformation technique. At that time, if Su Qingma came to say you really dissipate your power, then it would be. After pondering for a long time, Yi Enshi then opened his mouth and said, "In fact, if one turns to cultivation techniques, there's no need to dissipate the power. Either, is there? There are two types of conversion gong methods. One is to use a new gong method after dispersing one's power and retracing one's steps from the past. It would take less than 10 years to recover to the level when the power was dispersed. But it's risky. For example, if some cataclysmic event suddenly comes after the dispersal of the power, or a situation where an enemy learns of the news and takes advantage of your illness or something like that, and then there's the change of heart, which is highly likely to go off the deep end. All in all extremely risky. The other is not to dissipate the power to turn to cultivation techniques, which is also the choice of most people. It was a way to safeguard one's own safety and security, as well as to raise one's cultivation level early. Seeing that Yi Enshi was still hesitant, Su Qingma sighed softly, and then had a straight face. "It's fine if you don't dissipate your power. Just try not to mess with the native immortal geniuses of the Skywalker realm in the future. It will be lifeless. After all, your immortal powers are not on the same level in the first place. Then I'll try to avoid them more in the future." Yi Enshi said, "Oh yeah, there's Qing Shuai. I think it's a little girl named Lu. What's her name, isn't it? They can all be scattered to cultivate the Kung Fu. And what's more, I remember quite a lot of the lower realm ascended up. There is Lin's name, there is Li's name, and the last name of Gong and so on. If you have any grudge against them, remember to wash your necks. However, there is no need to worry too much. With Master here, we will definitely arrange for little Enshi to follow up on things," Su Qingma said with a smile, but looking at her smile, Yi Enshi felt unusually horrible. It always feels like everyone Su Qingma names is someone he knows, but Su Qingma had ascended a long time ago. How does she still know so much about the lower world? But no matter if Su Qingma really knew that many people from the lower realms, that's a lot of what she said. Nothing else. Just today's Lu Wana alone had already made Yi Enshi feel helpless. If he didn't disperse his power and change his cultivation, it would be hard to last through the Lu Wan singer. This time Lu Wan Gu just kissed herself, in case she got an inch the next time. Or just bury him? The deeper he thought, the more grave Yi Enshi's face became, and his teeth began to clench. The heart is in the right place. Then he sat down on the ground and began to dissipate his energy. Seeing that Yi Enshi had finally begun to disperse his power, Su Qingma, who was sitting on the peach tree, was also slightly relieved in her heart. Finally convinced the kid. In fact, She lied just now. Bai Qing Xue, Lu Wanga they did not lose power to cultivate. Saying that was just to make Yi Engshi make up his mind earlier. And, in the 3 jade sketches that Yi Engshi was given to choose from each time, there was actually one type of gong method recorded from the beginning to the end. No matter which jade slip Yi Engshi chose, all of them were merely cultivating according to the path that Su Qingma had arranged for him. Su Qingma withdrew her gaze and leaned to the peach tree. Her eyes slowly closed, and in her heart she secretly said, "It seems that everything is going very well, and it's time for me to break the mirror." By the time Yi Engshi opened his eyes again, the bright sky had completely darkened. It made it hard for the completely dispersed Yi Engshi to see anything. "Master, are you still here?" Yi Engshi said. Now Yi Engshi can only be described as a mortal with high physical strength. No scent could be perceived, and the naked eye could not dispel the darkness. At this point, Yi Engshi felt the storage ring he wore on his index finger move and instantly came out of his finger. Not knowing where to go, a few moments later, a sound of a sword chime entered his ears, causing Yi Engshi's eyes to widen slightly. Off the cuff, "Luna?" Yi Engshi didn't know how long he had heard the sound of the sword. It was natural to recognize what sword was emanating from it. Isn't it his sword Lunar, the sword of Yi Engshi? Not bad little Engshi. At first I only asked you to search for a heavenly flamestone. I didn't think that you actually sought out 3 of them. Su Qingma's slightly surprised tone rang out, and then, 3 strands of light suddenly appeared above the pure land. Illuminate the surrounding landscape. Su Qingma's figure was also reflected in Yi Engshi's eyes at this time. Her long silver hair had gotten wet at some point. Yi Engshi didn't dare to look at it more, so he raised his head to look at the 3 heavenly flamestones that were emitting different rays of light. The 3 heavenly firestones that had previously been embedded in the crescent moon by Yi Engshi. It had been dismantled by Su Qingma at the moment and was suspended above Yi Engshi's head. Just as Yi Engshi was puzzled, the 3 heavenly flamestones suddenly smashed down in unison. All of them did not enter Yi Engshi's body. In a split second, the blazing sensation instantly filled Yi Engshi's entire body, and every piece of flesh seemed as if it was about to burn. The pain was exceptional. The entire body's chi was also drained in an instant, leaving Yi Engshi without the strength to cry out. The blazing sensation grew stronger. Yi Engshi felt as if he was going to melt, and there was even a sea of fire in front of him. The only difference is that the sea of fire totals 3 colors, but after about 10 breaths, Yi Engshi's consciousness was already very blurred. It was so blurry that Yi Engshi didn't even know his last name. "Do you know why you have been blind since childhood? And why can I restore your sight?" "It's all because of this special physique of yours, the immortal blazing sun body, which, according to the canonical records, it's a physique only possessed by giving birth to an heir with an undead bird. You, a mortal possessing such a physique, will not be able to withstand the blazing power of the sun that riots from time to time. After I seal your physique temporarily, the negative effects on you will naturally disappear. Now, I will use these 3 pieces of heavenly firestones to unseal you. If Xiao Engshi is lucky enough, bloodline reverse blood return." That's really, one sentence after another of Su Qingma's words reached Yi Engshi's ears, and in response, Yi Engshi, however, was unable to speak and his consciousness faded away. Before Su Qingma could finish her sentence, Yi Engshi completely lost consciousness and fainted. Looking at the sky that had reached dusk, Yi Engshi couldn't help but blink his eyes rapidly a few times. "I'm still alive?" With that, Yi Engshi tried to sit up. Never thought that just as he made a move, his whole body would completely sink toward the bottom. There was also quite a bit of water pouring into the mouth and nose. Poof! Yi Engshi swam out from the bottom of the lake, and the moment his head rushed out of the water he began to gasp for air. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't imagine that he had awakened on the surface of the water. Inadvertently, I forced a few sips, before Yi Engshi could think of why he had appeared in the lake. A pair of white, slender hands that, suddenly he appeared from behind and hugged him. The hands that suddenly appeared made Yi Engshi startled, and his head subconsciously turned to the back. What came into his eyes was the stunningly beautiful face of Master Su Qingma. "Master?" Yi Engshi's eyes widened in shock. It was really that the current Su Qingma was very much out of Yi Engshi's expectation. After coming back to his senses, Yi Engshi hurriedly turned his head away and his hands were about to break away from Su Qingma's hands. Set! Su Qingma's flat tone entered Yi Engshi's ears. A warm breeze followed and blew on his right ear. It made Yi Engshi's heart shake. What made Yi Engshi even more horrified was that his body was out of control, and he couldn't even say a word. Only the eyes are able to blink. In the blink of an eye, more than 400 years have passed, and the once tiny teenager has become an adult like this. And now that the tree has borne fruit, it is time to pick the fruit. The words fell. Yi Engshi then felt his ear being bitten, and the bite was getting stronger and stronger. There was a vague feeling that the skin was beginning to break and bleed, but he couldn't move a muscle. He couldn't even speak of the doubts in his mind. It can only stand in place like a tree. The only difference between that and a big tree is only that he can blink, right? Can Master break through the heavenly immortal and step into the golden immortal realm? Can Xiao Enshi regroup his cultivation before dispersing his power? All of this can depend on whether Xiao Enshi has memorized the fish-dragon transformation technique. That warm wind suddenly went from the right ear to the left ear, and Su Qingma's soft voice drilled into the left ear. If you can't remember, for the Master's nearly 1,000 years of Yuan, I don't know if little Enshi's immortal blazing sun body can hold up. Hear this. Yi Enshi's pupils suddenly contracted. If he hadn't been unable to make even a simple face right now, I'm afraid I've already got a dumbfounded look on my face. Under Su Qingma's words, Yi Enshi suddenly understood why he was looked at by her in the first place, and adopted as her only personal disciple now. At that time, he thought he was lucky and his chi was in full bloom, but now it seemed that it was just Su Qingma having designs on herself. As for the size, figure your own body she was so young that she had such thoughts. Surprisingly, by now, they do not give themselves the means to unsettle the body, and cannot move. Otherwise, make sure she pays the maximum price. 3 days later, Mt. Ro Road, Bai Qingxue, still dressed in white and wearing a thin veil, stood at the edge of the mountain peak. From time to time, his eyes looked towards the large hall that occupied a third of the mountain peak's area. 3 days. It had been 3 full days since she had brought Yi Enshi before the patriarch. She has also been waiting here for 3 days. However, the two of them, Patriarch and Yi Enshi, were nowhere to be seen. I want to inquire, but without the Patriarch's permission, it would be a transgression to rush into the hall, not to mention the formations in the hall that Bai Qingxue didn't have much confidence in breaking through. Therefore, even if she was in a hurry, Bai Qingxue could only stay here. I also wonder if the Patriarch is teaching him immortal techniques and how long it will take to finish. Bai Qingxue's eyes flashed as she thought secretly in her heart. At this point, a dazzling golden light rose up from the back of the hall, the mountain of the willing way, until the entire sky of the Dao sword sect was dyed gold. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, and it was Bai Qingxue, whose strength was not bad. There was also a feeling of kneeling down and submitting under this pressure. This pressure is far superior to that of a heavenly immortal. Judging from the location where the golden light rises to the sky, could it be that the Patriarch has broken through the bottleneck and stepped into the golden immortal realm? Bai Qingxue's small mouth under the veil was slightly open, surprised and delighted. Chapter 14 500 years. 500 years. There are countless strong people in the Skywalker realm. Even the number of strong people who have stepped into the heavenly immortal realm is not a small number. It was just a matter of being able to have the capital to defend oneself in the Skywalker realm. The one who had truly stepped into the ranks of the powerful was the realm of the golden immortal. I don't know how many people stayed in the heavenly immortal realm never being able to take a step forward again, until the end of their lifespan, nor had he ever touched the barriers of the golden immortal realm, and single-handedly created the Taoist sword sect. And Su Qingma, who led the Dao sword sect to become the first-rate end of many forces in the Skywalker realm, stepped into the realm of the golden immortal in only 400 years. This kind of talent was placed amongst the native geniuses of the Skywalker realm. It was also a premier existence. Looking at the dazzling golden pillars whose light does not diminish and still keeps surging up to the sky, Bai Qingxue couldn't help but mutter to herself. I also don't know if the Patriarch will be able to break through the golden immortals and achieve the great Luo golden immortal within 1,000 years. I also wonder at what level the Dao sword sect can be located under the Patriarch's leadership. Even more, I don't know if I can step into the realm of the golden immortal in this life. Upon feeling that terrifying pressure descending from the sky, and the sky that had turned golden, the entire Dao sword sect was abuzz, especially when one notices that the dazzling golden pillars are rising up from the sovereign's residence, Qingdao Mountain. Many disciples who had been swinging and groping for years were even so excited that their faces turned red. Even more, have fainted from too much excitement. That's not an exaggeration at all. After all, even if the Dao sword sect squeezes into the ranks of first-class forces, it is only the end of the first class. There were numerous deep-rooted first-class forces pressing on the top, and it was unknown when they would turn on the Dao sword sect. Underneath there were quite a few top second-rate forces that wanted to join the first-rate ranks and were eyeing the Dao sword sect. And now that Patriarch Su Qingma had stepped into the golden immortal realm, this was enough to make the Dao sword sect's strength more stable. This made the disciple who had been groping and posing for a long time more able to have peace of mind, and it was reasonable to faint in a moment of excitement. Walking the road to the mountains, Yi Enshi leaned against the peach tree in the center of the lake, looking ahead to step on the lake water. Su Qingmu, who had made the lake's surface not to have a single ripple, had rather complicated eyes. At this moment, Su Qingma was radiating a golden halo, as if her skin had become golden. The dazzling pillar of light that rose to the sky was surging up from her body, Just by feeling the aura that Su Qingma emitted, Yi Engshi had an intuition. If she wanted to, she could kill him with just one glance, or the kind that destroys the soul. At this point, Su Qingma, who had tightly closed her eyes, slowly opened her eyes, and the golden light that surged out from her body gradually closed in. Eventually, a golden circle formed behind it. From Yi Engshi's position, the golden circle could just pass through Su Qingma. At this point, Su Qingma's gaze met Yi Engshi's, and the four eyes met, but no one was the first to speak out. After you, put on your clothes, remember to consolidate your immortal power properly, and I also need to consolidate my cultivation again. When everything is stabilized, I'll clear up the confusion for you. Su Qingma's lips lightly opened. The words that came out were especially calm, and her face was also very plain. It looks like a stranger in general. The words just fell. Su Qingma's figure then had already dissipated. Only a golden light suffused in the previous position. And dimming. The surface of the lake, which did not have a single ripple, was flowing again at this moment. The fish in the water also became active, occasionally leaping out of the water with a splash. Only when the golden light completely disappeared did Yi Engshi withdraw his gaze, turning to the fragments of clothing and cloth on the lake. The look and tone of Su Qingma's face and tone of voice in the party constantly surfaced in front of Yi Engshi's eyes. Ryoko. Yi Engshi's face suddenly turned strange as his mouth moved slightly and words suddenly came out. There are periods of sainthood for women? The clothes from 3 days ago have been reduced to bits and pieces, so they can't really be worn anymore. Well, under the effect of the fish and dragon transformation technique, for 3 days, Yi Engshi's cultivation had not only reached the early stage of the Naxian realm before he dispersed his power, but he was also faintly showing signs of breaking through to the mid-stage of the Naxian realm. This caused Yi Engshi, who had just taken out the spare robe from his storage ring and put it on, to shake his head. Previously, it took more than 200 years of cultivation to reach the nascent soul realm, but now, in just 3 days, he had already achieved the nascent soul realm, which took more than 200 years to reach. The only downside is that one may necros. The oxen plowed the ground with ease, even somewhat freely, the first time, and with ease the second time, the third and fourth. That also still holds up, but in just 3 days, without eating or drinking and concentrating on farming for so long, it's a good thing the cow didn't die of exhaustion. On the contrary, the field is not very tired and the soil is getting more and more fertile. Add to that the fact that the field had never been plowed by oxen for I don't know how long. Welcome to the first plowing that is more than will be grasped. Snap! Yi Engshi slapped himself violently on the face, forcing his thoughts back to reality. Stop thinking about the haves and have-nots. That's his own master's father. How can we not honor it? But then again, if one really didn't memorize fish dragon transformation technique, couldn't really carry that much yuan-yin power. So it seems that master wants me to die. It's not impossible to be slightly disrespectful to your master. Thinking about this, Yi Engshi's handsome face had an extra smile. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You can't even press it if you want to. 500 years. 500 years. I, finally, no longer need to cultivate that damn child's kung fu. Boom hoo hoo. Accompanied by Yi Engshi's words, the entire peach garden instantly set off a terrifying hurricane. Along with the lake blasted up several water columns. The spirit fish in the water were forced to surge out of the water under this power. The tiny eyes were no longer filled with wisdom, but with a puzzled look. Before they could fall back into the lake, Yi Engshi suddenly flew up and, one foot after another, stepped on the spirit fish that surged up. Under Yi Engshi's power, a spirit fish fell back into the lake with a splash. Yi Engshi also landed smoothly onto the lakeside shore, with one hand gently smoothing out the slightly disheveled clothing on his body, and not caring about the fish heads emerging from the surface of the lake behind him. Then he headed ahead to the peach grove. The peach grove remains. White mist filled the air. Petals continue to fall. Yi Engshi walking in it, like being in a piece of fairyland. A casual move. Then 2 peach fruits floated to his side. Yi Engshi grabbed one peach fruit with one hand and lightly bit into it. His face changed slightly. What kind of fruit is this? Why is it sour and astringent? Watching the dazzling pillar of light that rose up into the sky gradually dissipate, and the golden light in the sky gradually disappeared. Only then did Bai Qingxue withdraw her gaze and turn to look at the main hall. There was a vague intuition that the man should be coming out. Fruity, but a tea break. A man wearing a green-colored sword robe that. The young man with a red stripe on each shoulder and sleeve slowly walked out from the path beside the hall, and his entire figure was revealed in Bai Qingxue's eyes. Even when he was wearing the robes of an outer disciple of the Tao sword sect, he still shone so brightly. It's like the moon arched by the stars. What surprised Bai Qingxue the most was that, compared to Yi Engshi 3 days earlier, at this moment, Yi Engshi clearly looked even more immortal. The immortal chi that permeates heaven and earth is also leaning toward Yi Engshi intentionally or unintentionally, as if it is getting close to him. How is that possible? Obviously. 3 days ago, those immortal chi were avoiding Yi Engshi like the plague. This, too, was the difference between the people of the lower realm and the natives of the skybound realm. A native of the Skywalker realm, even a mortal with no spiritual roots and born with an extinct vein, the immortal aura that permeates the heavens and earth will not hide from them either, merely ignoring them. It is also true that even if the mortals of the celestial realm have no cultivation, longevity, strength, and it was a complete heaven and earth compared to the mortals of the lower realms, all should not be confused. And even if the cultivators from the lower realms who have ascended to the heavenly lineage realm have completely stepped into the Nascian realm, nor could they make the immortal chi of heaven and earth close to them, at best ignoring them as if they were mortals. Therefore, it was even more difficult for those in the lower realms to cultivate than the native immortal cultivators of the heavenly walking realm. After all, we haven't even begun to cultivate yet, and all this immortal energy is already pouring into the native cultivator's body on its own. It was just waiting for him to run his gongfu and absorb it, and the lower world cultivators still have to struggle to pull the sword chi. If the immortal chi that is not easy to pull over is sucked away by the native cultivators again, the difficulty of cultivation is even higher, and that's just practicing. Not to mention the fact that the native cultivators' bodies are filled with pure immortal energy and so on and so forth. Therefore, within the same realm, the strength of the lower realm cultivators was simply no match for the native cultivators. Of course, there are natural exceptions to the rule when there are more people. These exceptions are known as the sons and daughters of heaven. These people didn't just stand out amongst the lower realm cultivators. They were more than capable of holding their ground amongst a crowd of native immortal cultivators. But if we compare it to the proud son, daughter, of a native cultivator of the heavenly walking realm, then there are classes again. This was also the reason why 90% of the heavenly walking realm's great powerhouses were native immortal cultivators of the heavenly walking realm. There is already a difference between those in the upper world and those in the lower world at the time of their birth. Of course, there are no absolutes. If there are more proud sons and daughters of heaven in the lower realm, then there will also be born a different kind, and this kind of deviant, also known as a demon. This is not a derogatory term. Often such demons are born, that not only in the lower realms of cultivators, even in front of the native immortal cultivators in front of them, they also appeared to be dull. But this kind of siren, throughout the ages only appeared so few. The patriarch had achieved golden immortality in just a few hundred years, but in Bai Qingshue's eyes, it's a long way from the word evil. In her opinion, the current Yi Engshi was even closer to the word demon than the patriarch. After all, he had just ascended to the Skywalker realm with a nascent soul realm cultivation, and now, even more so, it can make the immortal chi that permeates heaven and earth take the initiative to get close to awe. This was something that Patriarch Su Qingma failed to do even when she ascended. I also wonder, how long will it take for him to achieve the golden immortal realm? Yi Engshi had just come to the front of the hall when he saw Bai Qingshue standing on the edge of the cliff, staring straight at him. The footsteps couldn't help but lurch. What a coincidence, Yi Engshi muttered in his heart. But he didn't dare to think too much about it. After all, he was well aware of Bai Qingshue's cold offense. Nowadays he was nothing more than a figure barely old enough to reach the threshold of an acquaintance for Bai Qingshue. How could he have come here specifically to wait for him? Yi Engshi has met Elder Bai, quickly coming before and after Bai Qingshue. Yi Engshi bowed slightly and said, "Don't want to." Bai Qingshue stood here like a stone, not moving, not even giving a little reaction. It made Yi Engshi's heart flutter. Horror. Is this another way to give yourself a hard time? Still remembering, back when he first met her in the questioning sword sect, she had hung herself out to dry in the same way. It's the same old trick. Wouldn't that be behind? Yi Engshi raised an eyebrow and took a few steps backward without leaving any traces. Chapter 15, You Are Such a Person. After waiting to quietly retreat a few steps to the back, the corner of Yi Engshi's mouth twitched slightly, confused. At first it was the dark hand under his own feet, which led to the subsequent happenings. But he didn't do anything at this moment. There's no need to back off at all. Thinking in this manner, Yi Engshi observed Bai Qingshue's face all the while trying to quietly move that many steps forward. Don't want to. Just made a move. A thin sound suddenly came from the soles of his feet, and immediately afterward, at the spot in front of Yi Engshi's toes, a crack began to appear. The cracks lengthened instantly. This caused Yi Engshi's pupils to shrink slightly. He didn't have anything dark under his feet this time. How could this place be cracked? The other side. Foreseeing Yi Engshi, adding the image of the immortal chi that permeated heaven and earth actively approaching Yi Engshi and froze Bai Qingshue. Suddenly a thin rattling sound was heard. Just as he came back to his senses, he suddenly felt like his entire body was plummeting to the bottom. Only then did I realize that the edge of the cliff she was standing on cracked in position. The area is falling down to the bottom. This strange yet familiar image instantly made Bai Qingxue dream back hundreds of years ago, when I first met Yi Engshi. At that time, matters such as those of today also occurred. It was then, too, that the soles of her feet suddenly collapsed. At that time, Yi Engshi was also standing in front of her. The difference is, the Yi Engshi of that time should have flown to his side by now. One hand wrapped around his tiny waist and carried him back to the cliff. But at this moment, Yi Engshi was still standing at the cliff, watching himself fall with the ground. The winds kept blowing through the body, the whistling in the ears. It blew away the images that surfaced before Bai Qingxue's eyes when they first met. With a movement of his feet, his body swirled with immortal power. Bai Qingxue's entire body was like a rock riding the wind, lightly landing at the cliff. Yi Engshi sighed. One hand was raised violently, pointing at Yi Engshi. Without wanting to, at this moment, Yi Engshi similarly raised his hand and pointed his finger at her, adding to the fact that the two were already close. They both reached out and pointed at each other at this moment. Fingers coincidentally touch each other on a piece of. But this, neither Yi Engshi nor Bai Qingxue noticed at this moment. Or rather, noticed and didn't really care. Eyes fell to each other in unison, offhandedly. I told you why the ground suddenly broke off and fell when it was so good in the first place. So it was you. I told you I hadn't even put much effort into the ground before it started to break down. Dare I say you're contributing? The two spoke out in unison, but each froze upon hearing the other's words. Eyes widened a few points at the same time. I'm sure it was really you at that time. You're actually going to be wicked? The two spoke in unison again, and then again. Their eyes focused on each other's lips. Ryoga, after seeing that neither of the other's mouths meant to move, spoke again. I really didn't expect you to be like this. I can't believe you turned out to be like this. Hearing the other party's words coming into their ears, whether it was Yi Engshi or Bai Qingxue, all of them couldn't help but close their voices at the moment. Mentally, they were both worried that they were going to be out of voice with each other again in a few moments. But after waiting a few moments, neither of them heard the other say so much as another word. The faces of each changed, their eyes varied, and then each withdrew the finger pointing at the other and turned to point at himself. I'll go first. After hearing the other's words again, and the other's movements almost exactly like his own, Yi Engshi, Bai Qingxue each stared straight at the other with wide eyes. It just feels like he or she is deliberately working against them. You first then? Yi Engshi, Bai Qingxue's hand that was pointing at himself moved again, pointing at each other before saying in unison, listening to the other person deliberately saying the same things as himself, and making the exact same gestures. Whether it was Yi Engshi or Bai Qingxue, both of them had some itchy teeth at the moment. This time, neither of them continued to speak, but instead directly punched and kicked the person in front of them. Sonic booms rang out one after the other on the walkway hill as a wave of air erupted in an increasingly massive manner. A quarter of an hour later, a sword chi and sword shadow sword on began to appear again on the walking road mountain, and the sound became more and more powerful. Fortunately, there was a large formation present on the mountain, which prevented important things from being damaged. Two swords were impaled into the ground and stood on the edge of the cliff. Yi Engshi in a green robe, and Bai Qingxue, who was dressed in white, were all lying on a piece of grass not far away without any image. The difference was that Yi Engshi was gasping for air and Bai Qingxue's breathing rhythm had little effect in return. From the look of his face, there was even a little bit of cozy color. Worthy of the earth immortal realm, there's nothing I can do. Thinking of the images of the fight with Bai Qingxue just now, whether it was fists and kicks or swordsmanship, the image of himself being steadily pushed down by Bai Qingxue all the time, Yi Engshi sighed and said. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingxue was suddenly glowing. The veil she wore over her face had long since been removed. The expression on his face was captured by Yi Engshi's afterglow. This caused Yi Engshi's eyes to soften. He knew Bai Qingxue, she definitely wouldn't show this kind of look in front of a stranger. But soon, Bai Qingxue's complexion gradually became a few degrees colder. The gap between the earth immortal realm and the nascent soul realm can be more than that. If I use my full strength just now, your 9 lives won't even be enough. Fine. Then disciple thanks Elder Bai for not killing him, Yi Engshi said with a faint smile. Strike that. Then he stood up from the grass and went straight towards Luna and the winged willow sword. Disciple? Elder? Bai Qingxue also sat up violently from the grass, looking at Yi Engshi's fading back, just felt a pang of sourness in his heart. There was no one around at the moment, but he still called himself a disciple and an elder. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to alienate yourself? He can obviously be intimate with that woman Lu Wanga. Why is he so distant from himself? Could it be that I'm not as good as that woman? Lu Wangu? There is no such possibility. In terms of looks, I'll never lose to her. In terms of status, she's not as good as me. In terms of strength, she's even worse. Between thoughts, Bai Qingxue silently looked down with a slightly gloomy look in her eyes. To say the place where one could lose to that woman Lu Wangu, there was and is only this point. But it wasn't like there was anything she could do to change that. A feeling of powerlessness hit Bai Qingxue. Catch! Yi Enqi's words suddenly reached his ears, causing Bai Qingxue to lose all her thoughts and raise her eyes to see that her winged willow sword suddenly flung itself at her. It's a good thing Bai Qingxue's instinctive reaction wasn't slow enough for her brain to react. His hand had then grasped the flying winged willow sword steadily. Yi Enqi is standing at the cliff, shaking his head helplessly after seeing Bai Qingxue grabbing the winged willow sword but still not saying a word. She really likes to be so cold and violent with people. Disciple will leave first. Yi Enqi raised his hand and arched it Bai Qingxue. Then he headed for the stone steps of the lower walkway hill. This place was covered with a forbidden air formation. Yi Enqi's cultivation was not high. It was difficult for him to cross the limitations of this formation. It's only on 2 feet. Don't want to. A white shadow suddenly appeared in front of his eyes and Bai Qingxue, who had been on the other side of the party, suddenly appeared in front of Yi Enqi's eyes. One hand was against Yi Enqi's waist, and the other hand was held on Yi Enqi's neck at some point. So fast. Looking at Bai Qingxue who suddenly appeared in front of him, Yi Enqi was secretly horrified in his heart. He didn't capture any of Bai Qingxue's movements at all. She had appeared as if she were a ghost, and if this man were an enemy, well, wouldn't he now? But fortunately, the enemies who were against him in the lower realm and had deep grudges had basically been exterminated by himself. It didn't give the haters a chance to soar. Otherwise, if he hadn't ascended until now, he would have started hundreds of years too late. Definitely not a match for those enemies. As long as he keeps his head down for the rest of his life and doesn't make new enemies or foes, then you can live your life in peace. Thinking of this, Yi Enqi suddenly shuddered a little, and an image floated before his eyes that was the second woman he initiated a breakup with. There's something peculiar about her. Her parents died when she was young, and if it wasn't for a white tiger monster that raised her as its own child, she was afraid that she wouldn't have the life to meet Yi Enqi. But also because of being raised by the white tiger demon beast, she was incredibly withdrawn, berserk, and the type of person who blows up at the slightest hint. As a result, a number of innocent people died tragically at her hands. Yi Enqi also didn't know how she cultivated, and at a young age she had already stepped into the 8th realm. Even among the younger generation of the 100 regions, they are the proud girls who can participate in the peak competition and rank high. The reason why I met her was because a town near the Questioning Sword sect was finished being exterminated at that time. The Questioning Sword sect naturally couldn't do nothing, so they let Yi Enqi lead the team, bringing a group of senior brothers and sisters with good cultivation to investigate. That's why Yi Enqi had a meeting with her. At the beginning, Yi Enqi is cynical and deadly towards her. Although she was strong, she didn't have much of a brain, so she was naturally no match for Yi Enqi. And what's more, Yi Enqi wasn't the only one present at that time. There were also many other senior brothers and sisters with low cultivation levels. Even if Yi Enqi was not defeated, it would be difficult for her to escape. Unexpectedly, just as Yi Enqi was planning to exterminate her, that white tiger demonic beast that raised her showed up. Hurricane is a 12-realm great demon. Yi Ense. Bai Qingxue's voice suddenly rang out, causing the memories that surfaced in Yi Enqi's mind to subside. Thoughts also returned to reality. At this moment, Bai Qingxue was standing in front of him, with a hint of anger on her absolutely beautiful face. The eyes were staring coldly at him. Elder Bai, what's wrong? Yi Enqi said with a lowered brow. It couldn't be helped that his current cultivation level was too low to go against Bai Qingxue, an earthy mortal realm powerhouse. It's not going to be pretty. It's okay to be appropriately submissive and obedient to your heart. Looking at Yi Enqi's demeanor and listening to the words he spoke, Bai Qingxue couldn't help but feel a nameless fire welling up in her heart. It was obvious that she was right in front of Yi Enqi, but it was as if he didn't see her. Look at his eyes, clearly thinking of other women. After associating it with the image of Yi Enqi and that woman Lu Wangu together 3 days ago, no need to ask more. 9 times out of 10, he was thinking about Lu Wangu. Chapter 16, Late Nascent Soul Realm. Seeing that Yi Enqi was even showing a low brow to himself, Bai Qingxue's teeth couldn't help but clench up, vaguely feeling the urge to bite an entire nose off of him. The next instant, Bai Qingxue expressionlessly stretched out her hands against Yi Enqi's face. 2 fingers pushed the corners of Yi Enqi's eyes up a bit, and the other 2 followed suit by raising the corners of Yi Enqi's mouth upwards. Looking at the culprit in front of him who had made a move on his face, Yi Enqi's mind was filled with doubts, but there were no more questions, and he stood fixedly in place. Wanted to see what Bai Qingxue was going to say first. Next breath, Bai Qingxue, who had all 10 fingers on Yi Engxi's face. One hand suddenly shifted to the back of Yi Engxi's head, while the other hand was holding on to Yi Engxi's waist, his toes slightly on tiptoe. Looking at Bai Qingxue's face that came closer, Yi Engxi subconsciously closed his eyes. A few moments later, suddenly feeling a slight pain sensation coming from his lips, Yi Engxi's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. She, in fact, bit on it? You've just ascended, and you're a new disciple to the sect, so you should cultivate properly. Don't waste any more time on people who don't matter, especially that woman called Lu Wanga. Bai Qingxue stepped back a few steps, and after seeing the look on Yi Engxi's face, her eyes couldn't help but bend a little. Then he put up the stance of the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall again and continued. When you step into the human immortal realm, this elder can break the rules and allow you to enter the Law Enforcement Hall. If you have more than just doubts about your cultivation, you can come to the Law Enforcement Hall to find me, and as an elder, I will solve your problems one by one. Say it. Bai Qingxue casually waved her hand in front of her, and a white muslin appeared on her face. It covers the face below the eyes. Footwork. Then he turned into a stream of light and flew away from the Xingtao mountain. Only Yi Engxi, who had one hand against his lips and whose eyes were still somewhat wise, was left standing there alone, looking at Bai Qingxue, who had long since disappeared without a trace. Yi Engxi raised the hand against his lips to his eyes, and the blood on his fingers was instantly reflected in his eyes. I didn't mess with her either, did I? Yi Engxi thought carefully about his encounter with Bai Qingxue after ascension so far, and then, after associating it with what Bai Qingxue had just said about Lu Wanga, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He would have been forced to do that. Of course, it was just forced. Well, 3 days ago it was also forced by the master. Cam. Thinking of these days of ascending to the heavenly realm, I have been persecuted by 3 women in succession. Yi Engxi, who had already cultivated his body for more than 200 years, couldn't help but burst out. Then his face clouded over again. Now it's like this just a few days after ascending up, and just after running into 3 ex-doctors. Wouldn't it be a good idea to run into those ex-couples in a few days or so? Yi Engxi winced, and his expression followed suit, as if he had made some sort of determination. A good horse is ridden, and a weak man is bullied by a woman. To get through the day, a man must be self-reliant. Get stronger. Close the door immediately. Yi Engxi hurriedly left Xingdao Mountain and did not return to his assigned cave. Instead, he went to the cache first. After all, the last time he hadn't picked out any feats, immortal arts or whatever, he was caught by Lu Wanga. And then he let Bai Qingxue bring it to Xingdao Mountain. This is a 3-day stay, although the feats are already available. Immortal arts, higher order body techniques, and so on. Yi Engxi isn't even looking for it yet, because of my last visit to the book depository, resulting in Yi Engxi going to the book depository with caution this time. The sense of stealing was extremely strong, and he had been questioned in turn by several senior brothers and sisters with armbands. Fortunately, this was all a minor hiccup and did not affect Yi Engxi's choice of immortal arts. In the end, he chose 2 immortal arts from the lower 3 floors of the book depository on merit to transcribe. The paper on which the transcriptions were made was supplied by the staff of the book depository. Said more than half a month paper transcription of the immortal arts will disappear, and specially instructed Yi Engxi without permission shall not be disseminated. Otherwise, they will all be dealt with as traitors to the clan, abolishing their cultivation and expelling them from the Dao Sword sect. Red Bamboo Forest. Looking at the empty mansion in front of him, Yi Engxi was relieved. Finally no one came to continue bothering him. After thinking about it, Yi Engxi's mind moved. A circular compass instantly flew out from the storage ring and floated above Yi Engxi's propped-up palm. With Yi Engxi's single thought, a small flag of different colors flew out from the compass, successively rooted into the ground in different directions of the red bamboo gold. Yi Engxi kept swinging his hands in front of his body. An ancient white pattern soon manifested from in front of his body, only to be slapped to the ground by Yi Engxi. Not the next instant, the ancient white pattern that originally manifested in front of Yi Engxi's body, instantly reflecting on the entire center of the red bamboo forest. Many red bamboos even fluttered on their own without wind. Yi Engxi clapped his hands and looked at the red bamboo forest around him before walking towards the mansion nestled here. Although these formations were brought up from the 100 regions, the probability is that it can't trap cultivators with high strength in the Skywalker realm. But in the end, it was able to make Yi Engxi's heart feel a lot more solid. The cave assigned to the outer disciples doesn't look too big, but basically the facilities are there. The moment after Yi Engxi stepped into the cultivation room, the immortal gathering formation engraved here began to take effect. The immortal chi that permeated the heaven and earth rushed towards the depths of the red bamboo forest. In a short while, Yi Engxi, who hadn't even started cultivating yet, felt a surge of refreshment. It was nourished by the rich immortal energy. In the corner of the training room, there is another alcove that. It had the same wonderful use as the cultivation room of the 100 regions. I just don't know if the notches for stuffing spirit stones in, or immortal stones. Being new to the world, Yi Unshi didn't know much about the Skywalker realm. Phew. Yi Unshi took a light breath. So he put aside the rest of his distractions and sat down on the ground, starting to cultivate. Soon, the immortal chi that was pulled here by the immortal gathering formation then began to madly surge into Yi Unshi's body. It was as if they had found a cathartic outlet. To Yi Unshi's surprise, every pore of oneself seemed to be constantly sucking in immortal chi, and the effect was extremely remarkable. In the Dantian, it should have been a sea of spirit, but at this moment it was like a fairyland, surrounded by immortal mist, and there was even less trace of spiritual power in the spiritual sea. And what was there was just a more pure and powerful immortal power. As more and more immortal chi converged into the Dantian, the immortal mist that floated above the ocean turned into liquid and fell into the immortal sea one after another. Yi Unshi could clearly sense that the immortal power was soaring. Just when everything was in an orderly progression, Yi Unshi suddenly felt a terrifying burning sensation begin to appear at his Dantian. The burning sensation instantly filled the whole body, like being in a sea of fire. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Yi Unshi, having experienced it just 3 days ago, when it is scorched by 3 kinds of heavenly fire. He couldn't take it and fainted, but there was no heavenly flame present at this moment. Yi Unshi clenched his teeth and his consciousness instantly dived into his Dantian, trying to find out what went wrong. Don't want to. Just now it was a blue sea of immortal energy. At the moment the colors are constantly changing back and forth between gold and blue. A round golden sun followed at some point in the Dantian cave. No, it was not a golden round sun. Instead, it was a giant demonic beast with golden flames all over its body and its entire body curled up into one piece. It looked a little like a phoenix, and a little similar to the legendary vermilion bird. Thinking of what Master Su Qingmo had said about his own physique earlier, Yi Unshi's heart stirred. According to his master, his physique was originally the so-called immortal blazing sun body, inextricably linked to the immortals. It's just that I don't know that after having my physique energized by the 3 kinds of heavenly flames, his own physique has no master teacher. Su Qingmo said that the reverse blood returned to the ancestor. With this thought, the burning sensation on his body grew stronger and stronger. The whole thing seemed to be melting into a puddle. Yi Unshi's face showed pain, but he still clenched his teeth and held on. There wasn't anything like the last time the 3 kinds of heavenly flame scorches fainted and passed out. I don't know how much time has passed. The burning sensation on his body finally subsided, and Yi Unshi, who was clenching his teeth tightly, then secretly sighed in relief. Open your eyes. Her robes had long been soaked with sweat, and her long hair was incomparably wet, as if it had fallen into the water. Luckily, Yi Unshi didn't care too much, but instead felt his body lighten up like never before. The speed of sucking up the immortal chi that permeated this place went to the next level. And that's not all. The speed in refining immortal chi into immortal power followed suit. What surprised Yi Unshi even more was that his flesh was also hammered by the burning sensation that bubbled up in the party. The strength of his physical body was estimated to have reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm. This is a proper spiritual and physical dual cultivation. No, it should be said that it is the immortal body dual cultivation. When he had just ascended, Yi Unshi's physical body strength was actually not too high. It could barely reach close to the 14th realm. But now after the heavenly fire and just hammering this progress, if those body cultivators knew about it, they wouldn't know how much they'd hate the sky for being unfair. After packing up his mood, Yi Unshi this began to internalize the Dantian cave, which does not know. One look at it was a shock. The immortal sea that immortal power had gathered into had turned into a golden immortal sea at this moment. Even the immortal chi floating above the immortal sea, which had yet to be refined into immortal power, turned golden, because of the misty shapes that became visualized. After turning golden, it looked like a golden flame, and the unknown demonic beasts that appeared above the immortal sea earlier had already disappeared. It never seems to come up. If it were not for the fact that the Dantian and the physical body had undergone a heavenly change, Yi Unshi really thought that everything before was a fantasy dream. Open your eyes. Looking at the self-propelled clock hanging on the wall, Yi Unshi's eyes couldn't help but widen a few points. 3 more days had actually passed. Obviously he only felt about 2 hours past. Thinking about it, Yi Unshi still ended his short cultivation. Late Nashan realm. Looking at a long stone pillar in front of him, after a golden line at the exact center spread to the late nascent soul realm word then stopped. Yi Unshi opened his mouth. Kenshuyu pillar. I don't know which genius in the Skywalker world invented it. It was only necessary to fully instill all of one's immortal power into the cultivation identification pillar. which would allow every immortal cultivator to clearly know their cultivation realm. This thing helped quite a few cultivators who had ascended from the lower realms and didn't have much of an eye. Even though Yi Engshi already knew that he was likely to break through the realm before he left the cultivation room, but that was only considered to be reaching the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. It didn't even occur to me that I would reach the late stage of the Naxian realm. In just 3 days, I broke 2 small realms in a row. In the past Yi Engshi wouldn't even dare to imagine. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to raise it is. 9 times out of 10, it's because the physique has been activated by the master. Yi Engshi muttered. Next, Yi Engshi then wanted to start working on practicing the 2 immortal arts that he had copied from the book depository. After all, what was transcribed could only exist for 15 days, and 3 days had passed. There isn't much time to waste anymore. Don't want to. The entire red bamboo forest shook violently. The formation laid down by Yi Engshi 3 days ago followed suit and manifested itself. In a form visible to the naked eye, it appeared in Yi Engshi's line of sight. Who is it? Chapter 17. You can't. Outside the red bamboo forest, led by a woman with a green robe and red stripes, about 20 or so Dao Sword Sect outer disciples were located in front of the red bamboo forest. Most faces were filled with indignation. The woman at the head of the group had a cold color in front of all of them, and the sharp blade in her hand raised. It was a sword strike at the red bamboo forest in front of him. A sword sound rang out. A dozen red bamboos in front of her snapped at the sound of a voice. The breaks were neatly organized and the path hidden in the dense bamboo suddenly came into view. But before the person outside the bamboo forest could make a move, a blue light flooded the bamboo forest. The next instant, hundreds of sword chi burst out in unison, leaving trails in midair. He charged straight towards the 20 or so people outside the red bamboo forest. There's more than one illusion formation. There is also a protective formation and a killing formation. So be careful. A man drank softly. Hundreds of sword chi came to kill in unison. However, he couldn't get half an inch on the crowd of Dao Sword Sect's outer disciples. Soon, the sword chi was then dispersed. The woman at the head of the group gripped the hilt of the sword in her hand tightly and took a step towards the path revealed by the red bamboo forest. The rest of the Taoist Sword Sect's outer disciples glanced at each other, and without too much hesitation, then he followed the woman in charge. Together, they walked toward the path revealed by the red bamboo forest. The woman at the head of the group was named Tang Tranquility, and was not very famous within the entire Dao Sword Sect, but it was also a famous figure when placed in the outer sect. One of the top 10 strongest people in the outer sect of the Dao Sword Sect, ranked 5th. There are quite a few outer sect elders who think highly of her. It was basically believed that it would take less than a few decades for her to ascend to the inner sect and become a seat disciple. This was undoubtedly a sign of recognizing Tang Tranquility's talent and strength. Who is trespassing in this seat's cave? Just as Tang Tranquility and the others had just stepped into that one path in the red bamboo forest, a voice suddenly came from all directions. It made it impossible to lock on to the other side's exact location for a moment, and the words were accompanied by some psychic attacks. It caused a few outer disciples with weak spiritual awareness to become dizzy and nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he was held up by the people around him, which prevented him from making a public spectacle of himself. Who is hiding his head and tail? Why don't you quickly show yourself? A female disciple's expression was icy cold as she snapped. She was one of the outer disciples who had nearly made a public spectacle of herself just now, but the words just fell. Tang Tranquility, who was walking at the front, suddenly moved her feet. The entire person appeared beside the female disciple who spoke as if she were a ghost. A sword chopped out. A red bamboo sticks to the female disciple's feet. After feeling some slight pain coming from her neck, the female disciple subconsciously touched it and the finger-stained blood was soon visible. Looking down again at the section of red bamboo at her feet, the face of the female disciple who had spoken earlier bristled and, getting pale as hell. The speed of this intercepted red bamboo was so fast that most of the outer disciples failed to notice it. And if it wasn't for Tang Tranquility's hand, the female disciple who had just spoken was afraid that she would have to land a serious injury without dying. Thank you, Senior Sister Tang, the female disciple said gratefully. Tang Tranquility didn't pay any attention, her eyes staring straight ahead at the end of the path blocked by the red bamboo. A few moments later, the red bamboos blocking the path shifted and changed places on their own, and the length of that path became more and more elongated. A man who was also wearing a green robe with red stripes, the clothing of an outer disciple of the Dao Sword Sect, suddenly appearing on that trail. Step by step, he walked towards Tang Tranquility and the others. Each step he took didn't look like it took too much force. However, every footstep caused was clearly transmitted into the ears of Tang Tranquility's crowd, who, as the man stopped his pace, a hurricane instantly spread out in all directions. The red bamboos around them were induced to keep swaying, bent by the wind. The bamboo leaves had touched the ground. The man was erect. about 1 meter 86 in height, and his physique was even more perfect. The head of long black hair was bound in locks by a green hairband that fell like a waterfall to cover the back of her neck. The face looked about 22 or 23 years old, handsome, and the eyes even faintly emitted a light golden flame. He just stood alone in front of Tang Tranquility's crowd, but by virtue of Fang's means, the light actually overshadowed the crowd of outer disciples in terms of aura. Looking at Yi Engshi ahead, Tang Tranquility couldn't help but frown, feeling the immortal power within this person's body. His cultivation should be around the late stage of the nascent soul realm, but a late stage of the nascent soul realm could burst out with Fang's attack? With Tang Tranquility's eyesight, he could naturally see that the section of red bamboo had merely been kicked out by someone's casual foot, and of the 20 or so disciples present, all of them were at the nascent soul realm except for her. The first target of that red bamboo was even the late stage of the nascent soul realm, but even so, the female disciple still failed to react. If the real cultivation of this person in front of him was really at the late nascent soul realm, that would be too terrifying. A casual strike could kill an immortal cultivator of the same realm. Could it not be terrifying? What? Dumb? Seeing that none of the 20-odd people in front of him spoke, Yi Engshi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in dissatisfaction and said, "You have the guts to trespass into my cave, but you don't have the guts to speak in front of me?" Earlier, Yi Engshi had called himself this seat, all because he was used to calling himself in the 100 regions. Now after remembering that it was in the heavenly realm, he naturally changed his words. This statement was made. More than 20 outer disciples looked at Tang Tranquility in unison, and Tang Tranquility couldn't help but take a light breath when she felt it. The heart was speechless to the core. You were all outraged when this man didn't give himself up. I can't wait to get a head start on this one. It is indeed improper for outer disciple Tang Tranquility to trespass here without informing his senior disciple, and hereby apologize to Shifu. When Tang Tranquility said that, she placed one hand against her abdomen and dryly bowed to Yi Engshi. This made Yi Engshi's emotions somewhat moderate on his face, but his eyes seemed to be turned on as if he had turned on his self-targeting. Without leaving a trace, he swept his eyes at the other's snow-white intent. After reacting, Yi Engshi couldn't help but curse himself for being unproductive. Obviously, there have been so many lovers, and this one in front of me is called Tang Tranquility. With the face value it doesn't even rank in the top 20. There's also an advantage in that area. But it's not as if one has self-targeting on, is it? Oh, did you forget to turn it off before? That's okay. It was good that Tang Tranquility didn't feel Yi Engshi's line of sight, and when she stood up straight, then his face became expressionless again. But the movement of senior brother's cultivation is a bit too great. For a full 3 days, all the immortal chi within a 5-mile radius from this place was drawn to this place. We cultivated with little effect, and that's how we got here. Hearing this, Yi Engshi, whose face had only improved because of Tang Tranquility's apology, it was a little less pretty again at the moment. Coldly, the path of cultivation is all about you fighting and me snatching, and if you can't snatch it, it's just that you can't. So what's wrong with me? I'm afraid that it's not that we can't snatch it, but that someone has used some tricks. The female disciple standing behind Tang Tranquility said in a cold voice. It was the female outer sect disciple who had narrowly escaped being injured by a piece of red bamboo just now. Means? Yi Engshi frowned in disbelief. Cultivating normally in a cultivation room. Is that the means? The female disciple chortled. The use of formations above the innate level is forbidden in the clan's residence, and the immortal gathering formation is among them. It's fine if senior brother doesn't know about it, but if he knowingly violates the law, then I can only report to the law enforcement hall. To the law enforcement department? Yi Engshi's eyes became a bit strange as he looked at the female disciple. I don't know what kind of look this person will reveal when he knows that I am quite close to the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. But, based on the other party's words, Yi Engshi also counted on figuring out what these people were trespassing on his residence for. Figuring that it should be because the commotion triggered by his cultivation over the past 3 days was too great, pulling all the immortal chi from a 5-mile radius, causing these people to be unable to properly cultivate. And then these people don't believe they're capable of so much. It was then associated with the immortal gathering formation above the innate order. That's why he came to the door with righteous indignation. Don't say. Apart from some discrepancies in some parts of Yi Engshi's speculation, the fact was really like this. After all, the residence arranged by the sect for the disciples was all about the details. If someone is sucking up heaven and earth immortal chi to draw out 70 cyclones upwards, basically, they will be placed in the very best areas. The extreme region is small in terms of people and land, but it's better because of the abundance of immortal energy. It was entirely possible for these geniuses who sucked in heaven and earth's immortal chi fast to cultivate, and it would not affect others. And Yi Engshi here belongs to the outer disciple cave superior area, although the spiritual energy is also rich. but there were still too many people, and the immortal chi that permeated the heavens and earth simply didn't have time to derive again. It is only natural that this would happen nowadays. This is also because Jiangxi was directly recruited into the Daojian sect. It has not been tested for cultivation. Sure, this was something Jiangxi didn't know, and Tang Tranquility and the others didn't know that Jiangxi hadn't gone through a cultivation test. It was natural to think that Jiangxi used an immortal gathering formation of the innate order or higher. Back to the main topic. Seeing that Jiangxi didn't say anything for a long time, that female disciple's temper grew even more, walking straight to Tang Tranquility. What? Dumb, after I told you the truth? I do not lay down an immortal gathering formation of the innate order or higher, nor do we have the strength to set up an array of this rank for the time being. Jiangxi said. That female disciple didn't think that Jiangxi was not going to admit it even after reaching this point. Exasperated, her fingers pointing at Jiangxi were trembling. Yes or no? Wouldn't it be over if you let us into your cave to check it out? An outer disciple in the back said. That female disciple immediately brightened up after hearing that, and walked towards Jiangxi. One side chimed in. That's it. Why don't we just go in and check it out? Quickly get out of the way. Otherwise you have something in mind. Seeing that the good-looking female disciple getting closer and closer to him, Jiangxi's face became more and more ugly. There's a truth that whether it's in the Skywalker realm, the 100 realms, or whatever strange worlds, that's all universal. Never let anyone know you're a bully. If the first time you are bullied, and you hold back and take a step back, then the more the other person will stomp on you, the more they bully you to death, because the other side already knows you're a good bully. Therefore, Jiangxi didn't hold back. Instead, he clenched his hand into a fist and took a step out. Roar! A voice like a beast hissing suddenly rang out. A white tiger with a white flaming aura all over its body suddenly appeared on Jiangxi. It completely enveloped its figure. As Jiangxi struck out with his fist, the white tiger followed suit with a palm strike. The female disciple, even though she reacted to but she couldn't even use a powerful defensive immortal art in her haste. He was beaten straight to 100 feet away and smashed into a mountain stone wall, and there were even more cracks at the stone wall. The white tiger with white flames gradually dissipated, and Jiangxi's figure reappeared in the eyes of Tang Tranquility's crowd. If you and the others bring people from the law enforcement hall to check out my cave, it's fine. But you can't. Chapter 18, waiting for us here. All the outer disciples, including Tang Tranquility, froze. No one expected Jiangxi to make a move, and so crisp and clean that there's no semblance of shaking before you do it. And after hearing what Jiangxi said, most of the outer disciples' faces became ugly. The words are good. He is ironically trying to stall for time, so that he can remove the immortal gathering formation from the cave. At that time, even the law enforcement hall won't be able to find out. Go together, take him under control and then check him out. At that time, I'll see how he can weasel his way out of this. Then senior brother, I'll go to the law enforcement hall's people first, so that he doesn't say anything about non-compliance again. A man with a clean-cut appearance frowned and retreated behind the crowd. He said. After saying that, he left straight towards the outside of the red bamboo forest, and should have gone to seek the people from the law enforcement hall. In response, the others did not say much, but instead, each of them executed their own means and attacked Jiangxi in unison. A brown bear as big as 5 or 6 feet suddenly appeared in the red bamboo forest. The female disciple who had just been sent flying out by Jiangxi's punch appeared above the brown bear's head. The eyes that looked at Jiangxi were filled with killing intent. Give me, smash! The woman bellowed. As the woman's words fell, the brown bear's hands instantly clasped together into one piece. And then it slammed down against Jiangxi's location. The fist hadn't even gotten close yet, but the wind caused by the punch had already washed over Jiangxi's body. His face was being washed by the wind of the fists, so much so that a slight stinging sensation was starting to come from it. Knowing that nowadays, Jiangxi's physical body strength alone had already reached the level of the Naxian realm, but the wind of the fist alone can make Jiangxi feel a slight stinging sensation. One could imagine how serious this female disciple was about this move that she had elicited without saying a word. 11 out of 10 is not right. Definitely used full force. Boom! The brown bear's clasped fist slammed into the ground, and a loud roar suddenly rang out. The ground became torn apart, and the surrounding red bamboos broke off one after another, and in a short time the large red bamboo forest then emptied into a large space. But the female disciple standing on the brown bear's head didn't show a happy face. Instead, his face was still a little hard. Under the full force of her jutsu, Jiangxi was actually able to disappear under her eyes. This led to the square that the blow did not hit Jiangxi. How does that make her face look? The accuracy and power are good, but the speed is much slower. At that moment, a voice suddenly entered his ears. It caused the female disciple standing on the brown bear's head to change her face. The next instant, a green-robed Yi Engshi suddenly appeared in front of her. Its fist grew even larger after her eyes. Roar! When Yi Engshi's fist landed on that female disciple's face, a white tiger silhouette bubbling with white flame gas violently appeared behind the female disciple and let out a low roar. Next breath, a large crater then appeared on the ground in the distance. The female disciple was clearly lying in a large pit in a large zigzag shape. The whole face has been sunken in a bit, blood staining the whole face. It looks like it's been disfigured. If it weren't for the fact that its belly was still heaving up and down, Yi Engshi really thought that the female disciple had been ed to death by his punch. Looking at his fist that was still bubbling with white flame gas, Yi Engshi was a bit surprised. He had only wanted to beat that female disciple down. 2. There was no desire to beat the other side into the shape they are in now. Well said at least. We are the same door brother and sister If there is not too much hatred, there is no need to fight to the death. Therefore, this punch Yi Engshi only used about 3 points of force. Who would have thought that this 3-point force punch would be comparable to the one he had exerted with all his might in the 100 domains? It seems that it should be due to the transformation of spiritual power into immortal power. It caused the might that erupted from those lower realm means of mind to be taken to the next level. Yi Engshi thought. Yi Engshi, who originally faced so many outer disciples alone and didn't have much of a bottom in his heart. It's already coming at the moment. If all the other outer disciples were of the same caliber as this female disciple, that would be 1 against 2 dozen. And the advantage is in your own hands. It's a long story, but it wasn't until Yi Engshi punched that female disciple to the point where she could hardly move. It was only 4 or 5 breaths. Tang Tranquility and the other group of outer disciples saw that one brown bear gradually disappearing. Yi Engshi, however, still floated over the image of the red bamboo forest before completely putting away his contempt. Everyone pay attention. This person has some ability, placed in the outer sect. It also has the strength to be in the top 50. A man spoke up and warned. Strike that. He then took the lead and rose into the air, a sword finger slashing out and a blue blade then appeared beside him. The next instant, that one blue sword blade suddenly transformed into dozens of channels, and as that male disciple pointed out with a single finger, all together, they rushed towards Yi Engshi. The sound of breaking air continued, and the sound of the sword reached Yi Engshi's ears. Yi Engshi didn't hold his head high, and with a thought, the crescent moon appeared in his hand. Monstrous sword intent spread out from him. An illusory sword shadow manifested around Yi Engshi, and as the immortal power surged out of Yi Engshi's body, the sword shadow instantly solidified. Greeting the male disciples, dozens of blue sword blades killed in unison. In an instant, sonic booms sounded one after another over the red bamboo forest, the strong air currents getting stronger in waves. The remaining 20 outer disciples also chose to engage Yi Engshi in close combat. The figures of more than 20 people flashed around in mid-air. Don't say it. Under siege by a dozen or so immortal cultivators of the same realm. Yi Engshi couldn't solve them in a short period of time. And they couldn't solve Yi Engshi in a short period of time either. Sword lights and shadows spread all over the sky, and the sound of swords chiming was unceasing. Instead, there was another person within the red bamboo forest, who hadn't gone to participate in the battle in the sky above. It was Tang Tranquility who had previously led the charge into the red bamboo forest. Standing in a forest of gradually recovering red bamboo, looking upwards at Yi Engshi's appearance in the sky, who still appeared to be at ease against more than 20 outer disciples, Tang Tranquility's eyes narrowed slightly. In Tang Tranquility's opinion, Yi Engshi was only at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and there were a full 10 late-stage nascent soul realms that surrounded Yi Engshi. Not to say it would end the fight in a hurry, but it wasn't so bad that Yi Engshi looked like he was still swimming, was it? Most importantly, from Tang Tranquility's eyes, the sword moves and stances that Yi Engshi was using, techniques, etc., were even more clumsy than half of the outer disciples, and did not resemble immortal techniques. The power that could be erupted was no less than a Hotian rank upper grade immortal technique. Is this because her eyesight is not good enough to see through the other party's means? Or does the other party have some secret method? Can it explode to 200% of its original power? Boom! The 2 outer disciples with the lowest cultivation level, only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, were caught by Yi Engshi. With a sword and a kick, he was knocked out of the air. 2 shallow pits once again appeared in the red bamboo forest. However, because it was Yi Engshi's hasty counterattack, they were not too traumatized, not to lose the ability to fight again, having just stood up from the shallow pit, and wanting to go back up to help the other brothers and sisters. Unlike, Tang Tranquility appeared between the 2, one hand on each of their shoulders, making it difficult for them to make a move. Both of them looked at Tang Tranquility in confusion. You guys are too weak. Even if you go up and fight again, you're just pulling the other's legs. I'm sorry, Don Tranquility said bluntly. Because of Tang Tranquility's strength, The two outer disciples didn't speak out in rebuttal, but in their hearts, they were extremely dissatisfied. In their opinion, Tang Tranquility as the strongest person among them did not take a shot at Yi Unshi even if this moment also said such words to. This is not diaphragm them? It was not clear which side Tang Tranquility was actually on, but after a while, the two were a little dumbfounded. Heaven. After not having those two outer disciples at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, the other strong outer disciples seem to have gotten stronger. Originally, Yi Unshi was still somewhat comfortable dealing with them, but at this moment, he began to struggle a bit. There were more cuts on his green robe, and several sword wounds had been opened on his skin, and blood began to spill from the wound. But these Yi Unshi didn't care. After all, they were all superficial wounds, and afterward, with some operation of immortal power, these sword wounds could be healed. It's over. An outer disciple who had been staying in the distance, lurking his figure amongst the rest of the people, had a smile on his face. Intertwine your hands in front of your body. The next instant, a firebird with red flames all over its body violently manifested from his head, and after letting out a low cry, a pair of fire wings then began to wave. The heat wave continued to strike in all directions, making the scenery over the red bamboo forest look a bit distorted, and after feeling the heat wave behind him, the people who had been deliberately blocking that outer disciple's figure with their own bodies earlier all smiled at this moment, spread out in all directions to the left and right. Obviously, they should have discussed their countermeasures when they struck out against Yi Unshi, otherwise it would never have moved back to the side so silently. At this moment, Yi Unshi was tangling with three outer disciples with strong sword skills. The moment the red flame firebird appeared, a massive burst of immortal power could be clearly perceived, but those three disciples formed a triangle to pin down Yi Unshi. Yi Unshi simply couldn't pull out and leave in a short period of time. After his afterglow saw the red flame firebird getting closer to him, Yi Unshi's gaze condensed. Instant storming. The crescent moon in his hand erupted with an ear-piercing sword sound. A sword landed heavily on top of the blade in a man's hand. The powerful chi caused the man to feel that his hand holding the sword was a bit numb. A slight unnatural color showed on his face, but he still held on. Didn't let Yi Unshi open a gap from his side. This made Yi Unshi smile, coldly sweeping his eyes over the other party as the fish-dragon transformation technique kept running. Immortal power poured out from his body. The thick and pure immortal energy actually formed a golden flame on its own, bursting out from Yi Unshi's body. This is what you guys are forcing me to do. I'm not afraid to die. I don't know if you guys are. The smile above Yi Unshi's handsome face became more and more intense, and his eyes seemed to carry some crazy colors. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Burn all my life source. Red wave slash." Who? In Yi Unshi's hand the 3-foot-long sword suddenly rose up with a golden flaming aura. Terrifying sword power emanated from Yi Unshi. Just by feeling the sword power on Yi Unshi's body, the three outer disciples who surrounded Yi Unshi in a triangular shape felt as if they were going to be torn apart. The faces changed in unison. In the next instant, they each flew back toward the rear. Although this person in front of me had set up the immortal gathering formation above the innate order to trigger the public's anger, but no one wants to fight this man for his life because of it. Unexpected. As the three of them flew back, the overpowering sword momentum on Yi Unshi's body vanished. Even the golden flame on the 3-foot-long sword dissipated with it, only to see Yi Unshi's feet move. A trail of residual shadows appeared behind him. The whole person then rushed towards the higher sky. Unsurprisingly, that long simmering killing move, the red flame firebird, fell short of the mark. It didn't do much damage to Yi Unshi. This made the faces of the three outer disciples who had been scared off just now turn a little pale, especially after feeling the gazes of the rest of the outer disciples fall on the three of them. They hated the fact that a crack appeared in the sky. It would allow the three of them to burrow in. They, having been deceived by Yi Unshi, the other party had no intention of fighting for their lives at all. It's just a bluff. I told you why he suddenly yelled out the name of the jutsu. Doesn't that put others on alert? Dare we wait here for us? Chapter 19, A dragon transforms into a dragon at the touch of wind and cloud. I told you why he suddenly yelled out the name of the jutsu. Doesn't that put others on alert? Dare we wait here for us? Sujin's face was ugly, and he hated it. He was one of the three people who were scared off by Yi Unshi just now. He was also one of the several people with the highest cultivation level among the more than 20 outer disciples who were now besieging Yi Unshi. After them, not to mention the fact that there are so many of us, yet we couldn't even take this man down when the law enforcement hall's men came. That's a lot of face to lose. Senior brothers and sisters, there's no need to take care of senior brother anymore. I'll be able to hold my own. And if not, I'll hide. Even if a senior brother or sister mistakenly injures senior brother will never complain. Seeing Yi Unshi's residual shadow disappearing above the clouds, a group of outer disciples had a word from you and a word from me. A consensus was soon reached again. After them, With Su Yan's words, the remaining 21 outer disciples rushed towards the clouds above in unison. No one retreats. I don't know. Every move they made was now being watched by Yi Ungshi above the clouds. A hand wiped over the top of the sword, and the immortal energy within his body began to ripple. Undeniably, they are indeed much tougher than those geniuses from the 100 regions. But alas, I don't know if they're outnumbered, so they have the illusion that they can outsmart us. Yi Ungshi looked towards Luna and murmured. The crescent moon in his hand seemed to understand, and the sword suddenly curved and it looked as if he was nodding in agreement with what Yi Ungshi had said. This caused Yi Ungshi's smile to grow thicker, and as soon as he did, he carried the blade behind him, pressing it against his own back. His feet stood on top of the clouds, and far from higher up. He looked down. It was as if Yi Ungshi was standing above the sea of clouds. Shape, Yi Ungshi said softly. In an instant, a mark of a different shape suddenly appeared in the clouds. Each emitted a faint golden light. The immortal energy within Yi Ungshi's dantian was also missing about 0.3% or so in this instant. The crescent moon, which had been affixed to his back, suddenly came out of his hand and break through an ancient pattern of different shapes that surfaced on your own. When the crescent moon passes through a pattern, that pattern demobilizes with it. Yi Ungshi slowly closed his eyes and gently raised one hand, seemingly feeling the breeze through the gap between his fingers. The other side, Sujin and the other outer disciples, who were rushing towards the clouds above the suddenly a terrifying fluctuation of immortal power was felt suddenly manifesting above the clouds. It gave them a lurch in speed, but seeing that none of the senior brothers and sisters around him stopped, the heart was a little more at ease. After all, he or she is feeling nothing. That should not be too much of a problem. Without realizing that this was what was going on in every one of their minds at the moment. Anon, a low dragon roar suddenly came down from above the clouds. A dragon's breath, which was accompanied by quite a bit of pressure, pressed down on Sujin and the other Dao Sword Sect's outer disciples in unison. Even Su Yan felt as if there were a few more mountains on his body for no reason at all. His body was heavy and incomparable, not to mention everyone else. In a split second, everyone is getting slower and slower, and the clouds above suddenly parted, and rays of dazzling golden light overpowered the sunlight and poured down, reflected on Sujin and the others. Such golden light that it forced their eyes to close up and a wall of invisible air surrounded his body, difficult to make a move. As Sujin and the others gathered their immortal energy above their eyes, it was only then that he resisted the stimulation of the dazzling golden light and opened his eyes. But the next instant, a long golden dragon with dazzling golden light emanating from its entire body was suddenly reflected in everyone's eyes. Just by looking down with that pair of dragon eyes, Su Yan, including the rest of the outer disciples' bodies, then gently trembled uncontrollably. The eyes followed suit and became much duller. Fortunately, Sujin's sea of consciousness was large and his mental power was strong enough, which made him come back to his senses after 10 breaths had passed, but he also began to pant heavily. Another means of attacking the sea of consciousness and spiritual power. If that person just took advantage of this 10 breaths to make a move on them. Thought of this, Su Yan then shuddered a little, especially after seeing the images of the other outer sect brothers and sisters who had not yet recovered from the spiritual attack on the sea of consciousness. Their hearts sank. At this point, Yi Ungshi appeared beside the long dragon that was emitting dazzling golden light all over its body and pressed down with a finger. The long golden dragon then let out a dragon roar once again, while its body continued to twist and turn, causing a gust of strong wind. It swooped down towards Su Yan and the others, knowing that only Su Yan was awake among the 20-odd outer sect disciples under the clouds at this moment. Feel the explosive immortal power contained in the golden dragon again. If this blow is carried out, the 20 or so outer disciples, including Su Jin, would surely perish if they did not have a life-protecting spiritual treasure. Moreover, let's not even talk about whether or not he has come back to his senses. At this moment, Su Jin, after coming back to his senses, there was no way to break free of the wall of air that bound his entire body in a short period of time. There is no way to avoid it, much less defend against it. Those who could withstand it were only powerful physical cultivators, right? We're all fellow disciples, so why do we have to do this? Su Yan gritted his teeth, shouted to Yi Ungshi above his head, but Yi Ungshi didn't say anything. He just had an expressionless face and a pair of eyes that gazed at him coldly, like looking at a dead man. Su Yan shuddered. The eyes that looked at Yi Ungshi were full of fear. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and, hastily twisting his head, his body's immortal power gathered in front of his mouth. He shouted to Tang Tranquility, whose figure could be vaguely seen underneath. Senior sister save me. Located in the red bamboo forest, Tang Tranquility, who was already a bit eager to try in her heart, heard the words, couldn't suppress the desire to fight with the strong anymore. Leap. A cracking sound came out from the soles of his feet, causing a wave of a cyclone and stepping into the wind. In a short while, He had arrived at the top of Suzhen and the other 20 or so outer disciples. One hand reached for his waist. The next instant, a sword blade emitting scarlet aura appeared at its waist position, its body covered by a scabbard. But the overriding sense is not masked. Good. Among the outer sect, besides those few, one more person I can draw my sword on. The smile on Tang Tranquility's white face grew thicker and thicker. The corners of both mouths were raised to an even greater degree than the average person could do. The corners of both mouths were grinning down to the earlobes. Is that really a human face? Yi Engshi, who was standing at the center of the broken cloud layer, after seeing Tang Tranquility appear at the upper head of the group of outer disciples, his face was expressionless with more than a little smirk. This technique of transforming into a dragon at the first sign of wind and clouds, it was obtained by Yi Engshi in a legacy relic in the 100 regions. At first, he didn't know what grade this technique's self-assessed innate rank extreme grade was. After all, the 100 domains didn't have this kind of grade. I only know that this technique is particularly powerful. That is, when one enters the 13th realm. It was still not cast until it drained all of his psychic energy when it was cast, and it wasn't even the full picture. Therefore, it was used by Yi Engshi as one of the bottom cards. Yi Engshi would not perform this method in the 100 regions unless it was absolutely necessary. But today, it was only after realizing the Tianxing boundary item rank that Yi Engshi realized exactly what this technique was. It was actually an immortal law. Even though his cultivation had already reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, he still consumed 3/10 of his immortal energy when he cast it. This casting was also the first time that Yi Engshi had seen this immortal law in its entirety. Nowadays, after casting one of his few undercurrents, Yi Engshi certainly wouldn't simply kill Su Yan and the other outer disciples. Does he remember that there is still one person in the red bamboo forest? The one who had been giving him a sense of threat enough to jeopardize his own life. It was the green-robed woman who was now at the top of Su Zhen's group of outer disciples. Let me see the strength of the geniuses of the upper realm. Yi Engshi whispered to himself. The moment. The golden dragon had already swooped down to a position 50 feet away from Tang Tranquility. Its dragon might, sea of consciousness attack and ability to bind others had all been reproduced in Tang Tranquility one by one. Even Tang Tranquility could feel as if he had a few more peaks on his body. There were even more walls of air at her periphery that were constricting her movements. The sea of consciousness followed suit, causing her to lose her concentration for a moment. But these didn't make Tang Tranquility feel fearful, but rather an unprecedented sense of excitement. I'm suddenly somewhat convinced now that you're relying on yourself to pull in that huge amount of immortal energy. Tang Tranquility looked at the long golden dragon. It seemed to be able to see through it to the general murmuring of Yi Engshi further up. Unfortunately, Yi Engshi didn't hear it. The sound of her murmuring was long drowned out in the commotion caused by the long golden dragon. But Tang Tranquility didn't care. With one hand gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist, and a slight red mist beginning to fill his eyes. Perhaps affected by the strong wind, the red mist in her eyes began to spread towards the corners of her eyes on its own. 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet. Tang Tranquility's small mouth opened slightly, and a turbid red mist gushed out of it. The sword blade at his waist was slowly sheathed. The next instant, Yi Engshi only felt a fresh breeze blowing across his face, and a scarlet sword aura emerged in front of his eyes. A tingling sensation began to emanate from his left cheek. Then, as if a raindrop had fallen on the spot where the stinging sensation had come from the cheek, Yi Engshi could clearly perceive that this raindrop was flowing down. Boom! Under Yi Engshi's gaze, on the long golden dragon that was swooping down. Suddenly there was an additional neatly organized scarlet sword mark. In a split second, the golden dragon transformed into a sharp sword emitting dazzling golden light. It began to charge back towards Yi Engshi's location. Eventually, it all converged in front of Yi Engshi's body, shining with golden light, and when the golden light dispersed, it then formed the shape of a crescent moon. Luna seemed to know that she had suffered a defeat, and her sword bent a little, and he looked like a little kid with his head down, not daring to look at Yi Engshi. Yi Engshi raised his hand and gently wiped it over the cheek that was sending a tingling sensation, then swept it away. A smear of blood appeared on his finger. Not surprising Yi Engshi, after a moment of silence, then he reached out and gave Luna 2 gentle taps. Seems to be relieved. This made Luna's bent body straighten up again and it then turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Yi Engshi's body. This sword of yours is very spiritual. No surprises, when it is a growable spirit weapon, right? A voice, slightly thin and soft, came from the rear, burrowing into the ears of making Yi Engshi nod lightly. Turn around. A green-robed Tang Tranquility was standing behind him. The sword blade at his waist already gone. Tang Tranquility, an outer disciple of the Dao sword sect, of the Tang family, one of the 4 great families of Tianxian City. Female paintings become tranquil when they stay together. Tang Tranquility passed her hand in front of Yi Engshi. Her face had long since lost its cold color and still had a slight smile on it. Her attitude towards the strong and the weak changes in real time. Looking at the hand that was thinner than his own, Yi Engshi didn't say anything and didn't extend his hand. Just looking at the hand in a daze. Though you know that there is a world beyond the sky and a world beyond the people. But when Yi Engshi was in the 100 regions, he almost never lost a battle when he encountered cultivators of the same realm. At this moment, he suddenly lost to a genius of the same realm, and his heart was a bit unfavorable. Suddenly something came to mind. He himself is the proud son of heaven in the lower realm, and has gone through a lot of suffering before his wings were full, growing into a giant of a party and ascending to the upper realms. It's when the winds of significance are high. In the end, it turns out that he was just one of a group of celestial soldiers and generals who surrounded a monkey that made a big mess of the palace of heaven. At the moment Yi Engshi's mood was no less. With my late human immortal realm cultivation, is it really still somewhat bullying you? Seeing that Yi Engshi didn't say a word and kept staring at his own hand in disbelief, Tang Tranquility dumbly laughed. Human immortal realm? Yi Engshi was a little surprised. It was clear that the degree of immortal power he felt from Tang Tranquility was only a little higher than his own. He had thought that Tang Tranquility should be at the peak of the nascent soul realm cultivation, but he hadn't expected this person to hide his cultivation. Yi Engshi was suddenly enlightened. Reaching out and shaking Tang Tranquility's small hand. Sighing, he said, "Still not strong enough to do the feat of defeating across the border." Chapter 20, Turning Clouds and Resting Thunder. Hearing the words Yi Engshi said, Tang Tranquility's face stiffened. The eyes that looked at this man in front of him also became rather strange. How dare he even think of defeating it across the border? It's well known. Those who can manage to cross the border and defeat others are called geniuses. But only if the person defeated by the cross-border is an average cultivator, immortal cultivator. If two geniuses who can beat others across the border compete, one of the geniuses' cultivation realm is still steadily suppressing the other genius by a large realm. If there is no powerful spiritual weapon and so on to help, there was no way that genius with a low cultivation level could win over the genius with a high cultivation level. Of course, if the one with low cultivation is a proud son, daughter, of heaven, the result will be a different story. There aren't a lot of variables. Tang Tranquility thought to herself that among the Tao sword-using outer sect, few people could have the ability to beat her into submission. The several senior brothers and sisters who were above her were only relying on the fact that they had been practicing long enough to join the sect longer than her. Therefore, her cultivation level was higher than her, and her strength was just one step stronger than her. Results, that she should now be in the outer door. A notorious outer disciple said that it was a pity that he had not been able to cross the border to defeat her. How can this make Tang Tranquility not be surprised? The hands of the two of them shook and parted. Without the presence of the dazzling golden dragon, the 20 or so outer disciples who had been shocked earlier were already able to move freely. Not a moment too soon. Then they rushed to the clouds again and surrounded Yi Engshi and Tang Tranquility. The main target person was naturally still Yi Engshi. Yi Engshi didn't care about Su Yan and the others eyeing. If not for Tang Tranquility just now, Su Yan, these people are not dead, but also have to fish down a trauma. If it is more serious, it will be difficult to make any progress in cultivation in the future. In Yi Engshi's opinion, these people were all defeated and not worth hanging on to more than their hearts, lest it be in vain. Alright, this man should not be the kind of person who knowingly, the villain who laid the immortal gathering formation above the innate order, Tang Tranquility said. It was already considered a relief for Yi Engshi. Words. Su Yan and the other outer disciples looked at each other in dismay, but they did not put down the sharp blades in their hands. The immortal energy flowing out of his body had not weakened either. Obviously, still on the alert for Yi Engshi, and might even have the idea of making a move. This caused Tang Tranquility's eyes to go cold as he raised one hand and swung it violently. A terrifying cyclone centered on Tang Tranquility, instantly spreading out in all directions. The powerful airflow sent Su Yan and the others flying 10 feet away. Perhaps it was because Tang Tranquility deliberately avoided Yi Engshi. Yi Engshi didn't feel any wind or waves rushing over his body. Therefore, he remained where he was, without making any movements. This senior brother fought alone against more than 20 of you, and without my hand. Where would you guys even have the chance to appear here? This alone is enough to show that this senior brother has the capital to induce that kind of cultivation cyclone. But this is all senior sister's guess. What if the guess is wrong? Su Yan said unwillingly. So many people failed to take down a late-stage nascent soul realm. Su Yan and the others had long since felt disgraced. It would be fine if they were swingers, but instead, they are all motivated cultivators. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Yi Engshi's trouble because he couldn't cultivate. Then I guessed wrong. Tang Tranquility looked at Su Yan, with very little emotional fluctuation on her face. What's your opinion? Senior brother wouldn't dare. Sujin hurriedly lowered his head and said, but his eyes were all much redder at this moment, even though he, and even most of the outer disciples, knew that Tang Tranquility was a person who was known to be Mu Chang. There is a world of difference in attitude towards the strong and the weak, but before Tang Tranquility was not enthusiastic about him, but that was also much better than against other outer disciples. It was evident that he would be considered strong in Tang Tranquility's eyes at that meeting, but today, the person who is stronger than him Sujin in Tang Tranquility's eyes has appeared, is the person in front of him who they came to find trouble. Eventually, under the intimidation of Tang Tranquility's strength and status, Su Yan and the others had already given up on continuing to make a move against Ji Yongxi. However, it still can't avoid Sujin and these people with unkind gazes cast, every time after feeling the Yi Yongxi would all dislike them back with even more ferocious looks. Often, they could make Su Yan and the others subconsciously shift their gaze, not daring to meet Yi Yongxi's eyes. This made Ji Yongxi couldn't help but smile with another victory. This scene was all seen by Tang Tranquility in his eyes, and yet, they didn't bother to stop the two waves from exchanging blows for the second time in the open. That's all. Yi Yongxi and the others were just outside the red bamboo forest, waiting for the law enforcement hall's people to arrive. After all, Tang Tranquility believes in everything, but everything still needs to be empirically proven. Yi Yongxi couldn't just say no by virtue of a mouthful of words either. Not much longer. The outer disciple who left earlier and shouted for someone from the law enforcement hall has returned. Beside him was a young man dressed in white with black stripes. The youth looked about 24 or 25 years old, and seemed to be quite talkative. After briefly realizing what had happened, he asked Yi Yongxi to take him and, as well as here in the outer disciples at the head of the Tang Tranquility, Su Yan two people into the red bamboo forest to explore. It didn't take long. Su Yan then seemed to have eaten a fly as he followed behind the youth of the law enforcement hall with a constipated look on his face. Together, they walked out of the red bamboo forest. How's it going, senior brother Su? Did that person use an immortal gathering formation above the innate rank? An outer disciple who wasn't good at using his brain and couldn't read faces said to Sujin with an expectant face. This made Su Yan look even more ugly, but he could only shake his head. Sighing, he said, Brother Yi isn't that kind of person. Perhaps the disciple responsible for arranging the outer disciple's cave was mistaken. After a while it transferred Brother Yi to the extreme region. Words. Many of the outer disciples' eyes changed when they looked at Sujin. It was not known what Su Yan had experienced within the red bamboo forest, and surprisingly, his address to Yi Yongxi had changed to Brother Yi. It's nothing really. I just made him realize that after I moved to the extreme area of the gap between him and him will only grow wider and wider just, if he's not stupid, he naturally won't come back to mess with me again. Red bamboo forest. Yi Yongxi, Tang Tranquility sat opposite each other in front of a stone tabletop. The table was set with some food and wine jugs and glasses. After Tang Tranquility took a shallow sip of the wine in her cup, she frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything more. The wine in the lower realm is not as good as the skywalking realm, so it's normal that senior sister is not used to drinking it. Yi Yongxi said. Tang Tranquility nodded gently and put down the wine cup in her hand before she lamented a sentence. I didn't realize that senior brother was actually a person who ascended from the lower realms, nor did I expect that the immortal chi in the heavens and earth would be so kind to senior brother. From the looks of it, senior brother is rather more like an immortal cultivator of the Skywalker realm than I am. In the law enforcement hall people cannot find out the existence of the innate order above the gathering of immortals. Array asked some Yi Yongxi questions. Yi Yongxi naturally gave a frank account. After all, Bai Qingxue was the grand elder of the law enforcement hall, which could technically be considered a backdoor for Yi Yongxi. There was no need to hide it. Tang Tranquility also learned that Yi Yongxi was a cultivator who had ascended from the lower realm. That's why I chose to stay on. After all, according to Yi Yongxi, he had only ascended to the Skywalker realm for a full 7 days. But it was these 7 days that allowed one person to fight more than 20 outer disciples who had stayed in the Dao Sword sect for years alone. Cultivation was even just one large realm away from Tang Tranquility. But she, Tang Tranquility, was a native of the Skybound realm. If we give more time to this man of the lower world, will not. The more she thought about it, the more curious Tang Tranquility's eyes became as she looked at Yi Yongxi. His place in her heart had risen even higher. By the time Tang Tranquility left the red bamboo forest, the sky had completely darkened. The two made small talk and were quite happy. Tang Tranquility was also barely the first friend Yi Yongxi had made within this unfamiliar Skywalker steppes. Phew! Yi Yongxi gently exhaled a breath, so he did not do anything else, and went straight to the location of the backyard, prepared to practice the immortal law. The two immortal techniques he had selected from the book depository. One was a palm immortal technique and the other was a body technique immortal technique. The grades were all around the lower end of the innate order, and the equivalence was not very high. It could be placed in the top tier of spirit techniques that Yi Yongxi had learned. The name of the immortal law of the palm is flipping clouds and rain, and for the great achievers, they only need to flip their palms. Then you can manipulate clouds and mist, and turn your hands into rain. Because he hadn't learned it yet, Yi Unshi didn't know exactly how powerful it was, and the bodily immortal art called resting thunder. According to the brief description, it seemed to be able to transform into thunder in a single breath and travel thousands of miles in an instant. After memorizing the heart method, Yi Unshi began to cultivate without any distractions in the backyard. 7 days later, looking at the red bamboo forest in front of him, Yi Unshi raised his hand slightly, and the fish-dragon transformation technique kept running. The immortal energy in his body quickly flowed in all parts of his body. A faint golden flame emanated from its body. It looked as if it was wrapped within a golden mist. As Yi Unshi slapped his palm out, the red bamboo forest in front of them violently raised a dense cloud of mist, and in a few moments it then drowned the red bamboo as much as possible. Even Yi Unshi couldn't see the red bamboo through these clouds. It was as if there was some kind of rule embedded in it that blocked out one's spiritual sense, immortal sense, and with the naked eye alone, it was impossible to see through these clouds. But the weird thing is, as long as Yi Unshi wants to, it will be possible to sense where all the red bamboos are located in the cloud and how they are swinging today. This is not leaning on spiritual awareness, immortal knowledge, physical sight. Rather, Yi Unshi himself seemed to have transformed into dozens of his own selves, spy on all of the individual objects in the cloud. This technique, if placed on the battlefield, would be a terrifying killing move. If Yi Unshi knew this technique 7 days ago, then coping with Su Jin's 20 or so outer disciples wouldn't seem so tricky at all. After all, Su Yan and the others were in the clouds and mist, so they couldn't feel or observe Yi Unshi's figure at all. Instead, their every move fell into Yi Unshi's perception. Yi Unshi's gaze changed slightly as he flipped one hand down. Shasta! The clouds that filled the red bamboo forest dissipated in unison, turning into raindrops that fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, though, a small hole appeared in all the red bamboos. It looked dense and appalling. Even the ground appeared to have many small holes that were too deep to see the bottom. These are all caused by those raindrops just now. If these raindrops fall on the human body, I don't know how strong the flesh body has to be to withstand these raindrops. It's already this effective even after just starting out. But it's not bad. Yi Unshi withdrew his hand. With his back behind him, he looked at the red bamboo forest that had been repaired by the formation and gradually returned to its original state and muttered. Next, it's the body magic immortal art, resting thunder. Chapter 21, 2 for the price of 1? Immediately following Yi Unshi's step, a thunderous roar instantly boomed. Yi Unshi only felt a flash of light before his eyes, and he, who had originally stayed in the red bamboo forest, in the next breath, he had appeared in an unfamiliar place. There were also quite a few people dressed in the Taoist sword sect's outer disciple attire around them, and they were sparring with each other. While Yi Unshi appeared on top of a ring, opposite him, there was also a middle-aged man who looked to be around his 30s. The middle-aged man was similarly dressed in outer disciple attire, a green robe with red stripes. Who are you? The middle-aged man frowned as he looked at Yi Unshi, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Unshi was silent and turned to look behind himself, only to see that outside the ring, an outer disciple was standing on the stone steps going up to the ring. At this moment, he was frowning as he surveyed Yi Unshi. Obviously, these two outer disciples should be about to cut a deal, and it turns out that Yi Unshi is here out of nowhere, stealing a march on the ring. That's what gives us the current picture. Excuse me. Yi Unshi retracted his gaze and said resentfully to the middle-aged man opposite him. Strike that. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to speak, Yi Unshi's feet moved and his body transformed into white thunder. A boom rang out suddenly, had disappeared from the ring, leaving only a bewildered middle-aged man behind, as well as the outer disciples still standing on the stone steps leading to the ring. A few moments later, that middle-aged man couldn't hide his shock on his face. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "This person just seemed to have cast the body immortal technique, resting thunder." Hearing the middle-aged man exclaim, the other outer disciple who was originally stunned on the stone steps then came back to his senses and quickly stepped onto the ring, swallowing a mouthful of water with some difficulty. It seems to be the same, resting thunder. Who is this person? But the remnants and the lack of a large number of heart techniques. He can also cultivate this? I don't know, but looking at the robes on his body, he should be an outer disciple of our Tao sword sect. I just don't know if it's a senior or a junior. The other side, Yi Unshi, who used resting thunder for the second time, only felt that the image in front of him suddenly changed, and in the next instant, the feet were empty. The weightlessness came instantly. Fortunately, Yi Unshi reacted quickly enough. His immortal power overflowed from his body, and in an instant, he was already floating in mid-air. That's what I realized. He had appeared above the sky at this moment. The surrounding area was surrounded by clouds and mist, while underneath was a high mountain, bordering each other to form a cluster of mountains. The tallest of these peaks towered over there, yet the shape of the highest peak could be vaguely discerned. Herculean sword shape. It was also at this moment that Jiangxi could be considered to have seen the entirety of the Dao sword sect for the first time. I have to say, this Dao sword sect seat land is really vast. Resting Thunder takes one step and one thunderous step, but Jiangxi had already made it twice in a row, yet he was still within the range of the Dao sword sect. It is evident that the Daojian sect is extensive. At least it was more expansive than the questioning sword sect where Jiangxi stayed in the 100 regions. Exactly what the difference was he didn't know. After all, even flying in the air now failed to take in the entirety of the Dao sword sect. And so on. Flying through the air? Jiangxi's face changed slightly, as if he realized something, and kept surveying his surroundings. And then with a thought. Then he scrutinized the copy of Resting Thunder that he had copied down in the book depository earlier. The more he looked, Jiangxi's face became more and more ugly, and his heart became more and more bottomless. It was because Jiangxi discovered that this copy of the heart method that recorded the Resting Thunder seemed to be mutilated. No wonder Jiangxi always felt that the immortal power flowed somewhat strangely in his body when he was cultivating before. Sometimes it can be physically traumatizing, but he would then start to constantly try to optimize up the lines of immortal energy flowing through his body, to the point where the immortal power would not be traumatizing the body, and after successfully casting Breath of Thunder for the first time, Jiangxi still felt like he was the ultimate genius. It was actually possible to optimize an innate rank body technique, immortal technique, successfully, and all the while not realizing one thing, though mistakenly practiced as a resting timber. But Jiangxi is now only at the stage of being able to use it out. But he can't control the location and direction that Resting Thunder is going to. That is to say, as long as Jiangxi used the body immortal art, Resting Thunder, then where would he go in the next breath? It's totally random. Mother asterisk 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 error. How did we not realize this 7 days ago? Jiangxi raised his hand and, prepare to want to give yourself a smack in the mouth for good measure. When the palm touched the cheek, the strength suddenly lessened again. It ended with a light touch on the face. Luckily, not much time was wasted, and with this slap in the face, let yourself be taught a lesson. Next time, I must have a good look before practicing, Jiangxi muttered. If anyone knew that it took Jiangxi only 7 days to, just one immortal technique and one immortal law will be cultivated into the introductory level, and I'm afraid that I will have to shout out as a proud son of heaven. But let it be known that Jiangxi is not only cultivated, he also patched up the heart method of an innate grade immortal art on his own in such a short period of time. But if he still had to take warning, he was afraid that he would have to spit out funfang in his mouth. However, this was something Jiangxi was not aware of, or rather, he had long gotten used to it in the 100 regions. You can't suddenly interpret one person's big meal as another person's big meal every year at the holidays, can you? The concept is completely different. Back to the main topic. After running through the drawbacks of resting on the thunder, Jiangxi thought for a moment, still planning to keep practicing. After all, this body immortal technique was a lot stronger than his previous body technique. And having practiced to the point of initiation, it would be a shame to suddenly abandon it. The bottom line is this. Currently Jiangxi had no chance of choosing another body immortal technique, unless the Chief Master Su Qingma comes out and brings him to Qingdao Mountain, formally accepted him as a personal disciple. In this way, one can have the opportunity to continue choosing immortal laws and immortal techniques. Of course, Jiangxi could also go to Bai Qingxue, and with his friendship with her, it should work. A secluded valley. Spiritual flowers of different colors bloomed here, forming a gorgeous sea of flowers. Surrounded by mist in the middle of a sea of flowers, a circular lake was situated here. Suddenly, a roar broke the tranquility of this place, but also set off a not small after wind. It makes the surrounding sea of flowers flutter. Many demonic petals floated up into midair and quietly floated down again, looking extremely meaningful. Pity. The people in the round lake were not in an appreciative mood at the moment. Jiangxi listened to the thunder in his ears disappear and watched the unfamiliar picture suddenly freeze in front of him. His heart was clear. Still, he didn't succeed in returning to the red bamboo forest, in his own cave. Then he looked down at the lake beneath his feet and felt a vague sense of joy in his heart. Fearing that resting Timothy had taken him into the air again, he fell through the air in a single moment of inadvertence. Therefore, Jiangxi had already prepared to step into the air and fly long ago. This was fortunate to have this preparation, which prevented him from falling into the lake beneath his feet. A chicken in a bath. But, what's with all these petals falling from the sky? It's like they're getting some kind of vibe. Aha! Water, flowers, and the sudden appearance of myself. What a deja vu this image is. Back in the 100 regions, when Jiangxi was randomly teleported out from a certain secret realm. Just went through this once. though it appeared in a different way. The scene was different, and the lake was not quite right. But it's still a similar flavor. Should not, once again for me to bump into it. Yi Unshi said to himself in his heart, and then carefully turned his head. After seeing that there was really a person immersed in the water behind him, Yi Unshi froze on the spot. Me Kong? Not to mention Yi Unshi was dumbfounded. At this moment, Lu Yu was also completely dumbfounded. He had just finished his cultivation, so he came to the private area at the back of his cave to wash himself. It had only just finished removing his armor and was out of the water. Suddenly a boom of thunder was heard. Then he subconsciously got out of the water and tried to observe what was going on, but he never thought that, as soon as he came out of the water, he saw the back of a green-robed man, whose soles of his feet had just touched the lake water and stood on top of it. Lu Yu's heart jumped, and she turned around, but she felt that she might be hallucinating. Again, he inclined his head to look away, which had thought that this green-robed man suddenly turned around in one hole. Its face looked handsome, with a righteous look, but those eyes kept staring straight at his back for a long time. This made Lu Yu's heart grow a little fuzzy. What are you looking at? Lu Yu said in a deep voice as he held back the anger in his heart. Looking from Yi Unshi's position, he could only see Lu Yu's unusually slippery back, and his turned face. Yi Unshi's expression was well managed. His heart suddenly set off a huge wave, but his face remained steady as a mountain, not changing at all. Just looking at Lu Yu in front of him, a kind of doubt rose for the first time, because, he actually had some trouble distinguishing whether the person in front of him was a man or a woman. I'd say he's a man, but just by seeing the side of his face and his water-soaked hair, I'd say he's a man. It looks like a picture of a beauty bathing in a scroll, but if I say he's a woman, I think he's a bit handsome, and has a larynx. From Yi Unshi's position, looking through his back, he couldn't see any outline either. The most important point was that the man's voice was somewhat gruff, and if one listened to the voice alone, don't say he's a woman. No one would suspect if he said he was a strong man. Seeing that Yi Unshi had been staring at himself and hadn't heard a word he said, the anger that Lu Yu had been suppressing completely erupted as he slapped his palm above the water. Boom! Wow! The water suddenly lifted up, forming a huge wall of waves that slapped at Yi Unshi. Seeing this movement, Yi Unshi finally came back from the shock of the party. Feet on the water a little. The generalized residual shadow then appeared in front of his body, but in a few breaths, Yi Unshi, who was still on the surface of the water, had already appeared in the sea of flowers in the distance. The wall of waves lapped to the shore, creating countless splashes of water that splashed toward the surrounding sea of flowers in unison. The flower petals flying down in the sky were also washed away by the wind and waves caused at this moment. Wait for the splash to fall all the way to the ground. A beautiful man who appeared to be about 21 years old or so appeared in Yi Unshi's eyes. He stood on the edge of a round lake, wrapped in a silver-white robe, and was 1.5 meters long. He looked unusually slender, but his physique was a bit thin and weak, but he always brought a sense of softness to people. The eyebrows are clearly shaped, the peaks of the eyebrows are slightly raised, and those eyes are flashing with some fascinating light. It seems to be able to see through people's deepest secrets, with his somewhat high nose and sexy thin lips, like a beautiful picture. It was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. If one's heart inclines to her as a woman, then one looks at her as a woman, but if one's heart inclines more to him as a man, then one looks at her as a woman. Then he's more of a man. So bizarre. For the first time, I know that someone likes to peek at male baths. Lu Yu narrowed both eyes lightly and, slowly. Chapter 22, Lu Yu. Hearing this, Yi Unshi couldn't help but feel more embarrassed. It's a good thing he's been through enough to have a thicker skin along with it. Nothing has changed on the surface. Elder brother has just practiced a body immortal technique, but has not yet mastered it, and therefore, inadvertently intruding into this place. I hope that senior brother will not take it personally. Yi Unshi arched his hand and said, with some apologies in his words. It sounded quite sincere. If this wasn't the Skywalker realm, Yi Unshi was worried that he couldn't get his hands on the heavenly treasures of the lower realms. At this moment, it is necessary to make some compensation. It's a common tactic to avoid trouble. Common, but it works. I don't care what you broke in here for. Just know that right now. I'm on fire. However, LVU did not eat this set of words. After finishing his speech, his feet were moving, and he was transforming into 9 shadows. 9 people who looked exactly like Lu Yu rushed towards Yi Unshi from all different directions. He was so fast that Yi Unshi could only catch some shadows on the surface. And this, it was still under the circumstance that Lu Yu had yet to utilize his body immortal technique. This alone had already made Yi Unshi understand that this person's strength was definitely 7 days ago. Above those outer disciples. It was Tang Tranquility. Probably not as good as him. I also don't know which one of the outer disciples this person is. Or the inner disciple? Yi Unshi had more than a few thoughts in his mind, but he didn't move slowly. He didn't want to be left to be beaten like a sandbag. Since all the surroundings were surrounded by Lu Yu, it would be better to take refuge in the sky. The figure swept. Yi Unshi transformed into dozens of residual shadows, and had already arrived about 30 feet away from the ground. But before he could take more than a glance at what was going on underneath, he felt a surge of power coming from behind him. Boom! In a sea of flowers, a deep pit instantly appeared, in which a green-robed Yi Unshi was lying at the bottom. Quick! It's too fast! Just now Yi Unshi hadn't even felt Lu Yu's breath yet. An extremely domineering force had then landed on his back. There was no time to react. If Yi Unshi's physical body hadn't been baptized by the heavenly lightning tribulation first, and hammered in 3 kinds of heavenly fire, this overbearing force impacted on the body. I am afraid that now he has long been unable to move. At this point, a sound of breaking air came into his ears, causing Yi Unshi, who was lying in the deep pit, to be shaken in his heart. Immortal power surged within his body. A slap down to the pit. The powerful force recoiled, causing Yi Unshi to fly to the side and land on the edge of the deep pit. Just as he stood still, he realized that Lu Yu, wrapped in a white robe, had appeared where he had been just moments before. One of the feet sank deep into the ground. It looked as if Lu Yu had just tried to completely stomp Yi Unshi into the ground with one foot. This caused anger to flood Yi Unshi's heart as well. I've only come here by accident. It was just a mistake to see a man washing his body here. If it's a woman, she deserves to be beaten up. After all, it was still him, Yi Unshi, who was unorthodox. Senior brother, why are you so angry? I'm willing to make some compensation and have a drink with you. How about a glass of wine to clear the air? Despite this extra anger in his heart, Yi Unshi knew that he was in the wrong. Then he patiently said again, deep in the pit. Lu Yu stood up straight with an expressionless face and, the long and slender fingers gently patted a few times on the white robe that was stained with some dust, before raising his head to look at Yi Unshi above the edge of the deep pit. Why go to all that trouble? Just let the fire out of my heart and everything will be turned over. As the words fell, Lu Yu suddenly appeared in front of Yi Unshi and landed a heavy punch on top of Yi Unshi's abdomen. Boo-hoo! An air current surged from behind Yi Unshi, but Yi Unshi's body remained in place. It wasn't that Yi Unshi carried it down hard, but he just didn't even see Lu Yu's movements. How do you carry it? This was entirely intentional on Lu Yu's part. It looked like there was only one punch that landed on Yi Unshi, but it was actually 2 punches. One punch landed on Yi Unshi's abdomen and the other landed on Yi Unshi's back. The 2 forces were frozen in a stalemate, which caused Yi Unshi to remain motionless in his original position. But Yi Unshi had a hard time. Under 2 punches, the whole body seemed to be falling apart at this moment. Even though he was still able to stand today, both of his legs were trembling uncontrollably at this moment. Lu Yu was standing right in front of Yi Unshi, and at this moment, he looked at Yi Unshi, who was still standing. There was more than a little unnatural color on the handsome face. There's even a nascent soul realm that can still stand after receiving 2 punches from me. Lu Yu, have you refined your physical body? If it was the usual time to be praised like this, maybe Yi Unshi would still have some joy in his heart. But at this moment Yi Unshi didn't have the heart to do anything else. The pain in his body also made it difficult for him to utter a word for a short time. If Lu Yu were to lay a deadly hand on him now, Yi Unshi would have no countermeasures at all. It's a good thing that Lu Yu doesn't seem to want to get Yi Unshi killed. Or that. No thoughts of getting Yi Unshi killed yet. A pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts were currently sizing up Yi Unshi. He was a little taller than he was, erect and perfectly formed, and it looked to be about 22 or 23 years old. The face is handsome, carved out like a ghostly work of art, every line distinct and powerful, yet full of soft curves, unusually perfect. Among the men Lu Yu had seen in his life, he could be stuffed into the top 3 existences based on his looks alone. Just as Lu Yu was sizing up Yi Unshi's efforts, Yi Unshi gradually slowed down. The heart was heavy. In these few moments of illumination, Yi Unshi was very sure that the man in front of him, who called himself LVU, was. The strength was definitely higher than Tang Tranquility. There's that one peak that high. You know, this Lu Yu didn't even use much of his immortal power. He had already beaten him to the point where he barely had the strength to stand up. If you move the immortal power, then how can it be? What's going on in this upper world? How is it that even the strength of the disciples in the end of a first-class power is so terrifying? Ahem. Yi Unshi coughed heavily twice before looking in front of him and Lu Yu, who had no intention of making a move on him for the time being. Suddenly, Yi Unshi's face showed shock. Elder by Qingshu Bai. Why is your elder here? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's face changed color a bit more. It seemed as if he didn't expect Bai Qingshu, who was the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, to come here. Turn your head. A thunderous roar suddenly rang out. This caused Luyu to follow in dismay. His head went backward and then jerked forward. Nice guy! Both Bai Qingxue in the back and Yi Engshi in the front have disappeared. This made Lu Yu, who had already dispelled a lot of anger in his heart, the fire nourished and surged upward again. At this point in time where he still did not know that Yi Engshi's claim that Elder Bai was lying to him was bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was actually to distract him so Yi Engshi could escape. Sure, the reason why he was so easily fooled by Yi Engshi was also because of Lu Yu's own strength. He didn't even expect Yi Engshi to be able to run so fast in the blink of an eye. Its immortal power aura had all but disappeared from his perception. Don't even know which direction to chase. Yi Engshi, this Naxian realm, really brought a lot of shocking feeling to Lu Yu. Look at what he's wearing. He's still an outer disciple? Lu Yu shook his head and laughed, and then with a movement of his mind, a black robe with white stripes appeared in his hand. After changing her clothes and looking at the few petals drifting down from the sky, Lu Yu suddenly raised her hand. A bright red spirit flower petal fell onto the back of his hand. Gazing at the petals on the back of her hand, Lu Yu didn't know what came to her mind. A smile gradually grew on his face. The other side, an empty square in the middle. A man and a woman in green sat on the ground and, in front of each of them lay a pot of alchemy furnace. A thunderous sound rang out especially abruptly at this moment. Immediately after that, Yi Engshi, who was dressed in a green robe, suddenly appeared at the center of the square, and once he appeared, then he fell to the ground. And the sudden clap of thunder startled a number of unsuspecting men and women. Immediately afterward, another roar rang out in the square one after another. Wisps of black smoke emerged from the alchemy furnace in front of them and gradually rose into the sky. Obviously, many people's alchemy furnaces blew up under the sudden sound of thunder. Who the dares to scare me? A man in green with matted hair and bloodshot eyes rose from the ground and, after glancing at the black smoking alchemy furnace, he shouted madly as if he was grasping at straws. The people who blew up the furnace looked different. Some were as maniacal as the man in green, yelling and screaming, while others just frowned and didn't say much about it. At this point, many people had noticed Yi Engshi lying in the center of the square. Seeing that Yi Engshi was wearing the outer disciple's robes, he got up and came to Yi Engshi's side to check up on the situation. Inside a courtyard, a woman in a long, emerald green dress reclined on a chaise longue, which rocked gently and the sunlight poured down onto the woman in the long emerald green dress on the chaise longue. The woman couldn't help but show a cozy look, and couldn't help but sigh. It's still the day of the test, that's good. It's clean. No one to bother us. Strike that. The woman then stretched out her hands and lazily stretched, revealing her seductive curves. Boom. The closed door to the courtyard was suddenly kicked in. A burly man as if he were a small giant carrying a green-robed man barged into the courtyard. Upon seeing the emerald green long-skirted woman on the recliner, her eyes lit up. Elder Zhong. Elder Zhong. A disciple was traumatized somewhere and there's even an overbearing immortal force running rampant in its body, constantly destroying its immortal force to repair its flesh. I'm really at my wit's end. The woman in the long emerald green dress lying on the chaise longue glanced at the burly man, then listened to his words and what had been a good mood was instantly clouded. Trouble Elder Gao to get it right. You're the healer. I'm the alchemist. It's your job to save lives. Ha! The stout man known as High Elder sniffed. His footsteps lurched, and his face was filled with the color of eagerness. What then? I can't heal him either. You are a physician, you ask me? Zhong Shushu rolled his eyes and casually waved his hand and said, since it's the immortal power that's causing trouble in his body, then you can just find some random person with a high level of cultivation to dissolve it for him. Right? Oh. Elder Gao slammed his head, and only then did he think of this. In a loud voice, he said, then I'll go to the law enforcement hall to find Elder Bai to dissolve the insidious immortal energy for him. Listening to Elder Gao's characteristic footsteps getting farther and farther away, the emerald green long-skirted woman then turned sideways and he swept a glance at the green-robed man who was carried on the shoulders of the strong man. Eyes snapped shut. Slow down. The slower the situation gets, the worse it gets. I will never allow anyone to be in my Gao's hands and still not be cured. The burly man's eyes turned red as he sniffed. He, Mr. Gao, has been the chief physician of the Dao Sword sect for 300 years. There is no one who comes to him who cannot be healed. How could he possibly allow someone to spoil his healing rate of 100% treatment so far at this point? At that moment, the immortal power in his body suddenly burst out, and when he was about to charge up to the sky, Zhong Shushu suddenly appeared behind him, and his small body erupted with extremely strong power. With one kick, he knocked Elder Gao to the ground. Chapter 23 Rain and Water Mixing. Well, Yi Engshi, who was lying on the wooden bed, let out a muffled grunt from his mouth, and his tightly closed eyes gradually opened. What came into view was a pair of wide-open eyes that, the eyes seemed like they were about to fall out of their sockets. This caused Yi Anxi, whose mind was still somewhat empty, to startle and sit up violently. It collided with the forehead of the owner of those eyes. A voice sucking in cold air rang out. Yi Anxi, who had already sat up at this moment, realized that he was lying on a wooden bed. There was also a green-colored bedding covering the body, and a woman in a long emerald green dress was sitting on the edge of the bed, one hand over her forehead. The face shows some passable color. The woman looked to be about 21 years old, and under her willow-like eyebrows, it was a pair of eyes as bright as a lake, deep and vast. The flow of the eyes was filled with a few moments of indolence and freedom. Delicate face, a pair of well-proportioned, small earlobes hung slightly low, like elaborate gold necklaces. It mirrors her temperament and is more dignified and noble. Sitting on the edge of the bed without saying a word brings an extremely high level of goodwill. But Yi Anxi showed a ghostly look when he saw her, and then looked left and right. Seeing this, Zhong Xiushu, who had one hand over his forehead, said in a bad mood, "Don't look for it. The scorpion furnace was destroyed 100 years ago." Scorpion furnace, a furnace used by Zhong Xiushu for alchemy. Upon hearing this, Yi Anxi then moved left and right, and then leaned to the head of the bed and took a light breath. Unspoken. This made Zhong Xiushu curious. "I couldn't help but ask, why do you seem to have no doubts at all? It's like, you knew you would meet me. The moment I saw Elder Bai, I expected that Elder Zhong should also be within the Dao Sword sect." "I'm sorry," Yi Anxi said quietly. "The bells are silent." When he hadn't ascended, he was the great elder of the Dan Peak of the Green Domain questioning Sword sect. Her alchemy rank could be ranked in the entire Green Domain. The relationship with Bai Qingxue was especially close, and in terms of Yi Anxi's relationship before he crossed over, it was that of a bosom friend. The very iron kind. The moment he became a Taoist couple with Bai Qingxue, Yi Anxi naturally became acquainted with Zhong Xiushu as well. But the relationship is not too close. You could say it's on the level of an acquaintance. Later, after Yi Anxi and Bai Qingxue went their separate ways, Zhong Xiushu came to Yi Anxi every now and then, constantly recounting Bai Qingxue's merits. He also questioned why he had to separate from Bai Qingxue. At first Yi Anxi naturally wouldn't say much. After all, it was between him and Bai Qingxue. It has nothing to do with Zhong Xiushu. But as Zhong Xiushu seeks to come more and more frequently, Yi Anxi becomes more and more annoyed. So he explained to her that he was dumped by Bai Qingxue. To this day, Yi Anxi still remembers the moment when Zhong Xiushu was confused. The image of giggling and all the other emotions coming together on the face. Extremely complex. But she insisted on dumping the pot on Yi Anxi again, saying that it must be because of Yi Anxi. Aha! If you can't afford it, then avoid it. What else can you do? Until when Bai Qingxue ascended, Yi Anxi this did not go to deliberately avoid the Zhongsu. Originally, he thought that Zhong Xiushu wouldn't come to bother him. After all, Bai Qingxue had ascended. Whichever thought, this goods come to the extreme sword peak to find him more diligent. In the end, he even refined pills in his private courtyard, and could not be driven away. Then, the two of them got together in a piece of confusion and formed a Taoist couple. Looking at Lu Rui and the other group of senior sisters and brothers, they were dumbfounded. Not to mention the elder sisters and brothers. Even Yi Anxi himself was a bit confused. I only know that Zhong Xiushu, who had finished refining pills that night, had a sip of wine and then got drunk. When I woke up again, I saw Zhong Xiushu's disheveled and pathetic appearance. Yi Anxi naturally said that he was in charge. When he woke up, Yi Anxi knew that he had been cheated by Zhong Xiushu. After all, the gongfu he cultivated was very special, and if he had broken his body, that body of cultivation would have been lost a long time ago. But the wood has been turned into a boat, and the relationship between the two spread within the questioning sword sect at an extremely fast speed. Yi Anxi also couldn't have said to so many brothers and sisters the next day that he wanted to part ways with Zhongsu. Taking a step back, Yi Anxi wasn't at a disadvantage. After all, Tang Tranquility's appearance was not as bad as Bai Qingxue's, if not worse. But as Yi Anxi got to know more and more about Zhong Xiushu, he also respected her more and more and respected her more and more. This man really deserves to be the best in the Dan Dao. Surprisingly, he was able to create some strange poison pills of his own. What truth Dan? Jump Dan. Learn Dan. Dumb Dan. As long as Yi Anxi talks more with any woman one day, she would then crush the truth Dan into powder form and secretly mix it into some of Yi Anxi's favorite pastries. And then incomparably attentive, he offered that pastry to Yi Anxi to eat. Once Yi Anxi eats it, it's over. The truth is endless. And what is asked is answered. And Yi Anxi has a mind to change the truth. But those words kept coming out of his mouth anyway. The point is that these elixirs are colorless and tasteless and cannot be defended against. I remember a time when Zhong Xiushu wanted to know which was better and more awesome in Yi Anxi's mind, her or Bai Qingxue. And then the same old trick was repeated. But Yi Engshi ate a crab and grew wise, and didn't eat the things sent by Zhong Shushu easily at all. Then this guy actually started to improve the Dan formula, and finally the truth Dan was crushed to pieces and placed in the aromatherapy pot. And not surprisingly, the Yi Engshi was still hit. Zhong Shushu curiously asked Yi Engshi on the spot which is better and more awesome compared to Bai Qingxue. Yi Engshi naturally felt that Bai Qingxue was better. And then the tragedy. Jumping Dan and learning tongue Dan were all used for Yi Engshi. If Yi Engshi wanted to walk, then just after taking a step, it was as if his body was out of control, jerked up. If he heard someone else say something, Yi Engshi couldn't help but repeat it again. There are too many other poison Danes out there. This also made Yi Engshi become respectful of Zhong Shushu, and finally simply chose to close down and cultivate. When he left the gate, it was exactly 1 year after he and Zhong Shushu became a Taoist couple. As soon as Yi Engshi came out of the gate, he met Zhong Shushu. I had thought that she had come up with some kind of poison pill that he needed to try first, but I never thought that Zhong Shushu was at that time and Yi Engshi proposed to separate. Yi Engshi did not say anything, just left in silence. Then the clock EXO may think he's happy, relieved, but it's not. Although Zhong Su is a bit rowdy, but there is a limit, and with the help of Zhong Su, Yi Engshi's cultivation was also progressing very quickly, and if he was injured, there was no fear of injuring his foundation with the pills she had made. Therefore, really and Zhong Shushu separated. Yi Engshi heart is beginning to melancholy up. Sure, if that clock name is regretful, and you want to come to Yi Engshi and say that you're back together again, you can't do that. Yi Engshi would have righteously refused. One size does not fit all, and his despondency doesn't mean it has to be in one piece. As for the scorpion furnace, it's Zhong Shushu's alchemy furnace, and she makes the 10,000 poison pills every time. All the remnants of the poisonous elixir remained in the furnace. That scorpion furnace on the bias also has a tail, and that tail is used to dissipate the flavor of the Dan inside the furnace. Several times Yi Engshi had accidentally gotten distracted, so he also had some words for the scorpion furnace. That's pretty boring. Thought you'd show something resembling surprise when you saw me. Zhong Shushu sighed softly, and then with a flip of her small hand, a crystal clear, excellent selling pill appeared in her palm. This caused Yi Engshi's eyes to look at Zhong Shushu to become wary. Pointing at the elixir, he asked, "What poisonous elixir is this?" Poison Dan look is not the kind of look is very poisonous look. That kind of look little cute. Only then will you eat it. Rainwater intermingling Dan, Zhong Shushu said in a faint voice. Upon hearing this, Yi Engshi's eyes turned strange when he looked at Zhong Shushu. The name of this elixir didn't sound too much like a proper elixir. The Zhong Shushu, who noticed the change in Yi Engshi's eyes, couldn't help but know what Yi Engshi had in mind. Immediately meaningful said, "Men take, can greatly enhance the perception. From time to time, women take, that happy time is multiplied. Well, it's perfect for a body like yours that's just getting back on its feet, and yet the whole body is still a little weak, right?" Yi Engshi laughed dryly and didn't answer. "I know the special nature of your gongfu, but now that it's all at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, I'm sure the feats have been changed a long time ago, right? Sure you don't want to come with one?" Zhong Shushu continued to compel. As a close friend of Bai Qingxue's bosom friend, Yi Engshi's particularity of practicing the gongfu. I told her this long ago when I was in the lower world. Otherwise, when he used the truth Dan on Yi Engshi in the first place, Zhong Shushu had long asked Yi Engshi if he was still a child on the topic. Don't say. Being compelled by Zhong Shushu, Yi Engshi was really a bit moved. After all, was originally a dual cultivation technique, and the speed of cultivation was so fast that Yi Engshi had already experienced it. Zhong Shushu suddenly came to Yi Engshi's ear and gently bit his earlobe. When he let go, he whispered in his ear, "You're not worried that no woman will be willing to be so-and-so with you, are you? Don't worry, it's not me." Listening to the sounds of soft whispers and the warm breeze blowing in his ears, Yi Engshi was a little tickled in his heart. Undeniably, at this moment Yi Engshi's heart was really moved, but only for a moment. When I think about the fact that neither I nor Zhong Shushu had completely sat on that matter in the first place, and they became a couple. If it is true, then with the nature of Zhong Shushu, then the renewal of the former relationship will certainly not be able to run away. If there weren't so many ex-doctors in the Skywalker realm, Yi Engshi would still choose to pike a hand. But in this heavens traveling realm there were 30 ex-doctors, not to mention 50, right? Nor do I know if any of the others still have any affection for themselves in existence. Far from it. Just by talking about this Dao sword sect alone Yi Engshi had already met a few former Dao couples, and Yi Engshi is not a white boy. Naturally he can feel that Bai Qingxue still has feelings for him. Even Lu Wanga still had some affection for him, and Zhu Ying was negligible. After all, this little ninny didn't even know what a Dawn Guard was, not to mention Su Qingma, who had now also had a dual cultivation experience with herself. Yi Unshi didn't even know how she felt about herself right now. If Su Qingma was also like Nangang Yuner, then after knowing what happened between him and Zhong Shushu, will there be any more good fruit for him? Yi Unshi? It can be said that Yi Unshi can now be said to have pulled one hair and moved the whole body. Not pulling a hair backwards still stabilizes those ex-doctors. Thinking of this, and then thinking of the gungfu he was cultivating now, Yi Unshi's heart ached a little. It hurts too much. Aside from his master, he couldn't even maximize this technique right now. At this point, a voice as pleasant as the sound of bells came out from the mouth of the Zhongshu, making Yi Unshi gradually return to reality from his thoughts. Zhong Shushu had sat back down on the edge of the bed at some point, and smiled a big smile. Tears of laughter seemed to come out of the corners of his eyes. Silence for so long? Yi Unshi, Yi Unshi, you bastard kid really dare to think in the sky? Could it be that you think that this elder has misplaced his life at the first sight of you, and that he can't do without you? Chapter 24, Waiting to Die You. Listening to Zhong Shushu's laughter, and her tone of voice, which was tinged with a little mockery, Yi Unshi's handsome face rarely had more than a hint of embarrassment, because he had just really believed Zhong Shushu's bull *******. Alright, just don't tease you. After gradually stopping his laughter, Zhong Shushu's face was straightened. He also handed the fish and water mixture Dan to Yi Unshi and said seriously, "This is an innate rank extreme recovery Dan for you to heal your injuries." Yi Unshi didn't say anything more, and after reaching out and taking the elixir handed by Zhong Shushu, he threw it into his mouth. The elixir melted in his mouth. Yi Unshi didn't even feel any flavor. A coldness began to rise within his body, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Within moments, the chill had disappeared. The body that had originally still felt a little sluggish had all but recovered to its full strength at this moment. This made even Yi Unshi feel a bit amazing. In the lower realms of the, I've never seen it work so fast. Humph, how is it? Zhong Shushu seemed to be able to sense Yi Unshi's mood fluctuations as if instantly smug. Yi Unshi pretended to be puzzled. How about what? Humph, you big devil humph. Zhong Shushu showed a strange expression on his face, then laughed again and splendidly towards a flower. This elder nowadays, the level of alchemy is getting higher and higher. So you don't have any thoughts about this elder? No. Yi Unshi shook his head. It seems I didn't make myself clear enough. Look, if you chase this elder down, then, if you want to raise your cultivation faster, this elder will naturally refine some fast-raising cultivation for you, and no side effects of the elixir to come. This is an opportunity that many disciples in the clan can only come across. Yi Unshi quietly looked at Zhongsu, did not say anything. Zhongsu see this also not willing to show weakness. Lock eyes with Yi Unshi. One time, the room was awfully quiet. After a long time, Zhong Shushu still blinked his eyes, then turned his head away and did not continue to meet Yi Unshi's eyes. Waving his hand, he sighed. Forget it, you're on the outside anyway. Even if I had the chance, I wouldn't hit the ground running. Yi Unshi's mouth twitched. Why did that feel so strange coming out of her little mouth? Lazy to continue to break up with Zhongsu, Yi Unshi inquired. Zhongsu, you, alas, when you need it, you call out to others. Sister Zhong, Shuer, when you don't need it, you start shouting Zhongsu, Zhong elder la, man Zhongsu shook his head, but then he seemed to think of something. Rephrased, boys, Yi Unshi, who knows something about Zhongsu, naturally understands the meaning of Zhongsu's words. The hand under the bedding quietly balled into a fist. What boy? He's been a man for a long time now. Okay, the super male kind. Of course, these words Yi Unshi just think about it in his heart, is never dared to say with Zhongsu. Otherwise, with Zhong Shushu's nature, he would have asked endless questions. But it was impossible for Yi Unshi to talk to her about master's affairs. Elder Zhong, do you know a man by the name of Luyu? Yi Unshi opened the door. It didn't work out. After hearing the word Luyu, Zhong Shushu suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cold air and stood up violently. A little farther away from Yi Unshi. I knew that with your nature you would never settle down. I knew that within the huge Dao sword sect, there wouldn't be a second person who possessed that kind of overbearing immortal power besides him. I didn't realize that you brats had really messed with him. Zhong Shushu's eyes widened and the tone of voice was also raised a few notches. Seeing Zhong Shushu move like this, Yi Unshi felt a little surprised. After all, Luyu looks like he should just be a disciple of the Dao sword sect, while Zhongsu was the same as Bai Qing Shui. Those are all Daojian sect elders. In theory, an elder's status shouldn't be lower than a disciple's. So how could there be such a big reaction? Is he famous? More than famous. In this huge Qi Tian immortal state, he is renowned. Zhong Shushu's feet moved, then came to the bedside again. His index finger gently pressed against Yi Unshi's brow. Messing with him you just wait to die you. Is it that exaggerated? Yi Yangshi slapped away Zhong Shushu's outstretched hand. When I first left the questioning sword sect to practice in the 100 regions, but I had even messed with the demons of the 10th realm. And didn't I come out unscathed? Say it. Yi Yangshi also stretched out his hand, wanting to do the same as Zhong Su did just now, and put his finger against the center of Zhong Su's eyebrow. I didn't expect Zhong Shushu to suddenly straighten up. Her small mouth slightly opened, and at once she held Yi Yangshi's finger. This caused Yi Yangshi to freeze. Between the patch the same, Zhong Shushu lightly bit Yi Yangshi's finger, but did not move out and, ambiguously, he said, according to the story you used to tell, you just got out of the questioning sword sect and provoked that devil. At best, it's like running into an elite monster right out of the newbie village, but now you just ascended to provoke Lu Yu. That is equivalent to just out of the novice village. It just invites the big villain of the middle of the story. Yi Yangshi pulled his hand back as soon as he noticed the slight amount of saliva that remained. A chill of evil ran through his heart. It was as if they already smelled a stench. I can't take this finger. The matter has come to this. So Elder Zhong can tell us in detail. Yi Yangshi forced himself to hold back the chills in his heart. In a hushed voice, Zhong Shushu didn't sell out, and informed Yi Yangshi of all the things she knew about Lu Yu. Lu Yu, a seated disciple of the Dao Sword sect, ranked first in the seat, and of the seated disciples, one of the few 3 seated disciples who didn't bother to manage the mountain's territory. Strength that had long been broken with all the disciples of the Dao Sword sect, like for example, Lu Wanga, the 3rd-ranked seated disciple. Nowadays, his cultivation level was only at the late true immortal realm, while the second in the seat was at the peak of the true immortal realm. Lu Yu, however, had already stepped into the earth immortal realm early, and was already in the middle stage of the earth immortal realm 30 years ago. Now that 30 years had passed, many people were wondering if he had reached the peak of the earth immortal realm. If it's really the peak of the earth immortal realm, that Lu Yu was a whole great realm higher than the second seat. It's not even if the talent is high. The key is that the immortal laws and immortal techniques he has mastered are all very advanced, and it seems that the lowest ranked immortal laws and immortal arts were all of the saint rank, sacred rank immortal laws and immortal arts. There are only so many palms within the Dao Sword sect, and when Lu Yu was at the early stage of the earth immortal realm, he had killed a heavenly immortal realm cultivator head-on. Whoever could cultivate to the heavenly immortal realm wasn't a genius when they were young. Therefore, it would rarely occur in the entire Skywalker realm that someone would be able to cross a large realm to kill an enemy. Even if they appeared, they relied on sneak attacks, picking up the slack, which is like Lu Yu, that confronting a heavenly immortal realm powerhouse head-on and still managing to decimate the other party. Therefore, even if there are immortal cultivators who can defeat their enemies by crossing one small realm, it's enough for that cultivator to blow for decades. One could only imagine how much of a wave was created in the entire Chi Tian immortal state after Lu Yu's matter came to light. Many immortal cultivators call Lu Yu a demon that comes along once in a million years. Zhong Shushu swept his eyes outside the room and came a few points closer to Yi Yangshi, lowering his voice. The key is that the forces behind that heavenly immortal powerhouse haven't dared to lay a hand on him afterward. Is our Dao Sword sect so prestigious? Yi Yangshi was a bit surprised. When Zhong Shushu heard this, he immediately glared at Yi Yangshi, without good humor. He said, although this elder likes your words, after all, our Dao Sword sect is considered a little famous in the Chitian immortal state, but, putting it in the entire Skywalker realm wouldn't be enough. There are forces behind him, stronger than our Dao Sword sect? Yi Yangshi's face changed slightly. In that case, it seemed that he had really accidentally messed with an unbeatable character. 8 or 9. It's our sovereign lord. After all, that's a courtesy to him. Zhong Shushu said this words a beat, looked at Yi Yangshi for a moment, and then sighed. It's a pity. Just ascended and encountered such a file too. However, you can rest assured that, remembering that we have been in wolfish trouble, I will give you the best tribute every year. Yi Yangshi really can't help it, directly raised his hand to reward Zhong Su a chestnut, without good humor, said, can't you expect anything good from me? Zhong Shushu covered the place that Yi Yangshi knocked over and didn't get angry. Instead, a meaningful smile came and ended with a red tongue sticking out and not passing at the corner of his mouth. Snapping to Yi Yangshi's ear, he compelled, since you don't have much of a good life left to live, at midnight tonight, come here and find me, and this elder will be merciful for a while and let you get rid of. Without waiting for Zhong Su to finish, Yi Yangshi pushed Zhong Su away with one hand. The face said, no kidding. Seeing Yi Yangshi's indifference like this, Zhong Shushu let out a cold snort, so he stood up. While walking towards the outside of the room, he said with extreme dissatisfaction, to Qing Xue, you look like a rabbit meeting a wolf. It's like a cold face on a hot ass to me. What's the big deal? It's not like this elder has to have you. It's better to be killed by Lu Yu. Anyway, this elder will never be sad. so just wait to die you. Boo! The door to the room slammed heavily. Yi Unshi leaned onto the head of the bed and couldn't help but hold his forehead with one hand, only to feel a burst of headache. Originally, ascending to the upper realm was not a happy experience, but I also ran into a few ex-doctors, and that's alright. Master also suddenly revealed his true colors. A splitting headache. A splitting headache. Now it's even more ridiculous. Practicing a body magic immortal art, and giving yourself a big trouble. It's really cut and dried. When I think of the way Liu looked at myself at that time, the force of his hand on himself, he has tried to put himself to death at least once, right? It's just being seen by a man taking a bath, isn't it? When I was in school in my previous life, I've looked at the bodies of I don't know how many good sons and daughters a long time ago, and I haven't seen them have such a big grudge. He himself is only at the late stage of the nascent soul realm now, and that Liu is at least at the middle stage of the earth soul realm, and the one surnamed Liu has killed a heavenly immortal at the early stage of the earth immortal realm. Don't talk about yourself. It was Bai Qing who was now the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, who couldn't even win against Liu Yu. In that case, the only one who could protect himself would be his master who had broken through to the golden immortal realm. But the master is still in seclusion, and without her approval, it is not possible to stay in Qingdao Mountain. Yi Engshi sighed, so he got down from the bed, and with a movement of his mind, a brand new robe then appeared in front of him. Then again, it's been almost half a month since I've ascended to the Skywalking realm full of, and yet, I haven't had a chance to enjoy the scenery of the Skywalker realm yet. Well, choose your day, and leave the Dao Sword sect now. Go and savor how the vast Skywalker realm is different from the 100 realms. Yi Unshi muttered to himself as he put on his robes, and in a short time he had a plan. Chapter 25, I don't know if it tastes right. Taoist Sword Sect, Outer Gate Area. The 10 outer disciples led by Sujin followed Tang Tranquility to the left and right. A group of people walked towards the bottom of the Dao Sword Sect's mountain with great vigor. A sword formation exists over this place. If you take to the air without a permit token, what would be ushered in would be a sword formation killing move. Therefore, you have to go to the bottom of the mountain in order to reach the sky. The group didn't say a word more, and the peace and quiet of the until Tang Tranquility, who was walking in the forefront, saw a somewhat familiar back figure that was heading down the mountain. There was a flash of light. The pace picked up suddenly. This caused Su Yan and the other 10 outer disciples to look at each other somewhat in disbelief. Without saying much, followed closely behind Tang Tranquility. Soon, Tang Tranquility's group of 11 then arrived beside Yi Engshi, who was walking down the mountain. Where is senior brother Yi going? Tang Tranquility quickly stepped to Yi Engshi's side and gave a curious inquiry. Seeing Tang Tranquility, Su Yan and the others appear here, Yi Engshi was also a bit surprised, wanting to go out of the Dao Sword Sect to look around. Where is senior sister Tang going again? Master Yi is new to the Skywalker realm. It's good to go out and see more, but you still need to pay more attention. In all things, never try to be strong and stand up for others for no reason, so as not to bring about murder. Tang Tranquility nodded gently, first reminding Yi Engshi, then taking a deep breath. Fong said, I'm going to make a trip back to Heavenly Immortal City. I see. Yi Engshi realized, Tang Tranquility's home was in Heavenly Immortal City, and the Dao Sword Sect wasn't that far from Heavenly Immortal City. It didn't surprise Yi Engshi that she had to make a trip back home. Are they also going back to Heavenly Immortal City with senior sister Tang? Yi Engshi looked toward Sujin and the others, puzzled. Su Yan and the others who met Yi Engshi's gaze had somewhat unnatural faces. Soon after, he inclined his gaze and did not look at Yi Engshi one more time. 7 days ago, so many of them were unable to Yi Engshi alone. They were already a bit ashamed, and now that they all knew that Yi Engshi had ascended up from the lower realms, the shame burned even more. Tang Tranquility nodded. There's a bit of a matter that needs the senior brothers to hold up the fort. That's why I asked them to join me on the journey. Oh, is it convenient to say? Yi Engshi's footsteps lurched. Curious. When Tang Tranquility comes home, then it's basically all family business. I did not expect to need 10 outer disciples of the Dao Sword Sect to support the scene. Murphy, she is actually not good in the Tang family? Is this going to be a play on the return of the Dragon King? Tang Tranquility was silent for a moment, then sighed. It's not a big deal. Senior brother Yi, go to the top and talk. Yi Engshi naturally did not doubt him, was worried about not quite knowing the way. After all, the Dao Sword Sect's territory was so large that Yi Engshi was somewhat unable to imagine it. A group of 12 people walked in the direction of the outside of the Dao Sword Sect, and as they did so, Tang Tranquility while explaining the purpose of her trip home. Hearing Yi Engshi's pupils contracted, his insides trembled, and his legs trembled gently as he walked. It turned out that Tang Tranquility's return to Heavenly Immortal City this time wasn't a big deal. The main thing is to go back and return a marriage that was finalized 30 years ago. 30 years ago, 3 days before Tang Tranquility was set to worship the immortal sect, the head of the Tang family, that is, Tang Tranquility's father gave her a red thread. The object of the red thread was the young master of the Yun family, Yun Bufan, who was also one of the 3 great families of Tianxian City. It is said that Yun Bufan had outstanding talent since he was a child, and at the age of 10, he entered the 10th realm, the same cultivation level as his old man. This excited the whole Yun family. They all thought Yun Bufan had the appearance of an immortal. Ancestral graves are smoking. The Yun family, too, is about to produce an immortal. However, after only half a year, Yun Bufan's cultivation had not advanced the slightest inch, but cultivation realm was still falling instead. But 3 years, Yun Bufan, who was originally in the 10th realm, fell to the 2nd realm, and along with that, his entire body became weak. Over the past 3 years, the Yun family has been able to find physicians and alchemists for Yun Bufan, and they've been looking for them all over, but it doesn't help. In this regard, the Yun family's Yun Bufan, who once possessed the posture of an immortal, completely fell to mortal dust. The Yun family's fantasy of producing an immortal ended up in vain. But then, the Yun family got the method from somewhere and he said that if Yun Bufan marries a woman with immortal destiny, it will wash away the bad luck of Yun Bufan's body. It so happened that Tang Tranquility at that time was spotted by one of the outer sect elders of the Dao Sword sect, trying to lure Tang Tranquility into the Dao Sword sect. And since the Yun and Tang families have been friends for generations, the head of the Yun family sought out the door when he learned of the situation, talked freely with the head of the Tang family all night. Tang Tranquility was aware of the Yun family head's purpose, but she couldn't stop it, and everything was left to the Tang family head. That is, her father decided. The Yun and Tang families have been friends for generations. Even if Tang Tranquility has an immortal destiny, still haven't gotten away with the engagement. Later, Tang Tranquility hurriedly left the Tang clan, left Heavenly Immortal City, and stayed within the Dao Sword sect. It's a good thing she's talented and more competitive. In 30 years' time, she had broken through from the 6th realm all the way to the human immortal realm, becoming a veritable immortal, and a somewhat powerful immortal. These days she remembered the marriage, and thought to take advantage of the fact that her cultivation was not yet high enough to get rid of this karma before it's too late, lest they become tainted with this kind of karma in the future when their cultivation level is high, resulting in the inability to break through the bottleneck. After listening to Tang Tranquility's account, Yi Engshi fell silent. Good man, the more I hear about it, the more I think it's too strong. A sense of picture came out so abruptly that Yi Engshi couldn't bear to look at it. I just don't know if the flavor is right. Seeing that Yi Engshi had been silent after hearing this, and his eyes were all a bit off, Tang Tranquility couldn't help but ask, what happened to senior brother Yi? Senior sister Tang. Senior brother has something in his heart that I don't know if I should say. Yi Engshi hesitated for 2 breaths before speaking out. There's no harm in speaking up. Senior brother, if this Yun Bufan is truly extraordinary in the future, is senior sister Tang really not going to regret the demeanor and behavior she did today? Hearing Yi Engshi's words, Tang Tranquility immediately became a bit taut. Her face filled with laughter. Raising his eyes to the sky, his eyes never changed in the slightest, and his tone was incomparably certain. Even if Yun Bufan is truly extraordinary in the future, so what? Even if he becomes the sun in the sky, it's none of my business either. I just want to walk the path I choose for myself, and if it's wrong, I'll walk it to the end. Looking at Tang Tranquility's expression and listening to her incomparably certain words, Yi Engshi knew very well that the belief in Tang Tranquility's heart at this moment was incomparably strong. Even if Yun Bufan is truly extraordinary in the future, she shouldn't regret it. Perhaps it's more of a sentiment, I guess. Since Tang Tranquility had no intention of changing her mind, how could she not take a trip in this muddy water? If the flavor is correct, then you are witnessing the birth of a famous scene. Just thinking about it, Yi Engshi had different emotions in his heart. Originally, he just wanted to leave the Dao Sword sect and take in the elegance of the Skywalker realm. I didn't realize there was a surprise. When it's really worthy of the upper world, it's really exciting enough. In that case, senior brother would like to go and join in on the fun. I wonder if senior sister still needs someone to hold up the fort. Then I'd like to thank senior brother Yi for accompanying me on this trip. Tang Tranquility said readily, compared to Sujin and the others. She instead looked at Yi Engshi more agreeably, and Yi Engshi was stronger. Even if it was full, she would only choose to kick one person out and let Yi Engshi take his place. Tianxian City. Although it's an immortal city, there aren't actually many immortal cultivators. Immortals were rarely seen in the city, and even if they occasionally came across them, most people were unaware of them. It's not true that the city lord is a villain of the heavenly immortal realm, but the city lord hasn't shown his face for I don't know how many years. Basically, It was the three great families of Tianxian City that were managing the huge Tianxian City, and it's a good thing there aren't many immortals, or else. It was just that the three great families of mortal family power simply didn't dare to make a big move. Walking on the streets of Tianxian City, Yi Ensure was like a Mr. Curious, the one who looked at the other one picks at it again and just won't buy it. Give the roadside vendor, or even the shopkeeper, a good look. Thanks to the fact that they looked at Yi Engshi's dress and thought that he was from some big family, and his temperament was incomparably outstanding. Curious like a fat sheep leaving home for the first time. I thought I could slaughter a fat sheep. So the stall owners and shopkeepers greeted me very warmly. I didn't realize that this was a fat sheep that was a dime a dozen. Yi Engshi naturally felt the gazes of the stall owners and shopkeepers, but he was thick-skinned and he pretended to be invisible and continued to look at the things sold by the mortals in the upper realm with great interest. Some of the objects were quite interesting, but unfortunately, this world's wordless universal currency was immortal crystals. Yi Engshi's storage ring was piled up with spirit stones, but he couldn't spend them. It only felt like a hidden pain in my heart. When he was leaving, he even took one step and turned back 3 times. Looking at Tang Tranquility, Su Yan and the others who were speechless for a while. Yi Master, brother, but his hands are not too generous in recent days? Finally, as Yi Engshi held up a small stone figure that had a spirit and would move on its own. Tang Tranquility quickly came to Yi Engshi's side to inquire. Sort of, Yi Engshi said without lifting his head. Shopkeeper, we'll buy this. Tang Tranquility moved with a thought. The bag containing the spirit crystals appeared in his hand, and he casually threw it to the shopkeeper, leaving behind a sentence of no need to look for it. Then he pulled and quickly rushed towards the direction of the Yun family. The shopkeeper looked dumbfounded for a moment, weighed the bag and, it seems like there aren't enough immortal crystals in there to buy that little stone man, either. But when the shopkeeper reacted and ran to the store door, Yi Engshi, Tang Tranquility's group of 12 had already disappeared. After pulling Yi Engshi, the speed of a group of people became significantly faster and it soon came to the avenue that was directly in front of the Yun family residence. To our surprise, there was a long line down the avenue that each had a kind smile on their face. The middle-aged man dressed as a butler stood in front of the Yun family residence with a professional smile on his face, constantly greeting those who entered the Cloud Mansion. Ouch! Why is Master Xiao here too? Hey! How could I not come to Master Yun's 100th birthday? Old man, I'm not just coming. And a big gift. Look at what you are saying. It's alright to come when you feel like it. Why do you still have a gift? Xiao Cui and Xiaolan, quickly, send Master Xiao to the mansion. With the strength of Yi Engshi, Tang Tranquility and the others, even if the distance was a bit far, it was also able to catch the words of everyone talking in front of the Cloud Mansion. With the bits and pieces of those people's chats, Yi Engshi and the others realized that today is the Yun family's head's 100th birthday. It was no wonder that so many people had come. Given the Yun family's status in Tianxian City, it was quite normal. However, Yi Engshi's face was slightly stranger. Look at the others Yun family head of the family. The centennial birthday are living red hot and lively, but Yi Engshi is now almost 500 years old. But it seems that he has not even organized a decent birthday, and so on. Yi Engshi suddenly realized a problem. The Yun family head was only 100 years old this year, and his seniority was even higher than Tang Tranquility's. Doesn't that also mean that Tang Tranquility will be around 50 or 60 years old this year? I'm knocking. Suddenly, we're the oldest ones? Oh, no. Regardless of whether it was Master Su Qingma, or Bai Qingxue, or Zhong Xushu and the others, which one of them wasn't older than himself? Aha. It's not that I'm old. It's just that Tang Tranquility is still too young. Cough. Yi Engshi lightly coughed twice and, putting those miscellaneous thoughts in his mind behind him, he then said to Tang Tranquility, Senior Sister Tang, someone else is celebrating her 100th birthday today. Is it really too much to ask that we withdraw from the marriage today? Chapter 26, Yun Bufan. There's no harm in it. Anyway, the Yun family's face has long been lost because of Yun Bufan. It's not so bad. Tang Tranquility waved her hand and gave a disinterested remark. Yi Engshi. For some reason, he actually felt as if what Tang Tranquility said made some sense. But there was something strange about it somewhere. Sister, aren't you afraid of bringing disaster to the Dao Sword sect if you do this? Tang Tranquility took the lead and walked towards the Yun family residence, followed closely by Su Yan and the other outer disciples. Yi Engshi thought for a moment, then walked into the middle of a group of outer disciples. The figure was almost obscured by the others. It looks unassuming. In the Yun family residence, the Yun family head was seated high at the top, and in the same lobby with a pleasant face. The people who came to wish him well on his birthday said some nice things. The atmosphere was unbelievably cordial. The Yun family's direct disciples, on the other hand, were seated at the same table as a group of young people who had accompanied the elders to celebrate their birthday, making small talk and laughing out loud softly at times. It looked quite lively, but there was one person at the table who didn't fit in with the other young people. The young man, who looked to be about 20 years of age, had been drinking a mulled wine to himself, didn't strike up a conversation with anyone else, with a clean-cut appearance and steely eyes, and looking quite mature. This man, it was clearly the son of the Yun family's head, Yun Bufan. Sitting beside Yun Bufan was another young beauty who was about 18 or 19 years old and had a dignified demeanor, the adopted daughter of the Yun family, Yun Yao. Alas, although my Yun family is full of talents, and many geniuses have even appeared among the direct disciples, but it's still not as good as Yun Bufan, who is quite the immortal. At this point, a somewhat handsome young man suddenly sighed and the gaze turned to Yun Bufan, who didn't say a word, the son of the Yun family's grand elder, Yun Cheng. As soon as Yun Cheng said this, the group of young people who were originally chatting hotly suddenly closed their voices. Eyes all fell on Yun Bufan. All of them are somewhat mocking. Anyone could hear the yin and yang in Yun Cheng's words. Brother Chang is wrong. A pale-faced and the man who looked somewhat overindulged stood up and walked straight to Yun Bufan's side, his palm patting Yun Bufan's shoulder once or twice. That's only in the past. Nowadays, the whole of Tianxian City, who doesn't know my brother Fan's great name? That's a notorious loser. The son of the Yun family's second elder, Yun Ren. Yun Ren didn't have the slightest scruples, going so far as to call Yun Bufan a waste in front of the many young people of heavenly immortal city. This made most people's hearts a little surprised. All did not expect the Yun family infighting to reach this level. It's all moved to the table. However, few people spoke out to echo what Yun Ren had said. After all, no matter how much of a waste Yun Bufan was, that was also the only son of the Yun family head. The status gap is still relatively large. However, this did not affect the way they looked at Yun Bufan as if they were looking at a joy. The walls are falling down. A genius who had once had the stature of an immortal. And who wouldn't want to step on him? Boo! Before Yun Bufan could say anything, Yun Yao, who was beside him, stood up and slapped his hand on the desktop. The white face was filled with anger. Yun Ren, who are you to talk about brother Fan? After practicing for 30 years, and yet it's just a fourth realm loser. Listen, everyone listen. I've been practicing for 30 years to reach the fourth realm and I'm a loser. What about Yun Bufan? The first realm? Isn't it even worse than a waste? Yun Ren sniffed, and instead of getting angry, the words that came out became louder and louder. This caused the rest of the young men at the table to force a smile. Not to mention that the Yun Ren's words made quite a bit of sense. This made the color of anger on Yun Yao's face even more intense, and she was about to speak out. Instead, the small hand was held by Yun Bufan, who hadn't said a word, and pulled him back to sit on the chair. Yaoer, we don't want to be bitten by a dog and have to bite back, right? There is no need to pay attention to a dog's wailing bark. Yun Bufan didn't change his color and said with incomparable calmness. It looked like it wasn't affected by Yun Ren's words at all. Yun Yao nodded her head repeatedly after hearing this and skimmed Yun Ren, saying with a meaningful meaning, Brother Fan is right. Yo-Yo's not going to bite the dog. Yun Bufan, who the are you calling a dog? You piece of. All you can do is show off your tongue. Have guts. Enough. Yun Ren had an angry look on his face, but he was interrupted by Yun Cheng before he could finish his words, which made Yun Ren very upset. But after seeing the wink Yun Cheng made, he still held back. With a cold snort, he resumed his seat and sat down. This image was naturally caught in the eyes of the group of elders who pretended not to notice it. The Yun family's senior management cleared their heads in relief. After all, how the family disciples made a mess at home, it was still a family matter. If he really had to tear his face off in front of so many guests, then this family scandal would have to be spread throughout the entire heavenly immortal city. And the guests who came to celebrate the birthday were left with a cry of regret that this good show still didn't continue. Just then, the subordinate of the Yun family who was guarding the outside of the hall suddenly shouted, and his voice carried into the hall, drilled into everyone's ears. Tang Tranquility, the eldest miss of the Tang family, has come to celebrate her birthday. Upon hearing this, both the Yun family members and the guests who came here to celebrate the birthday were all shocked. The gazes then fell in unison onto the Tang family head sitting beside the Yun family head. The Tang clan's eldest miss has rushed back to celebrate the Yun clan master's birthday? The Yun and Tang families are truly worthy of being family friends. Yes, I've heard that this Miss Tang clan is a big bully. She's been spotted by the elders of the immortal sect. What about entering the immortal sect? Nowadays, I'm afraid I've already become an immortal. I have a confidant who works for the Don family. I heard him say that the name of the immortal sect that the Tang family's eldest young miss has worshipped is the Dao Sword sect. Yes, but the Dao Sword sect, which has gained great fame in recent centuries, Exactly. Terrifying as it is. Terrifying as it is. For a moment, everyone's faces were shocked as they talked about the eldest Miss Tang of the Tang clan, Tong Tong. In one fell swoop, he suppressed the Yun family head. It was as if today wasn't the Yun family head's birthday banquet, but rather Tang Tranquility's. This caused Yun Chang, who was sitting in his seat, to turn pale. The eyes that looked at Yun Bufan were filled with jealousy. 90% of those guests didn't know that Tang Tranquility and Yun Bufan still had a marriage contract. However, Yun Chang, who was a direct disciple of the Yun family, naturally knew. It was precisely because of this knowledge that he was so jealous of Yun Bufan. On what grounds? Why could a waste like Yun Bufan not only gain Yun Yao's favor and marry Tang Tranquility, who has joined the immortal sect? He's just a punk. In what way am I better than him? Yun Chang's hands, which were placed under the table, were clenched into fists, and his nails were sunk into the flesh and blood, but he didn't even realize it. At this moment, Yun Bufan, Yun Yao and the two of them showed strange colors. Neither had thought that Tang Tranquility would be able to make it over on this day. The moment, Yun Jing, the head of the Yun family, had a strange look on his face, and somewhat grumbled as he said to Tang En, the head of the Tang family, Brother Tang, look what you're hiding from me, leaving me unprepared. Yun Jing, Don's age has reached 100 years, though, but they all looked basically young, around 30 years old, or maybe the whole skybound world looks young. After all, heaven and earth are filled with immortal chi. That is, it is impossible to become immortal, but cultivation is even lower. The appearance of old age will take a long time. Hearing Yun Jing's words, Tang En smiled awkwardly and said truthfully, Elder brother Yun, it's not that old brother is hiding it from you. It's really that old brother. I didn't even know that this girl would come back today. In between the conversation between Yun Jing, Tang En and the two of them, a woman wearing a green-colored robe, with excellent features and an extraordinary aura was the first to walk into the hall. Immediately afterward, a man in the same robes, expressionless, he followed the woman into the hall. An extremely oppressive aura emanated from them. Everyone in the hall only felt a sudden pressure pressing down on them. Can't even breathe. And the gazes of those green-robed men were as if they were sharp blades, and with just one glance at it then felt as if his body was cracking. The crowd only dared to sweep a glance, and then hastily averted their eyes. Immortals. This group of people wearing green robes were definitely all immortals. Everyone didn't expect that the Yun family head's 100th birthday banquet. This Tang Tranquility has brought so many immortals to wish the Yun family head a happy birthday. What a great face this is. Regarding the gazes of the people in the hall, Tang Tranquility and his party didn't care and walked straight towards the direction of the main seat. Yi Engshi, who was walking in the crowd at the back of the room. Instead, he took the opportunity to keep scanning the hall. Soon, a young man was then locked by Yi Engshi. The other party looked very clean-cut with resolute eyes. Beside him was a woman who scored 90 points for her face alone. He was Yun Bufan. Even though Yi Engshi hadn't seen Yun Bufan, there was just such an intuition in his heart that couldn't help but scan more, especially at the other guy's fingers, the neck. Unfortunately, all of these spots were empty, and there was nothing in the way of triggers, rings, or necklaces. This made Yi Engshi slightly disappointed in his heart, but also more curious about what golden fingers Yun Bufan will have. While Yi Engshi was sizing up Yun Bufan was also secretly sizing up Tang Tranquility. Yi Engshi and his party. There was a bit of a frenzied look in the bottom of his eyes. He should have been one of those people. Yun Jing, head of the Yun family, pays his respects to all the immortal masters. Tang En, head of the Tang clan, pays his respects to the immortal elders. Watching Tang Tranquility and the others approach, Yun Jing and Tang En exchanged glances. Not daring to be arrogant, he hurriedly stood up from his seat and bowed to Tang Tranquility and the others. It's not true that Tang Tranquility is their junior. If Tang Tranquility is the only one, they can certainly pose as elders and not worship. But now Tang Tranquility wasn't the only one here. There were 11 other immortals as well. If they still put up a fight, they would be giving the remaining 11 immortals a hard time. Even though these 11 immortals all looked to be honoring Tang Tranquility, they thought that their cultivation was weaker than Tang Tranquility's, but just as weak, then they are still immortals. If there are still vengeful ones among them, then when Tang Tranquility leaves, or when he's in closed-door cultivation, it was entirely possible to exterminate the Yun and Tang families at once. As long as it was done cleanly, there was no fear of Tang Tranquility checking on the other side. After the heads of the Yun and Tang families had all bent down to pay their respects to Tang Tranquility's 12 people, the people in the hall also hurriedly stood up from their seats and saluted. Even Yun Bufan was among them. After all, he wasn't stupid and could naturally think of this layer of relationship. Father, there's no need to be polite. Master Yun, they're all sect masters and disciples, members of their own family. I'm sorry, Tang Tranquility said softly. When he said that, he held it up with one hand. A soft immortal power instantly wrapped around Yun Jing and Tang Yan's entire body, holding their bent backs up. As for the others, Tang Tranquility didn't bother. She hadn't wanted to stay here for long. Naturally, he didn't want to waste too much time on insignificant people. Chapter 27 Covenant. After standing up straight, Dun then walked towards Tang Tranquility, was about to take his daughter's hand to exchange pleasantries. Tang Tranquility suddenly raised his hand, and a small box manifested from his sleeve, floating in front of him. This brought Dawn to his feet, and his heart was very relieved. I didn't expect Tang Tranquility, who had been incapable of understanding the human condition since childhood and focused only on the difference between the strong and the weak. It's amazing that he's learned the ways of the world at this moment. Not only did he bring a group of immortals to wish Yun Jing a happy birthday, he also prepared a gift. Yun Jing and Tang Yan thought of one thing, so he pretended to be reserved when he saw the small box. Hey, my niece's visit to the Yun family is Uncle Yun's greatest gift. What more do you need to prepare? Ha ha, I'm sorry. See you. That's right. Tranquility hasn't seen you for decades and you've forgotten that Uncle Yun is also a member of your own family? What's wrong with seeing outside on? Don said with a smile on his face, thinking that the next thing was Tang Tranquility insisting on giving a gift, and old brother Yun Jing pretending not to accept it. It's a pulling episode that you're finally forced to take in. As for the matter of Yun Jing not accepting gifts, Tang Yan didn't even think about it. Knowing that his daughter was now an immortal, she was the one who gave Yun Jing the immortal pills she practiced on a regular basis. That's a great chance. 2. Cloudview wouldn't take it if he had a brain fart. But what he didn't expect was that a laugh puffed out just after the two of them had finished speaking. This caused Yun Jing, Tang Yan to look at the place where the laughter came from with some confusion. It was Su Jin and the two Dao Sword sect outer disciples who were closest to Tang Tranquility who also looked back with surprised faces. Then he saw Yi Engshi not far behind him lightly biting his lower lip and was trying to restrain his laughter. The corners of both mouths, however, couldn't stop the image from rising upwards. Cough. Yi Engshi coughed lightly, trying to bring himself back to his bashful demeanor. Don't mind it. I was born to laugh. I couldn't help it for a moment. Seeing Yi Engshi's appearance, Su Yan seemed to have thought of something as well. Suddenly followed by some bungs lived, the corners of his mouth lightly curled. This appearance of the two caused the rest of the outer disciples to be confused. Yun Jing, Tang Yan and the two of them heard this, but they didn't think much about it, so their gazes fell back onto Tang Tranquility, and trying to keep pulling some more, never thought about it. Tang Tranquility took the lead. Father, Uncle Yun, Tranquility came here today for one thing. That would be Tranquility's marriage. This statement was made. All the guests in the hall were in an uproar. No one had thought that Tang Tranquility had already gotten married, and that she had come here today because of this marriage. Could it be that because of all the long years of cultivation, and the subsequent possible need for another retreat? The fear of not having time to get married? The lifespan of immortal cultivators is different from that of mortals and is much longer. Therefore, as soon as a cultivator closes his eyes to cultivate, dozens or hundreds of years may have passed by the time he comes out of the closure. Therefore, quite a few people thought of this and couldn't help but feel a bit envious in their hearts. Tang Tranquility didn't give Yun Jing, Tang Yan and the two of them a chance to speak, and said bluntly, immortals and mortals are different. There is an order of strength and weakness, and Yun Bufan and I are destined to be unable to combine. Therefore, I hope to break off the marriage contract with Yun Bufan. Of course, I, Tang Tranquility, have done something wrong in this matter. Therefore, on the basis of this gift, and then additionally gift Yun Bufan an immortal medicine as an apology for the withdrawal. The words fell. Tang Tranquility then floated out another box emanating a morose cold aura from her sleeve, and with one hand raised, the box opened at once. A small human-like ice-white plant flew out of the box and floated in the eyes of Clouscape. Don's crowd. This immortal medicine is called cold root ginseng, and as the name suggests, it can make the body of the person who takes this ginseng nourish ice attribute pseudo-spiritual roots. Whether it's an earth spiritual root, a heavenly spiritual root, or a holy spiritual root depends on the luck of the person who takes it. As Tang Tranquility finished his introduction, the guests in the hall burst out in shock. Why is it so hard for mortals to worship the immortal sect? It was nothing more than the reason for having no or wasted spiritual roots. As the name suggests, a wasted spirit root is a class that does not reach the level of an earth spirit root. Even if one could manage to cultivate immortality by chance, their achievements would be limited and they would have to consume huge resources for cultivating immortality. This was also the reason why the immortal sect of immortals called these spiritual roots as waste spiritual roots. However, I never thought that there would be an immortal medicine that could allow one's body to grow spiritual roots at least at the level of the earth spiritual root. Although it is a pseudo-spirit root, Compared to a real earth spirit root there is a slight gap between the, but that's a completely negligible point. This cold root ginseng is an immortal medicine that allows mortals to have the opportunity to worship the immortal sect of immortality. Not to mention the guests. Most of the Yun family members are now incredibly moved, especially the second elder of the Yun family. His son, Yun Run, has been mostly wasted. If you can get this cold root ginseng, for Yun Run, it is like giving Yun Run a second way of life. For a moment, the hall was filled with the sound of rapid breathing. Yun Jing looked at the cold root ginseng suspended in front of him, as well as the small box that had yet to be opened, and struggled incomparably. The cold root ginseng alone would be a heavenly gift. Without much thought, the small box must still have immortal items that are not inferior to the cold root ginseng. Even if there is some gap, the gap will not be too big. Agreeing to withdraw from the marriage, even though it will damage the face of the Yun family in full view of the public. But he was able to get 2 immortal items at once. If Bu Fan was allowed to take the cold root ginseng again, then he would be immortal again. Disagree. Though saving the face of Bu Fan and the Yun family, but also and now become a fairy Tang Tranquility bad. Bu Fan and Tang Tranquility also doomed to not be married. It seemed like a choice that was not difficult to make, but Yun Jing was slow to make a decision. This gave the Yun family's second elder an anxious face that turned red. He hated to directly make the decision for Yun Jing. The other side. At this moment, Yi Engshi had been observing Yun Bufan. Yun Bufan's reaction was not at all what Yi Engshi expected. After Tang Tranquility spoke out about withdrawing from the marriage, her face became incomparably ugly, and she clenched her lips and something seems to be brewing in his mind. Still on the fence though. At this point, Yi Engshi saw the little girl beside Yun Bufan reach out and gently pat on the back of Yun Bufan's hand. This caused Yun Bufan's gaze to become unwavering all of a sudden. It also caught Yi Engshi's eye. I'm coming. I'm coming. A famous scene is about to be born in front of your eyes. Sure enough, when no one was looking, Yun Bufan quickly stepped toward Yun Jing. Tang Tranquility walked to the location of the 3 of them, suddenly coming in front of Yun Jing as he slowly raised his trembling arm. One pressed down on Cloudview's raised arm, and with an indignant look on his face, a loud voice suddenly came out of his mouth. Tang Tranquility, the only reason you want to withdraw from the marriage is that I, Yun Bufan, am now just a waste of space. If it were decades ago, will you still come to my Yun family to withdraw from the marriage when I still have the appearance of an immortal? It's fine to withdraw from the marriage. Anyway, this marriage wasn't forced upon me by Yun Bufan. I don't care. But, this isn't about you, Tang Tranquility, withdrawing your marriage from me. Yun Bufan. Rather, it's me, Yun Bufan, withdrawing from you. In a series of several words, Yun Bufan's face followed a little red, and when he finished, he took a look to the east end, looked again, as if searching for something. At this point, a piece of paper and a pen suddenly descended from the sky and floated silently in front of Yun Bufan. The whole thing made Yun Bufan freeze, subconsciously looking towards amongst the multiple immortals. A man wearing a green-colored robe with a handsome and peerless face. A young man who looks like an immortal. The man's raised hand began to drop at this moment, and he gave Yun Bufan a smile in return, looking quite amiable. This made Yun Bufan somewhat flattered. Hastily, he arched his hand and gave the other party a salute. Around Yi Engshi, all the outer disciples of the Dao Sword sect were looking at Yi Engshi with shocked faces. Even Su Yan and the others standing in front of them were staring at Yi Engshi with strange expressions. Wanted to say something and then stopped. If he didn't know that Yi Engshi had just ascended up from the lower realm within a few days, it was simply impossible to be acquainted with Yun Bufan, and they all had to think that Yi Engshi and Yun Bufan were very close. Even Tang Tranquility, one of the main parties involved, had the corners of his mouth twitch imperceptibly at this moment. It always feels like Yi Engshi is the mole in this withdrawal incident. Yun Bufan didn't hesitate, and after taking a handful of the paper and pen suspended in front of him, then he took the pen and danced on the paper. Although Yun Jing and Tangan had guesses in their hearts, they still couldn't believe it. Hurriedly, he came over to Yun Bufan's side. The more they looked, the more alarmed the duo became. Soon after, Yun Bufan flung the paper with the words written on it at Tang Tranquility as soon as he could. On the one hand, he said in a loud voice, "You and I are engaged without a marriage certificate. This piece of paper will be taken as a marriage certificate between you and me, and from now on, you and I will have nothing more to do with each other. But remember, it wasn't you, Tang Tranquility, who backed out of the engagement. It was me, Yun Bufan. Repudiate you, Tang Tranquility." Listening to this flood of words from Yun Bufan, and then looking at the just received, holding the contents of the paper in her hands, Tang Tranquility's hand holding the paper was trembling lightly. Not sad, but pissed off. Yun Bufan took one step at a time toward the outside of the hall. his back straight as a ramrod. It's true that I, Yun Bufan, am now down and out and still a waste, but how would you know that I, Yun Bufan, am destined to be a waste for the rest of my life? 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Don't kid yourself. Yun Bufan came to a sudden stop at the gate and turned around and a pair of eyes gazed at Tang Tranquility's back, and said in a condensed voice, Tang Tranquility, 30 years from now, I will definitely go to the Dao Sword sect and wash away the pain that you brought me today. All the humiliation brought to the entire Yun family. Say it. Yun Bufan then took large steps toward the door. Yeah. Tang Tranquility suddenly turned around and laughed coldly. You're a waste for one day. You'll be a waste for the rest of your life. I, Tang Tranquility, would like to see how you're going to turn around in 30 years. Yun Bufan's footsteps lurched, but he didn't stop and said without turning his head back, then you'll just have to wait and see. I will be waiting for young Master Yun's arrival at the Dao Sword sect, Tang Tranquility said, casually waving his hand. The cold root ginseng landed on top of the main table along with the small box that had never been opened. Throwing up his sleeves and leaving. Even with cloud view, Tang Yin didn't say a word. Seeing this, Su Yan and the others likewise followed Tang Tranquility away without a word, until after it was out of sight. The people in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. Under that atmosphere just now, they could clearly perceive that those immortals' gazes were getting more and more unkind. I'm really afraid of being angered by Tang Tranquility and the immortals. Then those of them are hardly destined to live. It was also fortunate that Tang Tranquility and those immortals didn't get angry, which saved his life. But perhaps fearing that in a few moments those immortals would turn back again, the crowd of guests then began to bid farewell to Yun Jing, as if they were fleeing, quickly leaving the Yun family residence. Not much longer. The original lively and bustling Yun family residence then returned to the usual cold. It was not until then that Dun, as if he had come back to his senses, pointed to the door and said in a trembling voice, Sinner girl, a sinful daughter. The other side, Tang Tranquility, who had left the Yun family's residence and re-entered the streets of Tianxian City, had a somewhat ugly face. The paper that was grasped in his hand had long since turned wrinkled, and he said in a deep voice, Senior Yi, Chapter 28. What a nerve. A few moments passed, but no sound came. This caused Tang Tranquility to turn her head violently, looking towards the location where Yi Engshi had previously preferred to stay, only to find that Yi Engshi had long since disappeared. Tang Tranquility's fists hardened instantly. Do any of you know where Yi Engshi went? Tang Tranquility looked at the several outer disciple masters in front of her. Calm words came out of his mouth. Even though she acted calm, everyone knew she could hardly be calm in her mind, or else. Nor would he have just left the Yun family residence and inquired about Yi Engshi's whereabouts. Several outer disciples looked at me at you, and finally shook their heads in unison. Sure, it's not that they're harboring Ansiep. It was really because he had just focused on Tang Tranquility, and hadn't bothered to pay attention to Yi Engshi's movements at all. Senior sister Tang, senior brother Suzhen has also disappeared. It could be with Yi Engshi still staying at the Yun family residence, right? An outer disciple was somewhat surprised and said. This statement was made. The gazes of all the Dao Sword sect disciples, including Tang Tranquility, landed on the Yun family residence in unison. Minds vary, but one thing is consistent. That was the mortal man with a cultivation level of only one realm, just now in the lobby of the Yun family. The image of what was said came to mind at the same time. You should know that Tang Tranquility is now a real immortal cultivator, or human immortal realm. For mortals, already a true immortal. But a mortal who was like an ant dared to speak to Tang Tranquility like this, and also set a so-called 30-year contract. Really think he can in just 30 years, reaching the human immortal realm from the weakest mortal one realm. Ha! And it wasn't like reaching the human immortal realm would win against Tang Tranquility. He, Yun Bufan, had 30 years to cultivate. Could it be that Tang Tranquility couldn't grow his cultivation at all in those 30 years? Because of this, Yun Bufan was the reason why so many Daojian sect disciples were shocked to the point that, after all, the gap was so large. He really wasn't afraid that the Yun family would disappear into the long river of history in the Qitian immortal state. The back of the Yun family's mountain. Yun Bufan sat on top of a boulder that stood at the edge of a cliff break. One eye took in the towering dense forest not far away. Ryoko couldn't help but let out a long sigh, saying that, but, wanting to become an immortal within 30 years is tantamount to a fool's dream. Not to mention, having to step on Tang Tranquility. Yun Bufan shook his head bitterly. But the word is out, and even if it seems impossible to do it, we'll have to try it first to find out. At this point, several footsteps that seemed to have been deliberately rattled suddenly came from the rear, and clearly drilled into Yun Bufan's ears. However, Yun Bufan was not half surprised, as if he had already guessed it, and spoke out. Yaoer, do you think I, can really defeat Tang Tranquility in 30 years and wash away today's humiliation? The person who came was none other than Yun Yao. Seeing that Yun Bufan knew it was him who came without even turning his head back, Yun Yao wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, she made footsteps so deliberately every time. If it was someone else, then Yaoer would not believe it. Yun Yao accelerated her steps to Yun Bufan's side, and slowly sat beside Yun Bufan after lifting the hem of her skirt up a bit. But since what Brother Fan said, then Yaoer naturally believes it. 30 years is not long to say, but it is not short to say, and with Brother Fan's talent, if there were some more wonders, it would not be heavenly. Listening to Yun Yao's words and meeting her eyes, Yun Bufan's heart was filled with emotion. Over the years, if it were not for his father, Yun Jing and Yun Yao, he, Yun Bufan, even if he did not have a short heart, mental toughness wouldn't be as tough as this. Yaoer, I've decided. Yun Bufan suddenly stood up and, taking one step towards the cliff, he raised one hand and pointed towards the towering dense forest with an unusually firm tone. I will pass through this strange forest and seek wonders in dangerous places, not seeking the way to ask for immortality. I vow not to return home, even if I have to die 9 deaths. I have no fear. Looking at Yun Bufan's back, Yun Yao's gaze burned and her eyes flickered, as if she had remembered something. It was only after a long time that he gradually came back to his senses. His lips pursed slightly and he stood up with a hint of a smile. Walking towards Yun Bufan, he soon came to Yun Bufan's side. I believe that one day, Brother Fan will not only strike it rich, but will be able to ask for immortality, even decapitate the immortals. At those words, Yun Bufan's heart shook, and before his eyes, he couldn't help but start floating back to earlier in the Yun family's lobby. Tang Tranquility, and those immortals wearing clear green robes, they all look lonely and sightless. It was that there were many mortals present, but it seemed as if no mortals existed in their eyes. Each of them is like an immortal in the sky, holding the lives of countless mortals in their hands with their words and actions. If one day, he can really cut these immortals down to earth, just by thinking about it, Yun Bufan's face began to redden a little, and his heart was especially excited. It was as if the fog that had previously obscured the path ahead of him had all dispersed at this moment. Got to see Yun Yang. I thought that today's words in the Yun family's lobby were already rampant enough, but I didn't realize that you two mortals that. How dare Xiao Xiao want to come to the immortal beheading? You have already taken the way of death. At this point, a voice suddenly entered the ears of Yun Bufan and Yun Yao from all directions. The terrifying attack was even more constantly destroying the two people's sea of consciousness. Pust! Almost as soon as the words fell, a mouthful of fresh blood began to gush out of Yun Bufan, Yun Yao's mouth, and the legs went limp, come paralyzed to the ground in unison. Yun Bufan's situation was even more miserable than Yun Yao's. The corners of his eyes, his ears, his nostrils, there was also blood starting to spill out of the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Yun Yao had more panic on her face and even crawled to Yun Bufan's side. Concerned, Brother Van, I don't know when, a man wearing a long green robe, with a red stripe spreading to the cuffs on each shoulder. It still appeared near the cliff, behind Yun Bufan and Yun Yao. He appeared to be only in his 20s, and somewhat handsome, but in those eyes but it was full of disdain. Even listening to my words almost killed you, and for that, you're still thinking of beheading immortals? Looking at the image of Yun Bufan's entire body being powerless and paralyzed in Yun Yao's arms, Su Yan let out a cold smile, hands wrapped around his body in mockery. In the Yun family's lobby, those words of Yun Bufan made Su Yan listen with great irritation. From the moment he stepped into the nascent soul realm and became a true immortal, which of the mortals he meets is not as respectful as if he were a god? Even immortals who were at the same nascent soul realm would be courteous because he was a disciple of the Dao Sword sect. But after following Tang Tranquility to come to the Cloud family, there is even a who speaks out. It is even set for 30 years, even if this mole had spoken out of turn, and the target of the 30-year pact was not Su Yan, but Su Zhen still felt that the aura of being an immortal was offended by a mortal. However, because of Tang Tranquility's relationship, Su Yan was not in a position to snap on the spot. It wasn't good to blatantly exterminate the Yun family either. That's why he tailed Yun Bufan here. Originally, I just wanted to give some small punishment, which had thought that I had heard the shocking words again. This is why in a fit of rage to Yun Bufan, Yun Yao two people use immortal sense offensive. Of course, just a hint of movement. Otherwise, Yun Bufan and Yun Yao would have gone to meet King of Hell long ago. Brother Van, are you okay? Say something. Yun Yao hugged Yun Bufan and gently shook. Seeing that Yun Bufan's gaze was not quite right, as if he was lost in thought. He's really a loser. He shouldn't have all his sea of consciousness shattered just by listening to my words. Reduced to a cutie, right? Seeing this, Su Yan immediately revealed a cozy smile. As if Yun Bufan had truly become a little cutie. Same. These words reached Yun Yao's ears, instantly causing Yun Yao to turn around. Her eyes filled with killing intent. Suddenly a sword finger traced out, pointing at Su Yan who was not far away. Shasta. Dozens of sword chi violently appeared around Su Jin, transforming into a solid body in just 2 breaths. Killing towards Su Jin from all directions. Pity. Su Jin simply allowed the immortal energy within his body to spread. It then destroyed all the dozens of sword blades that Yun Yao had transformed. Nearly Yun Yao's full strength strike. In addition to being able to give Su Yan's body some shaking in his green robe, there is no other role at all. Su Jin looked at Yun Yao with more killing intent in his eyes and coldly said, "A mortal is a mortal, only knowing that the sky is high, but not knowing how high it really is. How dare you take the initiative to make a move on this immortal? Strike that." With a sudden step of his right foot, which looked as if he had merely stamped lightly on the ground. However, it caused the entire mountain to shake violently. At the point where its toes broke the cliff, a crack even began to appear. If I wasn't worried about senior sister Tang's reprimand, why would this immortal need to go to such trouble and bother? Good luck to you all, Su Jin said expressionlessly, and then a terrifying oppressive force instantly pressed down on Yun Yao. Yun Bufan on the 2 of them, the cliff that was already cracked. At this moment with the additional oppressive force on the Yun Bufan duo, instantly, it wouldn't hold up. Instant break. Yun Yao, Yun Bufan and the 2 of them also followed and fell down the cliff. Even though Yun Yao had the intention to take Yun Bufan this cliff, the oppressive force on her body simply could not allow her to leave. We can only watch as the surrounding scenery continues to move rapidly downward. The wind that washed over his body was becoming more and more massive. Su Yan stood at the break, looking at Yun Bufan and Yun Yao, who had already fallen about 40 to 50 feet. The smile grew. The thoughts are clear. The next instant, the smile on Su Yan's face had a slightly stiff feel to it. He could clearly perceive a fluctuation of immortal power that was not at all inferior to his. Suddenly it spread out in this place. Immediately after, the oppressive force he had suppressed on Yun Bufan, Yun Yao and the 2 of them was also gone at this moment. On the falling cliff platform, the figures of Yun Yao and Yun Bufan were even missing. This series of events happened too suddenly, causing Su Yan's face to instantly turn ugly, turn around violently. Somehow, the duo of Yun Bufan and Yun Yao had appeared under a large tree not far behind Su Yan. A man in a black robe, with a black iron face and, the man who completely covered his face stood beside Yun Bufan. And the immortal power within his body even surged into Yun Bufan's body. A moment's effort. Yun Bufan, whose eyes were somewhat dull, once again became clear. "Who are you? Dare to meddle in my Su Jin's affairs?" Su Jin had a cold face and, to the black-robed man, he said in a deep voice. The black-robed man, however, acted as if he hadn't heard it, and was currently talking to Yun Bufan in low tones. This made Su Yan furious. Huge immortal sense instantly surged towards that black-robed man. Although the black iron mask worn on the black-robed man's face had the effect of isolating the probing of knowledge, the level was not high. Within a few breaths, however, Su Jin's immortal sense had already passed through that black iron mask and, seeing the face under the black-robed man's mask, his face looked to be about 30 years old, with some pockmarks and scars, and at first glance, then it is not clear. Definitely a tough one. How dare you hurt my lady? Tell me, how do you want to die? The black-robed man suddenly spoke coldly to Su Jin, and in his low words, which were accompanied by a number of immortal sense attacks, a morose killing aura even erupted from its body. This statement was made. Su Yan was immediately surprised. Slowed down for not a while. Yun Bufan is even more confused. Yun Yao, on the other hand, frowned. Chapter 29, each borrowing the tiger's might. Did you hurt the lady of the house? Who? At this instant, whether it was Su Yan or Yun Bufan, eyes all coincidentally landed on Yun Yao. Tang tranquility. After all, among the people present, there was only one woman. Yun Yao, your lady? How can a mere mortal woman make you, a nascent soul realm immortal, work for her? Is the Yun family really that capable? Su Yan forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, intending to ask about the other party's background, so as not to accidentally provoke an existence that can't be messed with. The reason why he had survived until now and managed to cultivate to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. He relies on his ability to read people's minds, knowing who to mess with and who not to mess with. After seeing Su Jin gather up a few points of his previous arrogance, Yi Unshi's heart blossomed with joy. Yes, this black-robed man wearing a black iron face, who suddenly appeared and saved Yun Bufan, Yun Yao and the 2 of them. It's none other than Yi Unshi. At that time in the Yun family's lobby, Yi Unshi had wanted to follow Tang Tranquility and the others out of the house. After all, the hilarity is over. But then noticing the image of Su Yan quietly leaving, Yi Unshi pondered slightly. Then he quietly followed Su Zhen not far behind. Perhaps it was because all of the Yun family's residents were mortals. Su Zhen's vigilance wasn't very high. There was no sign of Yi Unshi, or spotted Yi Unshi and didn't even care. Therefore, Su Yan didn't lay hands on Yun Bufan and Yun Yao until the two of them neither noticed Yi Unshi's arrival either. After all, Su Zhen is Yi Unshi's fellow disciple. Yi Unshi also didn't want to make Su Yan's relationship too bad. He puts on the cold face which is used to hide his identity in the 100 domains. As the name suggests, a mask capable of blocking the probing of another person's spiritual sense. However, cold face of blocking knowledge is, after all, a lower realm spirit sake. Yi Unshi was worried that he couldn't block Su Zhenxian's knowledge, so he put an extra human skin mask on his face. The mask is used to confuse Su Yan. It was able to make Su Yan think that the human skin mask underneath the mask was Yi Unshi's real face. As long as Su Zhen is not the kind of person who is suspicious, Yi Unshi believes that Su Zhen will not be able to recognize it. Fruity. Hearing Su Zhen ask why she was working for a mortal woman, after talking about the family behind it again, Yi Unshi knew one thing. Su Zhen has already believed in his own mask under the face. In order to avoid accidents, Yi Unshi still took the lead in suppressing the emotions in his heart. Only then did he continue in low words. What class are you? And you still want to know my lady's family name? When Yun Yao, who was behind Yi Unshi, heard this, her pupils shrunk slightly and she stared at Yi Unshi's back incredulously. It was as if he hadn't expected him to say something like that. When she saw the picture of Yun Bufan beside her looking at her with a desire to speak, Yun Yao was furious in her heart. Small hands slowly clenched into fists. Hadn't she explained down long ago not to expose her identity? Especially in front of Yun Bufan, this black-robed man in front of him. Which elder in the family had sent him? You're adding traffic this way without even training? What grade are you talking about me? I am Su Yan, inner disciple of the Dao Sword Sect, with the Seat disciple Tang's senior sister friendship, and even with the clan law enforcement hall of the great elder relationship is very shallow. If I am insulted, will certainly be for me to stand up. What are you? And what class? Su Yan's face twitched a little and the words came out in full in one breath. This made Yi Unshi have to admire this Su Yan when he heard it. Nice guy. It's okay to elevate his own status and say that he's an inner disciple of the Dao Sword Sect. Surprisingly, Tang Tranquility's identity was also raised, and in the end, he forced the words that he had a good relationship with the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall to come out of his mouth. The main thing is that the bastard said those words without blushing or jumping out of his skin. And I don't know exactly how many people I've lied to. That's how you develop such a thick skin. Just a disciple of the Dao Sword Sect that just made it to the end of the first-class forces in the Qi Tian immortal state. It is not yet worthy to know my lady's name, much less what family she is from. Yi Unshi said. There was no half-change in his tone, not at all subdued by those words of Su Zhen's. It looks clearly emboldened. This made Su Zhen's heart become a little bottomless, and his heart felt some remorse. Had I known that this woman beside Yun Bufan came from such a big place, I shouldn't have come to provoke her. Or it was only right to take advantage of the fact that Yun Yao was not beside Yun Bufan to come back and seek revenge. It's okay now. I'm actually in the center of a whirlwind of trouble. He wondered if the black-robed man in front of him was swindling him. And yet, there is no way to confirm that what the other side is saying is false, with the idea that it's better to believe it than not to believe it. Su Zhen struggled inwardly for a long time, and finally clenched his teeth fiercely and bowed to Yi Unshi with an arch. I have been abrupt in this matter, so please bear with me if I have offended. Strike that. With a thought, the storage ring worn on Su Zhen's finger violently flashed with a hint of green light, and after that, a purple sword blade then appeared in front of it. This sword is of the Hotian rank of extremely high-grade immortal weapon. Although the grade is a bit lower, yet it is considered a good immortal weapon, and Mr. Su would like to apologize to your excellency, as well as that noble lady. With this sword, the words just fell. The purple sword blade then flew to stop in front of Yi Unshi on its own. A faint purple immortal power overflowed from the sword. It looks like some luxury. When Yun Yao saw this, she couldn't help but sneer a little more. The Hotian order immortal artifacts were in her clan. And only a few mortal servants to look at. This black-robed man in front of him was obviously an immortal, and should be considered one of their own in the clan. How can you possibly look at this kind of Hotian rank immortal? In that case, I shall accept this item on behalf of the young lady. That's only because you haven't really heard miss. Otherwise, let alone an immortal weapon of the latter heavenly order. Even if it's the first heavenly order, the holy order, even if it's an immortal ranked immortal artifact, this matter can never be settled like this. Yi Unshi's voice raised a bit as he spoke, with more than a hint of an unquestioning tone. It's as if it's telling the truth. This instantly caused Su Yan, Yun Yao and the two of them to have a few more black lines on their foreheads. If Hyunshi hadn't quickly put that purple sword blade into his storage ring when he said this, they still have that much left to believe what they say. Seeing that Yunyao's face was still a little less than pretty, Su Yan didn't dare to continue to stay for long. So as not to cause Yunyao to be unhappy and something bad to happen, he continued to be polite with Hyunshi for a few moments before rushing up to the sky. It didn't take long for it to disappear in mid-air. Hyunshi stood in place, his immortal sense spreading, his eyes gazing at the direction Su Yan had left for a long time. Neither felt Su Jin's immortal power fluctuations before he turned sideways, looking towards Yun Bufan and Yunyao. The Yun Bufan duo were also looking at Hyunshi at the moment. The eyes are different. However, Yunyao still clearly had some reproachful colors in her eyes and didn't look too friendly. It caused the corners of Hyunshi's mouth to twitch darkly. Nice guy. If you look at it this way, there is really a big family behind this woman? Hyunshi coughed lightly, and his immortal sense spread a little more. After still not sensing Su Jin's immortal power aura, only then did he raise his hand to remove the black iron mask from his face, his fingers tapping his face once or twice. The next instant, Hyunshi's face, which looked somewhat ruthless, instantly turned into a mist, dissipate between heaven and earth. The true face was completely revealed in the eyes of Yun Bufan and Yunyao. It's you! Yun Bufan exclaimed in shock. This black-robed man in front of me is not the same man who, not long ago, the immortal who gave him paper and pen in the Yun family lobby? But he wore before, and that claimed to be the Road Sword sect inner disciple Su Jin exactly the same. Actually is not all the way Chio? Not to mention Yun Bufan. Yunyao was even more confused on the spot at this moment. Originally, he thought that Hyunshi was the elder of her clan who was worried about her safety, so he sent an immortal to protect him. Unexpectedly, this person was one of the outlaw immortals who came with Tang Tranquility to withdraw from the marriage. My name is Hyunshi, the leaf of leaves, the inn of comfort, and the world of the world. Hyunshi smiled and said. Then looking towards Yunyao, he slightly arched his hand. The party took the liberty of fabricating some non-existent background for this girl. It's really rude. There's no harm, no foul, and the immortal is doing this to cause less trouble. Not to mention it's still for the safety of my brother Van and I. It's out of the way. Yunyao said as she shook her head repeatedly, but her heart was blossoming with joy. She had already prepared herself to be questioned by Yun Bufan in a while, and improvised two ways of saying it. I didn't expect this to unfold. Can one not be happy? Until Hyunshi went with Yun Bufan to the bottom of the tree and sat down. Yun Bufan still felt like he was dreaming. It was surprising that an immortal should be so calmly engaged in small talk with himself, and that a meeting of ping-ponged. It also allows him to step in and save the day. Yun Bufan knew very well in his heart that if Hyunshi had not appeared just now, that Su Yan, even if he didn't get him killed, he had to get him in the direction of being crippled. So much for that. Let's not talk about fighting Tang Tranquility 30 years from now. Whether or not one could break through to the third realm within 30 years was a big question. Through some small talk, Yun Bufan also knew Hyunshi's identity. Hyunshi actually ascended up from the lower realm. Because his talent was not bad, he managed to join the Dao Sword sect. Plus Hyunshi again said that he saw the shadow of what he once was from Yun Bufan. Only then did they reach out to Yun Bufan one after another. Hearing this, Yun Bufan's eyes became slightly moist. After so many years of being treated as a waste, except for his father, Yun Jing, and Yunyao, Hyunshi was technically the first person to identify with him, and not just a mortal, but a famous immortal. An immortal's approval. Under his emotional exuberance, Yun Bufan immediately said solemnly, Brother Yi, if I, Yun Bufan, become successful in the future, I will repay this great favor. Hyunshi shook his head after hearing this, but reached out and patted Yun Bufan's shoulder twice. Elder brother Yun, listen to Ye's advice. This step should not be too wide at once. Be careful of falling. To step by step, steady and stable. Yi, I'm serious. Seeing that Hyunshi seemed to think that he was amplifying his words, Yun Bufan instantly became anxious. Hurriedly, he patted his chest and assured himself, but immediately afterward, the eyes darkened. Yeah, he's just a mortal now. Still only a mortal of the first realm. Couldn't even beat most of the children under the age of 10. To Hyunshi, these words were just like listening to someone farting or bragging. Unconvincing. Seeing Yun Bufan's reaction, Hyunshi knew it was time and slowly stood up and, toward the bluff. After standing at the edge of the cliff for a moment, Hyunshi shook his head inside lightly, clenching one hand and, as if he had made some sort of determination, he turned sideways and looked at Yun Bufan, Yunyao and the two of them under the tree. In fact, I'm certain that I can undo the restraints within old brother Yun's body, letting you recover to the level where you could cultivate normally before. I wonder if old brother Yun believes it, or not. Chapter 30, Is there such a good man in the world? This statement was made. Yun Bufan, who was still sitting under the tree, instantly stood up, his eyes wide open, deadly staring at Yi Unshi's figure. He wanted to make a sound, but in the heat of the moment, no sound could come from his throat. Yun Yao similarly stood up, a pair of bright eyes looking Yi Unshi up and down. The mind was a little taken aback. Over the years, the Yun family has sought out many people to find out about Yi Bufan, but invariably there is nothing to be done. She had also had one of her clan's physicians blend into the Yun mansion in disguise and diagnose Yun Bufan, but that physician couldn't find out anything, only saying that Yun Bufan's body was just like a normal person's. It doesn't make any difference at all. You know, that physician looks at the entire Chitian immortal state. That counts as one of the prestigious physicians. Such a character can't see the slightest clue that this Yi Unshi is just ascending up from the lower realm. It's just a matter of having immortal cultivation. How could he see that Yun Bufan couldn't cultivate just by virtue of 2 meetings? When he slowed down, Yun Bufan's body was trembling and his voice was slightly shrill. Is it true what Yi said? Trust me? Yi Unshi looked straight into Yun Bufan's eyes and said in a faint voice, believe. Almost as soon as Yi Unshi's words fell, Yun Bufan spoke out directly. To this, Yi Unshi was not surprised. After all, Yun Bufan has been a waste for so many years. Now he said that he could help Yun Bufan dissolve the waste order. Then Yun Bufan will naturally grab the last life-saving straw. If he is not so decisive, then, within the Yun family lobby, he wouldn't have been in front of so many people, saying those words to Tang Tranquility about 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Yi Unshi looked at Yun Yao beside Yun Bufan. Miss Yun, please also evade. If you can do what you can. Stopping people who want to come here until the treatment is over, that would be even better. At those words, Yun Yao was a bit hesitant. Although Yi Unshi had helped Yun Bufan twice, in the final analysis, it's only the first day they've met. Relationships aren't that strong. If Yi Unshi is unfavorable to Yun Bufan and she is not present, then with the strength of Yun Bufan's first realm, Yaoer, listen to Big Brother Yi. I'm sure Big Brother Yi won't do me any harm. And besides, with Brother Yi's strength, why would he go to such great lengths if he really wants to harm me? Yun Bufan said. Seeing this, even though Yun Yao had some apprehension in her heart, she could only choose to believe Yi Unshi. Once Yun Yao left, Yi Unshi beckoned to Yun Bufan, signaling him to come over. Yun Bufan didn't get suspicious and quickly stepped in front of Yi Unshi, asking curiously, Brother Yi, what am I going to do? Simple. Just meditate and practice after removing the upper armor, and leave the rest to me. Yes. Yun Bufan removed his robes as he was told, and then sat on the ground, his gong methods running. The small amount of immortal chi that filled this place began to gather towards Yun Bufan's location. It was just that the amount of immortal chi that began to burrow into Yun Bufan's body was frighteningly small. The speed is especially slow. The old moment before a little bit of immortal gas drilled into the Yun Bufan body. Yi Unshi sat down behind Yun Bufan and placed one hand on his back as the fish dragon transformation technique operated. Immortal power began to pour into Yun Bufan's body. Soon, the immortal energy that entered Yun Bufan's body then all gathered in one place. It was clearly at Yun Bufan's heart chakra. Earlier, whether it was expelling Sujin's immortal consciousness power for Yun Bufan, or when they were chatting idly, Yi Unshi was all about probing Yun Bufan's body. It may seem like Yun Bufan is quite ordinary, but if one were to look into it carefully, surely, he could detect that at Yun Bufan's heart chakra, there was a hidden trace of immortal power that was different from the one present in Yun Bufan's dantian. Only this trace of immortal power was too weak. If Yi Unshi was not with a purpose and had been sensing all parts of Yun Bufan's body, nor could I detect the slightest hint of difference, and the location is at the heart vein. If one is not careful, Yun Bufan will have to heart vein trauma. Not dead. It would also have to be a major trauma that would be hard to erase. This undoubtedly made some physicians who wanted to heal Yun Bufan not dare to trespass. As Yi Unshi's immortal power continued to converge at Yun Bufan's heart chakra, pulling and the trace of immortal power lurking at his heart chakra was like a blood-sucking mosquito sniffing the smell of good blood, constantly being hooked up from the heart chakra. Some fine sweat began to appear from Yun Bufan's forehead. He now only felt a sense of oppression all over his body, giving him the urge to punch Yi Unshi behind him. But this impulse was still restrained by Yun Bufan's tough willpower. Yi is treating him now. How can you do that? At this point, a trace of strange immortal power that was originally being seduced as Yi Unshi had envisioned seemed to have realized something. It actually began to return towards Yun Bufan's heart chakra. Yi Unshi wanted to stop him. However, Yun Bufan's current physical strength could at best withstand this amount of his immortal power, and was simply powerless to stop it. Yi Unshi gritted his teeth. Elder brother Yun, a long pain is better than a short one. It might hurt a bit next. Your physical body may be a bit traumatized as well, but I have some elixirs in place that should be able to heal it. Can you accept that? At this moment, Yun Bufan's face showed pain, and his face was a bit white. However, after hearing Yi Engshi's words, he still made the first remark. Yes. Yi Engshi no longer hesitated. The raging immortal power in his body instantly drilled into Yun Bufan through his palm. Shasta. At Yun Bufan's heart chakra, Yi Engshi's immortal power suddenly transformed into a small golden hand that, a hand grabbed the trace of strange immortal energy that was shrinking back to the heart chakra. The moment he felt his immortal power grabbing that strange trace of immortal power, Yi Engshi's hand that was pressed against Yun Bufan's back instantly drew back. The immortal energy that turned into a small golden hand followed suit and violently pulled out that trace of strange immortal energy. In a split second, almost as soon as Yi Engshi's palm left Yun Bufan's back, a small palm-sized black tower instantly emerged from the back of Yun Bufan's heart location. Yi Engshi's quick eyes and hands grabbed the small tower that flew out and put it into his storage ring. Everything moves in a single motion. Before Yi Engshi had time to be happy, Yun Bufan suddenly screamed miserably as a mouthful of black blood gushed out of his mouth. The whole person's breath also became weaker and weaker. Yi Engshi repositioned his hand against Yun Bufan's back, immortal power surging into his body, gradually helping Yun Bufan stabilize his body's injuries. A few moments later, Yun Bufan's breath began to become steady, and only then did Yi Engshi take out an elixir from his storage ring. Eat it, and I'll help you transport your energy to heal your injuries, Yi Engshi said. This was when Yi Engshi was planning to leave the Dao Sword sect, when Zhong Shushu rushed to his heels with an indignant face. A handful of a dozen Dan bottles were slapped onto one of the healing pills in Yi Engshi's arms. The level of alchemy of the clock Ruxu in the lower realm was already extremely high, and now that he has ascended for a few hundred years, Yi Engshi believes that with the current level of Zhong Shushu's refining out of the healing Dan effect must be even more amazing talent is. It was just as Yi Engshi thought. After Yun Bufan took the elixir, as Yi Engshi helped him refine the medicinal power, all the places that caused damage to the flesh because Yi Engshi's immortal power had rushed into his body had recovered. It's more than that. Under the effect of the medicinal power, Yun Bufan, who originally only had one realm, was even breaking through several realms at this moment. His cultivation was even at the peak of the 5th realm, and he was only one step away from the 6th realm. It won't take long to break through. Of course, it's not just the ability of the elixir too. There was also the reason that Yun Bufan had reached the 5th realm cultivation long ago. The two blended together, and this was the only way to break through several realms in a row in such a short period of time. Soon after, Yi Engshi had already collected his energy and stood at the cliff, looking at the towering dense forest below, his heart throbbing. I didn't think that following Tang Tranquility out on a trip would result in such a gain. Previously, Yi Engshi had guessed that Yun Bufan might have some sort of strange immortal artifacts and the like on his body. That was why Yun Bufan had been reduced from a genius to a waste for so many years. But what exactly was it? Yi Engshi had also observed it within the Yun family's lobby, and couldn't see a reason why. Until he had just pulled out the trace of strange immortal power in Yun Bufan's heart chakra. Only then did he realize what was originally belonging to Yun Bufan's crooked hanging. It's a tower, and it was staying in Yi Engshi's storage ring right now. If he wasn't worried about Yun Bufan's familiarity after seeing that little tower, Yi Engshi would have wanted to take that little tower out and scrutinize it now. Yun Bufan, who was sitting on the ground meditating, opened his eyes, which had been closed tightly for a long time. After feeling the immortal power in the Dantian, and being moisturized by it, even the weak and long-time flesh became much harder. Looking at Yi Engshi standing at the edge of the cliff in front of him, Yun Bufan's eyes couldn't help but moisten once again. Brother Yi. Choked words came out from Yun Bufan's mouth. Hearing the voice, Yi Engshi then turned around and saw Yun Bufan in this state. Couldn't help but smile from the bottom of my heart. No extra words. Simply arriving in front of Yun Bufan, he pulled him up from the ground and gave him another tap or two on the shoulder. These unusual actions, however, made Yun Bufan feel a sense of importance, and his heart was especially warm. Then he thought about those experiences in the Dao Sword sect that Yi Engshi had said earlier. Yun Bufan's eyes had more of a sense of viciousness in them. Tang Tranquility. Wait, when I'm strong enough, I'll settle old scores with new ones. Elder brother Yun, since I've already helped you with your difficult task, it's time for me to leave. Yi Engshi's words interrupted Yun Bufan's thoughts. Brother Yi, you have a great favor in my Yun Bufan. How can? Hey, Elder brother Yun said this. It's as if brother Yi I'm coveting your favor, which is why I made the encounter. Yi Engshi said in mock displeasure. This instantly made Yun Bufan feel that he had lost his words, and was about to continue to speak out to retain him. However, he saw Yi Engshi waving his hands back and forth. Alright, we'll meet if we're destined to, as long as you don't forget about me, Yi Engshi, old brother Yun. That will be enough. Yi Engshi's feet moved. His immortal power surged, instantly turning into a stream of light and rushing up to the sky. And as he was leaving, glancing at Yun Bufan, who was still standing at the cliff. The speed of his departure couldn't help but slow down a bit. It was clear that he had received great benefits from Yun Bufan, also bearing Yun Bufan's treatment of a great benefactor in general. Even if Yi Engshi was a bit thick-skinned, he also felt a bit embarrassed at this moment. A thought. The purple sword blade that had previously been used as a compensatory gift by Sujin suddenly flew out of the storage ring. It charged straight towards Yun Bufan, who was standing at the cliff. Boo! Yun Bufan, who was gazing at Yi Engshi's departing direction, only felt a purple aura flash before his eyes. In the next instant, a loud noise suddenly reached his ears. It was not until this moment that Yun Bufan realized that beside him, a purple sword blade stood quietly on the ground, the sword emitting an extremely chilling aura. Just by standing next to him, Yun Bufan couldn't help but shiver straight away. He'd seen this sword before. It was the compensation gift from that Dao sword sect disciple from before. It says it's an immortal weapon of the Hotian rank. Even though this was a lower grade of immortal weapon used by immortals, it was after all an immortal weapon. It was infinitely better than what they mortals used. Gazing at the sky where Yi Engshi's figure was no longer present, Yun Bufan didn't expect the other party to give him such a great gift. Yeah. Yun Yao, who was guarding the back entrance of the mountain, looked towards the cliff from time to time. Just now she had seen a stream of light rushing up into the sky. 9 times out of 10, it's Yi Engshi. Since Yi Engshi had left, it was only logical that Yun Bufan should have descended the mountain as well. But no one has been seen until now. No way. Something happened. Thinking of this, Yun Yao couldn't help but thump in her heart as she hurriedly walked in the direction of the mountain. Just a few steps but then stopped. I only saw a silhouette constantly sweeping down from the mountain, as light as a swallow. And a fluctuation of immortal power not weaker than the 5th realm could also be felt on his body. This person, wasn't he the brother fan she was still worrying about? It really worked. In a flash, Yun Bufan had arrived in front of Yun Yao and said sincerely, "Yaoer, it's been hard on you, brother fan. You have reached the 5th realm? Aha! Everything Brother Yi said is true. And look, Brother Yi even gifted me this immortal artifact." Yun Bufan grinned as he summoned the purple sword blade. Seeing this, Yun Yao was truly stunned. Is there really such a good man in the world? Not only do they not ask for anything in return, and gifting an immortal weapon to someone you just met? This person is so broad-minded that he himself is still making malicious speculations? For a while, Yun Yao's heart was filled with shame, and at the same time, the impression of Yi Engshi also became unusually deep. When he returned to his clan in the future, he could lend him a helping hand so that he could have a better time in the Dao Sword sect. If not, we'll take him back to the clan. She'll protect him. It was better than being ostracized and bullied by the rest of the immortals in the Dao Sword sect. Chapter 31, You Won't Eat If I Give It to You? Above a silent and secluded green mountain, a stream of light descended from the sky and stayed steadily at the top of the green mountain. This person was dressed in a black robe and cloaked in hair, but it still didn't hide his compellingly handsome face. It was none other than Yi Engshi, who had left from the Yun family residence. He didn't go looking for Tang Tranquility and the others. After all, Tang Tranquility and her party's purpose was to withdraw from the marriage. Now that the purpose had been accomplished, the probability was that he would return to the Dao Sword sect. But Yi Engshi wasn't in a hurry to go back. Or rather, the wind hadn't passed. I'm afraid that LVU's heart is still angry. According to the statement of the Zhongsu, if he went back and had the bad luck to run into him, then Yi Engshi just wouldn't die and wouldn't have a good life. Taking a glance at the surroundings, Yi Engshi nodded with satisfaction. Then we'll open a cave here. Get some good practice in. With that said, 2 small discs flew out of the storage ring, accompanied by a thought from Yi Engshi that an invisible formation violently manifested from the 2 small discs. A set was on top of the green hill underneath, and it didn't take long for the green hill to get more of a sense of wonder around it. If I had known that, I should have laid down more formations when I was in the green domain. It's condensed again and stored in the array disk. Feeling the presence of a dozen formations of various sizes around the green mountain, Yi Engshi still didn't feel much security. Previously, when they were still in the Dao Sword sect, they had been broken by Tang Tranquility and the others. You have to know that Tang Tranquility and those people are not considered strong in the Dao Sword sect. Just this can still break the formation. It can be imagined that the formation of the 100 domains of the lower world is placed in the Tianqing realm, how unbearable it is. Unfortunately, nowadays Yi Engshi didn't have a Hotian ranked formation, so he could only make do with what he had. Continue to open up a cave on this green mountain. Not much longer. There was then an additional cave entrance near the top of Green Mountain, and as Yi Engshi entered, the hole began to become illusory, and in the blink of an eye, the hole had disappeared. This green hill still looks as it did before, just near the mountainside to the top of the mountain interior, almost by Yi Engshi digging into the hollow. Inside the cave, Yi Unshi embedded the night pearls in his storage ring into the wall one by one. That's what brightened up the dark scene. After finding a random open space, Yi Unshi then couldn't wait to take out the small black tower he had gotten on Yun Bufan from his storage ring. The small tower was about the size of a palm, with 9 floors, one being the largest and the 9th the smallest. There was another plaque on the top of the doorway on the first floor. Only the words on it were so small they were smaller than the eye of a needle. Yi Unshi looked at it and didn't see any words. A trace of strange immortal power emanated from the small black tower, and because of it, it was only then that Yi Unshi was able to discover the abnormality at Yun Bufan's heart chakra. Snap! Yi Unshi slapped his hands together into one piece and rubbed his hands together, his handsome face showing more anticipation. Now, it's time to take a good look at the treasure that belongs to Yun Bufan. Oh no, belongs to me? Yi Unshi. What exactly is the beauty of it? Think about it. Yi Unshi pointed out a finger against the small black tower, and the immortal power in his body instantly converged on his finger. It began to pour into the small black tower. Within a short while, some golden flames were added to the small black pagoda tower. This is Yi Unshi's immortal power. It actually doesn't suck my immortal energy? Yi Unshi's eyes couldn't help but widen a few points when he saw this. You sucked in Yun Bufan's meager immortal power. You don't want to take in my pure immortal energy? Yi Unshi lightly exhaled, and at that moment, he didn't care whether the little tower sucked in his immortal energy or not. Give it all a head start. As the immortal power forcefully penetrated inside the small tower, the small black tower floating in front of Yi Unshi began to tremble continuously. As more and more immortal energy poured in, the small tower shook with increasing amplitude and strength. The small tower suddenly shook. A scarlet-colored strange immortal power suddenly erupted, causing the entire green mountain to constantly shake up. A crack followed suit and revealed itself from the stone wall, and a number of gray shavings drilled out of the cracks and scattered onto the ground. For a moment, dust flew throughout the cave. Yi Unshi, however, didn't care at all. Not to mention the mere appearance of cracks and gray shavings. It was that the whole green mountain had collapsed over it, and he didn't care. Instead, the immortal energy that surged towards the little black tower became even more massive. The speed at which it seeped into the tower also became rougher and rougher. Boom hoo! A roaring sound erupted from within the small black tower. The little black tower that was originally still incomparably repulsed by Yi Unshi's immortal power seemed like a hungry ghost at this moment. Crazy greed sucked up Yi Unshi's immortal energy. This made Yi Unshi couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, this thing is just pretending to be reserved. How could he let his own immortal energy go unheeded and eat Yun Bufan's alone? With this thought, Yi Unshi's hand against the small black tower instantly drew back. A pair of eyes coldly watched the little black tower for any movement, because without Yi Unshi's influx of immortal power, it didn't take long for the little black tower to suck up all of the immortal energy that had poured into it. But it's like it's not full. At this moment, it suddenly kept shaking the tower in the direction of where Yi Unshi was, as if asking Yi Unshi to continue to imbue it with immortal power. This made Yi Unshi instantly happy. With one hand behind his back, "You are really cheap. Giving you food and you don't eat it. What's the point of not giving it to you and then you want it?" The little black tower seemed to understand what Yi Unshi said, as if the tower that was shaking slowed down, until it doesn't move at all. Just when Yi Unshi thought that the little black pagoda would give up on continuing to suck in immortal energy so quickly, the small black tower violently rotated and even turned into a beam of black and red light, rushing straight towards Yi Unshi's brow. The speed was so fast that Yi Unshi could only see a few residual shadows. The next instant, the little black tower had then drilled into Yi Unshi's brow, and the immortal power in his dantian. Even without Yi Unshi actively running his gongfu to drive it, the immortal energy was constantly surging towards all parts of his body on its own. The final destination, after all, was the small black tower nestled in Yi Unshi's brow. Inverted Big Dipper. But before Yi Unshi could stop it, a black and red immortal power began to emerge from his brow. In a split second, Yi Unshi began to become illusory in front of his eyes, and it was as if his entire body was spinning around continuously. It's hard to find the south of heaven. When the vision was restored again, and the strange sensation had entirely disappeared, Yi Unshi then realized that he had appeared at the sea of consciousness at some point. In the originally empty, only immortal consciousness, soul force, sea of consciousness. I don't know when there was an extra tall black tower. Look at the mold. Except for the fact that the moves are different, all the rest of the places were exactly the same as the palm-sized small black tower just now. Prisoner of Immortality Tower. Looking at the first level of the tower, above the two closed stone doors, the words on the one plaque that Yi Unshi subconsciously read. As Yi Unshi's words fell, those three words on the plaque suddenly revealed a strange black and red immortal power together. Apparently, it had always been this plaque that had released this strange immortal power before. Yi Unshi took a light breath. But he didn't hesitate too much and walked towards the immortal prisoner tower. After coming above the stone door, a full surge of late-stage nascent soul realm immortal energy was present, already ready to retreat in one piece. As Yi Unxi's hands that were placed on the stone door gave a burst of force, the stone door that had been dusty for an unknown number of years slowly opened. Quite a lot of smoke and dust flew out from the tower, but it was completely blocked by Yi Unxi's immortal power. It couldn't even stain him in the slightest. Just after walking into the first floor of the tower, the stone door reclosed with incomparable abruptness. It plunged the entire first floor of the tower into endless darkness. Yi Unxi didn't dare to be too big, and with a thought, a silver white, about 3 feet long, and the blade of the sword was curved like a curved moon in the sky and appeared in his hand. It's none other than Luna. Unfortunately, because all 3 pieces of the heavenly firestone embedded in the hilt of the sword were gone, held in the hand. It always felt a little weird in the hand. Phew! A cold wind suddenly blew in his face. The tower instantly became bright and unusual. Above the head, but also appeared a starry sky. A curved moon hung high above the starry sky, with the stars shining brightly and the bright moonlight pouring down. The scene poured out beautifully. At this point, Yi Unxi felt a sense of wetness in his feet and lowered his eyes. The ground had a shallow layer of water at some point. The water was full of moonlight and the stars were twinkling. Looking at the surrounding scenery that could not be seen at a glance, if Yi Unxi did not know in his heart that this was the interior of the prisoner of immortality tower, one would really have to think that one is still within the Skywalker realm. Oh, 100,000 years have passed, but a guest has come, an incomparably ethereal and a voice with a gurgling echo suddenly traveled down from above the starry sky. It made Yi Unxi's heart shake. Looking up, above the starry sky, which should have been empty, under the curved moon, I don't even know when there was an extra person. The man was full of holy light, and an exquisite face was not in the least bit stingy. The generosity unfolded in Yi Unxi's eyes, like her master, Su Qingmo, with her long, silver white hair, yet unlike Su Qingmo, her eyelashes were actually silver white as well. Unfortunately, the eyes are closed and I don't know how those eyes are. Out of nowhere, a few chains appeared, hanging the man in the starry sky, under the curved moon. It looks rather odd. Yi Unxi didn't say anything, he just stared fixedly at the woman in the sky. Nor do I know how those holy lights were formed, much less how to see through all that holy light. At that moment, the chains that bound the silver-haired woman suddenly turned into starry white dots that, flying towards the stars above, without the chains to bind her, the silver-haired woman slowly drifted down from the starry sky above, like a feather in the sky. Her delicate hand was slightly raised, and a white light manifested in front of her. The light dispersed, and a curved sword hatched out, held firmly in the silver-haired woman's hand. An ethereal voice came out of his mouth as his lips flicked open. Accept the trial, future prisoner of Immortality Tower Lord. Yi Unxi's pupils suddenly shrunk. The silver-haired woman had just finished speaking when a blade chi that looked like a curved moon had appeared in front of his eyes. There is no martial virtue to be found. If Yi Unxi hadn't always been ready to retreat in his entire body, he would not have been able to avoid this blade at this moment. Boo-hoo-hoo. The curved moon blade chi landed on the ground, but it only came out as a sound, without any half-killing power. This made Yi Unxi, who had just ducked into a position not far away, look uncertain. Obviously that curved moon blade chi contained a powerful intent, even more profound than the sword intent. How is it that you can only explode with this kind of power? Yi Unxi slammed his sword into the ground, but the ground here was like an impenetrable immortal weapon. Not even a shallow mark could be left on the ground. It only managed to make more watermarks in the shallow water flow on the ground. True enough, it's not that she's externally strong, but there's something wrong with this place. Yi Unxi thought in his heart. Raise your eyes. The silver-haired woman suddenly raised her scimitar above her head at this moment, the blade moving slowly. A white light was left behind wherever it moved. Gradually a white curved moon was formed. The future prisoner of Immortality Tower Lord Ah. The silver-haired woman's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. The pupils of his eyes were in the shape of white crescent moons, and his originally ethereal voice suddenly became incomparably sharp. On your knees. Chapter 32 Mirror Image of the Bending Moon. In the middle of a somewhat dark cave, a black-robed Yi Unxi sat cross-legged on a platform, his eyes tightly closed and his brows locked. It looks like it's in some kind of trouble. Next moment, his tightly closed eyes snapped open, and Yi Unxi's entire body suddenly stood up, constantly gasping for air. The eyes were also constantly surveying the surroundings. Only after seeing that this place was a cave that he had personally opened up did he raise his hand as if in a dream, wiping the non-existent sweat off his forehead. His heart palpitated. Just now, the silver-haired woman suddenly pulled Yi Unxi into another space, where the curved moon was large. Nearby, whether Yi Engshi flies, or has his feet on the ground. He can't control his own position. Even the attack was hard to land on the silver-haired woman. For example, Yi Engshi slashed his sword forward, but inexplicably, that takedown suddenly landed in the back. Every attack was incredibly unexpected, even moving out of position, having tried to duck aside but inexplicably took the initiative to rush toward the silver-haired woman. In the end, no surprise, he was lured by that silver-haired woman with a sword. Consciousness also returned to the body from the Sea of Consciousness prisoner Immortal Tower. Spare me. That feeling of death was incomparably real. Yi Engshi still had palpitations at this moment. Ryoko. It was only then that Yi Engshi regained his composure. His hands clenched into fists. His teeth clenched. And, if I hadn't appeared, the prisoner Immortal Tower should have been Yun Bufan's. And he, with this tower, should have been able to roam the Skywalker realm. This means that the trajectory, if normal, is, Yun Bufan ironically can break through that silver-haired woman's trial. The difference, and it's only a matter of time. Both, when I can also break through the trial. As he muttered to himself, Yi Engshi's eyes grew more and more determined, and if he could have seen the look on his face at this moment, it's bound to be unbelievable. Since Yi Engshi crossed over to the world of metaphysics, even in the 100 regions, he was considered to be practicing, but that's just a normal mindset. You still touch fish when you can. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so much time to make dogs, had an affair with so many women. But Yi Engshi at this moment, his expression was unusually serious, and there was some crazy color under his eyes. As was the case with cultivation maniacs like Lu Wanya, the world has no protagonists present, time runs fast, and in the blink of an eye, then more than a month has passed. Inside the cave that appeared somewhat dim under the illumination of the night pearl, Yi Engshi was still wearing the same outfit he had worn more than a month ago, except that his long hair, which was draped in it looks messy at the moment. At times he laughed openly, at other times his eyes were so indignant that one almost felt he was having mental problems. It's done! It's done! I've finally made it! Suddenly, Yi Engshi's body shook, and he let out a loud laugh inside the cave. In the depths of his emotions, even more so, he took an arrow step to the front of the mountain wall and landed punch after punch on the wall. The terrifying power of the punch punched several large holes in the mountain wall. Once again, stone dust and gray shavings showered down into the cave. But Yi Engshi didn't care until after venting all the stress he had been feeling for a month. That's what stopped it. The moment he stopped, the wall of the mountain in front of him had completely pierced through the harsh sunlight outside shone through the pierced hole. Looking at the somewhat blinding sunlight, Yi Engshi was stunned for a moment before lightly shaking his head. Laughing lowly, he said, I'm also really crazy for wasting a month or so for nothing. For more than a month, Yi Engshi had been spending time on the first floor of the prisoner Immortal Tower. There was no cultivation going on at all, and most of them were struck out of the Sea of Consciousness by the silver-haired woman the moment they saw her. It took almost a week. Yi Engshi then barely managed to catch the traces of the silver-haired woman's sword swing, thus avoiding the first blade. It took about half a month for Yi Engshi to get used to that kind of uncertainty. A weird mirror image that doesn't even know which way to hit the kill move. According to the silver-haired woman, as long as Yi Engshi could touch her once, the trial would be passed. But the rest of the time Yi Engshi didn't touch the other side to pass the trial. Several times the opportunity was in front of him and he failed to take it. It wasn't that Yi Engshi didn't want to pass the trial, but he was worried about passing the trial already. It would be impossible to see the bent moon mirror image that the silver-haired woman had performed. Yes, the blade she wielded was named Bending Moon Mirror Image by Yi Engshi. This move is a universal move. The attack can be transformed into 1,000, or 1,000 can be returned to 1. In Yi Engshi's opinion, it's much better than flipping a cloud. If the silver-haired woman hadn't seemed like an emotionless machine, just by repeating the content of the trial over and over again, Yi Engshi would only be unable to try to perceive the Bending Moon Mirror Image on the way to the trial. Not yet. After nearly half a month of Yi Engshi working day and night, actually, it really let him comprehend some of the fur. That's why Yi Engshi acted like a madman. That is, Yi Engshi was already in the Naxian realm when he obtained the prisoner Immortal Tower. Immortal sense was even much more powerful than most nascent soul realms. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to support him for such a long time within the Sea of Consciousness. In the prisoner Immortal Tower, if Yun Bufan, who was only at the 5th realm, were to come, he would only be able to enter the Immortal Prisoner Tower once in a day. It's only twice, tops. It simply couldn't last for more than a month like Yi Engshi did, day and night. Just when Yi Engshi wanted to try to attempt Bending Moon Mirror Image, the entire Green Mountain suddenly began to shake violently. Dozens of cracks even appeared in the cave at the same time, and the number of cracks was growing rapidly. It looked as if the whole green hill was going to collapse in less than half a day. Yi Unshi raised his eyebrows slightly. After sensing that the formation laid more than a month ago had vaguely shown signs of breaking, his face sank even further. I didn't realize it had only been a month or so since I'd been left alone and undisturbed to practice. Just another unknowing thing came to the door. Last time it was the outer disciples within the clan. And this time? Who could it be? Yi Unshi slapped his face. The whites of his eyes filled with blood through the slits of his fingers and, looking towards the passageway that was opened up in front of him. Whoever it is, it's just the right time to use you to try out the newly comprehended bending moon mirror image. Not far from the jungle beyond the green hills, a spirited woman with 2 horns on her head, about 18 or 19 years old, was gritting her teeth, staring at the formation barrier in front of him that appeared slightly cracked. Damn it! It's all your fault for getting in the way of little mother. The young girl let out a low curse, and with one hand in the form of a claw, containing anger, he struck at the formation barrier in front of him. A roar erupted, with the sound of breaking glass ringing out from the formation barrier in front of the woman shattered. Without the formation barrier blocking her, the woman's feet moved, and her entire body swiftly swept towards the depths of the jungle, but it hadn't been far away. Several streams of light suddenly descended from the sky. Several men and women wearing blue Taoist robes appeared from the stream of light one after another, stopping the woman's path at once. The woman's face changed slightly when she saw those men and women wearing blue Taoist robes. In a hurry, he wanted to turn around and fly towards the back. Seeing this, the woman at the head of the group coldly said, "Reel in the net." The words just fell. A man and a woman in light blue Taoist robes suddenly appeared in the jungle. Each person's flying station was well defined, and they each had a point of light in their hands. Everywhere it passed, the point of light began to transform into a silken thread emitting white light. But in a moment, a huge web of light then enveloped the woman. As the men and women in light blue landed on the ground, the web of light fell completely over the woman's head. The powerful pressure forced the woman to follow suit and be crushed to the ground. Hateful mongrels, if it weren't for the formations in this place, you wouldn't have been able to catch up with little Niang. The woman who was enveloped within the huge net of light and was forced to fall to the ground showed a furious expression and bellowed angrily. The 2 tiger teeth in its mouth suddenly became sharper and slimmer, and the originally petite-looking body of this moment suddenly got bigger. But in the blink of an eye, the woman who originally appeared to be incredibly small under the net of light was transformed into a black dragon at this moment. The black demonic energy continuously emerged from its body, forming a thin black mist, wrapping an entire black auger within. Under the struggle of the black Jiao, that one net of light was even hardened and shredded by it, causing points of light to emerge from its hands. The men and women in light blue Taoist robes were falling in all directions, causing gusts of dust. The black auger body kept creeping through the jungle, and the black fog soon filled the area with. Even the sunlight could not shine through this black fog. The woman wearing the blue Taoist robe as the leader watched the black auger get farther and farther away in the cover of the black fog. The eyes instantly became cold and stern. If it weren't for the fact that I, Lan Ji, happened to be short of a Tao protecting immortal beast, would I have allowed you to run away for so long? It should have fallen long ago. It's just as well you're not grateful for it. How dare you still run away again and again? Immortal power surged within Lan Ji's body, and a section of blue damask suddenly emerged from the cuffs of her Tao robe. As Lan Ji threw out one hand, the blue damask got longer and longer, and violently disappeared into the black fog. The black mist didn't look confused to the blue eye belt. Instead it looked like it had locked onto the black auger earlier. As soon as he entered the black mist, he charged straight towards the black auger. The black Chow turned around fiercely and opened its mouth to spew out a ball of black fire, straight into the blue eye belt that was getting closer and closer behind him. What I didn't expect. This blue damask belt seemed to have eyes, in mid-air, incomparably flexible to avoid the black fire. Elongate again. It has already wrapped around the tail of the black auger, and is rapidly circling toward the auger's head. The black Jiao refused to be captured, and from the jungle he surged into the sky, trying to get rid of the blue eye belt with speed, but it clearly overestimated its speed. The moment the black scaly dragon had just rushed into mid-air, the blue damask had already arrived at the head of the scaly dragon. It tightened violently. The damask clearly looked weak, and it seemed as if the black scaly man had exerted a slight effort to. Then the blue ayahuasca can be crumbled. But when the black scaly dragon was entangled, and the belt tightened more and more, that's when you realize it's not what it seems. This damask, unusually tough. The black Jiao was unable to break free from the blue ribbon even though he tried his best. Instead, the blue damask belt tightened more and more as it struggled. I don't know when. Lan Ji, who was dressed in a blue Taoist robe, had already appeared not far above the black scaly head. Grabbing the other end of the blue damask belt with one hand, he said with lowered eyes and drooping curtains, Sinful animal. Still not submitting? Asterisk asterisk. If you are willing to let go of little mother and kowtow to her 3 times, Xiao Yang doesn't mind submitting to you either. The black Jiao spat out human words, and its claws kept waving, not yet giving up on escaping from the blue damask bindings. At those words, Lanji's other hand suddenly had a short blue blade in it, and she looked coldly at Black Jiao. A sinful animal is a sinful animal, and if you don't know what you're talking about, then don't blame me for being merciless. Strike that. Lanji violently transformed into a stream of light, and almost in an instant, she had arrived in front of the black scale. The short blade in his hand even chopped towards the black scaly neck position. Suddenly, a voice suddenly rang out, trespassing and disturbing the retreat. Chapter 33, A Little Test of the Cow's Knife. The sound is like a boom of thunder, and the sound is like a storm. A silver-white longsword suddenly appeared in front of Lanji's short blade that chopped at the black scaly neck. Long swords and short blades touched each other. An unearthly explosive force suddenly erupted. Lanji was a bit unprepared for this. Under this explosive force was taken to the backward and flew backwards. It was only after a distance of about 20 feet that he stabilized himself. This caused Lanji's face to instantly become unsightly. It didn't occur to me that someone would come to the rescue of that black ogre at a time like this. The black Jiao didn't seem to expect it either, and his dragon's eyes widened as he looked straight ahead. And the silver-white longsword that was also rushed out by the explosive force. This sword is so familiar. At that moment, a man wearing a black robe and a cloak of hair suddenly appeared not far in front of the black Jiao. One hand lifts lightly. The silver-white longsword that had been rushed out of the room just drifted into the man's hands. Buzz! The sword trembled lightly, emitting a pleasing sound of sword chirping. As the black-robed man placed one hand against the sword stopped trembling. Only then did the sound of the sword's chirping subside. Yi Unshi gently stroked one hand over Luna. With your rank, it's still a bit too disadvantageous against an immortal weapon indeed. Luna, who followed him at a very, very early age. That image Yi Unshi still can't forget. It was the first time he left the sword-asking sect, just outside its boundaries, when a careless, tripped over a stone on the ground, stood up straight and stared at it, but it turned out to be a rusty sword blade stuck in the ground. It wasn't a rock that tripped him, but the hilt of the sword, which was already the color of a stone. The rusty blade was the crescent moon that was now in Yi Unshi's hands. It's unusual. It's an extremely rare growing spirit sword, said Spirit Sword. Rather, it would be more apt to say a magic sword. Because of its growth, it is to be reached by blood. For this reason, Yi Unshi had caused many demonic beasts to inexplicably have a bloodbath when he was in the 100 regions. At this point, the Black Jiao also saw Yi Unshi's true face, and the dragon's mouth opened wide right then and there. Then he was about to cry out in shock, "It's actually you Yi!" Buzz! Before Black Jiao's words were even fully uttered, a sword roar had already sounded. A monstrous sword power instantly pressed down on Black Jiao. The terrifying pressure instantly brought it to the ground along with the blue Aya belt. It broke and flattened a large area of jungle trees and raised a lot of smoke and dust. Sinful animal, don't climb up the ladder. Yi Unshi slowly pressed Luna to his back and said coldly, seemingly pressed onto the black scaly, powerful sword momentum actually did not have too much damage. Not even the scale armor on the Black Jiao was able to break through. But this sword momentum was enough to make Black Jiao dizzy, because it and Yi Unshi really knew each other. How come Yi Unshi has suddenly turned his back on the beast? The Black Jiao raised its head and was about to continue revealing its identity to Yi Unshi. Yi Unshi's words, however, were the first to reach his ears. Golden Eagle Mountain Outer Sect Elder Yi Chang. Who are you people? How dare you disturb this elder's meditation? Only to see Yi Unshi in midair narrowing his eyes. Looking enraged, he looked. It was asking in a questioning voice to Lanji, who had struck out at it just now. Leaf City? Who's that? Black Jiao was so confused that he couldn't figure out Yi Unshi's identity for a while. After all, there was nothing strange in the world, and there were so many people in the Skywalker realm. Even if there was someone who looked exactly like Yi Unshi, that's not impossible. The other side, Lan Ji, who somehow fought with Yi Unshi, originally held a ball of anger in her heart. Before he could make a sound, Yi Unshi was the first to make a sound, and also declared that they disturbed his retreat. This instantly made Lan Ji have a feeling of having gas with no place to vent. After all, they are right. They followed Black Scale to this place and made a great deal of noise. It was indeed disturbing the other party's meditation in the first place. With Yi Unshi's eyes on each other, Lan Ji did not have the slightest bit of timidity on her face. Without being humble, he said, inner disciple of Chongyang 1, Lan Ji. Although the other party was an outer sect elder of the Golden Eagle Mountain, he was only at the Naxian realm. She, Lan Ji, was likewise at the nascent soul realm and was still at the peak of the nascent soul realm. There is no need to feel cowed by this man at all. At this point, The rest of the Chongyangguan disciples had rushed over, and part of them fell to the ground and surround the black auger to prevent it from escaping again. The other part of the group flew in mid-air, in an encircling position, trapping Yi Engshi in the center. Yi Engshi swept a glance at the surrounding Chongyangguan disciples. Other than the woman named Lan Ji who had strong immortal energy and could give herself a slight sense of threat, the rest of them were all average. The cultivation levels were probably all within the late nascent soul realm. So you are a disciple of the heavy Sun Guan. This elder also has some friendship with the elders of your Guan. I wonder, which elder is traveling with you? Yi Engshi's handsome face suddenly had some more kind smiles on it, and he politely said to Lan Ji. Obviously the party was still in a state of anger, and there was a big gap between the attitude and the party. This also made Lan Ji's heart relieved. She could naturally hear that Yi Engshi wanted to make a big deal out of it. The meaning of trivialization. Otherwise, there would be no need to say words of friendship with her elder of Chongyangguan for no reason. Since mischief can be avoided, it is, of course, a matter of peace and harmony. And, therefore, Lan Ji's tone also eased up quite a bit, and she said softly, we just happened to see this black Jiao, and we wanted to subdue it. The elders in the view did not accompany them. If Elder Yi is willing to join hands and subdue this black Jiao together, Lan Ji will be grateful. After saying that, Lan Ji then bowed to Yi Engshi. When the rest of the Chongyangguan disciples saw this, their nerves, which were originally taut, it also followed the moment with a few moments of relief. Don't want to. Yi Engshi's figure suddenly kept flickering. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of a Chongyangguan disciple at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. A sword sound rang out. Yi Engshi, however, had already appeared behind the other two Chongyangguan disciples, his two fingers together, stroking on top of the sword that was stained with some blood. A sword blade suddenly surfaced. The three Chongyangguan disciples behind Yi Engshi suddenly each had a neat sword mark appear on their throats. Blood spurted out. The three of them subconsciously covered the sword marks at their throats with their hands, but the blood still couldn't be clogged up. Instead, more and more flowed. In a short while, the three of them even lost the ability to stay in the air, and together they fell toward the ground. It was completely silent. The sound is all but gone. The sudden scene gave the Chongyang audience a whole lot of stupidity, especially Lan Ji. The eyes that looked at Yi Engshi at the moment were filled with a puzzled look. What are you doing? Lan Ji shrilled. Originally also thought that if the Golden Eagle Mountain outer door elders in front of them are willing to help, that can also reduce a lot of trouble. It doesn't matter if I don't make a move. I've said my piece anyway. The other party definitely wouldn't continue to stay here and disturb them from conquering the Black Jiao. Unexpectedly, this person not only did not come to his aid, nor retreat away from this, but instead, she also rained down killers on her senior brothers and sisters. Words. Yi Engshi couldn't help but take one more look at Lan Ji, and smiled somewhat intriguingly. It seems that you young people have not experienced much, without the clan elders accompanying you, and you still dare to be so arrogant with me, Yi Chang? Don't know humility? Arrogant. Do you not think that you, a late-stage nascent soul realm, can you walk away in one piece from so many of us? The words are a bit dense. Yi Engshi shook his head, not intending to continue paying attention to Lan Ji. Casually, he raised Luna above his head. The blade of the sword stroked in an extremely bizarre arc, and immortal power surged out suddenly, causing the blade to pass through the. All of them left a thick stream of shadows. In less than 2 breaths, a curved moon that looked a bit small and delicate manifested above Yi Engshi's head. I am not trying to get out of your hands in one piece, but I want to see that can I kill all of you? To vent the fire in my heart, Yi Engshi said quietly. In a split second, a strange mood suddenly spread out from Yi Engshi, causing Lan Ji's face to change abruptly. Just as he was about to ask a group of senior brothers and sisters to make a move together, Yi Engshi's icy words were the first to enter his ears. As soon as Yi Engshi gently chopped Lunar towards the front, the face said without expression, mirror image unfolding. One time, Lan Ji and the others only felt a roaring sound coming from their ears, and the scenery in front of them suddenly changed. It was as if the whole person was frozen in place. It's hard to move. In the blink of an eye, the entire group had arrived at a secluded clearing. A soaking sensation was even felt at her feet. Look down. It was only then that I realized that I had stepped in shallow water at some point, and that the surface of the water would be the stars in the sky. The curved moon reflects them one by one. It looks extraordinarily radiant. A black-robed Yi Engshi stepped into the air. The curved moon above his head seemed to be on the verge of touching the top of his head. Poof, poof. A few Chongyangguan disciples suddenly fell on their asses in the shallow water, splashing some. It caused a few noises to come. This caused Lan Ji to be uncertain, and did not dare to let her guard down. The hand holding the short blade was quickly raised, trying to get ready for battle. I don't want to. She perceived that it was the hand holding the short blade that was clearly raised, but what was really raised? But empty hands. Several more Chongyangguan disciples fell into the shallow water, each with a blank expression. This made Yi Engshi, who was stepping into the air, secretly feel good in his heart. What he himself went through a month or so ago, someone else has gone through, and it looked worse than it was. A large number of people and a high cultivation level doesn't mean everything. Yi Engshi stepped down from the air one step at a time and, a pair of eyes coldly swept this Lanji and the others. The current you guys? You don't even know which leg you're taking. How can you fight me? The words just fell. Yi Engshi had arrived in front of a Chongyangguan disciple with a flash, casually lifting the crescent moon. This caused the Chongyangguan disciple to hastily cast a defensive spell as if he was facing a great enemy. But the spell that was supposed to protect him in front of his body went to protect his back. Pust. Yi Engshi chopped down with his sword. Blood splashed and dyed the clear shallow water a few shades of red. That Chongyangguan disciple fell straight down into the shallow water, never moving again. Yi Engshi didn't look at him more than once and walked straight towards the nearby disciples of Chongyangguan. Even though those Chongyangguan disciples had the intention to kill Yi Engshi and make a killing move, but at the moment, they were like newborn babies who couldn't even walk. Even if he could use his magic, he wouldn't be able to hit Yi Engshi at all. Instead, they bashed their fellow viewer brothers and sisters. Halftime. The clear shallow water had become translucent red, and the corpses of one Chongyangguan disciple after another fell in the shallow water. Yi Engshi passed his sword through Lanji's heart and watched as her pretty face gradually turned pale, the look of blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. There was no other thought in his mind. In the past 500 years, there are not a few people who have died in his Yi Engshi's hands, and beautiful women have been there since. Looking at Yi Engshi in front of her, the blood in Lanji's eyes grew more and more, wanting to reach out and grab at Yi Engshi. But the hand didn't move, and the leg kicked toward the back instead. It's not a good feeling. It's like the bewildering feeling of playing a game where the action buttons have all been maliciously tweaked. This made Lanji completely give up the idea of resistance, and weakly said, "You and I, without any grievances or enmity. Why? Disturbing my meditation in the first place, and injuring that black scow in the second, and no elders in the view accompanied. You guys do not die. My thoughts do not pass." Yi Engshi attached himself to Lanji's ear and whispered. Then, as soon as he pulled out the crescent moon, the sword landed on Lanji's torso. Shoot it to a cleaner, shallow area in the distance. Chapter 34, Little Mother has known it for a long time. Looking at Yi Engshi, who was supposed to be in mid-air, as well as a group of Chongyangguan disciples suddenly and inexplicably disappeared in place. Not even the immortal energy breath could be felt, leaving behind a round of curved moon-shaped sword chi alone after. The Black Jiao's pair of old eyes blinked continuously, looking especially shocked. Halftime. It had been tightening more and more, and the blue damask belt wrapped around it seemed to have lost its strength, more and more powerlessness. Naturally, the Black Jiao would not let go of this opportunity to break free from the blue damask belt, and the black mist on his body rose up and, the huge body was getting smaller and smaller at this moment. Not a moment too soon, the black augur had disappeared, and a man with two horns on his head, about 18 or 19 years old. The incomparably agile-looking woman suddenly flew out from some gaps in the blue Aya belt. It landed on a large boulder raised on the ground. A pair of small hands were crossed at the waist with a slight lift, slightly rounded cheeks with more gills. Exasperated, there is the ability to one-on-one with the Little Mother to do a real battle. What kind of skill is it to use an immortal weapon? Strike that. The spiritual woman's hand resting on her waist slammed out and, a ball of black fire with black flames rushed straight towards the blue Aya belt. Just at the moment when the black fire was about to touch the blue damask seemed to be tugged by some kind of pull, suddenly twisting continuously as if it was a flexible snake. Easily, he avoided the rushing mass of black fire. Glancing at the image, the spirited woman stomped her foot in exasperation and, it caused many cracks to appear on the raised stones under his feet. Just when the woman wanted to repeat her old trick and destroy the blue damask belt of that Chongyangguan disciple, the blue ayahuasca had taken the lead in front of her at some point. With swift speed, he once again bound the nimble woman who had taken human form. The more the spiritual woman struggled, the tighter the blue damask belt tightened. It instantly made her a bit dumbfounded. I didn't realize that this broken Aya belt, without its owner present to manipulate it, it actually managed to kill her back. Mo Xiao Xiao, why are you still so stupid? You haven't grown at all after all these years. A flirting voice suddenly entered the ears of the agile woman. This caused the aura woman, who was close to the edge of eruption, to instantly freeze. At that moment, he couldn't care less about the blue damask belt wrapped around his body, and snapped his eyes up. In the middle of the sky where only a round of curved moon was left, At some point that round of curved moon naturally disappeared. In his place, there was a cloaked, black-robed man. A strange yet familiar smile was hanging on the handsome face of the black-robed man. The look in those eyes looked incredibly soft as well. It was a lot better than the way this person had looked at her earlier. Plus just now he said the name Mo Xiao Xiao. You are not Golden Eagle Mountain Outer Sect Elder Yi Chang? Mo Xiao Xiao blinked. The eyes seemed to carry 3 parts doubt, 3 parts incomprehension, and 4 parts naivety to Yi Engshi. This instantly made Yi Engshi unable to stop his laughter. Yes. After Yi Engshi rushed to this place from the cave he had opened up and saw the head wrapped in blue damask bands. When he was about to be beheaded, he recognized who the black scaly dragon really was. But wasn't it Mo Xiao Xiao, his last ex-doctoral partner other than Nangong Yuner? Mo Xiao Xiao, originally a member of the Black Snake clan in the Beast Domain, and then by chance, at the age of only 500, he transformed from a snake into a scaly dragon and was able to transform into a human body, enough to leave a strong mark in the entire history of the Black Snake clan. It's just that what made Yi Engshi a bit unexpected was that, this year, Mo Xiao Xiao is only 1,000 years old, right? It's only been 500 years since the snake transformed into a Jiao. She now has a pair of dragon horns on her head. If a few hundred years had passed, is it true that you can transform into a dragon? You really are Yi kid. Listening to Yi Engshi's somewhat peculiar laughter, Mo Xiao Xiao said hatefully, don't hurry up and loosen this damn damask belt for Xianyang. Yi Engshi's laughter stopped, and his face reverted to a breezy appearance. There was even an extra section of hairband in his hand. There was no rush to loosen the blue damask belt for Mo Xiao Xiao. Instead, she tended to her long, cascading hair in the air without slowing down. The words that Mo Xiao Xiao continued to shell out during that time were filtered out by Yi Engshi himself. In a short while, the long loose hair had been tied into a ponytail by Yi Engshi. The hair on his forehead Yi Engshi didn't manage much. Mo Xiao Xiao, in the lower beast realm you called me Yi kid. I don't really want to bother with you, but in this upper realm, what should you call me? Yi Engshi asked with interest. The words just fell. Yi Engshi's immortal power of the late Naxian realm suddenly erupted. It caused the air to overflow with golden flames visible to the naked eye. It's as if, as long as Yi Engshi moves with his mind, these immortal powers that had materialized could then be turned into killing moves in a matter of moments. Originally still in the bombardment Yi Engshi's Mo Xiao Xiao saw and heard. Instantly silenced. After a long time, tentatively, he said, Yi great ghost? Yi Engshi had a few more black lines on his forehead and didn't say anything. Instead, the immortal energy that had already materialized in the sky had transformed into a sword blade. The tips of the swords were all aimed at Mo Xiao Xiao underneath. Seeing this, Mo Xiao Xiao's mouth moved, but in the end, she couldn't say anything and suddenly didn't look away. You kill little Niang. There's no point in this Skywalker realm anyway. It's not even if those miscellaneous people target Xianyang at every turn. But you're doing this to Xianyang as well. The more she said, the more Mo Xiao Xiao seemed to recall some bad images in the Skywalker realm. It's getting more and more aggravating. The last tone became even more choked. This made Yi Engshi listen, and the thought of teasing her a bit was completely eliminated. A thought. The immortal power in the sky suddenly disappeared. The blue damask belt wrapped around Mo Xiao Xiao's body also loosened her at that moment, turning into a blue stream of light. It rushed straight towards Yi Engshi and was grasped in his hand. This thing has become ownerless. Feng, you only need to use your demonic power to forcefully manipulate it. It naturally has no threatening power. The moment he got the blue damask belt, Yi Engshi looked at the shattered stone that landed on the Mo Xiao Xiao, who had her head lowered, couldn't help but speak out to remind her. But Mo Xiao Xiao remained silent, which made Yi Engshi instantly feel some headache. Turning into a stream of light, he came to Mo Xiao Xiao's side to comfort him. I just learned from you. Have you forgotten the first time we met? Hear this. The first time she met Yi Engshi instantly surfaced in front of Mo Xiao Xiao's eyes. At that time, she had already transformed into a snake for 300 years, and her status in the Black Snake clan was second only to the old matriarch. The cultivation level had also reached the 12th realm. In the entire beast domain, that was considered to be in the first tier of the strongest ranks. Therefore, the behavior is crazy to the extreme. That is, the old matriarch's words, she is also the left ear into the right ear out. The biggest reason for being able to meet Yi Engshi was that she had forcibly taken a beauty in the green domain. The intention was to get a wife for her brother who was no good and had a penchant for human women. Who would have thought that that beauty was actually one of the top 10 geniuses of the questioning sword sect at that time? At that time, Yi Engshi was the sword sect's sword elder. It was naturally impossible to turn a blind eye to the talented disciples in the sect who had been taken away. Then he crossed several state domains and chased them to the beast domain, and likewise to the Black Snake clan. Seeing Mo Xiao Xiao and a group of Black Snake clan. The moment we meet, Mo Xiao then toes the line to Yi Ensure to say words that are still hard to forget. I don't care what your status is in the green domain or the 100 domains, in the beast domain, in the black serpent clan. You should call me a little lady. Back then, Yi Enshi had long since stepped into the 14th realm for a long time. Back then, Mo's little 12 realms. Later, as Yi Enshi expected, the entire Black Snake clan, including Mo Xiao, including the old patriarch of the Black Snake clan, all of them were suppressed by Yi Enshi. Yi Enshi managed to retrieve the clan's talented disciple intact. Along with that, he also brought Mo Xiao back to the green domain questioning sword sect. The reason why I brought her back was just to let Mo Xiao help round up the lie. Yi Enshi didn't want that genius disciple to know that there was still a 14th realm powerhouse existing in the questioning sword sect. Under the deliberate creation of Yi Enshi and Mo Xiao, that genius disciple only thought that Yi Enshi and Mo Xiao were on good terms. Previously, the offending behavior was only because he didn't know that the questioning sword sect still had Yi Enshi as a close friend. That's why the water has gone to the Dragon King's temple. Therefore, it was only after Yi Enshi stepped in that he was able to bring her back to the questioning sword sect from the Black Snake clan unharmed. As a token of apology, Mo Xiao was escorted in person. Unbeknownst to her, Mo Xiao only followed back to the green domain under Yi Enshi's coercion. Finally, it also became the questioning sword clan protection spirit animal. Yi Enshi didn't know at the time that, after he had suppressed the Black Serpent clan with his own power, and forcibly bring Mo Xiao back to the green domain of all kinds of actions, so that Mo Xiao spring heart. That's why he volunteered to be the sword-asking sex protector spirit beast. Until the moment Mo Xiao and Yi Enshi confessed and officially became Dao couples, Yi Enshi Fong realized. I don't know what funny thing came to mind, but Mo Xiao suddenly let out a low laugh, then waved her hand and, Xianyang has long seen that you were joking with Xianyang and didn't really want to kill Xianyang about it. Is that really so? Yi Enshi kept this in question, but it was something he would never say. Immediately, he was curious and asked Mo Xiao how she ascended to the upper world. After all, given Mo Xiao's nature of disliking cultivation, wanting to ascend couldn't have been reached within 2 years of parting ways with him to be. Little mother doesn't know either. Mo Xiao hurriedly shook her head and then actually became a little alarmed. According to Mo Tiny, after parting ways with Yi Enshi, she left the questioning sword sect and rejoined the Black Snake clan. But after returning to the tribe, she became somewhat drowsy. Once I couldn't resist and fell into a deep sleep, and when I opened my eyes again, she's in a dark cave now. At first it was thought that the descendants of the clan had moved her away from her place of slumber, but when out of the cave this realized that this place was not a beast domain at all, and it was an aura that permeated the heaven and earth, but a much more pure and powerful immortal power. Later, when she unknowingly inhaled immortal energy, her cultivation broke through and the dragon inheritance memories suddenly appeared in his mind. Only then did he realize that this unfamiliar Skywalker realm was the 100 Realms upper realm. Also because of the inherited memories, her cultivation method was greatly enhanced, and 30 years after her awakening, the cultivation level was only able to break through to the nascent soul realm. During this period of time, Mo Xiao had wanted to follow the memory of the inheritance and go to the West Sea in the west of Qitian immortal state, cast off to the true dragon clan. After all, she could hardly move an inch in the territory of the human race with this pair of dragon horns on her head. Every day, she was missed by immortal cultivators who wanted to take her in, but it was a good thing that she relied on her augur body too, as well as some of the techniques from the dragon clan's inherited memories. He escaped under the noses of many immortals, but I didn't want to run into the Chong Yangguan disciples this time, and these disciples were quite numerous. The person in the lead was even a peak nascent soul realm. This is even so. The key is that this person also has the innate stage immortal weapon. Mo Xiao this is caught in the way. He almost died at the hands of the disciples of Chung Yung Quan. Speaking of this, Mo Xiao was looking at Yi Enshi with a suspicious face. Puzzled, little kid Yi, where are those Chong Yangguan disciples? Chapter 35, What do you want with me? Hearing Mo Xiao's name for herself, the corner of Yi Enshire's mouth was secretly twitching. Couldn't help but subconsciously take one more look at Mo Xiao. Mo Tiny, as the name suggests, is really small, about 5'6" or so. The whole person also looked incredibly thin, with a somewhat rounded face. And yet, it's not fat. It's quite cute. The black garment worn over the body appeared to be a little loose and I don't know where she found such an ill-fitting garment. Maybe it's because she looks petite. She basically refers to herself as little lady and little lady. Yi Enshi had tried to get her to change before, but instead of changing, and press Yi Enshi with the name Yi Kid, meaning Yi Enshi is smaller than her even if she is a ghost. Why are you looking at Nyang like that? Seeing that there was something not quite right in Yi Enshi's eyes, Mo Xiao hurriedly covered her somewhat loose clothing with both hands and reminded, Xiaonyang is no longer involved with you, so your eyes can't look around. Otherwise you'll be responsible. Yi Unshi sighed lightly in his heart. I don't know how my old self could have been so manipulative. Even such a naive augur could become a Taoist. If this were to spread in the Skywalker realm, wouldn't that be another way to tell those fairies and nymphs? You guys make it as hard as you can. My Yi Unshi's criteria for choosing a Tao partner is very low. Little cutie. It's alright. Oh, an accidental digression. Yi Unshi's mind moved, and the crescent moon instantly flew out from his body, accompanied by the stroke of his sword finger. A smaller round of curved moon was suddenly chopped out by Luna. A marvelous mood emerged from Yi Unshi's body, and in the next instant, the corpses of the group of Chongyangguan disciples who had been beheaded by Yi Unshi in the curved moon mirror image then fell out together from within the curved moon-shaped sword chi, smashed together to the ground. Mo Xiao looked at the corpses in front of her, and her eyes were colorful. Couldn't help but give Yi Unshi a thumbs up. It's really worthy of being the man she, Mo Xiao, has her eyes on. It's here in the upper world. It was also possible to exterminate so many enemies so easily. Before Mo Xiao could say more, he saw Yi Unshi pull out a porcelain bottle from his storage ring. Unable to help himself, he asked suspiciously, "What's this for?" Destroying the corpse. Yi Unshi didn't even lift his eyes and uncorked the bottle on his own. Pouring the powder in the bottle to one corpse after another in turn. Although I have never heard of Chongyangguan, it's better to play it safe just in case, lest we add to the trouble. As the powder fell onto the corpse, in just a few dozen breaths, the corpse began to turn into a puddle of blood in water, gradually seeping into the ground. Not even a bone was left. There were, merely, some storage rings and precious armor and clothing, for which the Yi Unshi wasn't surprised. With a wave of the hand, all the storage rings, precious armor and clothes were then all collected into Yi Unshi's own storage ring. This made Mo Xiao look at the storage ring on Yi Unshi's finger with a torch-like gaze. There must be a lot of good things like immortal weapons and immortal stones inside the storage rings of the immortal cultivators in the upper realm. She doesn't have a single immortal weapon right now. It was like a street rat within the Chi Tian immortal state, and no one dared to talk to anyone. I am afraid that the other person will have a bad idea in his heart. Yi Unshi naturally felt Mo Xiao's gaze, and immediately followed Mo Xiao's example, retreating a few steps backward. His hands covered his heart with a look of fear. You and I are no longer involved. Don't look around, Mo Xiao. This is your cultivation cave? Looking at the somewhat dark and unusually simple-looking cave in front of him, Mo Xiao looked at Yi Unshi with some disbelief. Originally, she had thought that Yi Unshi would be better than her after coming to the upper realm, no matter what, right? And now that I look at it, it seems like this guy has been harboring in this hole to cultivate, right? You haven't even seen the great scenery of the upper world, have you? She's been to a lot of places, even though she's been on edge all day. I met a number of breathtaking scenes weather. Thinking of this, Mo Xiao looked at Yi Unshi with more heartache in her eyes. In a loud voice, he said, "Why don't you follow Xianyang to join the Western Sea Dragon clan? I'm gonna really go for it. Then your days in the Qitian immortal state will be the days Yi Unshi, will live in the future." Yi Unshi didn't hesitate in the slightest and bluntly refused. Half a month later, Yi Unshi flew high into the air from the cave. His feet moved, and a sound of thunder instantly came to his ears. The next instant, Yi Unshi had then appeared thousands of miles away. Without any hesitation, he took another step, and the image in front of him instantly flew by. Once again, a boom rang in his ears, and the next instant, Yi Unshi returned to the top of the green mountain, and looked down at the familiar green mountain underneath. The eyes just lit up. It's done! I've succeeded in giving Resting Thunder complete control. At this moment, Yi Unshi's inner joy radiated out on his face. After this half-month of practicing, figuring things out on my own, and carefully extrapolating little by little, he had finally gained full control over the crippled body immortal art of Resting Thunder. It would be hard to have another embarrassing situation like the one in the Tao Sword sect where he had just used the body immortal art of Resting Thunder. And now, it was also 2 months since Yi Unshi left the Tao Sword sect. If Master Su Qingma was merely stabilizing her cultivation, then these 2 months would be completely sufficient. In other words, Su Qingma should have already come out of the customs by now. In other words, Yi Unshi didn't need to continue sneaking around outside the Tao Sword sect. It's ready to go back. At this point, a black augur suddenly flew out of the green hills, prancing around and, in a few moments, he had come to a stop in front of Yi Unshi. As the black mist got thinner and thinner, the black augur got smaller and smaller, and finally transformed into a humanoid shape. Flying in front of Yi Unshi. Before Yi Unshi could speak, Mo Xiao hugged him. This sudden intimate move made Yi Unshi startled, and was about to push him away. The Mo Xiaoxiao's words then reached his ears. Yi little brat, little mother is leaving. At those words, Yi Unxi's movement stalled, not bothering to push the person in front of him away again. While Yi Unxi was deducing and cultivating resting thunder, Mo Xiaoxiao was likewise not idle, always looking for a way to get to the Western Sea. Shitian Immortal State is huge. Most people have never been to the West Sea. Previously, Mo Xiaoxiao had also just been leaving to the west, but she really didn't know exactly where the West Sea was. It's a good thing we've been lucky this past half a month. It allowed her to catch a vendor selling maps of the Shitian Immortal State. Naturally, she didn't buy it for $0. Instead, she exchanged it with quite a few immortal stones from the storage rings of some of the Chongyangguan disciples that Ji Unxi had given her. Having the ability to sell Qi Tian Xian Zhou map vendors are not individuals with high cultivation. It's just that there are forces behind it. You can't have one without the other. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to collect the map screen at all, and would have fallen into danger long ago, or under the mouth and claws of ferocious demonic and immortal beasts. If one of the two is really missing, then it only means that the other party is selling a fake map. Ryoko. As soon as Mo Xiaoxiao let go of Yi Unxi, she looked straight at Yi Unxi's soul-stirring eyes. Suddenly he laughed. Little brat Yi. When Xiaonyang succeeds in transforming her augur into a true dragon and her status is not low, I will definitely bring the true dragon clan to find you. What is the point of bringing the true dragon clan to seek me out? Then what more is there to say? Mo Xiaoxiao lightly raised her head and, intentionality said, naturally, I want to bring you back to the Western Sea Dragon Clan. Last time it was you who brought little Niang back to the Green Domain questioning Sword Sect. This revenge can't go unrewarded, can it? Yi Unxi couldn't help but laugh out softly and didn't put too much stock in Mo Xiaoxiao's words. She's only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm now, and Yi Unxi was able to suppress her in the past. It can also steadily suppress her now. It will naturally press her in the future as well. After feeling that Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes started to change a bit, Yi Unxi took a while before he could suppress the raised corners of his mouth and solemnly said, "Good. May that day really come." Hearing Yi Unxi's reply, Mo Xiaoxiao was a little disappointed in her heart. She didn't expect that until the parting moment. Yi Unxi wouldn't utter a word to stay for a while, even if it's just a polite retention. Gritting her silver teeth, Mo Xiaoxiao let out a low hum, and some black mist began to surge around her body, enveloping her entire being. Flying off into the distance, in the black mist, Mo Xiaoxiao's eyes gradually became abnormally firm. It seemed as if some sort of determination had been made in his mind as well. Looking at Mo Xiaoxiao's distant figure, Yi Unxi gently shook his head. How could he not understand what was going on in Mo Xiaoxiao's mind? She was very foolish, and could be said to have no city to speak of. It's not even close to Zhuing. What was in her mind could be seen just from her look, and because of that, Yi Unxi wouldn't follow the thoughts in her mind to retain her, because all he had to do was say it, and then with Mo's little nature, it is simply unlikely that one could be ruthless enough to travel to the strange dragons of the Western Sea. Yi Unxi can't always protect her. It's hard for her to grow up that way, especially in this Skywalker realm where people eat people and immortals stomp on immortals. Tianxian City, Drunken Immortal House. The entire Drunken Immortal building was empty, except for one table on the third floor that was occupied. There were only a few scattered people. In response, the Drunken Immortal Mansion's shopkeeper and the others didn't care, because the Drunken Immortal Mansion is owned by the city lord. It was the only restaurant in the entire Heavenly Immortal City that was only open to immortals. Of course, the cost of the immortal stones charged was not something that the average immortal could afford to spend. Often the Drunken Immortal House is not open for business, and when it is open, it can feed the shopkeeper and others for decades. Just as the first floor junior was dozing in his chair, a black-robed Ji Unxi suddenly walked into the Drunken Immortal building. The sound of crisp footsteps reached the ears of the junior, instantly energizing the sleepy junior. Hastily, he rose to usher it in. What would this immortal like? Would you like a private room? This is the Drunken Immortal restaurant's recipe. Please, immortal, take a look. Xiao Er said extremely skillfully, finally pointing to the thin book placed on the counter on the first floor. This book is the recipe of the Drunken Immortal House. No mortal can open it. It was the 14 realm powerhouses that stood at the pinnacle of mortals that could only barely turn a page. Only a true immortal can open it easily. This is also an important means for the Drunken Immortal Pavilion to use to test whether or not the visitor is an immortal. After all, most of the people in the Drunken Immortal House were mortals doing things. The Heavenly Immortal City Lord only needs to hold down the fort for Drunken Immortal House. Yi Unxi didn't know this, and with a casual movement of his hand, the thin book floated to his body and opened by itself. A cursory glance and it was slapped together. Let's have a pot of Drunken Immortal brew, 2 jugs of Immortal Yuan wine, and just 5 of any of the signature dishes. As for the elegant room, Let's at the Bishi Pavilion last time. Good Lu. Immortal. Follow me upstairs. Xiao'er lowered his eyebrows and said, then bowed his waist and led Yi Yangshi towards the upstairs. The way the two of them walk, one can tell which one is the master and which one is the servant. It's a pity. It's a pity. The Dao Sword Sect, the Purple Breath View, and the people from Broad Cloud Mountain are all here. We, the disciples of these small sects and forces, can't even get in. Alas, if only I had more talent, I wouldn't have stayed in the Absolute Blade sect all this time. Can't even get into the freshly born immortal realm. 5 rather young-looking men and women were seated around a table by the window on the 3rd floor, basically drinking booze. One of the men's face was incredibly red, and his fists were pounding to his heart, with a look of regret. Everyone at the table fell silent when the man said this. Yeah, if it weren't for their limited talent, it would basically be hard for them to make another breakthrough. How could they have been harboring within a small sect, not even qualified to enter the immortal realm? Just as a few people were silent, a few soft thuds came from the mouth of the steps leading up to the 3rd floor, causing a few people to subconsciously cast their gazes towards the mouth of the steps. Within a short while, the figures of Xiao'er and the other black-robed man all entered the eyes of several people. Brother Yi. Chapter 36, Meeting Yi Cheng again. Brother Yi, how come it's you? On the wine table by the window, a young man with a surprised look subconsciously stood up from his seat and, shouting at Yi Yangshi, who had just accompanied Xiao'er to the 3rd floor. Upon hearing this, Yi Yangshi also looked at the person who spoke out, and was then also somewhat surprised, for fear that the immortal awareness visitation will be perceived by other immortal cultivators and their hearts will be offended. Yi Yangshi then deliberately did not release his immortal sense to check out the drunken immortal building. You can only live a long life if you're careful with what you do. This was the experience Yi Yangshi had learned in the 100 regions. Of course, if Yi Yangshi had already achieved the 14th realm as he did in the late 100 realms, that would be a different story. The reason why he was surprised was because the person who spoke out Yi Yangshi recognized. It was the same immortal who had first ascended to the Skywalker realm and had given him a welcome home. Leaf City on Golden Eagle Mountain. The man surnamed Chen from the Absolute Blade sect. The female disciples of the Fei Hong sect. There were also 2 other cultivators that Yi Yangshi looked familiar with, but didn't know their last names, for which, especially Yi Cheng, Yi Yangshi was quite impressed. After all, not long ago he could have just assumed this person's name and made up an outer sect elder identity. So it's Brother Yi, and all the fellow Taoists. Yi Yangshi smiled kindly and, arching his hand toward Yi Cheng and the others, he said, unlike 2 months ago, at this moment, Yi Yangshi was no longer the little white man of the first ascension of the Skywalker realm. Naturally, he could also feel the immortal power that was vaguely flowing out of Yi Cheng's 5 people. All of them were at the level of the Naxian realm. Yi Cheng and the man surnamed Chen were even the best of the 5. If Yi Yangshi hadn't guessed correctly, the cultivation level should be at the peak of the nascent soul realm. It belonged to the same class as that inner disciple of Chong Yangguan, Lan Ji, who had already lost her corpse. At this moment, not only did Yi Cheng recognize Yi Yangshi, the remaining 4 people at the wine table likewise recognized him. Immediately, each of them stood up from their positions, and together they greeted Yi Yangshi. A wave of chilling questions made Yi Yangshi a little uncomfortable. 2 months ago, Yi Cheng and the others were trying to rope Yi Yangshi into joining the sect they were in. It was also very warm to Yi Yangshi, but it's a very different feeling compared to now. Last time enthusiasm was enthusiasm. However, the way they treated Yi Yangshi was more like a situation where the superior was caring for the inferior. At this moment, it was a compliment from the actual inferior to the superior, and everything was centered on Yi Yangshi. He also kept paying attention to Yi Yangshi's change of expression when he spoke. This had since caused Yi Yangshi some discomfort. Last time, things happened suddenly, and it was a pity that I didn't get to drink with all of you. Listening to the words of several people who were getting more and more complimentary, Yi Yangshi suddenly spoke out. After covering all the words of the rest of the people, he looked at Yi Cheng and said, last time, Brother Yi was the host, so this time, I will be the host. Gentlemen, please, Brother Yi first. Yes, Brother Yi has outstanding talent and high cultivation. How can he let us invite him first? Apart from Yi Cheng who froze, the remaining 4 people waved their hands and pushed and shoved for Yi Yangshi to go first. In response, Yi Yangshi didn't push back, giving a look to the second in command of Drunken Immortal House, who had long since lost his presence. The second in command instantly understood. A trot went ahead, leading Yi Yangshi's group towards this elegant room. My legs were shaking with fear that day. I really didn't expect the people from the Dao Sword sect to kick the door right in and straight to Brother Yi. Ha ha, it's also because Brother Yi has a big face, which is why he was able to make the Dao Sword sect's people personally seek him out. Inside the elegant room, Yi Yangshi was sitting on the main seat, Listening to the words of several people who had been kissing ass, there was a smile on his face the whole time. He looked like he was happy to be blown off, but in his heart he had long since completely blacked out a few people. It was estimated that after eating this meal, the karma between Yi Engshi and these people would be completely broken. Yi Chang, who was sitting on the left side, didn't kiss Yi Engshi's ass like the others did. Instead, he'd been drinking mulled wine and didn't look too good. There was some sense of haggardness, completely different from when he first met Yi Engshi. After casually dealing with the 4 people from the Absolute Blade sect, including the man surnamed Chen, Yi Engshi asked Yi Chang, "Is there something on Brother Yi's mind?" Yi Chang, who was drinking mulled wine, seemed to not expect Yi Engshi to take the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. The look of dismay grew a little. After coming back to his senses, Yi Chang sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile and did not speak. Instead, he proceeded to drink his wine. This made Yi Engshi even more puzzled. Fong was talking to the other 4. He had clearly seen Yi Chang look like he wanted to speak several times. At this moment, he himself had taken the initiative to give Yi Chang the opportunity to say the words he was holding in his heart, and as a result, I can't believe he's not talking? The others saw this and their faces varied. For the same reason of pulling in those who had just ascended to the Skywalker realm, even if they were not of the same clan and sect, that's all acquaintanceship. 2. Naturally, I've heard something about Yi Chang, but they didn't mean to say with Yi Engshi. The man surnamed Chen of the Absolute Blade sect saw that the time was about right. Then he cut straight to the chase. Why doesn't Brother Yi go to the immortal realm that was just introduced at Tianqi Mountain? I've heard that quite a few powerful immortal cultivators from the Sword sect have gone there. Right. This I know in a little more detail that. It's said to be led by the inner sect elder known as Taoist Yan Jian. Taoist Yan Jian? Could it be that more than 100 years ago? Leading the disciples of the Tao Sword sect. The one who broke the gates of the Shaoyuan sect with a single sword? That's buying a lot of time for the Tao Sword sect. This is something. If it weren't for this Inferno Sword Taoist, the Tao Sword sect really wants to be among the first-class forces. To leap into the ranks of the first-class forces is really a bit difficult. As the man surnamed Chen spoke out, the remaining 3 likewise cut the topic to another. Listening to the words of several people, Yi Engshi was a bit surprised. When he was in the Tao Sword sect, he had also heard of this Taoist Yan Jian from many of his senior brothers and sisters, all heard by accident, of course. For example, when he hadn't yet met that woman Lu Wanga, Yi Engshi carried Zhuing on his back on his way to the book depository. Just heard quite a few remarks about Taoist Yan Jian, coupled with Zhu Ying's headless explanation. It did allow Yi Engshi to understand a few points. Taoist Yan Jian, the Grand Elder of the Tao Jian sect's inner sect, real name Li Hua. The cultivation level was second only to the Supreme Elder as well as Patriarch Su Qingma. It can be said that the reason why the Sword sect has not been greatly injured into the first-class forces, it has a lot to do with Li Fire, because in the clan promotion battle, he hardened himself with his superior cultivation and, compressing the time for the Shaoyuan sect to build up its reserves by at least half. In the end, it was the Tao Sword sect that was able to overthrow the Shaoyan sect when the Shaoyan sect failed to have all of its reserves. The Shaoyan sect was the first-rate end force that was replaced by the Tao Jian sect. In the Skywalker realm, the number of first-class power slots in each immortal state could be limited. In order to become a first-class power, and thus obtain the cultivation resources issued by the 4 sacred lands, it would be necessary to rip the other forces from first-class status. Brother Yi? Seeing Yi Engshi's silence, the 4 men surnamed Chen didn't dare to breathe more. Carefully call out twice. "Oh, Fairyland, ha!" Yi Engshi laughed dryly, then sighed again and, truth be told, Mr. Yi has been in bitter cultivation for the past 2 months, so he just came to Heavenly Immortal City just after he got out of the gate. Good luck meeting up with you all again. This matter of the immortal realm, I can say that I know even less than you all. Hearing Yi Engshi say this, the man surnamed Chen and the others glanced at each other and then realized. No wonder Yi Engshi, who had just ascended up for 2 months, had already reached the late stage of the nascent soul realm, already 1 foot in the peak stage. Dare to take the resources issued by the Tao Sword sect after ascending up to smother the closed door. If I had such cultivation resources, I would have broken through to the human immortal realm long ago, right? Ha ha, I told you that with Brother Yi's natural talent, how could he not follow? So it's in seclusion. Hey Brother Yi, it's not too late to rush over there. Now that this wonderland has just been introduced, it couldn't have been sealed so quickly. Yes, extremely. Heavenly Immortal City is only a few 100,000 miles away from Tianqi Mountain, and with Brother Yi's cultivation, I'm afraid we'll arrive in a matter of days. Listening to a few people talking and starting to lure themselves to Tianqi Mountain, Yi Engshi's face did not move. The heart was in the right place. I told you someone had nothing better to do. What are you waiting for? If you think about it,
These people probably have the intention to go to the Apocalypse Mountain and enter that so-called fairyland. However, because of the control of the big powers, I'm afraid that it's difficult for them to set foot on the heavenly Apocalypse Mountain with their minuscule power. That's why he wanted to climb the high branch of Yi Unshi, who was a disciple of the Tao Sword sect. Let Yi Unshi take them into the Apocalypse Mountain and into the Wonderland. This point was incomparably similar to the situation within the 100 regions, when new relics were introduced. The newly revealed ruins can be a wonder to behold, and with a little luck, can be much stronger than 100 years of hard cultivation, and even some people also thus change their destiny against the heavens, and soared to the heavens, and naturally, the big powers will not let all kinds of wonders to the others, and often they will all join together in one piece and suppress the smaller forces and let the people of your own force fight and take over. To put it simply, that's all that's on the table. It's natural for those who are powerful then to band together and keep others from the table so they can have more. After thinking about it, Yi Unshi acted as if he didn't understand. Mr. Yi just joined the Tao Sword sect, and now it's just a nameless outer disciple. How can I bring you all into the heavenly enlightenment mountain and into the immortal realm? When the man surnamed Chen and the others heard Yi Unshi's words in such a straightforward manner, his face could not help but look more embarrassed. But he did not give up. Keep lobbying up. It turns out that the matter of big fish bringing small fish into the realm of immortality is quite common in the heavenly realm, especially with the newly introduced Wonderland, but not too many little fish. Basically, each big fish can only take one little fish into Wonderland. This means that Yi Unshi has every option to take someone with him to Apocalypse Mountain. Well said. Well, at least he is a disciple of the Tao Sword sect. After hearing several people's explanations, Yi Unshi didn't agree to it directly. Fingers tapped on the table very rhythmically one by one. This caused the four men surnamed Chen to show nervousness on their faces. Their small hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Everyone knew that Yi Unshi was thinking about who to take to Apocalypse Mountain at the moment. Flutter, having remained silent, Yi Chang, who was drinking mulled wine, suddenly knelt down towards Yi Unshi at this moment, his forehead continuously hitting the ground, making a heavy ringing sound to come. Brother Yi, I beg you to take me to Tianqi Mountain. If I don't die in the immortal realm, I will return the favor. No, I'll serve Brother Yi as an ox, without complaint or regret. I can hand over the origin blood crystal to Brother Yi right now, my life and death. It's only at Brother Yi's whim. Yi Cheng's face flushed red as he kowtowed to Yi Unshi while pleading that. There was also a large swelling at the forehead. If it wasn't for the unusual materials used in the drunken immortal building, I'm afraid that the floor would have been knocked to pieces by him. Yi Cheng, you're shameless. Before Yi Unshi could speak, the four men surnamed Chen, who were still nervously looking at Yi Unshi just now, instantly became furious, pointing at Yi Chang and about to curse. They've just been kissing ass for so long, and putting their foot down for so long. Yi Chang that didn't do. Seeing that the peach was about to ripen, Yi Chang jumped out violently, wanting to pick the peach first. How could this make the man surnamed Chen and the others not be shocked? But Yi Chang acted as if he didn't hear it. At this moment, he even took out the origin immortal crystal from his body and pushed it through with one hand. His origin immortal crystal just levitated in front of Yi Unshi. After doing this, Yi Chang slammed his head onto the ground, his forehead pressed firmly against the ground. Tears continued to well up from his eyes and he was in tears. I implore Brother Yi to make it happen. Chapter 37, Still a Big Lover? Above the sea of clouds, two streams of light quickly shuttled past, causing the originally neat and tidy sea of clouds to have more holes deeper. It doesn't look too aesthetically pleasing. Yi Unshi inclined his head and swept a glance at Yi Chang, who was flying behind him, and couldn't help but remember that not long ago, in the drunken immortal building the four men surnamed Chen nearly took away Yi Chang's origin blood crystals and put Yi Chang to death. Came the picture. If Yi Unshi hadn't promptly put Yi Chang's origin immortal crystal into the sea of consciousness, I'm afraid that Yi Chang is now a cold corpse. Why are you so persistent? Even if you enter the immortal realm, you may not be able to find the wondrous treasures. It's more likely that he died tragically in the immortal realm. Yi Unshi coldly said. Now Yi Chang's origin blood crystal was in Yi Unshi's sea of consciousness, and as long as Yi Unshi wanted to, one thought can put Yi Chang to death. Therefore, Yi Unshi was not so polite to Yi Chang and kept referring to him as Brother Yi. As for returning Yi Chang's origin blood crystal, Yi Unshi wouldn't return it unless he was out of his mind. Compared to a friend who was likely to backstab himself, Yi Unshi still preferred the kind of security that came from being in control of other people's lives. At this moment, Yi Chang was still a little red and swollen at his forehead, but the whole thing didn't look as haggard as it had earlier. I have a wife. She is a waste spirit root, and her cultivation talent is not good. And now, the big day is coming. Yi Chang did not expect Yi Unshi to still be curious about this, but he did not hide it. Instead, he said truthfully, and now that the new immortal realm has been introduced, we are not looking for strange encounters, but heavenly treasures that can increase longevity. Yi Unshi raised his eyebrows, but he didn't see that this person was still a big lover. For the sake of a mortal woman, he was even able to hand over his own origin blood crystal to others. More than that, they are not afraid to venture into that new wonderland of crisis. If the identities were swapped, Yi Unshi felt that he would not be able to do what Yi Chang did. Night is coming. Yi Unshi didn't rush to Tianqi Mountain, but chose to rest and recuperate in a dense forest. This made Yi Chang, who was already anxious, want to say something. There are certainly many crises within the immortal territory, and compared to the wonders and treasures, it's the same kind that's the most dangerous. If one arrives at Mount Apocalypse and is unable to keep oneself in the best condition because of the rush, that is, if you enter the immortal realm, you will just be running with the others. Yi Unshi glanced at Yi Chang and explained, "Protect me." After saying that, Yi Unshi stopped talking and started to apply his energy to suck up the heaven and earth immortal qi. This made Yi Chang sigh hopelessly. How could he not understand what Yi Unshi said? But while Yi Unshi could wait, he couldn't wait long. No one knows when they'll be able to come out of Wonderland. What's more, I don't know whether she will still be there when Yi Chang really has the life to come out from the immortal realm and also find the heavenly materials and treasures to increase longevity. It's just that now his origin blood crystals have been given to Yi Unshi. He could only support the decisions Yi Unshi made. If he annoyed Yi Unshi, he wouldn't even talk about going to Tianqi Mountain or entering the immortal realm. And he was afraid that he would lose his life on the spot. Yi Unshi did not know what Yi Chang was thinking about right now, and at this moment, he had already entered into cultivation wholeheartedly. Under the operation of the fish-dragon spirit transformation technique, the consumed immortal energy within the Dantian gradually recovered. It was soon restored to peak condition, but Yi Unshi didn't intend to end it there, and instead, with a flourish, it began to impact the barriers of the peak of the nascent soul realm. Immortal power surged, constantly surging towards the barrier at the peak of the nascent soul realm, wave after wave. It doesn't stop at all. Yi Unshi was only 1 foot away from the peak of the nascent soul realm, and at this moment, under the full force of his impact, none of it has taken too much work yet. That barrier then shattered in response. The original immortal chi that Yi Unshi was unable to absorb because the immortal energy in his Dantian had reached a fullness level. At this moment once again, they all surged into the Dantian. At this point, in the small heaven and earth opened up within the Dantian, the sky suddenly turned golden. A strand of golden flame began to manifest in the golden sky. Not much longer, ahead of which you can only see the shape, but not a glimpse of the real thing. The fire bird with golden flames all over its body suddenly appeared in the golden sky. As its pair of voluminous wings vibrated, a sharp chirping sound spread throughout the small heaven and earth. The sea of immortal energy, which occupied about 80% of the miniature heaven and earth. As the golden flame firebird let out a chirping sound, it actually seemed to boil over. The sea of immortal power rippled and undulated, and a stream of golden flames rose steeply. And in a short time, the sea of immortal energy that had originally occupied 80% of the small heaven and earth had actually begun to shrink. It went from accounting for 80% to about 40% of the total, which made Yi Unshi first startled. Is this a breakthrough in one's cultivation, or has one's cultivation slipped? However, when Yi Unshi felt the purity of this remaining immortal power, he was completely happy. The purity of these remaining immortal powers was at least about twice as high as at least. The purity of immortal power was like a foundation. The higher the purity, the more stable and solid the foundation would be. The difference between a genius and an average immortal cultivator was also tied to the foundation. If the two performed the same technique, leaving aside the degree of comprehension, it was certain that the spells performed by those with pure immortal energy were stronger. If the two have the same root, then they will have to distance themselves in other ways, as in the case of spiritual roots, enlightenment, etc. Those with high spiritual roots and enlightenment tend to be able to rapidly improve with the least amount of resources and time. A complete gap with the average immortal cultivator. For example, if you are a low-talent immortal cultivator who knows the importance of the purity of immortal power, foundation, therefore, it has been polishing, constantly eliminating the impurities, and concentrating its own immortal power to become more and more pure. Already in the same realm belongs to the cultivator with the strongest foundation. It can be said to be an invincible existence in the same realm. And then turn your eyes to your friends whose spiritual roots, enlightenment, etc., are higher than yours. I actually found out that he used the same amount of time as you, but not only was he able to make his immortal energy as pure as yours, his cultivation level was even higher than yours by a large realm. It was that the arts had all been comprehended to a deeper meaning and used with a pure fire. That's when you realize you're wasting your time and doing something pointless on net. Reopening. This time you chose to stop focusing on the purification of immortal power and instead went for a brainstorm to raise your cultivation realm. As expected, this time your cultivation steadily suppressed your friend by a large realm. Confidently, you start to engage in a duel with your friend. But in the end, because of your unstable foundation, you are killed by your friend by crossing a large realm. Nailed to the pole of shame for good. That's the difference between average and genius. And then you don't give in. And you start all over again. And this time you learn the hard way. And you start arming yourself more and more. In the end, no surprise, you win. But your friends label you as a kryptonite. This is the difference between a grassroots genius and someone with a powerful background. Previously, although Yi Engshi's immortal energy was already pure, it was also mixed with a lot of impurities. These impurities should be the drawbacks of the rapid growth of cultivation brought about by dual cultivation. But now, because of the golden firebird, the impurities have all disappeared. How could this make Yi Engshi unhappy? When Yi Engshi looked at the sky again, the golden flame firebird that was originally soaring in the sky above had already disappeared. This made Yi Engshi very puzzled, and in the end, he could only temporarily blame it on what Su Qingma said, on this so-called, immortal blazing sun body, of his own. After ending his internal vision, Yi Engshi realized that there were more golden lines on the back of his hand. Lifting up his sleeve to take a look, these golden lines actually spread throughout his entire arm and even his entire body. But the golden light that permeated the lines had gradually dimmed until it disappeared. The lines followed without a trace. It seems that I'll have to carefully consult the canonical texts on the immortal blazing sun body some other day. I'm sorry, Yi Engshi said in his heart. Then he stopped thinking about it, and put his whole heart and soul into recovering his immortal power. After all, there was only 40% of immortal energy left in the dantian. Without realizing it, the sun was already hanging in the sky, and the sunlight poured onto Yi Engshi and Yi Chang. Looking at Yi Engshi, who was still continuously inhaling the immortal qi that permeated the heaven and earth, Yi Chang was somewhat staggered. How pure is the immortal power of those who ascended from the lower realm? He was still greedily sucking in this immortal energy for such a long time. It was as if its dantian was a bottomless pit that could not be filled. At this point, Yi Engshi, who had been keeping his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and a pair of golden auras flashed in his eyes. A hand was held up and violently clenched into a fist, and a terrifying wave of qi instantly erupted from Yi Engshi's circumference. Yi Chang was a bit surprised by this. Under this eruption of airwaves, he was hardened and was flown 10 feet away. If Yi Chang had not used his immortal power to stabilize his body at the end, I am afraid that he would still be flying into the distance now. Wait for the airwave to dissipate. The surrounding dense forest had disappeared, and even the few hills that would have been in the rear of it became a flat area. Looking at Yi Chang, he was horrified in his heart. He's seen it all. Fang Yi Engshi was only casually clenching his hand into a fist to cause such a big commotion. Moreover, there was no immortal power fluctuation. That is to say, the strange movement Yi Engshi had triggered just now was reached by that physical body of his. Scary as hell. Is this man a body refiner? Not to mention Yi Chang. At this moment Yi Engshi couldn't help but froze for a moment as he looked at his fist. Last night, the immortal energy within his body continued to emanate golden flames of. Instead, these golden flames surged toward all parts of his body. Seeing that it had no effect on himself, Yi Engshi didn't bother and focused on recovering his immortal power. Unthinking, in just one night's work, these golden flames emanating from the immortal power even kept hammering the flesh. At this moment, Yi Engshi could feel that the strength of his physical body was vaguely stronger than even his own cultivation. One must know that he was already at the peak of the nascent soul realm now. In that case, just the strength of his physical body alone is already approaching the human immortal realm? It seems that the master's words really weren't a lie. If the master didn't seal my physique nearly 500 years ago, as long as the golden flame firebird shows up and causes the spiritual power to change, I'm afraid that my physical body won't be able to carry it at all. And that's why I've been blind in both eyes since I was a child. I'm afraid that it had been the flame gas emitted by the golden flame firebird too. Yi Engshi thought of the words spoken by Su Qingma 2 months ago, and couldn't help but think of it in his heart. Although he and Su Qingma had the name of master and disciple on their side, in the final analysis, the two did not understand each other. If Yi Engshi were to choose the one he trusts the most from Bai Qingxue and Su Qingma, Yi Engshi would definitely choose Bai Qingxue. Putting the irrelevant thoughts in his mind behind him, Yi Engshi then stood up from the ground. There was a constant crackling sound coming from the body. Hearing Yi Chang, who was not far away, he gulped straight. Big brother, were you really recovering your immortal power last night? Looking up at the bright sky, spilling some warm sunlight onto the. Looking again at Yi Chun, who was not far away, Yi Engshi gently shook his head. Time's going by pretty fast. I was gonna take a break. Go to the Prisoner of Immortality Tower and pass the first level of the trial to see what you'll find.
But with Yi Chang's mentality, I guess he couldn't wait.
Adding to the fact that Yi Unchi himself was somewhat curious about the immortal realm of the Skywalker realm, he could only put the matter of the immortal prisoner tower on hold for the time being.
Hidden.
Yi Unchi always had the intuition that the newly asked immortal realm would allow him to break through to the human immortal realm in a short period of time. Not only did women believe in intuition, Yi Unchi likewise believed in his own intuition,
and as a result,
it allowed him to avoid a lot of woeful trouble in the 100 regions.
Let's go Yi Chang. Go to Tianqi Mountain. Chapter 38, Really Pleasant? Apocalypse Mountain.
Close to the periphery of the center area, a large open space had been carved out hard. At the moment the open space was crowded with people, shoulder to shoulder, creating a spectacular scene.
This was from the various sects, family forces,
and grassroots casual cultivators from the Chi Tian immortal state that were closer to the Tianqi Mountain. The crowd whispered in groups of 3 or 5, constantly speculating about what kind of treasures and opportunities were in this newly revealed immortal realm. Sure, there were also those who stood alone and silent, with their eyes fixed on a dense forest that still stood in front of them. The figure at the other end could be vaguely glimpsed through this dense forest.
Damn it!
This group of great powers are really inappropriate. Every time a new fairyland comes out, just join forces to block us weak power cultivators.
Let go only when the chances.
Heavenly materials and treasures in the fairyland have been almost scraped.
We and the rest of us can't even get a mouthful of soup then. A tall, burly man suddenly pounded his fist to the ground and cursed loudly and angrily.
This statement is like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves.
Instantly, the cultivators who were separated from the dense forest sounded off one by one. The same enemy. Just as the sound of this place grew louder and louder,
a somewhat hunched silhouette suddenly appeared in the dense forest. An old crone dressed in plain clothes and carrying a serpentine walking stick slowly stepped out of the dense forest. Listening to the noise in his ears, his eyes glazed over. The walking stick in his hand heaved violently toward the ground. An extremely majestic word came out from the old crone's mouth.
Silence. In a flash,
a great pressure suddenly descended from the sky and,
pressing down on at least 100,000
people in this large open space, the noise came to a screeching halt at that moment.
Nearly
90,000 people were forced to the ground under the pressure of this wave of.
Some of them were pressed against others,
with painful looks on their faces.
Thousands of people resisted the pressure on their bodies with their own cultivation,
but they were also pressed down to one knee and fell to the ground.
Even the head was pressed down.
Only a handful of people were able to stand steadily under the sudden pressure that came down on them.
It's just that their faces didn't look too good either, but they didn't dare to make a sound.
After seeing no more sound, the old woman then sneered.
Don't wait here if you're making a lot of noise. Hit the road. The old woman,
the first-class force, the purple Chi View Grand Elder,
at the early stage of the heavenly immortal realm,
respected by the cultivators of the southern region of the Chi Tian Xian state as Staff Snake Heavenly Immortal.
The words fell.
The pressure that pressed down on all the cultivators in the clearing then all but disappeared.
All the immortal cultivators reared up sporadically, but they didn't dare to make even a little bit of noise. All under the golden immortal are ants. A mole cricket is no better than an ant under a heavenly immortal. No one dares to touch the staff snake sky immortal. This man looks older, hands power but also really strong. By its destruction of the power not to say 10,
the number of palms still have.
As for hitting the road to go home, so many cultivators actually have no one to leave, remained silent and stayed put.
This caused the crone to sneer once again,
and without further ado,
she turned and headed for the dense forest,
and soon her hunched figure then disappeared into the eyes of the many cultivators.
Soon, a man and a woman in different dresses came out of the forest,
and the moment they saw these men and women,
the eyes of the cultivators in the clearing were beginning to glow.
Wasn't the reason they were still waiting here for this very moment?
Usually a new fairyland comes out, even if it's controlled by a coalition of great powers. Yet it would also give small forces and grassroots casual cultivators a chance to enter the immortal realm. The people of the great powers will choose one of their own to enter the fairyland with them. This is called big fish with small fish.
At this point,
2 figures flew down from the sky and landed in front of a large group of people waiting in the clearing at once. This made a lot of people instantly become disgruntled.
Not even started the selection of people and so screwed up, right?
Of course, more immortal cultivators had a look on their faces as they watched the show.
In the past, when the new fairyland was introduced,
there were no shortage of such smart-ass cultivators.
Without exception,
they were all reprimanded or humiliated by the people of the big powers, and had no chance to enter the realm of the immortals as a small fish. It's only been 40 years since the last time a new immortal realm was introduced in the southern region. I didn't expect another rash to pop up so soon.
Fruity.
The group of men and women who had just walked out of the forest saw the two who suddenly flew down to the front of the forest. The faces were getting a little less colorful. A man wearing a green-colored sword robe that. The woman with red stripes on each shoulder even chided. Something that doesn't know how to die. Who told you to move? Get back. Hearing the man's chiding voice, Yi Engshi's face did not change color. One took out his identity token from his storage ring. Dao Sword Sect Outer Disciple Yi Engshi is late. I hope senior sister will forgive me. When she saw the Outer Disciple token in Yi Engshi's hand, the woman's face became more colorful. The voice was also much softer. So it's senior brother Yi. How come he didn't stay on the path of our Dao Sword Sect and came from this direction instead? Towards the end, the woman's eyes obviously still had some complaining color in them. This made Yi Engshi's face go all unnatural. The Taoist Sword Sect left the Tao? Where is it? I don't see it. As the woman's gaze looked at Yi Chang behind Yi Engshi, after learning that Yi Chang was the little fish that Yi Engshi wanted to bring, he let the two of them walk towards the forest. It makes care about Yi Engshi. There was a sense of disappointment in the hearts of the cultivators of how the two Yi Chang would end up and the consequences. I didn't realize that the senior sisters and brothers in the clan were quite amiable. Yi Engshi, who was walking in the forest, thinking of the eyes that a group of Dao Sword Sect's outer disciples, both male and female, threw at him just now. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. This caused Yi Chang, who was following behind, to slightly pause in his steps. I wanted to say to Yi Engshi, you're really nice to me? I'm only happy with you, my friend. But thinking of the relationship between the two nowadays, Yi Chang still could not say this. Yi Engshi, in order to avoid the kind of trouble that just happened. Then he took out the outer robes of the outer disciples of the Dao Sword Sect from the storage ring again and put them on. It was soon through the woods to another clearing. Unlike the overcrowded, shoulder-to-shoulder open space of the party, the clearing didn't look like it had a large number of people, only about 2,000. There were several others who stepped into the air and floated above the crowds here. Yi Engshi did not feel cultivation from these several people. However, it was thought that it should be the several powerful forces that had come to the heavenly Qi mountain. A figure suddenly flashed before his eyes and, immediately after that, Yi Engshi felt a hand grip his wrist. The whole arm was lifted up a few points even. At some point, a woman had already appeared in front of Yi Engshi. A pair of almond eyes was staring straight at Yi Engshi. She was wearing the same red-striped green robe as Yi Engshi, and she looked valiantly handsome. Only the eyes were a little less kind. Senior brother Yi is really a busy man. I was just not paying attention and seeing senior brother Yi again, but it's already 2 months later, the woman said with a leathery smile. Currently, among the outer disciples of the entire Daojian sect, who else could be the woman who knew Yi Engshi but Tang Tranquility? Yi Engshi didn't expect to run into Tang Tranquility at Tianqi Mountain. It was thought that she should have closed down in order not to be caught up by Yun Bufan. Immediately, he laughed dryly, and failed to pull his hand away from Tang Tranquility in 2 slight attempts. It was only then that he smiled and said, Senior sister Tang doesn't know. That day when I was just about to leave from the Yun family, senior brother sensed that my cultivation was about to break through, and in my haste, that's why I forgot to inform senior sister. Afterward, senior brother also went back to Tianxian City, but he could no longer find senior sister Tang. In the end, you can only cultivate outside alone. Hearing Yi Engshi's explanation, Tang Tranquility didn't really believe it in her heart, but 2 months had passed. The fire in her heart had long since died down as well. Now that Yi Engshi had given a small step, then she naturally wouldn't keep holding on to it. That's just it. The past doesn't matter. Senior brother Yi, come with me. When we enter the immortal realm in a while, but don't walk alone again. Within the immortal territory, it's not like this. Even if senior brother Yi keeps a low profile, the onlookers will only think that senior brother will start meting out opportunities when he gets them, and will lay their hands on them. Tang Tranquility reminded. It was just that these words of concern made Yi Engshi a bit confused as to whether she really cared about herself. Or do you want to stay next to her to make it easier for her to lay her hands on her? But looking at her, she should not be the kind of person who has one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes. Consider yourself overly concerned. Thinking about this, Yi Engshi allowed Tang Tranquility to pull himself towards the Dao Sword Sect's square formation. Yi Chang, on the other hand, followed closely behind, his heart incomparably apprehensive. It was obviously the first time he had seen so many big power cultivators. Located on the rightmost square position was the Dao Sword Sect, and at a cursory glance, there were around 500 to 600 people, basically all inner disciples of the Dao Sword Sect wearing blue robes and red stripes. There were only a dozen or so people wearing the green and red striped outer sect disciple costume, and they were all standing on the last side. The rest of the outer disciples should have gone to the other side of the forest to pick out the little fish. One of them Yi Engshi still recognized.
Wasn't it Su Jin who was scared off by himself 2 months ago? As if sensing Yi Engshi's line of sight, Su Yan suddenly twisted her head around. After seeing Yi Engshi, he was obviously stunned, but he also showed a kind smile to Yi Engshi. In response, Yi Engshi gave the same smile, and before he could speak, suddenly, he felt a burning gaze on him. This made Yi Engshi's heart startled, and he subconsciously raised his head and, looking toward a middle-aged man who was stepping into the air. That middle-aged man was wearing a large red robe, his long red hair swaying in the wind. The face was filled with a flat color. Dao Sword Sect Inner Sect Grand Elder Li Hua. Seeing Yi Engshi suddenly looking at himself, Li Hua's eyes subconsciously shifted away from him. Rather, I didn't expect this person to have such a keen sense. He had only just glanced at him himself, and he had already noticed. When he thought of what the patriarch had said when he led the disciples of the sect to the heavenly Qi mountain, Li Hua's heart was filled with puzzlement. She's actually letting Li Firestall as long as he can, until Yi Engshi, a tiny outer disciple, arrived, then he would cooperate to open the immortal realm's prohibitions. However, he still kept delaying the time in accordance with the words of the patriarch, even though he did not understand it. This was the reason why the situation where the immortal realm's prohibitions had not been lifted until Yi Engshi's arrival. Now that this Yi Engshi has arrived, there's no point in delaying it any further, any longer. The rest of the first-class forces are coming. Li Hua looked towards the purple Qi View Grand Elder Staff Snake Heavenly Immortal who was also treading in the air, and Lu Xian, the Grand Elder of Broad Cloud Mountain, politely said, "Two fellow Taoists, you can undo the restraints now." Hearing what Li Hua said, the Staff Serpent Sky Immortal couldn't help but let out a cold snort. The snake staff underneath the continuous diffusion of an invisible ripples. If not for this prohibition still need aid a young immortal power. The old body has long been a person to break. Why should the two of you drag your feet and waste time? When Lu Xian, the Grand Elder of Guangyun Mountain, sniffed, his face was a little less than pleasant, and he was not the one who was dragging his feet. Instead, it's the Great Elder of the Dao Sword Sect, Li Hua. Ah, why is this old bastard cursing himself too? The other side. After seeing that Li Hua completely ignored himself and turned to prepare to break the immortal realm's prohibitions, Yi Engshi blinked. Is it an illusion? Why did it feel like this Taoist Yin Jian was paying a little attention to himself? Senior brother Yi, the immortal territory is extremely dangerous. If you want to save your life you have to stay by my side. I will do everything in my power to protect you. Tang Tranquility swept Yi Engshi with his remaining light, and after seeing that the other party was still looking at the inner sect's Grand Elder in the sky, Ghost gave another reminder. Yi Engshi was about to speak, when he suddenly felt his left shoulder sink, and a huge force surged in. The image in front of my eyes kept changing. In the next instant, a particularly familiar face came into view. Yi Engshi. Chapter 39 Prawns are smoothed out. Yi Engshi, you're really good with women. How long has it been since you've come to Daojian sect? Then there will be a woman willing to protect you in the treacherous fairyland. A soft-sounding word came out of the mouth of the person in front of him. Yet it gave Yi Engshi a creepy feeling. The person in front of her was about 5 feet 2 inches, tall and attractive. The long blonde hair that fell like a waterfall seemed to shimmer with light and it was as if the sun was pouring down on it. The features on her googly-eyed face are as if they were carefully carved by a master sculptor. Every line is just right, outlining a stunning silhouette. The figure was slender and graceful, with a slim waist that was not too thin, and long, slender legs that were straight and strong. Her skin was as white as snow, as delicate and smooth as sheep's fat white jade, without the slightest blemish. At this moment, a light smile was hanging on her absolutely beautiful face, looking like a pure and harmless, stunningly beautiful woman. But Yi Engshi wasn't fooled by her innocent and harmless appearance. The heart knew that this person was an extremely dark person. Whenever someone accidentally pisses her off, she always has this harmless smile on her face that it looked pleasant enough to make people think they had pleased her. But often, before long, she will not move to give you a fatal blow. The current third-seat disciple of the Dao Sword Sect, Lu Wanga. Why are you here too? Yi Engshi didn't follow Lu Wanga's words and asked instead, how can I not come to the newly introduced Wonderland? Lu Wanga smiled as she slowly dropped her hand against Yi Engshi's shoulder to Yi Engshi's face, her smile gradually tightening for a few moments, and the eyes began to grow soft, as if they were drawn. And would Engshi rather have an unimpressive human immortal realm outer sect female disciple protect you than follow me around? Compared to her, I'm much more powerful to protect you. As she spoke, her two hands had cupped Yi Engshi's cheeks. Then she met her tender eyes. Yi Engshi only felt that the hairs on his body were standing up in sweat. Luyan's origin is not noble. Is 100 domain a play theater family's children? Naturally, with her ear to the ground, she didn't even have to learn it on purpose, and the performance basically felt real. Therefore, Yi Unshi simply didn't believe that the look Lu Wangya was giving him at the moment was genuine. Lu Wangya was wearing a black-robed, white-patterned sword robe that signified the status of a seated disciple of the Dao sword sect. Once there, it's hard not to draw the attention of others. Actually, as Lu Yangga approached Yi Unshi, the gazes of the crowd of inner sect brothers and sisters were all drawn to her. At this moment, seeing the clan's famous cultivation maniac treating an outer disciple with tenderness was like seeing a sow on a tree. A look of shock. To say who was the most shocked at this moment, it was Tang Tranquility, who was acquainted with Yi Unshi. Su Yan and other outer disciples had, especially Tang Tranquility, after hearing Lu Wangya's words referring to her unattractive appearance. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch up darkly. And a face like hers is still called its appearance? Having the intention to argue, seeing that the other party was wearing the robes of a seated disciple. Those words of dissatisfaction Tang Tranquility still never dared to spit them out bluntly. Seat disciple. She still couldn't afford to provoke it nowadays. Seeing that Yi Unshi didn't respond for a long time, Lu Wangya's eyes changed slightly. The hands that were cupped around Yi Unshi's face then dropped down to hold Yi Unshi's hand in one hand. Interlocking her fingers, she pulled Yi Unshi and headed ahead. Tang Tranquility, who hadn't yet slowed down from the incident of Yi Unshi and the seated disciple getting acquainted, was directly touched lightly by Lu Wangya's shoulder. A strange force suddenly surged, forcing Tang Tranquility to fall to the side. Although with instinctive reactions he still managed to stabilize his body in time, avoiding falling and sitting on the ground. The staggering look was still caught in the eyes of the rest of the group. It was only then that Lu Wangya seemed to notice that she had bumped into someone. With an embarrassed face, she said, "I'm sorry, it's unimpressive outer sister. Senior sister didn't notice you just now." Strike that. Not caring how Tang Tranquility reacted, he pulled Yi Unshi to continue walking towards the front. The group of inner disciples who were in the way made way. It was just that the eyes that looked at both Lu Wangya and Yi Unshi were a bit strange. Yi Unshi was still constantly trying to pull his hand out of Lu Wangya's at the moment, but her hands were like pliers, firmly imprisoning Yi Unshi's hand completely. This made Yi Unshi feel more and more suffocated. Obviously when he was in the 100 regions, he had always been in a dominant position. Lu Wangya is no longer dark, at best, can only secretly some small means, no harm done. But right now, Lu Wangya is completely dominating the situation. All deeds are marching to the idea of Lu Wanggu. There is nothing but one thing that leads to this situation. At the 100 domains, Yi Unshi was strong and Lu Wangya was weak, so he dominated the duo. In the upper realm Tianxing, Yi Unshi was weak and Lu Wangya was strong, so the situation was instantly reversed. Strong, getting stronger. I'm absolutely going to get stronger in the shortest amount of time. Strong enough that this woman is completely irresistible. At this moment, Lu Wangya once again made Yi Unshi's obsession with becoming stronger grow deeper and deeper. Then thinking of what Lu Wangya had just done against Tang Tranquility, Yi Unshi turned his head and an apologetic glance was thrown at Tang Tranquility. The matter of giving Yun Bufan a helping hand before had already caused Tang Tranquility to hold some prejudice against him. That had just turned the page. But I didn't realize it was going to take a turn for the worse. Tang Tranquility was the first friend he had made in the Dao sword sect, and if he could, Yi Unshi really didn't want to bring the two of them to a standstill. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Tang Tranquility was as if she hadn't noticed Yi Unshi's gaze at the moment. A pair of eyes stared tightly at the Lu Wangya figure. From its eyes, Yi Unshi actually had a dream of returning to the Yun family lobby. Seeing the kind of look Yun Bufan was staring at Tang Tranquility. The difference is that at that time Tang Tranquility was like the present-day Lu Wangya, but Yun Bufan was like the present-day Tang Tranquility. It couldn't be that she was also going to issue a 30-year contract to Lu Wangya, right? The other side. As Lu Wangya led Yi Unshi past one of the Daojin sect's inner disciples, the inner disciples who had originally given up their empty seats then stood back in their original positions. It completely obscured Lu Wangya, Yi Unshi's figure. This also made it difficult for Tang Tranquility to see Lu Wangya's figure again, gradually withdrawing her gaze. His face also turned suddenly cold. Su Yan came over to Tang Tranquility's side, observing her face as she did so, while whispering with concern, "Senior sister Tang, are you alright?" Tang Tranquility was silent. I really didn't expect senior brother Yi to recognize the third seat. It looks gangster. Luckily, we didn't continue to forcefully break into Master Yi's cave that day. Otherwise, I really don't know what kind of consequences offending the seated disciple will be. Su Yan said with some trepidation. So what if it's a seat disciple? After all, they're the ones who ascended from the lower realms. Isn't there a lot of cases where people in the lower realms of the clan fail again and again and again? If there's no chance, it's impossible to say that she'll have to stay at the true immortal realm. I, on the other hand, have all the time in the world to catch up and surpass her. And when I do, I will pay back today's deed twice over. Tang Tranquility blushed a little less than favorably and said. This caused Su Yen to look shocked.
I didn't expect to hear such sour words from Tang Tranquility's mouth one day.
Sister Tang, haven't you forgotten that our patriarch also ascended from the lower realms? Now it has stepped into the golden immortal
I don't know how many native immortal cultivators of the skywalking realm have been left behind.
Of course, now Tang Tranquility looks very wrong.
Su Yen naturally will not go to touch her mold.
This is something that one would never dare to say. No one noticed Yi Chang, who was standing in the last position of the Dao Sword Sex square formation. At this moment, Yi Chang was a bit at a loss for words. He was Yi Engshi's little fish and should have followed him, but now that Yi Engshi was brought forward, he didn't dare to follow him at all.
Feeling the gazes of a group of inner sect brothers and sisters behind him,
Yi Engshi couldn't help but transmit his voice to Lu Wangya.
I also don't know how many potential enemies you've attracted to me with these current actions. One of his outer disciples stood at the front of the line and, even though those senior brothers and sisters didn't have any displeasure on their faces, who knew what they thought in their hearts?
But isn't that just inviting potential enemies for Yi Engshi? You know that Yi Engshi,
from the time he entered the Dao Sword sect until now, to avoid the old inviting hateful images in the 100 domains,
he thought he'd kept a low enough profile, and hadn't taken the initiative to mess with anyone. But then this woman, Lu Wangu, popped up.
I don't remember Yi Engshi being so afraid of things.
Are you really Yi Engshi? Lu Wangya's voice entered his ears, causing Yi Engshi to be stunned.
Yeah, having just crossed into the 100 regions myself, from the time he was accepted as a personal disciple by Su Qingma, who was then still the supreme elder of the questioning sword sect, he had never been afraid of anything, much less would he mind trouble coming to his door.
Otherwise it wouldn't have been so bold as to directly begin to raid by Qingxue,
who was still an elder of the questioning sword sect at the time. He also disregarded the strange eyes of so many people in the clan and got involved with Zhong Shushu,
doing things with little thought to what consequences they might trigger. But now, I'd been looking over my shoulder too much, doing everything with certain consequences in mind, thus not wanting to provoke others too much.
Yi Engshi was Lu Wangya a word a little contemplation up itself when to become this kind of person. It didn't take long for Yi Engshi to find the reason.
It's not all about you X-dogs having a lot of trouble. I've been carrying most of the mischief on my ing back, always carrying the weight. After all, the edges have been smoothed by you scourges. Yi Engshi transmitted. Lu Wangya couldn't help but sweep her eyes back at Yi Engshi.
She now really desperately wanted to know what he had just been thinking about,
to come out of nowhere like that.
But before she could pass on, having originally been resisting her,
Yi Engshi, who still secretly wanted to pull his hand back,
suddenly bullied his way up at this moment.
In one fell swoop, he embraced Lu Wangya from behind, and even leaned down and, cheek gently rested against Lu Wangji's shoulder.
This caused Lu Wangu to be stunned. I didn't realize that Yi Engshi would suddenly be this affectionate toward her,
and that everything that. It was as if they had all gone back to the year when the two of them became Taoists. Wan Air, what is your current cultivation level?
Yi Engshi's voice rang in his ears, perhaps because Yi Engshi was almost on top of her, too close. The warm air exhaled as he spoke fluttered against her ears in the moment.
This instantly made Lu Wangya's legs soften slightly,
but she still forced herself to act as if nothing was wrong.
Truthfully, he said,
the middle stage of true immortal. It's already close to the late stage.
That's why I'm going into the immortal realm. At this moment, Lu Wangya's voice was speaking with some trembling sounds.
If Yi Engshi had listened carefully he would have been able to hear it. But at this moment, Yi Engshi's mind was not on Lu Wangya at all, so he naturally did not hear it.
Then if you fight LVU, who's number one in the seeding sequence? Are you sure you can win over him? Yi Engshi couldn't help but come closer again.
His mouth was about to touch Lu Wangya's ears that were becoming a little red.
Ha! Fighting Lu Yu? Me? Chapter 40, entering the realm of immortality.
Only to see a person standing not far in front of Yi Engshi,
Lu Wangya and the two of them, alone. He was located at the very front of the Dao Sword Sex square formation.
This person was tall and slender, about 1 meter 8 or so, wearing a white robe and standing with his hands folded.
That face is even more stunning. Skin like snow, eyebrows like faraway daisies, heroic, eyes as bright as stars, deep and fascinating. It's as if they can see into people's inner world. Dao Sword Sect's first seated disciple, Lu Yu, upon seeing Lu Wangya, who was one of the 12 seated disciples, appear at the Heavenly Enlightenment Mountain, Yi Engshi had a vague premonition in his heart, that LVU, who was like a flood beast in the mouth of the Zhongshushu, was most likely also in the Tianqi Mountain, but it didn't matter. After all, Yi Engshi was only an outer disciple now, standing at the very back of the Dao Sword Sect's square formation, and Lu Yu couldn't see him at all, let alone see him after entering the immortal realm. But before he could get away from Lu Wangya, he was forcefully dragged here by Lu Wangya.
This was also the reason why Yi Unshi had been trying his best to break free from Lu Wanga's slender, white hand.
It's okay. It didn't break free.
Therefore, at the sight of a man standing at the forefront,
even if only a back, Yi Unshi also recognized the other party. That's why I hid behind Lu Wangu, and I'm still sick and tired. Want to get the answer. That she can defeat Lu Yu from Lu Wangu's mouth even if this answer sounds a little unrealistic. Pity. Lu Yanga was quite honest with him, and after hearing Yi Unshi's hypothesis that she was fighting with Lu Yu, immediately,
he looked incredulously at Yi Unshi to send out a soul self-inquiry. This didn't even give Yi Unshi's heart a shred of comfort. It's a good thing that Lu Yu didn't seem to realize that Yi Unshi was right here.
And therefore,
Yi Unshi then didn't continue to ask more questions and remained close behind Lu Wanga. Many of the inner sect brothers at the back who noticed Yi Unshi and Lu Wanga's duo had strange expressions on their faces. Senior sister blushed slightly.
Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Nothing, just suddenly curious.
Yi Unshi knew the truth that too many words would lead to loss.
Avoiding Lu Wanga from asking again, with both hands,
he then encircled her water snake waist,
took a light sniff, and digressed. Wan air, why do you still smell so good? Lu Wanga,
whose ears were already slightly red, with Yi Unshi's words,
it instantly became translucent red.
Her pretty face gradually turned red, and she whispered,
hurry up and spread your hands. Aren't you breaking my innocence by doing this?
If Wan Air was afraid that I would jeopardize your innocence, she wouldn't have clasped her fingers together just now.
It's so blatant to bring me here, Yi Unshi said.
By Yi Unshi so bluntly broke the heart of what he thought. Lu Wanga immediately fell silent.
Let Yi Unshi hold himself. This made Yi Unshi, Lu Wanga,
who had been paying attention to the two of them. The youth who was also wearing the robes of a seated disciple had his veins rippling. His name was Wei En, and he was ranked 9th among the 12 seat disciples. These two really think that they are just a bunch of people.
What's the point of keeping their voices down? What kind of people are we here? What's the difference between lowering your voice and whispering in our ears? Can't ing transmit, can you? Wan Air, who is that person? His body has been emitting a fury if anything. Seat 9, Wei En, is also in the middle stage of true immortality. But he's quite inferior to me. After all, it was by relying on pills to break through the true immortal realm in the past. Listening to the gossip coming from the rear,
Wei En suddenly raised one hand against his heart,
and started to gasp for air constantly. He had seldom dealt with Lu Wangu, and he didn't know what kind of a person she was.
I only know that the other party has been in seclusion for a long time.
Where is that person?
Yi Unshi's gaze turned to the woman not far from Wei En's side.
The aura is a bit cold, and it's somewhat similar to Elder Bai, 8th seat Hua Yingying.
Lu Wanga looked at it and casually said. Then her eyes suddenly changed and the hand that grabbed Yi Unshi snapped with some force.
Don't hit Yingying's idea.
Wei En has been chasing Yingying for nearly 10 years,
wanting to couple with her yet. After hearing Lu Wanga talk about Hua Yingying,
Wei En ghostly pricked up his ears. The relations among the 12-seated disciples were all quite amicable,
of which, seat 8, Hua Yingying, and seat 3, Lu Wanga, have a relationship that can be described as iron. When Lu Wanga didn't leave to find Yi Unshi just now,
she was standing with Hua Yingying.
That's why Wine ghostly wanted to listen a bit, attempting to try and learn more about Hua Yingying from Lu Wanga. The 9th seat chasing the 8th seat?
If this sister Hua Mu is stronger, Senior Wei, when there is no chance,
right? You don't have a chance. Don't look at your current level. If this Lu Wangu Mu Chang,
your whole family doesn't stand a chance.
You're really right. Yingying is kind of a bit mu strong, right?
With Wei En's roots of breaking through to the true immortal realm with pills.
If he can't even overpower Yingying now, then it will only be harder after that. Wine,
who was resting one hand against his heart, at this moment suddenly covered the flesh of his heart with one hand and one pair of eyes kept darting around in their sockets. There's always a heartbreaking pain.
Yi Unshi rested his entire chin against Lu Wanga's shoulder and glanced at Wei En. He looked at Hua Yingying again, and finally ghosted over to Lu Yu,
who was standing at the very front.
Since Mu is strong, then Lu Yu is strong enough, right?
And the skin is so good looking. There's no reason for senior sister Hua not to like him,
right? Lu Wanji's eyes suddenly lit up,
as if she had discovered a kindred spirit. She lowered her voice quite a bit again and,
I asked that too.
But it turned out that she said that Lu Yu was born too pretty and had a manic personality.
The look in the woman's eyes was vaguely and, ahem. Lu Yanga hadn't finished her sentence yet, and had been pretending that she couldn't hear Yi Unshi. Hua Yingying, who was whispering to the Lu Wanga duo, completely couldn't hold herself together and hurriedly let out 2 heavy coughs, instantly making Lu Wanga's latter words come to a screeching halt, and then as if she had thought of something, the face suddenly changed. Lian loosened Yi Unshi's hand as soon as he got out from under Yi Unshi's arms around him. The face also became green and purple. Fang Kai Yi Unshi was suddenly so close to her. giving her a whole lot of joy, thereby overlooking one thing. She and Yi Engshi were not far away from Lu Yu, Hua Yingying, and Wei Yan, and even if they lowered their voices, as long as they're willing to share a little bit of their attention, that's definitely audible. That is to say, Fong just now, she and Yi Engshi cricket's other people's words behind the back, should all be heard by the main owner. This was the first time in so many years of cultivation that Lu Wangya had the urge to burrow into a crack in the ground. Seeing Lu Wangya's face not looking too good, Yi Engshi originally had a few doubts in his heart, and with that, it also began to rear its head. The body can't help but start to get a little red warm. It's a good thing that whether it's Lu Yu, or Hua Yingying, Wei Yan and the two of them, as if he didn't even notice Yi Engshi's presence, he didn't say anything more, and didn't even make a move to look back at Yi Engshi. There were no words for a while. Soon, the place then began to shake violently. A square black spatial crack suddenly manifested in front of the major powers. A crimson flame gas suddenly gushed out from the black space crack, causing a wave of heat to come. Rises the temperature of this place quite a bit. Lu Yu, who stood at the forefront of the Dao Sword Sect's square formation, didn't hesitate for a second. Directly turning into a stream of light quickly drilled into the black spatial crack in front of him. Seeing this, the people of the remaining forces also rushed into the crack and disappeared above this open space. The numbers are plummeting fast. Yi Engshi was still inspecting this black space rift, wanting to see as much as possible. What was the difference between the so-called immortal realm of this skywalking realm and the ruins in the 100 realms when? Lu Wanji's voice quietly rang in his ears, and a small hand even held his large hand. Go! The moment he was dragged into the black spatial rift by Lu Wangu, Yi Engshi's immediate sight was all plunged into darkness. Well, it only lasted for a few moments of effort. Then Yi Engshi felt a burning sensation coming from the soles of his feet. Eyesight is likewise gradually restored here. The crimson sky was the first thing to catch Yi Engshi's eyes, and all around him was a patchwork of barren land. There was also a steady stream of hot, steaming gas coming out of the ground. It looks so weird. Not far away there stands a peak, looking bare, and the heat rising at the top of the mountain was even more intense. It is more aptly described as a volcano than a peak. The heavens and the earth are likewise filled with the aura of immortality. It was just a bit thinner than the immortal chi that permeated the Skywalker realm. Yi Engshi released his immortal sense and didn't perceive a single person for tens of miles around. Looks like it was randomly teleported in. When drilling into the black spatial rift, his own hand was clearly held firmly by Lu Wangya, and yet, they are still being transported to different locations. Yi Engshi looked at the outer disciple robes of the Dao Sword Sect on his body, and without hesitation, straight away, he put it down and turned to a heavy white robe. Under the robe there was another piece of precious armor whose color and clothing melted into each other. It's hard to tell if you don't look closely. This precious armor was obtained by Yi Engshi from the relics left behind by the disciples of Chongyang Guan. It's not so clear at what level the grade is. Anyway, if you can remove a little more power from yourself, you are doing your duty. As long as we are more careful and have the breath of thunder with us, even one person should be able to protect himself. Yi Engshi thought in his mind. Boom hoo! A terrifying boom suddenly resounded abruptly at this place. The ground that Yi Engshi's feet were stepping on, even more so, began to vibrate under this booming sound. It's as if an earthquake is coming, and with it came a burning sensation. The mere feeling of. Yi Engshi then felt as if his body was starting to sweat. This caused Yi Engshi to subconsciously look towards the volcano that towered over the wasteland here, waiting to see the magma springs continuously gushing out from the top of the volcano at this moment. After feeling the temperature of this place getting hotter and hotter, Yi Engshi did not hesitate, punching the sky, farther and farther away from the erupting volcano. Such bad luck? Just came in and ran into this. Yi Engshi was speechless at his luck when he suddenly felt a killing intent envelop him. It made Yi Engshi's heart shake, turning back with a start, only to find a large chunk of lava rushing from overhead in the direction he'd left. The heat rolled in, leaving a long trail wherever it passed. Seeing this, Yi Engshi pushed with one hand and, suddenly, he slapped his palm toward the large chunk of magma above his head through the air. In a split second, an imaginary image of a white tiger with white thunder all over its body suddenly manifested and stepped into the air, straight towards the chunk of lava. Boom hoo! A huge roar rang out for a lifetime, and heat waves continued to spread out in all directions. Yi Engshi's eyes, who was gazing at the piece of lava, suddenly shrunk. What the hell is this? Chapter 41. Under the impact of the thunder tiger transformed by Yi Engshi's immortal power, the large chunk of magma that flew down above Yi Engshi's head dispersed in response, but they did not turn into stars and scatter as Yi Engshi thought in the picture. Instead, it transformed into a small fire tiger, which looked quite similar to the thunder tiger transformed by Yi Engshi's immortal power just now. There were at least about 10 of them,
and at the moment the fire wings on their backs were constantly fluttering, and their gazes were like torches. It was as if they were staring at Yi Unshi. All together, they killed towards Yi Unshi. Yi Unshi couldn't feel any immortal power present from these fire tigers. They just seemed to be made of pure magma. After thinking about it, Yi Unshi moved his mind and a bronze bell appeared in front of him. As Yi Unshi pointed a finger on the bronze bell, the bell shook violently. A bell sound was emitted. Go! Yi Unshi's fingers stroked, and pure immortal power surged into the bronze bell. The bronze bell began to emit a golden light. Knock! A loud bell sound came out from inside the copper bell, which was driven by Yi Unshi too. He rushed towards the fire tiger that rushed down in the air and was closest to Yi Unshi. The moment the bronze bells and fire tigers touched each other, the fire tiger seemed like a kind of liquid that, as soon as he touched it, he turned into a stream of flame and allowed the bronze bell to pass through his body. But when the bronze bell really passed through it, the flame streams began to converge again and again. Within moments it transformed into the form of a bronze bell and continued to charge towards Yi Unshi, and it looked like there was only a color difference between it and Yi Unshi's bronze bell. Yi Unshi looked at the fire bell that was still rushing towards him with a brain. His eyes couldn't help but widen for a few minutes. What the hell is this? After living for hundreds of years, this is the first time he's come across something like this. It's also not clear if it's lethal or not. Seeing that the rest of the fire tigers had also transformed into the shape of a fire bell in unison after being hit by the bronze bell, ignoring that the bronze bell continued to rush towards him, Yi Unshi did not hesitate and directly activated the bronze bell's ability. At this moment still rushed to a kind of fire bell head above the copper bell suddenly become bigger, the bell body suddenly shaking. But not a single sound emanated from it. Seems to be brewing something. As soon as Yi Unshi called Luna out, his toes flicked a little in mid-air and an airwave instantly spread out in circles in all directions. A remnant shadow appeared behind Yi Unshi, and in a few moments, Yi Unshi had already arrived in front of a fire bell. Feeling the sizzling sensation emanating from within the fire bell, Yi Unshi didn't hold his head high, separating a portion of his immortal energy to protect his physical body. The other portion of his immortal energy was gathered on his sword. A cold aura surfaced. Yi Unshi appeared above the heads of the 10 fire bells as if he were a ghost, constantly waving the silver sword in his hand. Finally, he fiercely chopped down through the air, pole sword style. This was one of Yi Unshi's favorite sword techniques in the 100 regions, and it was powerful enough to. The speed still reaches the extreme one word, although it was a mastery of the 100 regions, but with his pure immortal power nowadays, it's entirely fair to say that the killing power is multiplied, when it was comparable to an immortal sword technique at the middle level of the Hotian rank. Of course, this is purely Yi Unshi's own estimation. Whether it can be comparable or not remains to be seen. 2 months ago, during the battle with Su Yen and other 20 or so outer disciples of the Dao Jin sect, Yi Unshi was able to gain the upper hand with the extreme sword style. As Yi Unshi chopped down with his sword, a dozen more sword marks instantly appeared on the 10 fire bells underneath. Keep separating their bodies. No longer bell-like. If they were human beings, I'm afraid their bodies would have been split into dozens of pieces by now, and they wouldn't have been able to leave their bodies intact, would they? Pity. Under Yi Unshi's extreme sword style, it was only possible to make these fire bells stay in midair for a few moments. It then began to transform into a flame flow shape again. Looking at Yi Unshi with a slightly raised eyebrow, though he was not surprised, but anticipating the picture and seeing it with your own eyes are ultimately different. This thing was first shattered by the Thunder Tiger, which was transformed with immortal power, yet it was able to change into the form of a tiger, and then it can also be transformed into a bell when it is pierced by a bronze bell that is a physical object, and now that it was divided by itself with sword power, it looked like it could still evolve into sword form? So if a person bumps into them, are they going to take on human form too? While these flame streams had not yet finished changing, Yi Unshi pressed down with one hand. Shun. The bronze bell that had been constantly swaying lightly in the air suddenly grew larger at this moment. It pressed violently toward the 10 shoals of flaming streams underneath. This time, these flame streams didn't manage to escape, and were directly pressed down onto the wasteland by the bronze bells. It caused the wasteland to quake, but in just a few breaths, the entire color of the bronze bell began to turn crimson. With those flame streams in general, when the bronze bell rose up without Yi Unshi's control and rushed straight toward him, it was only then that Yi Unshi realized what was so wonderful about this magma. Assimilation. They can assimilate what they touch. The reason why they didn't assimilate Thunder Tiger, Copper Bell, and Lunar Crescent earlier was because they were too weak. It was blasted into flaming stream form before it could be assimilated. Just now Yi Unshi wanted to trap them with the bronze bell. I didn't want to give them a chance to assimilate the brass bells. And the reason they are so obsessed with themselves, I think, when it comes to assimilating themselves, after figuring all this out, Yi Unshi didn't hesitate.
turned around and left towards the distance. He doesn't have much in the way of immortal artifacts to trap these monstrous things now. And with the spirit artifacts of the 100 domains, it also does nothing more than give them the opportunity to continue assimilating. But, when Yi Unshi saw that as if possessing self-awareness, the rest of the images of lava gushing out of the volcano coming at him from all directions were cursed. Wasting too much time on fixing that big chunk of lava from earlier. That's what led to the current situation of being under siege. It was good that Yi Unshi didn't panic. Instead he even turned his head to look at the volcano in the distance, as if it was close at hand. Some light flashed in his eyes. These magmas that have been spewed out have this assimilating power that. I also wonder if the magma still staying in the volcano has a more powerful assimilation capacity. If they can be stored and manipulated, then who will dare to use immortal weapons against themselves in the future? Directly assimilated in a moment. Unfortunately, Yi Unshi can only think about it now. But for the time being there's nothing to store these things. Instead there's the risk of assimilation. Thinking about this, Yi Unshi was about to use Resting Thunder to directly leave the encirclement. However, he suddenly thought of something, and his handsome face suddenly had more smiles. Almost forgot about it. It's just not manageable right now and still takes time. Yi Unshi's gaze once again looked towards the bronze bell that had been assimilated and completely out of his control. What I have lost, I have always claimed back twice as much, so I will let you be happy for a while. Boom hoo! A thunderclap rang out suddenly. In the next instant, Yi Unshi, who was surrounded in the center by many streams of autonomous conscious flames, just watered down and disappeared. Only a trace of thunder was left behind and was gradually dissipating at Yi Unshi's location. Those flame streams seemed as if because they couldn't find Yi Unshi's breath, all stopped moving at the same time. A trace of thunder suddenly appeared in a snow-covered mountain. The next instant, a white-robed Yi Unshi suddenly appeared at the thunder, the soles of his feet smoothly stepping onto a patch of snow. Looking at the snowy scene in front of him, Yi Unshi was a little surprised. Unlike earlier when it was full of wasteland, it was snowy, with thick avalanches piled up on the ground and the mountains, the woods, etc. All the scenery was the color of snow. It was a stark contrast to the volcanic wasteland that had been so far away. It seems that this immortal realm is much more vast than the ruins by an unknown amount. Exactly what level of cultivation can create this heaven and earth? How many years do I need to cultivate to this level of cultivation? Yi Unshi lamented. At this point, a strand of immortal power collided to produce an impact rushing towards Yi Unshi's location. Yi Unshi subconsciously waved his hand casually. It then destroyed the entirety of the incoming impact. The flying snow piled up on the ground, however, surged up into the sky at this onslaught, and not far from the high mountains even more so, the impact creates an avalanche. But Yi Unshi didn't take it to heart. Avalanches may have some threatening power to mortals. However, to Yi Unshi, who had stepped into the nascent soul realm, it was not even half as threatening. Even if they're buried underneath without moving, as long as Yi Unshi's immortal power surged within his body he could wash away all the snow. Compared to the avalanche, Yi Unshi was more concerned about the fluctuations of the several hedging immortal powers. Looks like something good has been found, Yi Unshi whispered with a soft smile. Then he took out two things from his storage ring, a human skin mask and a black iron face. Since he was able to fool Sujin and the Yin family before, then naturally, you can fool a lot of people in this fairyland too. A depression that looks like it's in the snowy part of the valley. This immortal weapon has a destiny with me. If a few of you are willing to let go of it, out of the immortal realm, I would like to gift a large amount of immortal stones and immortal pills and even a medicinal garden to a few of you. Grandma, immortal weapons can't be exchanged for those immortal stones and immortal pills? Like me, this kind of grassroots casual cultivator, if there is no chance simply cannot hold an immortal weapon above the Hotian rank. Fate with you? Cut the nonsense there. Palm thunder. Boom boom. Several blue thunderbolts blossomed from the hand of a middle-aged looking man. Instantly, the other three cultivators were forced back in unison. This made the middle-aged man's eyes light up, and he immediately stopped caring about the three immortal cultivators who had been forced back. He charged straight towards a long zither that was placed in a pavilion, on a stone table. Seeing this, the remaining three immortal cultivators were not willing to let the middle-aged man have his way. Immediately, they cast their respective spells, unifying the front for the first time. That middle-aged man was only in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Naturally, he didn't dare to resist the three nascent soul realm spells hard, only to be forced to retreat. The four of them wrestled again, but none of them used their full strength, each of them secretly retaining their residual strength. Obviously none of the four were rash, and were thinking about preserving their strength, and then finally lash out when the others can't. A shot at the long zither in the pavilion. Unbeknownst to him, one person had already quietly descended to this place and landed on the waist of a snowy mountain in the distance. taking in every move of the 4. 3 mid-nascent senshi and 1 early nascent senshi? Looking at their clothes, it's not someone from the Tao Sword Sect, the Purple Breath View, or the Guangyun Mountain. So it's undoubtedly the little fish that was brought in. Yi Engshi rested one hand against his chin, and had a preliminary understanding of these 4 people first. The human-skinned face under the black iron mask smirked as it grew. A thunderous roar suddenly rang out as his feet moved. The 4 Nashian realm immortal cultivators who were entangled in one piece. Upon hearing the booming thunder that rang in their ears, the hearts were all in a state of shock. 4 pairs of eyes looked at the pavilion in unison. At some point, a figure had already appeared in the pavilion, wearing a large white robe and there was also a black iron mask on his face, which seemed to have the effect of isolating immortal knowledge. It was impossible to recognize this person's face at first glance. Under the watchful eyes of the 4, Yi Engshi probed at the long zither that was placed on the stone table with one hand. This object is bound to me. Chapter 42 Origin of the Immortal Realm. Stop. Unbridled. How dare you? Palm thunder. The 4 people who were originally fighting over the long zither in the pavilion instantly snapped when they saw the image of Yi Engshi touching the long zither with one hand. Among them, a middle-aged man even raised his hand to instantly send out a booming thunder, instantly blasting down on top of the pavilion. The snow drifted up in unison, like smoke, enveloping the entire pavilion in its entirety. The ground shook for a few minutes, and the snow above the mountains on all sides was pouring and sliding down at this moment. Gradually the layers of snow were piled higher and higher, as if they were waves. All of them went down towards the depression, just like the valley where Yi Engshi and the 4 Nashian realm immortal cultivators surged in. However, none of them paid any attention to this, and all of them rushed towards the pavilion that was shrouded by the flying snow. Rampant. A cold, loud voice came out from the pavilion that was shrouded by the flying snow. And flying snow is under such a sound. It spread out in all directions. At that moment, a zither sound suddenly rang out and it actually induced several sword chi to surge in unison towards the 4 nascent soul realm immortal cultivators who were rushing towards the pavilion. Boom hoo! The sword chi all shattered, but it also forced all 4 Nashian realm cultivators back. It landed on top of the snowy ground 10 feet away from the pavilion. Flying snow is still falling. The collapsing snow on the surrounding mountains was also rushing towards the depression, triggering an extremely loud sound. But the 4 Nashian realm immortal cultivators who had the loudest voices just now were silent at this moment. The eyes that looked at the pavilion were more or less tinged with horror. With one's own strength, a photo effort forcibly forced the 4 Nashian realm back. This kind of strength, it's just like a disconnect among the 5 here. In the pavilion, I don't know when Yi Engshi was still sitting on the stone chair. A pair of long, slender fingers kept stroking the strings of the long zither on the stone table. One zither sound after another. Some low in pitch, some high. Some of the tones are joined together, but none of them make a song. Instead of Yi Engshi now playing the piano, it would be better that he is now tuning the tone pitch of this instrument. At this point, Yi Engshi's hands suddenly pressed on the strings of the zither, and all the zither sounds completely stopped here. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, he suddenly spoke out, either leave now, or come together and there is still a chance to take this chin from me. Hear this. The faces of the 4 people in the pavilion were all a little ugly. I didn't realize that the time they spent fighting for the chin was too long. But they had attracted this person. Yi Engshi at this moment did not deliberately try to collect his own immortal power. The cultivation was naturally perceived by the remaining 4 nascent soul realm immortal cultivators. The peak of the nascent soul realm. If it was the usual time when they encountered a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm, it is natural to avoid its front for a while and hold back. But the lure of the innate rank immortal weapons was still too much for them. Plus there were 4 of them. It is not impossible to touch with the cultivator at the peak of the Nashian realm. Gentlemen, don't keep your hands off, otherwise, we will definitely lose our hand with the immortal weapon. Viewing what this person is wearing, and wearing a mask, he should also be a casual cultivator, and won't be one of those big power disciples. The middle-aged man who had blasted the pavilion and Yi Engshi with the palm lightning technique said in a deep voice. This statement instantly drew nods from the remaining 3 immortal cultivators. The gaze towards Yi Engshi suddenly changed. The next instant, 3 immortal cultivators who were originally only in the middle stage of the Nashian realm. At this moment, he actually erupted with the immortal power of the late nascent soul realm, and the one at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. After sensing the immortal power of the remaining 3 people, there was more than a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. It seemed that he didn't expect that the remaining 3 had just been hiding their strength. He's the only one foolish enough to hide it with a spell as a base card. Looking at it this way, even without this person wearing a black iron face showing up, that long zither of at least innate grade was also unattached to him. Think about it. Without the slightest hesitation,
The cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul realm turned around and flew away towards the distance. It soon turned into a stream of light and flew over the high mountains, disappearing from the sight of the four Yi-Ungshi. This sudden move surprised Yi-Ungshi, causing the faces of the remaining three loose cultivators to become a few shades of ugly. Originally, they were thinking that they could touch base with the peak of the nascent soul realm, but now that there was one less person, then the capital for touching is less. Moment. The aura of the three became quite weaker all of a sudden, and their eyes were still darting up in all directions. This made Yi-Ungshi instantly understand what was going on in the trio's minds. It was estimated that the escaped early nascent soul realm cultivator had affected the determination of the three of them. It's very likely that the mind has already begun to back out. Thinking of this, Yi-Ungshi did not hesitate. The hands pressed against the strings began to stroke again and again. The sound of the piano, which had disappeared not long ago, resumed, only this time it was composed, with a tone like a mountain, like flowing water. Immortal power continued to form circle after circle of sharp blades through the sound of the zither, wrapping Yi-Ungshi and the entire pavilion in it. Whoo! A wind whistle suddenly kicked up. The faces of the three immortal cultivators still lingering outside the pavilion changed in unison. They could all feel what seemed to be a cold, sharp blade falling on their throats. As soon as this sharp blade moved, their necks would have to fall to the ground. The idea just popped into my head. Yi-Ungshi's hand against the top of the strings suddenly stroked forward with one hand. The other hand was gently pressed on top of the constantly quivering strings. The sound of the zither gradually disappeared in this place, having already rushed from the mountains above to the falling snowdrifts on the snowy ground of the depression. All stopped at this moment. It was as if something was preventing them from moving forward. Yi-Ungshi at this moment had already gotten up from the stone chair, casually putting the long zither placed on the stone table into his storage ring. He walked towards the outside of the pavilion. With one step, a shallow footprint appeared on top of the snow. Flying snow fell, but none of it landed on Yi-Ungshi's body. That is, on his long hair that flowed with the wind. Nor is there a single snowflake. Not a moment too soon. Yi-Ungshi then arrived in front of a Nascian realm cultivator, and with a slight movement of his fingers, the storage ring worn on the other party's finger suddenly floated in front of Yi-Ungshi. After collecting the three people's storage rings over in turn, Yi-Ungshi did not look at them. Together, they put them into their storage rings and moved their feet. A thunderclap rang out. Yi-Ungshi's figure had disappeared from this place. The three Nascian realm immortal cultivators who stood motionless in their original positions. After Yi-Ungshi moved to use his resting thunder to leave this place, he suddenly fell into the snow in unison. His head and body separated, blood gushing out from his neat wounds. It colored the nearby white snow red, but it didn't take long. As the snow fell from the sky, the reddish-colored snow once again returned to white. The three corpses were also thoroughly buried by the flying snow, and it looked like business as usual. The other side, Yi-Ungshi, who had already appeared on top of a snowy mountain, was counting the contents of the storage rings of the three Nascian realm cultivators. There wasn't much feeling about Fong killing three late-stage nascent soul realm members in seconds. After all, the other party were all just casual cultivators. Both in terms of cultivation and immortal power purity were inferior to him. That immortal spells and fairy magic and such are even more needless to say. Even if they were united together, they could not pose any threat to Yi-Ungshi. Therefore, Yi-Ungshi utilized the Tao of the Zither and sword he had learned in the 100 regions to exterminate the three. There wasn't much feeling at all, and this level wasn't enough to make Yi-Ungshi feel happy. He would only be happy if one day he could instantly destroy three geniuses of the same realm. As for the way of the Zither and sword, this was taught by one of Yi-Ungshi's many former Taoists. The other party let loose. As long as Yi-Ungshi could compose a song, then he could decide what the other party would wear. With this kind of motivation, Yi-Ungshi naturally learns very quickly and precisely. And it is also considered that he, in addition to the sword, the most profoundly attained blade of all. After all, they are scattered cultivators, and they don't have too many useful things. Even the immortal stones are pitifully small. I guess I can only eat at the drunken house about 7 or 8 times for those 2 meals before. After the immortal sense was withdrawn from the 3 storage rings, Yi-Ungshi felt a little disappointed. But when I thought about the identity of those 3 people, it made sense. After once again putting the other party's storage ring inside his own storage ring, Yi-Ungshi then let his eyes look out and, looking at the snow-covered world of this place, his eyes moved slightly. At the beginning of the immortal realm, precious and valuable things, even if they will not be asked for so soon, but some things that, for example, the lower grade long zither that I just got at the innate rank or something like that, it's not to be missed. And so, let's just take a few more things that are destined to be there, and then go to the volcano and collect those weird things that can assimilate spirit weapons. In a few moments, Yi-Ungshi had already figured out what he was going to do in the next few days. 7 days passed in a flash. in a cave that was extremely well hidden by the snow layer. Yi Anshi was wearing a green robe with red stripes. Long ago the disguise was removed. The camouflage is also only done when you come across something that is meant to be. At the moment he was frowning, looking a little less than satisfied with what was floating in front of him. An immortal clothing of the innate rank, a long zither of the innate rank, a few medicinal herbs used to concoct immortal pills. Exactly what herb Yi Anshi is not sure. He's going to try to get his hands on anything that someone is fighting over. Anyway, these herbs are one of them. And I don't know what immortal beast's bones and so on. Lin totaled only 8 items. On average, he only got one thing per day, so Yi Anshi was naturally dissatisfied. If the immortal cultivator who entered the immortal realm knew what Yi Anshi had in mind, he would only be angry. Many human immortal realm immortal cultivators haven't gotten a single heavenly treasure in these 7 days. Not to mention the nascent soul realm cultivators. Yi Anshi, a peak of the Naxian realm, can guarantee that every day there is a heavenly material treasure in the account. That alone is more than enough for many. Of course, this was also thanks to the body immortal art, Resting Thunder, practiced by Yi Anshi. Without him, Yi Anshi simply couldn't easily take advantage of others scrambling to grab what was up for grabs. Even if we are lucky enough to get it, whether we can leave safely is another story. Some immortal cultivator has grabbed an immortal weapon. There are not a few examples of people who ended up dying under the siege of the immortal cultivators. However, Yi Anshi would rest on his feet, and one step would be more than 100 miles, and the amount of immortal energy consumed would not be great. Being able to get rid of other immortal cultivators in a very short period of time was the reason why he had been able to capture heavenly materials and treasures in 7 days almost without any injuries. If we can refine the Resting Thunder as early as possible to the point where it becomes divine, what is more than a step of 100 miles? A step of 100,000 miles is nothing to sneeze at, and that way, you can let go even more. Yi Anshi couldn't help but feel a slight pity when he thought that he had almost captured an innate rank extreme immortal artifact from a true immortal realm immortal cultivator. Resting timing, he is currently only comprehending the skin of the matter. Under these 7 days, Yi Anshi had more or less learned a lot of information about the immortal realm. Previously, outside of the immortal realm because of Lu Wanga, Yi Anshi didn't learn too much about it. The immortal realm, which can only be personified by a mighty person of at least the upper immortal realm. At the time when an immortal cultivator steps into the upper immortal realm, the heaven and earth within the Dantian will be turned upside down. It was able to constantly construct a heaven and earth according to the ideas of the immortal realm's great powerhouses. It's like the God who made the world is on earth. Natural phenomena, seasons, etc., can be made to look like the real world. Exactly how he got it out, Yi Anshi is not sure, or did not reach the upper immortal realm. No one knows the reason for this. The birth of the immortal realm often also meant the fall of an upper immortal realm powerhouse. After the fall of the great powerhouses of the upper immortal realm, the heaven and earth opened up within its body, then merged with the real heaven and earth again, and the heavenly way was sealed. With the passage of time, after the power of the heavenly Tao had dissipated, a heaven and earth that are in harmony with the earth and sky will be born again, forming the so-called fairyland. And yet, because of the intervention of the heavenly, the immortal realm was basically only accessible to cultivators below the heavenly immortal realm. If a strong person at the heavenly immortal realm and above forcibly stepped into the immortal realm, they would attract the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation. How terrifying the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation was, Yi Anshi did not know at his current level. In addition to the information about Wonderland, these 7 days Yi Anshi had also been warned by the Tao Sword Sect's senior brothers and sisters who happened to stumble upon him. It says that Fairyland has been flooded with many people from first-class forces. Even the geniuses from the rest of the immortal states had appeared, which meant that the entrance to this immortal realm wasn't just at Tianqi Mountain. It also shows that this fairyland is huge. It's most likely the product of a pseudo-god's heaven and earth. The chances are great. Of course, they are not asking Yi Anshi to be rich and famous. Instead, he told Yi Anshi to head to the Qingtan region as early as possible. The passageway out of fairyland is right there. After all, with so many powerful immortal cultivators pouring into the Wonderland situation, the nascent soul realm's Yi Anshi couldn't keep the good stuff even if he could get it. As for why they specifically told Yi Anshi about these things, Yi Anshi didn't know. Just think of the other side as doing the same thing. I don't know. This was all due to seeing Yi Anshi's close relationship with the third Sikh disciple, Lu Wanga, at the heavenly Qi mountain. Trying to make a good connection with Yi Anshi. Just because you're from the same clan doesn't mean you don't have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. The Taoist sword sect will not engage in the concept of loving one another as a family. That kind of publicity is very unfavorable for an immortal cultivation sect, because there's no competition. Without oppression, that progress slows down. You are slow, others are fast, that ushers in only one end. Who?
Yi Unshi gently exhaled and put all the things floating in front of him into his storage ring.
The consciousness instantly sank into the sea of consciousness.
Chapter 43, Returning to the Badlands.
Looking at the 9-story tower that stood in front of him, Yi Unshi's eyes were firm. Without the slightest hesitation, he came to the front of the closed stone door and pressed his hands against it. When Yi Unshi's hands exerted force, the stone door slowly opened and accompanied Yi Unshi as he walked into the tower. The stone door then closed back up,
plunging the first floor of the tower into endless darkness.
Phew! A cold wind suddenly blew in his face. The tower instantly became bright and unusual. Above the head, but also appeared a starry sky. A curved moon hung high above the starry sky. The stars were shining brightly, and the bright moonlight poured down, making the scene look incomparably beautiful. There was a wetness that began to form underneath my feet, and a shallow layer of water began to form on the ground. The water reflects the moonlight and stars in the sky.
Oh, 100,000 years have passed, but a guest has come, an incomparably ethereal and
an ethereal voice with gusts of echoes suddenly rang out from beneath the starry sky.
Yi Unshi.
Listening to the other party's man-machine-like words, Yi Unshi was somewhat speechless in his heart.
He can't tell you how many times he's been here.
But the silver-haired woman kept repeating the words of the first meeting every time as if she had never seen him before.
As if she didn't have any memories of conducting trials on Yi Unshi at all. But thankfully so.
It was only then that Yi Unshi was able to understand the gist of Bending Moon Mirror from his opponent, and was able to perform a weakened version of Bending Moon Mirror on his own.
Without hesitation,
Yi Unshi placed one hand against his heart,
and the crescent moon was instantly pulled out of his body.
The chains locked onto the silver-haired woman under the curved moon slowly dissipated at this moment. Without the chains to bind her, the silver-haired woman slowly drifted down from the starry sky above,
like a feather in the sky.
Her delicate hand was slightly raised, and a white light manifested in front of her. The light dispersed, and a curved sword hatched out, held firmly in the silver-haired woman's hand. An ethereal voice came out of his mouth as his lips flicked open.
Accepted.
Before the silver-haired woman could finish her latter words, Yi Unshi raised the silver sword in his hand above his head and immortal power surged as the sword slowly chopped down. A golden sword-shaped curved moon then manifested itself above Yi Unshi's head to his waist.
Mirror image unfolding. Without the slightest hesitation,
Yi Unshi moved his feet and resting thunder was instantly unleashed.
In the blink of an eye,
he had arrived beside the silver-haired woman. A sword cut through.
Without wanting to,
the curved blade in the silver-haired woman's hand had fallen in front of Yi Unshi at some point. It collided with the crescent moon in Yi Unshi's hand.
Fire splashes.
A terrifying strange force surged in,
forcing Yi Unshi to fly back towards the back. At the same time,
Yi Unshi could feel as if he had been pulled into some kind of intentional space. This kind of intentional space was constantly devouring the mirror image of the curved moon that he had performed. After catching a glimpse of the silver-white curved moon in front of the silver-haired woman, Yi Unshi's heart was a little shaken. She had actually transformed a curved moon mirror image with her defensive sword stance.
And all of a sudden, she's turned against the enemy.
One pulls Yi Unshi into her curved moon mirror image.
This person, how deep is his understanding of this mood? Suppressing what he thought inside.
Yi Unshi's gaze fell straight onto the silver-haired woman. Ignore the holy light emanating from her as well.
If you touch her, you've passed the trial. Boom! Yi Unshi casts resting thunder again.
It was because the silver-haired woman had yet to completely devour Yi Unshi's curved moon mirror image.
Yi Unshi's movements weren't very restricted,
appearing one after the other to the opponent's circumference.
Chopping out sword after sword, tireless. But the silver-haired woman acted as if she had already gained insight into Yi Unshi's movements. Every time, he was one step ahead of Yi Unshi in using his sword to defend and bounce back, take control of the offensive side of the battle at times. If Yi Unshi didn't have resting thunder, he would have only lost his offense long ago. It was a good thing that Yi Unshi didn't know how many times he had conducted the trial on the first floor of this prisoner of immortality tower. Plus nothing had changed in the way the silver-haired woman attacked or used her methods. He was able to cope with it. This led to Yi Unshi. The silver-haired woman both seemed to have insight into each other's every move. And thus reacting to the same. With another unsuccessful sword strike, Yi Unshi's mouth was tinged with more than a hint of a smile. This was because every time the silver-haired woman used her defensive sword stance for the 8th time, there was a noticeable pause in her movements. The pause wasn't long. The scary part is when someone knows you're going to pause at a moment like this. It's as if someone knows you'll choose to get out the vibroblade at some point. Yi Unshi's sword stance changed violently, and all the immortal power in his body surged out. The whole person lunged at the silver-haired woman, one hand probing into the holy light. Aha! Yi Unshi's face changed slightly, and when he saw the silver-haired woman's white eyelashes fluttering, it was as if he was about to open his eyes, causing Yi Unshi to not hesitate in the slightest. A thunderclap rang out.
Yi Unshi had already appeared 100 feet away from the silver-haired woman, looking around with incomparable vigilance.
He has just come across. You don't care exactly where. Anyway, quite Yuan. The trial conditions reached. I just don't know what kind of consequences. Yi Unshi's heart is incomparably apprehensive. It's a good thing that there was no killing move coming. The silver-haired woman's tightly closed eyes snapped open. A pair of crescent-shaped eye pupils appeared in its sockets, surfacing with some clean white light. The holy light on her body also gradually dimmed until it disappeared the moment the silver-haired woman opened her eyes. To Yi Unshi's surprise, the silver-haired woman wasn't what he thought she was, and the holy light disappeared. The tight white skirt on his body also fell into Yi Unshi's eyes. Congratulations for passing the trial. The silver-haired woman's expression was indifferent as she looked at Yi Unshi from afar, ethereal words coming out of her mouth. This made Yi Unshi a little unsure if the other party remembered what had just happened in the trial. It should not be remembered, right? After all, she's practically like a human machine. Incorporate your blood into this object, and you, officially, will become the master of the Prisoner of Immortality Tower. Level 1. It will work for you. The silver-haired woman's jade hand made a move, and a milky white round mirror appeared in her hand. As she gently pointed a finger on top of the round mirror, the circular mirror instantly appeared in front of Yi Unshi, who was 100 feet away, and its speed. It was even faster than Yi Unshi's use of resting thunder. Yi Unshi was slightly relieved in his heart, and was about to slice his finger open with as she dripped her blood onto the round mirror, the silver-haired woman's ethereal voice once again reached her ears. It's blood from the throat. Looking at the silver-haired woman whose face had not changed one iota, Yi Unshi couldn't tell whether it was true or false for a moment. The silver-haired woman said that one sentence and then didn't say a word. Yi Unshi raised an eyebrow lightly, still choosing to scratch at his finger. However, because of the low grade of the crescent moon, it couldn't scratch the wound for a while. In the end, Yi Unshi chose to bite through with his teeth and drop the blood onto the milky white round mirror in front of you. The blood soon merged with the round mirror. Information about the Prisoner of Immortality Tower also appeared in unison in Yi Unshi's mind at this moment. This caused Yi Unshi to subconsciously raise his head and look at the silver-haired woman under the distant starry sky. The heart was beyond certain. She, surely, remembers all the images of what happened in the trial. At this point, starbursts of light suddenly fell from above the stars, turning into a chain once again. The silver-haired woman was locked up and hoisted under the curved moon. Yi Unshi only felt a blur before his eyes, and his consciousness was pushed out by an exquisite soul force. Return to the essence. Looking at the cave in front of him, Yi Unshi hadn't regained his senses for a while. Blinking rapidly twice, his eyes subconsciously looked to his left hand. Some trance, like a dream. After feeling a sudden surge of unfamiliar memories in his mind, Yi Unshi then checked it out. It's a memory of the Prisoner of Immortality Tower. To be precise, it was a memory of the first floor of the Prisoner of Immortality Tower. That silver-haired woman was named Moon Coronet. It was an immortal who had been locked into the Immortal Tower by the previous Tower Master of the imprisoned Immortal Tower 100,000 years ago. Specifically what identity and cultivation level Moon Coronet was, there wasn't much about her in the memory. The latter memories are basically matters related to the use of the Prisoner of Immortality Tower. What surprised Yi Unshi was the ability of the first layer of the tower. To make a long story short, Yi Unshi summarized a total of just 4. 1. One can use the power of the Moon Coronet to imprison those who are not stronger than the Moon Coronet in the dark level of the Immortal Prisoner Tower. Secondly, the power of the Lunar Corona can be utilized to. Those who had fought against Yi Unshi were anthropomorphized within the first layer to help the Tower Master grow in combat experience. Thirdly, he can use the power of the Moon's Corona to tear others or other things into the darker layers of the tower. Affected by the mirror image of the Lunar Corona, the tower owner is immune to the effects. Fourth, the power of the Moon Coronet can be used to briefly possess it and explode the power of the Moon Coronet itself. After summarizing it, Yi Unshi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Knowing this much, and wanting to utilize the first level of the Prisoner of Immortality Tower anyway, it would all require the power of that silver-haired woman. Moon Coronet. I also wonder how much power I can make the Moon Coronet draw on with the way I passed the trial. Suddenly, Yi Unshi touched a focus, and as soon as he got up from the floor, a muttered word came out of his mouth. Only the first layer can be utilized at this time, which means that the second layer, the third, and even the 9th floor, to be of use to me, need to pass the trials of those imprisoned in the tower? The first layer of the Moon Coronet alone, using only the tip of the iceberg's power. Just let yourself break into so many trials. Then how terrifying are the immortals of the 2nd and 3rd levels, and to be able to imprison so many people of terrifying strength in the tower. What kind of existence was the previous prisoner of Immortal's Tower Master? These, Yi Unshi didn't think about it in detail. He was only at the peak of the Nashian realm right now, and thinking about it even more. It has nothing to do with him either. With a movement of his feet, Resting Thunder was instantly unleashed. Now that the Immortal Prisoner Pagoda can be used, those assimilable flame streams encountered in the Immortal realm just came. Naturally, we can't let it go. A thunderbolt suddenly appeared in midair, and in the next instant, Yi Unshi's figure was violently manifested. Just after appearing, a heat wave instantly blew against his face, causing Yi Unshi some discomfort. After all, he had basically stayed in that snowy area all these days, and suddenly came to a wasteland full of an unbearably hot area. It is natural to be uncomfortable. Looking at the volcano, which can only be seen as a small line, and then at the wasteland that still flows, appears to be an active slurry stream. It seems that no one has yet managed to get their hands on the core immortal artifacts of this place, or else, these pulp streams should be like unusual pulp streams only. Yi Unshi had a guess in his heart. There are volcanoes in the 100 regions, and Yi Unshi has witnessed volcanic eruptions, but it is not like this volcano. The eruption of things, there is an autonomous consciousness, and want to assimilate people and things. This can only mean that these rock springs are either somewhat spiritual in themselves, or that the volcano that there are any immortal objects, heavenly treasures, etc., that affect them. Yi Unshi preferred the latter. Immortal sense spread. The hot gases emanating from this place. Yi Unshi's immortal sense was only able to cover a 10-mile radius. When the image fed back by immortal sense came into view, Yi Unshi's eyes took on a more grave look. Compared to 7 days ago, the plasma flow here seems to be stronger, making the place even hotter. And in the beginning these plasma streams were basically flame stream shapes but now there are all kinds of shapes. People, beasts, all kinds of immortal weapons, and even tornadoes. This means that not a few cultivators have come to this area, and most of them have been assimilated by It is also unknown if human consciousness exists after assimilation. Yi Unshi did not hesitate and charged straight towards the volcano that stood in this wasteland. Chapter 44, A Wave of Fat. What on earth are these things? All my means have no effect on them at all. Instead, it makes them stronger and stronger. It's really evil. Our Yin-Yang sect is known as an evil sect in the Pingtian immortal state. But in front of them, I feel like they're the really evil ones. Cut the crap. Let's break them up in one fell swoop first. Escape together while they're in the middle of reshaping their transformations. A group of 10 men and women, all dressed in purple robes, were almost back to back at the moment. His face showed exhaustion, but he didn't dare to slacken off at all. Around the 10 people, a huge fire dragon scroll with a height of more than 30 feet, with 3 snake heads, a fire beast whose body was made up of a chicken's body, and about a dozen or so different immortal weapons that looked like fire immortal weapons. At this moment, they were approaching the 10 people together. Just the sizzling heat waves emanating from them. It had already distorted the scenery, like a refracted image seen through water. The purple robes on the 10 men and women had long been drenched in sweat. A bean-sized drop of sweat slid down the face of a good-looking young man and dripped to the ground at his feet. Instead, it instantly evaporated, turning into a stream of hot air in the air. Seeing the things made of those pulpy streams getting closer and closer, the good-looking youth couldn't help it at all. Both hands kept swinging in front of his body, and one finger pointed towards the fire dragon scroll in front of him. Yin is extinction. Yang is birth. Yin-Yang sword formation at my command. A yin and yang pattern suddenly manifested behind the youth. Growing in size, a sword blade tainted with yin and yang chi was revealed from the yin-yang diagram. In unison, they charged towards the fire dragon scroll. Seeing this, the rest of the purple-robed men and women didn't dare to hold back at that moment and cast their own spells. In a split second, this place is full of immortal techniques and immortal laws, constantly impacting on the things that come out in the form of a type of pulp flow. The ground shook, but when these sword blades rushed to the fire dragon scroll, they were deflected by the air currents on the fire dragon scroll. It kept circling around the circumference of the fire dragon scroll. Good thing the other's offense worked. Except for that huge fire dragon scroll, the rest of the things that the amazing fire has transformed into, all of them turned into a stream of flame and floated in midair. Reinvention once again. Avoid this fire dragon scroll and break through to the west. The youth with the pretty face shouted out at the drop of a hat. Then he led the pioneers in a dash to the west. There, a dozen streams of flame were being remodeled, and it looked like it would take a little while, and the rest of the people sniffing. Not even a hesitation trial. Chi-Chi followed behind the showy young man, and together they surged towards the west. Don't want to. A burst of air-braking sound suddenly came from behind them, the air currents surging and clearly reaching everyone's ears, but none of them dared to stay. Not even the act of turning back.
Only the speed was getting faster and faster.
Ah!
A miserable scream suddenly escaped from the corner of a purple-robed man's mouth. A sword blade tainted with yin qi completely pierced through his heart and veins. Blood flowed from the wound from the very first moment.
Rather than die at the first opportunity, the man was still fleeing. But, alas, just flew out a short distance. His body was pierced through by several more sword blades that were tainted with yin and yang qi, causing him to completely lose his life. The nearby flaming gas-like plasma streams seemed as if they were in a hurry to feed. There was a rush toward the dead man. Within moments, the man's form was completely submerged by the stream of slurry. The showy young man and the remaining 8 purple-robed men and women who had already managed to escape several miles away. That's when I dared to look back. The image of their companions transforming into flaming men and snapping after them happened to be seen. This caused the 9 people to be shocked in their hearts, and they didn't dare to pause for a moment. Running in unison towards the wasteland beyond, the showy youth looked at the group of pulpy stream things that were getting farther and farther away, and said in a deep voice, "This place is weird and I'm afraid that even if an earthy mortal realm cultivator were to descend, he wouldn't necessarily be able to take advantage of these strange things. Yes, senior brother, let's find another place to seek our chance." That's a good point. This fairyland is so big that there's no need to keep hanging on to a tree. Just as several people agreed to go together to seek opportunities elsewhere. Suddenly, he saw a silhouette rapidly approaching in front of him. This instantly alerted the hearts of the 9. They had already consumed a great deal here, and immortal weapons and the like had basically been assimilated by those strange things. Even if the number of people was considered to be large, they would really have to run into a cultivator at the late human immortal realm with an immortal weapon gang in his possession. The 9 of them just couldn't win against each other. As the silhouette got closer and closer, coupled with the other party's immortal power fluctuations that were not concealed in the slightest, the 9 of them easily detected each other's cultivation. The peak of the nascent soul realm. This made the 9 people feel slightly relieved in their hearts. They are all at the human immortal realm, so even if they are consumed and have no immortal weapons to rely on, yet, it was not something that a nascent soul realm could take. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse after all. The stream of light quickly rushed in, eventually stopping at a distance of about 20 feet in front of the 9 men and women. "Cause a storm to come. Hand over the storage ring and you can leave." A somewhat rough-sounding voice rang out, clearly reaching the ears of the 9 yin-yang sect disciples. This instantly made the faces of the 9 yin-yang sect disciples turn ugly. The showy young man at the head was even more gloomy, and an aura of human immortal realm cultivation burst out from his body. "Get out!" This word contained immortal power, hard forming a hurricane rushing towards the person blocking the way. However, it failed to shake this person's figure by the slightest bit. The man was dressed in a large white robe, and his face wore a black iron mask that, a pair of eyes reflected in the 9 yin-yang sect disciples' sight through the eyeholes. Those eyes were unusually cold, and invariably carried a pressure that, it was like a ferocious beast was watching its prey. It made a few yin-yang sect disciples feel a little hairy in their hearts. Time waits for no one. Yi Engshi raised his hand, pointing towards the various shapes of the plasma streams that were approaching behind the 9 yin-yang sect disciples. The threat was unmistakable. This is the 5th wave of people that Yi Engshi has assisted. The first 4 waves of people basically gritted their teeth and threw their storage rings at him after he said those words. In the immortal realm, chance could be more than just immortal artifacts, heavenly treasures, etc. Immortal cultivators that were all chance as well. Many people will use other immortal cultivators as prey, so as to achieve the result of a wave of fat. When he was in the 100 regions, Yi Engshi hadn't been treated as prey too often, and he was quite skilled at the doorways of it. Those in full bloom are not to be messed with. Those who have a big power behind them need to be careful to hide their identity well, but at the time he was too ashamed of it to join in. But that was one thing and another. Nowadays, Yi Engshi was very poor. Even the immortal stones didn't have much, not to mention the rest of the cultivator stuff. Wonderland, Yi Engshi has to admit, is a good place, as long as your identity is well hidden. Once you're out of Wonderland, then no one will recognize you. It's likely that we'll never see each other again for the rest of our lives. Everything is whitewashable. No less. Looking behind him at the slurry fluidized form that had managed to pull away a good chunk of distance. The showy man at the head of the yin-yang sect clenched his teeth as a sense of humiliation took over his entire body and mind. How dare a nascent soul realm practitioner hit their 9 human immortal realm practitioners with his idea? This is outside of today. He is killed to believe this kind of thing. Sweeping over the remaining 8 members of the yin-yang sect. In their current state, if he wanted to settle a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm, he would still be able to do so. The fear is in being held up by the other side. It is too risky to end up in the circle of those pulpy streams of materialized things again. Give it to him. The showy man's back teeth were about to be clenched and,
The two words that came out of his mouth were as if they had popped out of his teeth. Say it. The showy man was the first to remove the storage ring he wore on his finger. Throw it with force towards where Yi Unshi was staying. Yi Unshi just split his immortal power out and he then easily put the storage ring thrown over by the showy man into his own storage ring, and then swept his gaze towards the rest of the Yin Yang sect disciples. Seeing this, the rest of the Yin Yang sect disciples had no choice but to clench their teeth and endure the pain of removing their storage rings. Throw it towards Yi Unshi. They didn't know why the masked man in front of them wasn't afraid of all those various shapes of plasma streams. There was no telling if this person would actually tangle with them until those shaped slurries flowed over. They don't dare to bet. Please. Yi Unshi inclined his body after storing the storage rings together and, to the 9 Yin Yang sect disciples. The 9 Yin Yang sect disciples didn't say a word. It passed right through Yi Unshi's position beside him as a stream of light. Suddenly, Yi Unshi felt a wave of immortal awareness sweeping over his body. The place where the power of immortal sense was most concentrated was on one's face. This layered degree of immortal sense power could not be resisted with the isolating ability of this mask on his face. This was something Yi Unshi was incredibly clear about in his mind. I'm marking you down. Don't let me catch you anywhere else. The words of the showy man came from far away, drilling into Yi Unshi's ears. However, it made the middle-aged man's face under Yi Unshi's mask smile. Until after the cultivation aura of the 9 Yin Yang sect disciples could not be sensed. Only then did Yi Unshi turn to look at the fire dragon scroll that was the first to rush in. Their target had shifted from the 9 people of the Yin Yang sect to Yi Unshi. Let's just try it with you first. Yi Unshi spoke in a low voice, and with his fingers together, the fingertips against his brow. The prisoner immortal pagoda, which resided snail-like at Yi Unshi's sea of consciousness, suddenly shook. As Yi Unshi's fingertips left the center of his eyebrows, a thick black gas was added between his eyebrows. The next instant, a small 9-story black tower suddenly flew out from Yi Unshi's brow that was emitting black chi, and as Yi Unshi's immortal energy surged in, the tower began to grow. Go! Yi Unshi pointed out with a finger. The prisoner immortal tower instantly flew toward the high altitude, standing above the fire dragon scroll that was rushing toward Yi Unshi. Next breath, the first floor of the immortal prisoner tower was suddenly flooded with a white moonlight. A small curved moon appeared above the first level of the tower. Hoo-hoo! The wind is blowing hard. This place was scorching hot, but under this gust of wind Yi Unshi actually felt some coolness. A bright moonlight suddenly manifested from beneath the tower and poured down. The moonlight carries a majestic immortal power, like a big, invisible hand that one grabbed the still rapidly spinning fire tornado. It was caught back in a moment and incorporated into the bottom of the tower. After the fire dragon scroll was caught back at the bottom of the tower, Yi Unshi was a little apprehensive. A pair of eyes kept staring at the prisoner of immortality tower. It was feared that even the prisoner of immortality tower could be assimilated by these plasma streams with autonomous consciousness. Fortunately, what Yi Unshi had feared did not happen, and after sucking the fire dragon into the bottom of the tower, the prisoner of immortality tower hadn't changed at all. This also made the big stone hanging in Yi Unshi's heart fall completely, turning to the various immortal weapon molded pulp streams that were already approaching. I also wonder if it's still possible to take out those assimilated immortal weapons intact. Chapter 45, Ending the Nest Together. Even as he spoke, Yi Unshi didn't stop with his immortal power, manipulating the prisoner of immortality tower. He continuously grabbed all of the plasma streams coming from the surrounding area into the bottom of the tower and didn't enter the tower. Within a short while, the temperature of this piece of wasteland where Yi Unshi was seen to have dropped quite a bit. Seeing that there wasn't much plasma coming from the surrounding area anymore, Yi Unshi moved with his mind. Then he recalled the prisoner of immortality tower in midair. The prisoner of immortality tower disappeared back into Yi Unshi's brow, completely disappearing. So it seems that there should be no problem there either. Yi Unshi turned to look at the volcano that was already very close, his eyes moving slightly. Without caring any more about the streams of slurry gushing out from the volcano, Yi Unshi moved his feet and, moving again with resting thunder, 2 thunderclaps rang out. Yi Unshi still appeared at the top of the volcano, the soles of his boots just touching the ground here. A plume of black smoke then rose abruptly. The smell of burning followed suit and drilled into Yi Unshi's nose, causing him to frown. The whole thing then elevated a bit. It looks like he's still stepping on the ground, but in reality the soles of the boots have always been a little distance away from the ground. Look around. Apart from Yi Unshi himself, there was no one else in sight. Looking at the hot airwaves rising from the big hole in the center of the depression, Yi Unshi used his immortal power to wrap his entire body, and the crescent moon even appeared in his hand, but still feel insufficiently insured. Then he changed into one of the innate rank medium-grade immortal clothes that he had acquired within these 7 days. With this innate ranked immortal garment on his body, as long as he didn't run into a huge difference in strength, not being able to kill himself in seconds, He could use resting thunder to escape to a safe location.
After making preparations,
Yi Unshi then slowly moved towards the entrance of the large cave.
The closer we get to the cave, the hotter it gets. If it wasn't for Yi Unshi's immortal power blocking out part of the heat sensation, he would have been sweating profusely by now. Located at the edge of the cave entrance, Yi Unshi cast his gaze towards the interior of the volcano. Immortal sense followed suit and spread towards the interior of the volcano.
The interior of the volcano was extremely vast, with rock springs all over the place,
causing the mountain inside the volcano to become reddish in color, as if it were aflame.
The rocky spring still sputtered with tiny flaming streamers from time to time, and the mere sight of it caused an inexplicable sense of fear.
In a corner filled with heat and fog, a blue-colored, blue-tinged, and
the giant snake with a size of about 20 feet long was lying on the edge of the rock spring,
its blackish letters continuously spitting out from its mouth.
Every now and then it falls to lick the surface of the rocky spring.
It seems to be using rock springs as water. Immortal sense continues to probe in other directions. However, no other extraordinary-looking things or living creatures could be found, as if the inside of this volcano was only these rock springs as well as a huge ghostly blue snake.
This made Yi Unshi a little disappointed.
Previously,
he had guessed many types of what extraordinary things he possessed within this volcano.
As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This is the case with Yi Unshi now. Well, it's a good thing that the geysers in the interior of the volcano are so much stronger than those plasma flows that spewed out. I just don't know how well the assimilation works.
Thinking of the storage ring that he had aided from the 5 waves of cultivators, Yi Unshi comforted himself.
It's kind of a no-brainer. At this point,
a not-so-small bubble of inflammation suddenly began to rise from the center of the rocky spring,
inducing a not-so-small ringing sound. The huge, ghostly blue serpent that had been staying in the corner,
drinking a few mouthfuls of the rocky spring from time to time.
At this moment,
he suddenly propped up the front part of his body, and his pair of vertical pupils emitted a ghostly blue light.
Hoo-hoo!
A blue flame suddenly flared up from its body.
Blue flames wrapped all over its body.
The giant snake suddenly twisted its body and actually drilled directly into the rock spring. Not only did the temperature of the rocky spring not melt it, its huge body didn't plunge directly underneath the rocky spring either.
Instead,
they floated on the surface of the rocky spring as if they were swimming no differently than they normally would.
These rock springs didn't assimilate it either.
This caused Yi Unshi,
who was located at the edge of the cave entrance, to be a bit puzzled when he saw it. The power within this huge ghostly blue snake was not immortal power, but he could feel it, and those power levels were almost around the human immortal realm. It's not even close to Tang tranquility. With the assimilative capacity of those plasma flows outside the volcano, the magma springs here shouldn't be any weaker at assimilating. Could it be the ghostly blue flame that burned from its body?
Looking at the ghostly blue giant snake that was swimming towards the center of the rock spring, Yi Unshi had a guess in his heart. His eyes also followed to the rock spring that was continuously bubbling with hot bubbles,
and his breath unknowingly followed a few sharp points. The blue serpent, which is in a state of rest, can be made to walk on its own initiative. How can you think that only some kind of heavenly material can do that? Immortal power surged quietly, but it was well controlled by Yi Unshi,
suppressing his own breath to an extremely low level,
so as not to spook them. If the blue serpent was a human immortal realm cultivator,
Yi Unshi had already discovered Yi Unshi when he released his immortal sense.
Pity, it's not a human being, much less an immortal cultivator. At best, it's an immortal beast with some spirit, but the spirituality isn't particularly great either. Under the watchful eyes of a man and a snake, a ghostly blue, sunflower-looking flower that, it slowly surfaced beneath the inflamed spring. There was also a halo of sunlight on its head that looked extremely shaky. A fresh and nice odor emanated from it, and Yi Unshi just took a small sniff. It actually felt like his immortal sense had grown a few points. Within the Dantian, the immortal energy could not help but be active at this moment. Even if Yi Unshi didn't know what this flower was, he knew that it would be of great benefit to him. If one could swallow it, one might not be able to enter the human immortal realm straight away. When the ghostly blue flower emerged from the strict spring, the vertical pupils of the giant snake clearly had some more humanized greed in them. Swimming faster and faster above the rocky spring, it violently rushed towards the ghostly blue flower. When the distance was close enough, the giant snake's mouth opened, and it was about to swallow the ghostly blue flower into its stomach. Without wanting to, a few threads of thunder suddenly manifested on the edge of the ghostly blue flower. The next instant, Yi Unshi, who had been waiting for the right moment at the edge of the cave entrance, suddenly manifested. A sword chopped towards the huge spectral blue snake that came with a big bite. A sword chi flickered at the tip of the sword, and immortal power was spread over the entire sword. Boo-hoo-hoo! The huge phantom blue giant snake was directly sent flying dozens of feet away, and this sword directly the body even fell into the rock springs, causing many rock springs to splash. It was shocking to watch. Yi Ungshi, however, was too late to take more than a quick glance and sneak in the attack. Then he reached out and grabbed the ghostly blue flower. Judging by the demonic power in that giant snake's body, its fleshly body should not be weak. Yi Ungshi didn't expect it to die under this sword. The goal from start to finish was just this ghostly blue flower. But the moment a finger touches a flower, a ghostly blue flame suddenly appeared on Yi Ungshi's finger. The burning sensation of searing heat instantly struck, causing Yi Ungshi's face to change slightly. Forcibly resisting the movement of withdrawing his hand, he uprooted the ethereal blue flower as soon as he did so and put it into his storage ring. The series of movements were fluid and incredibly fast. The giant blue snake had just emerged from underneath the rocky spring when a thunderous roar suddenly reached his ears. The man who had sneaked up on it in front of him was nowhere to be seen. Even the ghostly blue flower that had just grown from beneath the rocky spring was gone. This caused the spectral blue serpent to lurch in its movements, sinking once again into the rocky spring, and moments later, again, he emerged from beneath the rocky springs. But neither the man nor the ghostly blue flower reappeared before him. Howl! A roaring sound erupted from the volcano. The whole volcano shook with it, and the rocky springs were like raging waves, constantly caressing and slapping against the rocky stone walls of the mountain. It caused the stone walls of the mountain to begin to dissolve, and a crack appeared on top of the somewhat dry stone wall. Yet at that moment, a thunderous sound once again resounded within the volcano, causing the giant spectral blue serpent, which was almost in a state of frenzy, to settle down for a moment. A pair of vertical pupils looked towards where the thunder rang. There, at some point, there was another figure, only to see a small black tower suddenly emerge from his brow as he placed one hand against the center of his brow. Floating above the rocky spring, the tower keeps expanding. Collect. With the fall of the man's word, a white light suddenly emerged from the bottom of that small black tower, and a small curved moon was added to the first layer of the tower. Moonlight poured down from the bottom of the tower, shining down on the rocky springs and on the giant blue serpent. The white moonlight also seemed to contain a majestic immortal power, forming a large invisible hand that, a handful of it, as well as rock springs, kept crabbing it into the bottom of the tower, until appearing in a place of darkness and nothing but rocky springs of nothingness. The spectral blue giant snakes were all still frozen in place. It was like a statue. If it could spit out human words, it would only have to spit out everything in its mind right now. You're telling me that someone just appeared out of nowhere and snuck up on you and took your flowers, the last blink of an eye, and you don't know when the person left? And then all of a sudden, when you're having a tantrum, you show up again, and use a tower to take out all your nests, along with yourself? The other side. Looking at the rock spring that was continuously descending underneath, Yi Ungshi's heart let out a sigh of relief. If he had so much as missed a beat just now, it's highly likely that he would have had to be injured. You can't even put your whole life on the line. For example, subconsciously letting go of his hand as he was being burned by the ethereal blue flower. Even if the first move was to leave with resting thunder, that ghostly blue flower was bound not to be taken in hand, but rather, it was allowed to enter the belly of that giant snake. And if, after releasing his hand, he chose to harden his head and continue to seize the ethereal blue flower, then I'm afraid I'm going to have to get stained by the rocky springs splashing up underneath. Yi Ungshi didn't know that after being tainted by these rock springs, can he or she walk away from being assimilated. Even then, with quick reflexes, I was lucky not to be stained by the rock springs. That would also be counterattacked by the reacting phantom blue giant snake. Yi Ungshi lifted his right hand up, looking at the skin that had become charred and black, festering, and blood kept coming out of the festering right hand. Luckily, he resisted the urge to retract his hand at that moment, which prevented the basket from being empty. After feeling that the rock spring had taken enough ground, Yi Ungshi then retrieved the prisoner immortal tower and once again cast resting thunder. Leave the place. A tea break. Looking at the snow-covered expanse of snow in front of him, Yi Ungshi couldn't help but exhale a breath of hot air. Compared to that one wasteland, this place was more suitable for cultivation. One more glance at the right hand, which still had not recovered, and which now and then welled up with a burning sensation of. Yi Ungshi couldn't help but murmur, "It was worth it. Strike that." Yi Ungshi then walked towards the cave that had been previously opened up, and this time, he wanted to use the flower he had just seized to make his way to the realm of the human immortals. In this way, one could be considered primed to have the capital to compete with other immortal cultivators for opportunities in this immortal realm. Chapter 46, Being Missed. A huge ruined palace. One by one, cultivators from different immortal states and different forces each found an empty space and sat down. Adjust the breath. All at a safe distance from each other. The cultivators who came here had more or less injuries on their bodies, and although there were many people,
and yet very few voices were raised to cause a clamor. This is the pure land within the immortal realm and the hearts of most immortal cultivators, a quiet place where no one fights. No one had explicitly said that no fighting was allowed here, but everyone had defaulted to this rule in their hearts. If anyone dares to make trouble here and disturb the rest of the people's recuperation, I'm afraid I'll just get swarmed. Unless, of course, the person causing the trouble is strong enough. It was able to break the unspoken rule in the hearts of the group of cultivators who had come here to recuperate and retreat. Only then will this pure land be completely transformed into an ordinary place. Is that true? Absolutely true. Those people have probably already touched the place where the person wearing the black iron face has been staying often during these 7 days by now. In that case, this person is only afraid of escaping this fate. It's just a pity that none of those immortal objects of opportunity he obtained within the immortal realm had any destiny with me. 2 waves of people in groups of 3 or 5 came slowly from outside the ruined palace, mouths agape and talking about it with impunity, causing many of the immortal cultivators inside the palace who were recuperating to frown. There were almost more weapons in his hands and sleeves, and some faint immortal power was even emerging from his body from time to time, already prepared. In the next moment, the group of cultivators within the palace who did not know each other looked at each other and some nodded gently, while others showed some smiles. It's as if they've all reached some kind of idea in this moment. The woman in red who had been meditating on a broken pillar suddenly flew down from the pillar and it instantly drew the gazes of most of the immortal cultivators within the palace. In the eyes of some of them, there was even more fear, and they only dared to glance at it before averting their eyes. If you look closely, you will notice that on the red dress on the woman in red, it was almost covered in blood, except that most of it had dried up, giving the red coat a dark red color. It wasn't much brighter red. Red skirt bold, the woman's shoulders, collarbones at the full reveal, the body posture, delicate. It's a bit of a shame that you can't get a glimpse of what it really looks like, for on her face she also wore a silver-white mask shaped like a ghostly face. At the eye holes of the mask, it seems that a pair of red lights still emanate from the individuals all the time and again exude a fury. It makes people afraid to mess with it. Alas, the immortal realm is so big that I don't know when the chance will fall on our heads. Things are as they should be. Let's rest in the ruins of this palace for a moment or two before. A group of 10 people, 2 sets of people dressed in different costumes on the left and the right, walked into the temple. The duo at the head of the group were chatting idly with smiles on their faces. I didn't want to. At the moment when one of their feet had just stepped into the hall, a red shadow suddenly appeared in front of the 2 people in charge. Boo-hoo-hoo! The whole palace, which was already somewhat derelict, looked more and more dilapidated at this moment. Various other places have even collapsed outright. The line of 10 people who had just walked into the temple with 1 foot were now lying on top of the floor outside the temple. Several claw marks appeared on his body, and the claw marks were constantly overflowing with blood. The fatal wounds were all in the throat, and almost half of the neck was torn off. A woman in red stood in the foyer of the temple, her hands resting on in their hands, each of them was holding the throats of the 2 men who were just now chatting idly with smiling faces. Scarlet red immortal energy with a sense of evil continuously surged out from the woman's hands. The 2 people in front of him were completely enveloped, and vaguely, it seemed that there were still human palms constantly drilling out of the 2 people's bodies. Those who are timid and fearful of ghosts will be afraid that one look at it will make their legs go weak and they will be paralyzed at once. These 2 people, in the hands of the woman in red, were like 2 mortals in general, and actually did not have any resistance. Just as the 2 were being pinched by the woman in red, their faces flushed red and they were about to run out of breath. Suddenly it felt like the other party's force had tightened a few points. It was a lot better. That black iron face, is it the same mold as the silver iron face of mine? Ice-cold words came into the ears of the 2 of them, as if they carried some kind of magic power. One pulled them into the ice. The body was unusually cold. I hope that it will allow me to break through to the human immortal realm, so that, in the subsequent scramble for the chance to, the odds are also undoubtedly a few % better. After entering inside the snowy cave, Yi Unshi habitually laid down the formation in the array disc. Only then did he take out the ghostly blue flower he had previously obtained inside the volcano from his storage ring. This flower had just appeared inside the cave, and a ghostly blue flame ignited. It caused the temperature in the cave to rise suddenly. It was the snow that had piled up unknown thicknesses beyond the mountain that began to melt into water at this moment. The black iron mask on Yi Unshi's face turned ghostly blue even under the flames. Seeing this image, what Yi Unshi had seen earlier inside the volcano inexplicably surfaced in his mind. The ghostly blue flames that suddenly surged out from within that ghostly blue giant snake. Could it be that the reason it did not suffer assimilation from the rock springs was that it had swallowed this flower? A mutation occurs, which causes the body to be the same color as this flower. Even the That ghostly blue flame is also driven by it because of this flower, isn't it? Thinking about the fact that the phantom blue giant snake seemed to know that there would be heavenly treasures coming out of that bubbling place, it was only then that the image of being stuck in a rocky spring all at once. The more he thought about it, the more Yi Engshi felt that this possibility was high. Couldn't help but expect more from the ghostly blue flower in front of me. I just don't know how this fire compares to the heavenly fire of the 100 regions. Who's stronger or weaker? Yi Engshi used his immortal power to pull the flower to his body and looked at the ghostly blue flame on the flower. Immortal power wrapped around his entire arm and tentatively probed his hand into the flames. The moment it touched the flames, the immortal energy that wrapped around the arm was instantly burned away, causing Yi Engshi to quickly take his hand back. Looking at his arm with some trepidation, and seeing that he had not followed in the footsteps of his last hand, that was a small relief. This fire, it's really dominating. Even his current physical body could not resist it, so how should he swallow and refine this flower? For a while Yi Engshi was in a bit of a dilemma. Obviously, that ghostly blue giant snake looked like it was just going to swallow this flower into its stomach in one bite. How is it so hard for you to even touch the flowers? If we really want to follow the example of that giant blue snake, even if we can swallow the flower into our stomachs, I'm afraid that our internal organs, even the entire person had to be burned to ashes by the ghostly blue flames on the flower. Just as Yi Engshi was pondering how to refine this flower in a stable manner, suddenly, he felt a light shaking of the array disc placed at his waist. Someone broke into the formation? As soon as Yi Engshi put the ethereal blue flower into his storage ring, quickly put the human skin face and the black iron mask on again. He's been in disguise every time he's been here, even if he's been spotted. That discovery was also him in disguise, not Yi Engshi's real face. Therefore, the person who took the initiative to find trouble certainly do not know Yi Engshi's real face, since the disguise to do all immortal sense spread out, and in a moment, it enveloped this snowy mountain, along with several nearby snowy mountains. To Yi Engshi's surprise, immortal sense failed to perceive the presence of one person. However, the shaking of the array disc that was linked to the formation laid down by the party was getting stronger and stronger. This also indicates that a formation has been broken. Is it using some kind of immortal weapon that can block out the perception of immortal sense? Yi Engshi frowned and, one step forward, boom! Yi Engshi's eyes changed instantly before his eyes, and his entire body had appeared in mid-air. Only the eyes were glazed over. This time resting thunder can move in a smaller range. There was a sudden cracking sound in his ears, and Yi Engshi just glanced back and a dark black demonic wolf had appeared behind him at an unknown time. Sharp teeth seemed to emit a cold aura as they bit towards Yi Engshi. Boom! Yi Engshi appeared not far from the black wolf, but his face under the black iron mask became more and more ugly. According to Resting Thunder's ability, at this moment, he should already be 100 miles away from this black wolf. Instead, it's still not far above it. He still looks like he doesn't quite understand the situation. Does your excellency think that you can completely protect yourself by knowing a body immortal technique that is like a spatial shift? This is really arrogant to the extreme. With that kind of bodily immortality, take the kabone wood from my hands. If we were not prepared at all, would we have come to seek you in vain? A voice suddenly rang out above the snow, followed by one figure after another that, suddenly appearing in the drifting snow. In a few breaths, they had appeared not far to the right of Yi Engshi, all with some smiles on their faces. There were 8 people in total, dressed differently and obviously not in the same boat. Judging from the fluctuation of its immortal power, if there was no hidden cultivation, the weakest would be at the late stage of the Naxian realm. There were 3 people who brought Yi Engshi a stronger feeling than Tang Tranquility. Late human immortal realm. A middle-aged man with a long beard and a somewhat large face had a fierce look on his face and, pointing at Yi Engshi, he droned, "Go, immortal monarch Feng Yao, give him some color." The words just fell. A blue light instantly emerged from the eyes of the black wolf that had previously bitten towards Yi Engshi, and a low growl came out of his mouth. "The wind is at your feet." He even turned into a black light in the air and rushed towards Yi Engshi. Yi Engshi didn't choose to fight hard with this black wolf, continuing to cast Resting Thunder while avoiding the black wolf, while searching for a location where you can break out. But Yi Engshi has tried every direction. Basically, they couldn't be more than 200 feet away from the snowy mountain they had been in earlier. After avoiding the black wolf's tearing bite once again, Yi Engshi raised a fist and, golden immortal power wrapped around his arm. A punch is thrown. An invisible barrier immediately surfaced before Yi Engshi. A force of recoil returned from the invisible barrier. It caused Yi Engshi to fly backward by tens of meters. Jia, my old man's Yangkon is a supreme immortal weapon of the innate stage. Even if a true immortal cultivator is trapped, it's also hard to escape from it. So just die. A young man who looked to be about 20 or so years old was at the moment smilingly holding up his hand. A golden light surfaced above his palm.
and in the next instant, an immortal weapon manifested from the golden light. Obviously, this thing should be the immortal artifact called Yongkon that this youth was talking about. This young man Yi Engshi recognized. It was the celebrity immortal realm that he had snatched away the immortal sky rank immortal clothes 2 days ago, and the middle-aged man who drove the black wolf. Yi Engshi also knew him from 4 days ago. Yi Engshi took advantage of the middle-aged man's entanglement with another immortal cultivator and grabbed a piece of bone wood first. The other 6, one of whom looked somewhat familiar. The rest were completely unimpressed. It also seems to be the reason that these days the tigers from the eyes of these. That's what led to this 8-man siege. And there is also a black wolf that is infinitely close to the human immortal realm marauding. This is not too good for himself. But it may not be lifeless. If the party had forcefully swallowed the blue flower and suffered a siege while refining it, then there's really no chance of struggling at all. Yi Engshi didn't say a word, and with one hand lightly lifting up, he slapped out his palm at the black wolf that was charging over again. Chapter 47 Offensive and Defensive Changes. As Yi Engshi slapped his palm out, a thick cloud suddenly appeared in the air, and for a moment then the still falling snow covered all, along with the black wolf, and sit on the mountain to watch the tigers like 8 people covered. After being wrapped in these clouds, the 8 people had more color on their faces, because Yi Engshi's figure had already disappeared from their sight. The crowd all spread their immortal sense out at the first opportunity. However, these clouds seemed to contain some kind of rules, and were actually able to isolate their immortal sense. This technique is a bit bizarre, so all of you be cautious. Weird what? Under my immortal weapon, the Thunder Flame Fan. It's all floating clouds. A scholarly-looking man smiled crookedly, and the folding fan that had been in his hand suddenly opened and slammed out. Shasta! Electricity flashed and thundered in the snowy midair. A ball of fire suddenly appeared, causing a storm of thunder and fire that it actually dissipated all of the dense fog that filled the midair. Yi Engshi, who was still hiding in the clouds, reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. It made the hearts of all the people jump. At some point, there was already a huge ghostly blue snake above the sky. The most left the faceplate is a bit big. The middle-aged man with the long beard seized the heart. His immortal beast, the immortal monarch of the wind observations, was currently being entangled by the blue snake. Hot air kept pouring out of his mouth and his limbs were firing, but there was still no way to break free from the entanglement of the spectral blue giant snake. Dare. Seeing that the glare in immortal monarch Feng Yao's eyes was about to dissipate, the middle-aged man burst into a rage. No more continuing to stand idly by. The body is like a great eagle, and the wind rises at the first movement. In a flash, the sky above the snow was full of black wind, and it was even denser where Yi Engshi and the phantom blue giant snake were located. It's also more frenzied, but Yi Engshi was not shocked but pleased to see this. Silently casting resting thunder again. In the blink of an eye he had drawn away from the black wind. Just now, he took advantage of the clouds and mist surrounding him, and the clouds and mist have the effect of isolating immortal knowledge. Only then did he boldly call the prisoner of immortality tower out of his sea of consciousness, releasing the ghostly blue giant snake that he had previously caught inside the volcano. This ghostly blue giant snake Yi Engshi didn't have time to tame it, so having just released it from the tower, Yi Engshi nearly suffered a backlash. Fortunately, that black wolf didn't know what to do, and when he saw Yi Engshi unleash the ghostly blue giant snake, then he thought it was Yi Engshi's immortal beast. Then he wrestled with the giant blue snake. And now, another lay human immortal realm immortal cultivator also focused his attention on the spectral blue giant snake. Yi Engshi was naturally happy in his heart. Even if the phantom blue giant snake ended up dead, it would be worth it. Yi Engshi looked towards the remaining 7 people who were already wrapped in immortal power and had bad eyes, and with a movement of his mind, the crescent moon appeared in his hand at once. Even if the other side is temporarily missing the late stage of the celebrity immortal realm, but against the 7 people in front of him who have higher cultivation than him, to be honest, he does not have much bottom in his heart. Nowadays, his biggest card is the immortal prisoner tower, and if he is really pushed into a corner, there was also no choice but to ask for help from the moon coronet in the tower. As for how strongly the moon coronet would help him, this was something Yi Engshi did not bother to consider for the time being. Whoever contributes the most and the greatest, then after the deed is done, will first pick something from this person's storage ring. How? That's a good idea. Whoever puts in the least effort picks last, and if the good stuff's gone, that's no one's fault. I'm for it, so much the better. It's fair and reasonable. To each his own? I like it. The 7 people were lined up at the moment, and their gazes kept falling on Yi Engshi. However, he had already started to blatantly distribute the contents of Yi Engshi's storage ring. Some people even deliberately used their immortal power to spread their voices out, and it was as if he was worried that Yi Engshi couldn't hear him. Yi Engshi's heart did not have many waves when he heard this. Before the battle, the opponent's emotions will be scattered, so that the opponent will not be able to maintain a reasonable strategy during the battle. He has understood it since, and how could you possibly take the bait? Go! The scholarly-looking man held a folding fan in his hand and suddenly took the lead in making a move on Yeongshi, violently sweeping out a fan. A blue thunderbolt was like a long snake, constantly stroking in the air, blasting straight at Yeongshi, but Yeongshi dodged with a dodge. Not even resting thunder was used. The scholarly-looking man was not surprised by this. After all, it was just his little test run. Yeongshi's hand on the hilt of his sword tightened a bit as he realized that the lips of those 7 people in front of him were moving, but you can't hear half of it. These 7 people were all apparently transmitting, not knowing what they were conversing about. No way. If I am too passive, the situation will be precarious at this rate. Yeongshi's teeth clenched for a few moments. Eyes incomparably hidden landed on an immortal weapon held in a man's hand. That immortal weapon, which was none other than the Yangkon. According to the man's earlier statement, the invisible barriers that surrounded the place that, it is this Yangkon that is transformed. If I can destroy this Yangkon, then by virtue of the rest and thunder, it is enough for me to find another safe place. Yeongshi's fingers were joined together, but he felt some burning sensation from his joined fingers. It was accompanied by a wave of pain all at once. It was from touching the blue flower earlier and being burned by the ghostly blue flames. But now, Yeongshi did not bother about whether this hand injury would worsen or not. One against the silver sword saber. One wiped across. Lunar crescent instantly erupted in a burst of light sword sounds. This sword sound also caused the 7 people who were transmitting and communicating to terminate their conversation. And after that, the scholar took the lead and charged towards Yeongshi. Only his speed is very slow. Yeongshi is not using his immortal sense. He was also able to visually suppress his movements with just the naked eye. I don't know if it was because he did it deliberately, or because he didn't have any body immortal techniques himself. Yeongshi's mind was not distracted, and as the fish-dragon transformation technique rapidly operated, the immortal energy in his body had already formed a circumference and flowed according to the method of operation of the spiritual techniques that Yeongshi had learned. Open! Yeongshi softly shouted, a touch of stern killing aura added between his eyebrows. The silver sword in his hand suddenly surged with a golden immortal power, and in a matter of moments it transformed into a ray of thunder that, each exuded a tiny amount of thunderous power. As Yeongshi chopped out his sword, the 2 blades seemed to emit a cold aura at this moment. The threads of thunder on the sword were also detached from the sword at this moment. In a few moments, a cold and austere aura was reflected in mid-air. The silk thunder was like thousands of sword shadows. Together, they attacked and killed towards the scholar-like man, with Yeongshi's pure immortal power boosting him. This sword Yeongshi at least exploded several times its might in the 100 realms. Ha ha, slow. It's really slow. The scholar laughed out loud and, the entire person suddenly transformed into a white feather. I don't know where to end up. But a monstrous thunderous might violently erupted from the thousands of sword shadows. The blue thunder filaments continued to spread outwards, turning the remaining light of this place into the color of thunder. Scatter. As a voice fell, thousands of sword shadows turned into nothingness in the air. The scholar-like man appeared at the center of the square sword shadow, his finger fan swaying gently. The fan caused by the fan kept blowing over his long hair on his forehead, and immediately afterward, his eyes flashed and, there was more contempt in his eyes. Playing with thunder? Then this Dongzi is of your ancestors' generation. It is not known when the folding fan in his hand was flung out, only that the scholarly-looking man, at the fall of his words, the fan was already sticking out. In the meantime, a trace of blue thunder, like a long snake, suddenly manifested from Yeongshi's circumference. Densely packed, they came towards Yeongshi to kill him. To say it was airtight would be an understatement. It was only then that the scholar's words thus followed into Yeongshi's ears. Thunder slay. A close call. Yeongshi feet gave birth to thunder, and an open thunderclap resounded. It managed to disappear just as countless thunderbolts were about to fall on his body. An even more booming thunderclap rang out suddenly. Thunderbolts that have lost their target fall on each other. On their own people. A dazzling blue thunderbolt erupted. The impact of the silver hair instantly collapsed several snow-covered mountains underneath. The drifting snow in the sky is even more forcibly being redirected. It began to fall in the direction of the sky. Taoist brother is a good human pulse. To be able to find such a character. I'm only afraid that this person is able to fight against the early stage of the true immortal realm with the late stage of the human immortal realm, right? After seeing some of the strength displayed by the scribe, the man holding the Yangkon immortal weapon in his hand couldn't help but say to a middle-aged man not far to the side. The middle-aged man's name is Qi Xingdi, and he is an elder of the outer door of the three extremities sect of the mixed sky immortal state. The other day it was not easy to come across a piece of immortal clothing from the fairyland.
Make every effort this from a crowd of contenders to pull out. When he was about to go and seize the immortal clothes, Yi Unshi suddenly appeared right near that immortal clothes. In front of the crowd of scramblers, he put the immortal clothes into his storage ring. That image was unforgettable for Qi Xingdi. That's why he intentionally started pulling some immortal cultivators together to deal with Yi Unshi, and sort of the starter of this line of 8. I didn't know that this person's strength was this impressive, so it's an unexpected pleasure. Qi Xingdi nodded gently and said in a deep voice. That scholar looked cynical, but the strength he displayed was hard to ignore. If that blast of thunder had been aimed at one of the 7 of them, I'm just afraid that by the time I reacted the thunder would have already been added. Without Yi Unshi's kind of bodily immortality, it was hard to avoid. You guys just keep chatting. When the time comes, the scholar will pick the treasure first, and I'll pick it second. A woman who looked about 27 or 28 years old, holding a duster, coldly said. It then turned into a white light and dissipated in the same place. The other side. After seeing Yi Unshi use that unexpected body immortal technique again, instead of being annoyed, the scholar-like man had more smiles at the corners of his mouth, and after sensing the fluctuation of Yi Unshi's immortal power, the folding fan in his hand suddenly flipped a face, swept out again, causing the wind to whistle in his ears. Fire attack. A booming whoop. Located on the top of a snowy mountain, a sliver of thunder suddenly surfaced, and in the next instant, Yi Unshi then stepped on top of the thunder and suddenly manifested, but as soon as it appeared, a sudden sensation of sizzling heat surged around it and, causing the human face under Yi Unshi's mask to frown. A trigger finger suddenly drilled out of the storage ring, and an aquamarine blue glow came from the trigger finger. In a split second, a stream of water suddenly gushed out from the center of the trigger finger, quickly wrapping Yi Unshi in the center. Cluster. If you look down from above, you'd think Yi Unshi was in the center of a river, and around this river was a mass of fiery flames. The blazing sun is constantly colliding with the river, causing a lot of hot mist to come out from it. It will be a whole lot of clouds and mist at the top of the snowy mountain. Seeing that the stream of water emerging from the trigger finger was able to counteract the flames rushing around it, Yi Unshi's frowning brow only then stretched. This trigger finger was also an immortal artifact, which he had obtained from the storage ring of Lan Ji, a disciple of Chong Yangguan, around the middle grade of the Hotian rank. Through the clouds, Yi Unshi could vaguely see the figure of the scholar who had been staying in one position. The eyes couldn't help but flicker. It's about time for the offense and defense to change shape, isn't it? Yi Unshi said softly as soon as he put the blade behind his back, pressing it against his own back. Shape. In an instant, a trail of different shapes, the seals that each emitted a faint golden light suddenly appeared in front of Yi Unshi. The pure immortal energy within the Dantian was also reduced by about 0.2% in this instant. Yi Unshi, as soon as he had the crescent moon plastered to his back, throwing it at an ancient pattern of different shapes in front of him. When the crescent moon passes through a pattern, that pattern demobilizes with it. A terrifying might suddenly unfolded. The snowy mountain suddenly had many more cracks in its body under this wave of might. Anon, a low dragon's roar suddenly came out and the flames and currents of water that were still hedging against each other were dispersed all at once. A dragon's breath, which was accompanied by quite a bit of pressure, pressed out in unison in all directions. It caused the scholar who was shaking the folding fan in his hand to slightly pause in his movements. The white light that had just arrived near Yi Unshi suddenly vanished into the distance. It then transformed into a woman holding a duster. There was some shock on the woman's face. Her immortal power flowed, and she had more barriers made of immortal power on her body. What kind of spell is that? The sea of consciousness is actually vibrating along with it. Chapter 48, I Want It All. Due to the words of the woman with the duster in her hand, Qi Xingdi and the others were already preparing to strike out at Yi Unshi. After suddenly feeling a dragon's might pressing down on his body, causing his own movements to stutter, the hearts were all in a state of shock. It seems that the scholar has pushed the man with the black iron face to the edge, so that this black iron face man is starting to play his bottom card. Thinking of this, Qi Xingdi and the others looked at me and I looked at you. Suddenly there was no rush to contribute. Instead, it was a bit further away from the snowy mountain where Yi Unshi was. Rays of dazzling golden light poured down from the top of the snowy mountain. It made the snow-covered heaven and earth look as if they were covered in a golden coat. As the golden light surfaced, the scribes in this area, the woman holding the duster and the 8 people of Qi Xingdi all felt more pressure on their bodies somehow. It seemed that there were even more walls of air around them for no reason, constantly compressing and reducing the space they could move in. How is this possible? This person is only at the peak of the nascent soul realm. It was already the limit for the spells made to make them feel pressure. How can they still make it difficult for them to make a move? A long golden dragon with dazzling golden light emanating from its entire body suddenly appeared around Yi Unshi. The body kept twisting,
firmly protecting Yi Engshi in the center, causing the crowd of bookworms to lose sight of Yi Engshi. Suddenly, Yi Engshi kept soaring up, appearing beside the head of that long dragon whose entire body was emitting dazzling golden light. He pointed out with a single finger. The direction the finger was pointing to was clearly the scholar who had struck out at Yi Engshi just now. That long golden dragon once again erupted with a dragon's roar, while its body continued to twist and turn, causing a gust of strong wind. Straight towards the scholar-like man rushed down and down, flying all the way through, filled with golden light. It was as if there was an extra golden avenue underneath the long golden dragon. Seeing the long golden dragon approaching, it seemed as if there was an invisible force restricting him around him. There seemed to be more light in the scribe's eyes. It's true that there's still a lot of talent in Wonderland. Where have we seen this kind of nascent soul realm talent in the overlapping sea's immortal state? The scribe hadn't even broken free of the feeling of bondage on his body in the first place. Nor did he have to use any defensive spells. Instead, he smiled lowly and whispered. Then, the folding fan in the scholar's hand suddenly closed up, and a pair of hands slowly held it up and stretched it out. It looked as if it was waiting to die. This made Yi Engshi feel a bit puzzled in his heart, but he didn't care what reaction this person made. The afterglow glanced at the other 6 immortal cultivators who were already far away from him, and his heart fluttered. The long golden dragon that was pouncing on the scholar suddenly had a golden aura flickering in its eyes and a light golden gas gushed out of his mouth, and his slender body suddenly began to twist dramatically. When he was about to hit the scribe, he suddenly reversed his direction, and in one fell swoop he passed through the scribe's body. The speed, however, was once again raised at this moment. It rushed straight towards the 6 people of Qixingdi who were not very vigilant at the moment. To put it aptly, it was towards the man beside Qixingdi, who was holding the Yangkon immortal weapon in his hand. The golden light enveloped. The pressure pressing down on the man suddenly multiplied. A powerful sense of bondage that, even more so, it felt as if all the joints in his body were chained. It's hard to move, but in the blink of an eye, the long golden dragon that had originally killed the scholar, this moment had appeared before him. This sudden image horrified the 5 Qixingdi, and they couldn't care less about the man. Then he quickly drew away. They were originally bound together for the time being by some interest, and even if they were to strike out in unison now, it was also able to block this technique of Yi Engshi for the man holding the Yangkon. But no one chose to do so, all only concerned about their own safety, fearing that they would be affected by the waves. All are moving away as fast as they can. The man who bore the brunt of the attack naturally wanted to leave, but the dragon power that was scattered and pressed toward the others just now has all been concentrated on him, making it difficult for him to make a move. Go! The man clenched his teeth, and the Yangkon resting in his hand violently charged at the oncoming golden dragon. He wanted to use an immortal artifact to subdue this technique of Yi Engshi. This made Yi Engshi, who was always paying attention to this side with his immortal sense, see it. The corners of his mouth suddenly curved upward a little, and his feet moved. Resting thunder was instantly cast out, and thunder roared. The golden dragon violently reversed its direction again at this moment. Following that, he rushed towards Qixingdi, who had just taken himself off and left. This caused the man who had just sacrificed the Yangkon, wanting to fight the golden dragon hard, to be stunned when he saw it. Obviously, he came in a strong manner, as if he wanted to put him to death. How did he change his mind at the end of the day? At this point, Yi Engshi suddenly appeared in front of Yangkon, a finger against the center of his brow. A thick black gas continuously emerged from the spot where his fingers were against and surged around. It looked like a small black hole, as Yi Engshi removed the finger against his brow, bubbling with black gas. A stream of flame suddenly began to gush out from the black gas that was like a black hole. These streams of flame come together in one piece. It looks like it is some kind of liquid. It is exactly the weird rock springs that Yi Engshi had previously stowed away in the Prisoner of Immortality Tower. Those weird rock springs that can assimilate other people and other things away. Of course, the current Yi Engshi couldn't manipulate them yet, and nowadays it's just a similar use of firing them off. The Yangkon was not far from Yi Engshi, and after those flame streams surged out from Yi Engshi's brow, it then slammed headfirst into the Yangkon. This made the owner of the Yangkon immortal weapon look confused. It simply couldn't understand why Yi Engshi used these things with very low killing power to attack his Yangkon immortal weapon. This behavior, in addition to making one's Yangkon immortal weapon look a little dirty, there's nothing else to do. Thinking of this, the man smiled grimly and immediately tried to recall the Yangkon. Or give Yi Engshi a heavy blow depending on the situation. It would be better if we could get Yi Engshi killed in one go, and directly take away this person's storage ring, then use the immortal cone to trap the others here together. Equal shares? Whoever kills the man in the black iron mask picks first? What's the point of picking? I want it all. In a few breaths, however,
The man's mind thought of many situations and backward movements.
But the next instant he was a little dumbfounded. The yang cone, which had almost been sacrificed by him as a life-immortal weapon, was actually not listening to his recall at this moment. What's worse, the connection between him and the yang cone had become very subtle at this moment. It's almost as if it's no longer associated with the yang cone immortal weapon. That's impossible. The man's eyes became more bloodshot as he suddenly shouted angrily. It was only then that I realized that those flame streams that kept hitting the yang cone just now, at the moment it had spread to the entire yang cone. If it didn't look like it's still in the shape of a yang cone now, he almost didn't recognize this thing as his original immortal weapon, and the connection between him and the yang cone, this moment also completely cannot feel the slightest, unlike the man with the red eyes. At this moment, Yi Unshi's human skin mask face under the mask had a thick smile on it. Those pulp streams are really good. It was actually able to assimilate the immortal weapon of a human immortal realm cultivator in such a short period of time. Unfortunately, it didn't get these things under control. Yi Unshi didn't have the slightest hesitation, and after seeing the yang cone thoroughly assimilated, immediately, he fiercely slapped out a palm, turning the rain over. Shasta. The dense fog in this place filled up again, quickly covering up Yi Unshi and the nearby scenery. The other side. Qixingdi just drew back and left the range of the undercard attack cast by the man with the black iron face. Then he saw the long golden dragon suddenly reversing its direction, once again abandoning one person and charging towards him instead. Looking at this image, Qixingdi's heart couldn't help but sink. So many people drew away together. You had to go after me? Seeing the golden dragon getting closer and closer, the pressure that had just pressed down on his body surfaced once again on his body, just like the body to the quagmire. Qixingdi faced more ugly a few points. For the first time, this dragon avoided the scribe. For the second time, this dragon avoided another person. For the third time, this dragon is targeting him. Qixingdi doesn't dare to bet on whether this dragon will still avoid it this time. After catching a glimpse of the two surrounding immortal cultivators quickly skimming themselves and drawing away, his heart felt even worse, followed by more ruthlessness in his eyes. There's no point in dragging this out any longer. I'll take care of this dragon. You guys go finish off the guy in the mask. At that time, it's okay for me to choose third. Having said that, Qixingdi didn't wait for the others to speak out, and immediately flipped his palm. A square, thick, and the jade seal, which was white jade in color, then appeared in his palm. Give me the town. Qixingdi threw out the white jade-colored jade seal in his hand as his body surged with immortal power. In a split second, the jade seal suddenly grew larger and suddenly appeared above the head of the long golden dragon, emitting a white light. The dragon's head seemed to have suddenly become heavy, causing the golden dragon's flight trajectory to change. At that moment, Qixingdi violently pressed down with one hand. The white jade-colored jade seal above the dragon's head suddenly pressed down, and at once it pressed down on top of the dragon's head. Boom hoo! Under the suppression of the jade seal, the long golden dragon fell hard and straight from the air. It landed on top of the snowy mountain that had previously been used by Yi Unshi as a place of cultivation. Under the terrifying oppressive force of the jade seal, the entire snowy mountain was razed to the ground in a matter of moments. The snow was flurrying. The golden long dragon also turned into a ray of golden light and began to disperse under the white jade-colored jade seal. When Qixingdi saw this image, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. After noticing that the rest of the immortal cultivators had more or less greed in their eyes, they hastily recalled the jade seal. That was the reason he didn't want to use his immortal weapon. Or that. It was the main reason why this one brief gathering of cultivators didn't want to use their immortal weapons. Even if you use it, you won't use your own immortal weapon, so as not to be missed by other cultivators. The scholar was an exception. Or rather, that fan in his hand wasn't his original immortal weapon. Or maybe he had such confidence in himself that he wasn't afraid of anyone else's thoughts. And the other cultivator's yang cone immortal weapon can only trap people's immortal weapons? To be honest, most of Qixingdi and the others were unreadable. It is of the dispensable type. At this point, already leveled to the ground and filled with snow, a long silver sword suddenly drilled out of the flying snow. Flying towards mid-air. This caused Qixingdi and the others' gazes to turn to the position of the man holding the yang cone immortal weapon, but found that in the position in front of the other side do not know when there is an additional aerosol too. It's a long story, but from the time the golden dragon shifted its target to the time it was dispersed by Qixingdi's use of the jade seal, it was only about 10 breaths that had passed. When the silver-white longsword disappeared into the smoke, the owner of the yang cone immortal weapon woke up as if in a dream. Even shouted, "Not good. He wants to run. Quickly." Boom! A clear sound of thunder suddenly rang out, and the words that the owner of the yang cone immortal artifact was going to say later were brought to a hard stop. The scholar arrived late at this moment and slapped out a fan.
once again dispersing the mist that filled the mid-air. But the fog is lifted.
So Big Yi-Unshi is gone.
The scribe's eyebrows almost came together in one. Sweeping his eyes again at the plasma flow that had completely assimilated the Yonkon immortal weapon, he suddenly laughed after a moment of contemplation.
Proximity, looks like it's going to be a fight to the death, but it's all just for bluffing. Interesting. It's so much fun. Chapter 49, do you care? Who?
A gust of wind whistled by. Yi-Unshi flew down from mid-air to the top of the snowy ground,
and after sweeping around, then he took off the black iron mask worn on his face, along with the human skin mask, and put it into the storage ring together. A thought.
A green robe with red stripes of the Taoist sword sect's outer disciple costume then appeared in front of him.
Yi-Unshi quickly replaced it. Soon,
all the features of the person wearing the black iron mask basically disappeared from Yi-Unshi. Even his hair was deliberately altered by Yi-Unshi's hairstyle.
After quickly doing this,
Yi-Unshi then leaned onto the snow-filled wall.
Relief.
Then his eyes plummeted. Ever since his cultivation had stepped into the 10th realm, he had rarely suffered from those situations in the party. Unexpectedly, the first time he entered the fairyland in the Skywalker realm, it began to suffer from the siege of the 8th human immortal realm. The reason for this may have something to do with his style of acting within these 7 days, but in the final analysis, it was still the result of his own low cultivation.
If he were Lu Yu, no, there's no need to even say Lu Yu. If he had Lu Wan Ji's true immortal realm cultivation, even if the 7 days acted in a more overbearing manner, those 8 human immortal realms still dared to come and surround him like this? But what's the use of thinking about it now? Everything would be empty talk. Meaningless. Yi-Unshi gently shook his head, and after a short rest, he headed deeper into the snowy region. This place is also just on the outskirts of this snowy area, and even though the snow is flying all over the place, but in reality the cold is not particularly strong.
7 days ago Yi-Unshi had also been to the depths of this snowy region once, where it was unusually cold. Even if Yi-Unshi used his immortal power to protect his body, he could still deeply experience the feeling of cold winds piercing the bones of mortals. And then to think that those powerful immortal cultivators should be seeking their chances in more risky places. Yi-Unshi then withdrew from the snowy depths. The greater the risk, the greater the chance. Don't look at Yi-Unshi grabbing that kind of innate rank immortal weapon first. But an innate rank immortal weapon was not something that could not be found for people of great power. Basically, they were all disciples of sect forces with relatively low cultivation levels. Such categories as the outer disciples of the Tao Sword sect and casual cultivators were fighting for it. Strong people above the human immortal realm would choose riskier areas to explore and find opportunities.
Let's first see if we can run into the Tao Sword sect's senior brothers and sisters. Yi-Unshi whispered.
The siege that took place just now.
At this moment,
Yi-Unshi would never be able to easily close down and cultivate alone.
The siege incident just now was just luck.
If he had been sneaked in while he was practicing,
that would be a big deal.
Therefore, Yi-Unshi wanted to find some brothers and sisters from the same clan to travel with him.
It's always easier to practice. Of course, it would be great to run into Lu Wangu. Just after walking some distance on foot, an air-breaking sound suddenly rang out in mid-air. It made Yi-Unshi's 2 ears twitch. Out of caution, Yi-Unshi didn't use his immortal sense to perceive the person at the sky above. Instead, you see it with the naked eye. Through the flying snow, one could vaguely see a group of 8 people treading in the air. The sound of breaking air that was triggered was constant. It was the previous scholar, the woman with the duster, and the 8 people from Qixingdi. Upon seeing the 8 people, Yi-Unshi shifted his gaze imperceptibly. Rather, I didn't expect all 8 to come off so quickly. One must know that he had released that phantom blue giant snake, as well as some of the plasma streams just now. So it seems, the giant blue snake is afraid that it's already in a bad way. And how can pulp flow? Yi-Unshi think of how to deal with these 8 people. Could it be that the plasma flow wasn't high enough to cause them to assimilate some of the jutsu that, blown to pieces and dissipated in the sky and earth? Or did these people simply ignore the slurry flow and just take off and leave? Both are possible. What made Yi-Unshi feel the most strange was how these 8 immortal cultivators determined their fleeing direction, going so far as to all gather together to find it, rather than spreading it out. A sense of uneasiness derived from the bottom of Yi-Unshi's heart, slowly turning himself into a charred black, festering skin. The right hand, which was spilling clumps of blood from the ulcer, was gathered into his sleeve robe. Immortal power was also deliberately suppressed by Yi-Unshi, and all of it was gathered in his body without spilling out. If there was any common feature between the current Yi-Unshi and the man who wore the black iron mask before, it's also just the burned right hand and the fairy power. Both of these were things that Yi-Unshi couldn't hide to change right now. At this point, Yi-Unshi could feel several strands of immortal awareness suddenly enveloping him, and without much thought, it must have been a few of those 8. But knowing that, under such circumstances,
Yi Unshi could only hold his breath for the time being. If one were to fight those strands of immortal sense with immortal sense, one would be completely blowing one's own identity. And conversely, cooperate with them and say they can't be fooled. But when it was felt that none of the 8 immortal power fluctuations in mid-air had departed, instead, it stopped in mid-air above his head and did not resound with a single sound, Yi Unshi's heart completely lifted up. He didn't have to look to already visualize what moves the 8 were making in the air. 9 times out of 10 it's a transmission. There are questions. There's definitely something wrong. It was a no-brainer from the moment these 8 gathered together to find a bearing. Yi Unshi didn't hesitate. His feet moved, and a few threads of thunder instantly appeared under his feet. Boom! A thunderous roar rang out, and Yi Unshi's figure suddenly dissipated completely in the snow. This caused the faces of the 8 people who remained in mid-air to change slightly. Qi Xingdi was even more furious, rushing at the woman holding the duster. Whatever, he is a disciple of the bull ***** Dao sword sect. Anyway, I'm not from the Qitian immortal state. If you don't dare to roll. After saying that, Qi Xingdi's gaze fell on the scholar, forcing down the anger in his heart. Fellow Daoist Ruan, please continue to lead us to this person. The scholar gently shook the folding fan in his hand, more smiles on his face. Without speaking, just one hand raised, palm up. Seeing this, Qi Xingdi and the rest of the 5 people's faces were a little less than pretty, but none of them uttered a word. Silently, they each took out 10 colored stones from their storage rings. All 60 colored stones drilled into the scholar's storage ring. Only then did the scribe say faintly, "Come with me." Say it. Then he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the depths of the snowy region. Seeing this, Qi Xingdi and the others didn't hesitate too much and similarly transformed into a stream of light that stay close behind the scribe. However, there is still one person in midair here who has not moved, and this person is the woman holding the duster in her hand. The fact that she had not given the 10 colored stones to the scholar even before the party showed that she was no longer involved in the ensuing siege of Yi Unshi. 8 people left one behind, leaving only 7 people still chasing after Yi Unshi. The other side, Yi Unshi didn't stop at all. Resting thunder was constantly exerted, and the whole person swiftly traveled through the snowy area, getting closer and closer to the depths of the snowy region. The more immortal cultivators Yi Unshi bumped into along the way, most of them were still some nascent soul realm cultivators. It should be, because in 7 days, the chances in the outskirts of the snowy domain had basically all been plucked. Therefore, they all fought to take their chances, which led them to the depths of the snowy region. It was only that Yi Unshi didn't have too much spare time to pay attention to these Naxian realm immortal cultivators right now, still casting resting thunder continuously. Although the immortal power consumed by the resting thunder is not too much, it can be continuously cast in a short period of time. The immortal power was still consumed by 1/12 of 1%, together with the brief battle with the scholar and the others before. At this moment, there was not much immortal energy left in Yi Unshi's body. It's already edging closer to 1/2 of its peak moment. They definitely left some means on me. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find me so quickly, and locked on to me at once. This is trouble. Real face. I guess even the identity is known by those people. Yi Unshi's immortal sense kept searching on himself, trying to find something unusual, but it doesn't help at all. Perhaps some of those 8 people had used extremely skillful tracking methods. With one's present strength, it is difficult to find it. Even if he was able to throw them off temporarily by virtue of the resting thunder, he could not eliminate the tracking means on his body. Crisis always hard to rule out. Yi Unshi's eyes slowly narrowed. A crazy-sounding idea suddenly came to mind. Why don't we just kill them all, so that the crisis can be lifted? That is, the identity of the man in the black iron mask, and no one knows anymore. After the figure reappeared above a few threads of thunder, Yi Unshi then began to calculate how to kill those 7 people. The means of the 100 regions, apart from transforming into dragons at the first sign of A. Basically, it didn't do much for those personal immortal realm cultivators. I just come to the celestial realm not long ago. The immortal laws and immortal techniques learned is not a big killing move, and I don't know how much effect the enlightened curved moon mirror image has on the human immortal realm. In that case, the only possibility for me to kill them is the immortal prisoner tower. If they could be brought into the mirror image of the moon coronet, the odds would be better. If the moon coronet was allowed to briefly possess them for a short period of time, the possibility of exterminating them would undoubtedly be the greatest. But with my flesh, I don't know how much strength I can make her explode. Not to mention what would happen if she exploded far beyond what her physical body could withstand. It would be good if they were locked up in the dark layer at the bottom of the Lin prisoner immortal tower. Yi Unshi placed one hand against his temple, and had some concerns. But if we fail to lock them all up in the immortal prisoner tower, and let one of them escape, then the existence of the immortal prisoner tower will be exposed.
and in that case, I don't know what kind of powerhouses will be coveted.
Just as Yi Yangshi was constantly contemplating which way he was going to use to subdue those people, the silhouette that was sitting on top of a large pillar in the sky in front of him instantly came into view, which caused Yi Yangshi's narrowed eyes to instantly open.
It's true that the car is on the way. Who is this person? Why does everyone not dare to go and compete with this person for the fulfillment immortal pillar? Didn't you see those corpses under the Fuxian pillar?
These are all masters who dare to compete for the fulfillment immortal pillar.
No, just 3. No, 4 kills, and that's all it took to calm everyone down? I have sensed several lords that are quite a bit stronger than even me, and those are definitely all true immortal realms. I didn't expect that they were all such goons. Yeah, just 4.
The question man waved his hand and, looking towards the vaguely visible silhouettes on the large pillars in the sky, fear was evident in his eyes.
But these 4 people,
all of them are strong people of the Earth immortal realm.
You can go ahead and fight for it. And before you go, I can help you keep your storage ring first. At this point, the crowd of immortals gathered around the Great Pillar of the Senate had different eyes after they glimpsed a stream of light rushing straight towards the peak of the Great Pillar of the Senate, especially after feeling the fluctuation of that person's immortal power. Many people even lightly shook their heads. The peak of the nascent soul realm dared to covet the immortal empowerment pillar? I'm afraid that person would be able to hold this person down with a single finger.
The man sitting on the top of the Fuxian pillar slowly opened his eyes. The afterglow swept down the stream of light that was approaching him, and immortal power surged within his dantian.
However,
after seeing the face of the person in the stream of light, the surging immortal energy began to gradually smooth out again. Let the man fall to the top of the fugue immortal pillar. This made the cultivators near the bottom of the Fuxian pillar watch with jaws agape.
Even more so, they got right up off the floor.
According to their preconceived notions, this nascent soul realm immortal cultivator when in close proximity to the immortal fulfillment pillar will make the ground underneath the pillar to have one more corpse.
What's with this picture?
The man was still sitting on the top of the Fuxian pillar, looking at the man standing in front of him, and was about to speak. Unexpectedly the man suddenly stretched out his hand and laid it against his shoulder at once,
and
a loud word then reached his ears.
Senior,
someone threatened to kill all the clan's siblings within the immortal territory.
Do you care? Chapter 50, Driving Tigers and Swallowing Wolves. Looking at the man in front of him, Yi Yangshi was a little apprehensive in his heart. Although it is not true that this man is counted as his senior brother, but this senior brother is not strictly speaking on very good terms with himself, but also a little grudge. The man meditating on the immortal fulfillment pillar was clearly the first seated disciple of the Dao Sword sect, Lu Yu. After hearing what Yi Yangshi said, Lu Yu didn't say anything, just sweeping Yi Yangshi's hand on his shoulder.
Yi Yangshi had the good sense to withdraw his hand and stand much straighter.
Is what you said true?
Lu Yu suddenly revealed a smirk on her face and,
looking playful, it's not like you made this all up, is it? This man, he met for the 3rd time. The first time, it was within the Daojian sect,
where one was still purifying oneself in a private area.
He came out of nowhere. The second time,
it was at the Tianqi mountain.
Unexpectedly, this person knew Lu Wanga, and the relationship is unusually close. In other words, this person must have superiority,
which can make Lu Wanga fall in love.
Third, than it is now.
Originally thought that this person because of the first meeting happened will have a sense of fear of themselves,
but do not want to. This person not only did not fear themselves, but also to their own help. There's absolutely no duplicity.
Those people really want to kill the sect disciples who are in the immortal realm. The man in front of him suddenly spoke with a straight face, but his eyes glanced off into the distance every now and then,
and seems to be looking for someone or something. Lu Yu remained silent,
but her eyes glanced up at Yi Yangshi.
His clothes were a bit messy, but his hair wasn't messed up much,
and his cultivation breath was smooth.
Indicates some depletion, but not much. There is also no sign of injury on the body. In that case, those people in front of this senior brother, you can't get away with it? Thinking back to the first meeting with Yi Yangshi, when he landed a punch on the other man. However, he was not able to cripple him and was still able to escape. Lu Yu was slightly enlightened. Dharma body dual cultivation.
In the hands of a group of Naxian realm escape is normal.
Only,
after seeing Yi Yangshi's burned right hand,
which looked like the blood had coagulated into clumps, obviously had been injured a long time ago. Instead, it can run.
After Yi Yangshi saw 7 streams of light suddenly rushing this way in the mid-air to the east,
not caring what Lu Yu would think about this,
he came a few points closer and said,
"Senior brother, they're here."
At those words,
Lu Yu's gaze also retracted from Yi Yangshi,
turning to the 7 streams of light that had weak cultivation auras but were coming this way.
1 peak human immortal realm, 3 late human immortal realm, 2 mid human immortal realm, and early human immortal realm. He's at the peak of the nascent soul realm and he can run? Isn't resting thunder unable to control the location of the direction he's going? Lu Yu's heart was slightly surprised, but her face did not show the slightest color. The other side, the 6 Qi Xing Di, who had rushed over after the scholar, were looking at the bottom of the immortal cultivators somehow gathered here, and from many people cannot feel much cultivation breath. Hearts sink in unison. Fellow Daoist, this place is full of immortal cultivators of notable strength. It's not good for us to just fly over their heads, like this, is it? Qi Xingdi looked at the scholar's back and suggested, otherwise, why don't we go down? Just these people scare you, so afraid of death. Why do you think of killing people? The scribe slowed, inclined his head and, the gaze that swept toward Qi Xingdi and the others had more contempt in it. It was not disguised in any way. This instantly caused a nameless fire to rise up in the hearts of Qi Xingdi's few people. But finding the man with the black iron face still requires a scholar, and it is not appropriate to turn the tables. Therefore, the faces of 3 of the 5 were as ugly as if they had eaten a fly. Seeing Qi Xingdi and the others dare to be angry but dare not say anything, the contempt in the bottom of the scholar's eyes grew even more. Just as he was about to agitate the next few people, a sudden sound came to his ears. Are you the ones who are after my senior brother? The sound was like thunder, falling into the ears of the scholarly few as if their eardrums were cracked. With the exception of the scholarly-looking man, blood began to flow out of Qi Xingdi's and the remaining 5 people's ears. The contempt in the scholar's eyes all but disappeared, turning his gaze to quickly fall 100 feet ahead of him. Above a large column in the sky, there was more horror in his eyes. Gentlemen, it seems like we've messed with an extraordinary character. The scholar's smile grew thicker and, the folding fan in his hand was fully open, not waiting for Qi Xingdi and the others to speak either. The scholar's immortal power at the peak of the human immortal realm surged out in full force. The storm clouds behind us, a 3-headed augur full of thunder and with a hideous face suddenly surged down from the wind and clouds, let out a hiss. Jiao kill. The scholar had an excited look on his face, and the fan in his hand swung out violently. A fiery flame instantly fanned out from the fan. The large bird that resembled a phoenix but was covered in crimson flames suddenly manifested. Amazing strike. As the scholar's words fell, the large bird covered in crimson flames swiftly swung its wings of fire. Immediately following the 3-headed augur together, they rushed towards the top of the great pillar in the sky. Wherever it passed, the waves of flames continuously overflowed in all directions, causing a whistling sound. The 3-headed Jiao once again hissed in a low voice, and the thunder on its body crackled non-stop. The 2 were getting bigger and bigger as they rushed towards the great pillars in the sky, and the 2 first forms looked to be merging into each other. I don't know what kind of power will erupt. So that's what's beyond the sky and beyond the people? A black-robed man leaning on top of a snow wall could not help but whisper a sentence when he saw this. Bookworm is strong in each of these 2 arts. One alone was already enough to bring proliferation to a peak human immortal realm powerhouse. And now, the 2 are coming together and merging. If the truth is fused together, the power of that outburst was definitely greater than 1 + 1. Yi Engshi, who was standing beside Lu Yu, watched as he rushed towards him, becoming more and more massive. The 1 augur and 1 bird that had merged into each other again seemed to have frozen in their entirety. It had been looking at those 2 fused arts in a fixed manner, without a single movement. I don't know what's going on in my mind. Looking at the 2 killing moves that were getting closer and closer, Lu Yu remained calm and peaceful. Instead, he even softly said, to be able to fuse 2 innate rank extreme immortal arts, you count the word genius. As Lu Yu spoke out, Yi Engshi's gaze instantly fell from the 2 immortal arts to Lu Yu's cheek. Until now Yi Engshi still had a hard time believing that Lu Yu would top such a pretty face to say such a rough as a hunk's voice. At this point, Yi Engshi felt the large pillar he was stepping on suddenly sway gently twice, followed by the Lu Yu, who was still standing by his side, is gone. Boo-hoo. A loud rumbling sound entered Yi Engshi's ears. Along with it came a violent impact, causing Yi Engshi to nearly fall off this large pillar. Fortunately, Yi Engshi's reaction was not slow, and he quickly stabilized his body with his immortal power. It was only then that he realized that the 2 types of art-killing moves that were being fused just now had already died out at this moment. Lu Yu, in a long white robe. At some point, he had already appeared above the location of the party's 2 major technique-killing moves. At the moment was gently patting away with one hand the thunderbolt that flickered up from time to time on his clothing. It doesn't look like any injuries have fallen at all. It seemed that the 2 kinds of art-killing moves that the scholar had cast were to him. It's like eggs against a rock. Self-destruction. Put. A mouthful of blood suddenly gushed out of the scholar's mouth and the aura emanating from the entire person became very shriveled at this moment, but he still stared at Lu Yu and let out a low laugh. This caused Lu Yu to frown slightly as he raised one hand and slapped it out in the direction of where the scholar was from a distance away. Boo!
The scholar who was staring at Lu Yu and laughing suddenly turned into a puff of dust and ash. A storm suddenly erupted in his position. By the time the storm had dissipated, the dust and ash had gone who knows where. Instead, a black feather was wobbling and falling toward the bottom. There was also a folding fan floating where the scholar had been earlier. As Lu Yu beckoned, the black feather and the folding fan flew together towards his location. Lu Yu first took the black feather too. A pair of good-looking eyes carefully examined and then the eyes glazed over.
And I don't know what I'm thinking.
Then he raised his hand again and took the folding fan, which had been hovering in front of him, in his hand to scrutinize it carefully.
A moment later, he lightly shook his head. A precursor rank extreme immortal artifact is useless to me. Hearing this, Yi Unshi immediately arched his hand as a salute. Rushing Lu Yu, he said greatly, "Many thanks to senior brother for the gift of treasure. It's useless to you, but it's very useful to me." Lu Yu's hand holding the folding fan tightened. It never occurred to me that someone with such a thick skin would be asking for his treasure. "Take it." Lu Yu flung the folding fan toward the back without expression, without even turning his head. Even without turning his head or utilizing his immortal sense, just by virtue of the 3 times he met Yi Unshi, Lu Yu still thought of Yi Unshi's mouth at the moment. Must have been grinning from ear to ear. That's still true. At this moment, Yi Unshi had just received the flying folding fan, and it was hard to flatten the corners of his mouth no matter how he pressed them. He really didn't expect a top-tier immortal weapon within the innate rank to be obtained so easily. Sure enough, the chance must still be on the cultivator. But Yi Unshi took a look at one of the immortal cultivators who stood scattered in their respective positions underneath the large pillar. Mildly regrettable. Unfortunately, it doesn't do the job of keeping the money out of the house. Now so many people knew that they had an innate rank extreme immortal weapon. Run? Can you run away? Just as Yi Unshi was focusing on the folding fan in his hand, Lu Yu's words once again came into his ears. It was only then that he realized that the 6 people of Qixingdi had ended up with a corpse after seeing the scholar in 1 or 2 glances. Then they began to scatter and run away. At this point, the alliance that was pursuing and killing the people of the Black Iron Mask was formally dismantled. Under Yi Unshi's gaze, Lu Yu still only lightly raised his hand, and did not seek to perform any spells, but Qixingdi and the others still followed in the footsteps of the scholar. It ended in a corpse. It was a good thing that their storage rings, as well as the innate immortal weapons that were warmed up inside their bodies were left behind. Yi Unshi was about to open his mouth, but he saw Lu Yu put everything into his storage ring in one go. He wasn't given the chance to open his mouth, which made Yi Unshi feel a little pity, but that was all. After all, Lu Yu's willingness to step in and help him was already considered benevolent, not to mention the fact that he was also given an innate rank extreme immortal weapon. Yi Unshi was already content. Shifu's troubles have been solved, and now that it's time to count the troubles between us. Chapter 51, is it him? Yi Unshi had just broken open the blood that had formed into clumps on his hand and pressed the clumps onto the folding fan. Wanted to try if this could make the folding fan recognize its owner. I didn't expect a sudden blur before my eyes, and a white shadow suddenly appeared in front of me. Then the other's mouth moved a few times, and a voice came to his ears. Shifu's troubles have been solved, and now that it's time to count the troubles between us. It was Lu Yu who was transmitting. Yi Unshi's first thought was of the image of his first encounter with Lu Yu. Immediately, he lowered his eyebrows and transmitted his voice. "Senior brother, don't joke. When is there any trouble between our senior brothers?" Which knows that Lu Yu at this moment, but bites his head up and stops transmitting his voice. Straightening up, he said, "You're with me on this immortal empowerment pillar, but do you want to compete with me for the immortal laws and immortal techniques that have been left behind in this place? A pillar of immortality? Is it this pillar? No wonder all those immortal cultivators are gathering around this neighborhood. Dare I say it's all for this Fuxian pillar. Elder brother has self-knowledge. This Fuxian pillar should be elder brother's. The reason why it's here. It is senior brother who does not know what this Fuxian pillar is." After Yi Unshi said that, he wanted to fly away from the Fuxian pillar, which had thought that Lu Yu this moment. Suddenly a hand slapped down on top of his chest. A strange force instantly surged out from behind him. The terrifying force kept impacting in front of Yi Unshi's body. The whole person fell towards the bottom uncontrollably. Lu Yu stood at the edge of the Fuxian pillar with an expressionless face. Watched the image of Yi Unshi falling heavily towards the ground. From being looked over by Yi Unshi, the fire in his heart that had never dissipated finally dissipated here. If it were not for the fact that the last 2 months or so had dulled that fire quite a bit. It doesn't end that easily, Lu Yu thought in his mind. The force of his slap was not heavy, and with the strength of Yi Unshi's fleshly body, at best, you'll feel a little pain. He has always been measured in his approach. The moment, Yi Unshi, who was falling towards the ground, was constantly using his immortal power at the moment,
trying to wash away the strange force that was impacting him. But this strange force was extremely evil, and the more he fought against it with his immortal power, the stronger it became. What a dominating force! Yi Engshi was amazed in his heart. This was still a situation where Lu Yu hadn't used his immortal power. If he uses, so is he or she now following in the footsteps of those people in the Booker? The group of immortal cultivators near the Pillar of Immortal Empowerment also did not expect that the senior brothers and sisters who originally seemed to be on good terms seemed to have some kind of conflict at this moment. The good-looking senior brother suddenly landed a palm on the plump and handsome senior brother. Knock it off the Fuxian Pillar. Could it be that there was a dispute over the ownership of the Pillar of Immortal Empowerment? Thinking of this, some true Immortal Realm powerhouses looked at Yi Engshi, who was crashing towards the ground. In their eyes, more than a few different colors. Many human Immortal Realm cultivators looked at Yi Engshi with even more greed in their eyes. Even the few Naxian Realm Immortal cultivators here showed some crazy colors in their eyes. It's not like you can't try it out. The innate order extreme immortal weapon that the person on the endowed immortal pillar can't see it. It doesn't mean that they can't see it. But no one was in a hurry to make a move at this moment. After all, it is still unclear whether the relationship between this master and brother duo is really cross. Between misses, the flying snow that was drifting downward suddenly became abnormally slow in its descent at this moment. And then, floating straight up into the sky, simply inverted the Big Dipper. This place is located in the depths of the snowy region, though not the deepest. But its harshness was not at all comparable to the outskirts of the snowy region. Even a human Immortal Realm immortal cultivator would have to use some immortal power to protect his body all the time when he stays here. That's how you don't feel the severe cold. But for the moment, the place was even more bitterly cold. Many human Immortal Realm immortal cultivators can't help but hug themselves with both hands at this moment. And the Naxian realm is already trembling. Had to take out more clothes from his storage ring and drape them over his body. Suddenly, a dark red gale suddenly swept up wildly 100 feet around the Fuxian Pillar. All of the snow that had been piled up in an unknown number of layers surged up into the sky, make the ground under the snow really visible. Yi Engshi, who was falling towards the ground, suddenly felt a chilling sensation welling up at his back. Immediately afterward, the strange force that had been pounding into his body inexplicably disappeared. This made Yi Engshi's heart happy, and he wanted to directly stabilize his body to land smoothly. But then he thought about it. If he really did that, wouldn't that thing with Lu Yu never come to fruition? He didn't get out of the way this time, so there's bound to be a next time. Thinking of this level, Yi Engshi sighed in his heart, and without stabilizing his body, merely gathering behind him with immortal power. But soon Yi Engshi realized that the scenery in front of him was no longer regressing, and there was no more wind in his ears. Landed? Not really. After looking at a silver-white iron face that suddenly appeared in front of him, Yi Engshi was instantly stunned. It's my own casting. It's got a black iron face, a silver iron face. I prefer the silver-white one. Which one is Ansei going to choose? Well, since Ansei made the decision, there's nothing we can do about it. But, you can't avoid me on this. One by one, the words, one after another, appeared in the ears of the. It made Yi Engshi involuntarily recall a person. Zhang Yaoer. She's mysterious. It was as if it had suddenly appeared to him out of thin air. On the off chance that it was like a dog's paw. Can't shake it off. She seemed to know him well, and when they first met, he seemed as if he had no secrets to keep from her. Preferences, what he likes to do in an unusual way, his relationships, etc. Even how many ex-doctors he has. Again, she knew exactly which time period she had formed a Dao couple and at which time period she had separated. At first, he thought that Zhang Yaoer deliberately came over to approach him for some purpose, but Zhang Yaoer was obedient to him, as if she'd be inclined to die if he'd just say the word for her to die. But he knew very little about her. Time really does breed love. Or at least that was the case with him and Zhang Yael. Who got it? Yi Engshi felt a hand much smaller than his own. The small and much more delicate hand gripped his right hand, and immediately afterward, a familiar and somewhat unfamiliar voice entered his ears. This caused Yi Engshi to instantly come back to his senses, and only then did he realize that he had already landed underneath the Fuxian Pillar. It was half leaning on the woman with a silver and white iron face and a red dress. There were several other bodies lying silently on the ground around the duo. At this moment, I don't know how many pairs of eyes fell on Yi Engshi and the woman in red wearing a silver white iron mask. Yi Engshi looked at the woman in red, as if he could see the face underneath through that silver white mask. He let out a light laugh before saying, I didn't expect to run into you in Wonderland. Yi Engshi confirmed that the woman in red in front of him was definitely the Zhang Yaoer he was familiar with. Zhang Yaoer suddenly lowered her head, her voice becoming much smaller. I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye at that time. What is there to apologize for? Yi Engshi reached out his hand and gently stroked it over his head. The light said,
You never owed me anything, and I was quite happy for you when you left."
This statement was made. Yi Unshi could clearly feel the delicate body of the beautiful woman in front of him tremble. This also caused the hand that was stroking its head to pause for a moment,
explaining, "I have never hated or disliked you, and the reason why I am happy for you, it's the feeling that you finally have a purpose of your own." After hearing Yi Unshi's explanation, Zhang Yaoer was obviously happy. Unable to restrain himself from cupping Yi Unshi's other hand, the movement was a beat, and then he looked back suddenly. Who hurt him? The nearby immortal cultivators had different looks when they heard this, but no one paid any attention to Zhang Yaoer. Who dares to come to the depths of the snowy region who is not very confident in himself? Zhang Yaoer appeared with an air of being impervious to everything, and even her words of questioning carried the tone of a superior to a subordinate. It could be said that most of the people were looking at Zhang Yaoer with disdain at this moment. It doesn't. Then there was a short-tempered man walking towards Zhang Yaoer, Yi Unshi and the two of them, a proud look on his face. "Who do you think you are? Dare to talk to me like that? If you were in the ventilation immortal state, long ago." Before the man's words fell, a white bone hand suddenly emerged from his heart, and in the heart of the white bone hand, there was a beating heart. Boom! 5 abnormal white bone fingers suddenly clenched up, and the heart lying at the center of the white bone hand suddenly exploded. Splattered quite a bit. The man, however, remained unbelievably firm, and went so far as to grab the white, bony hand that emerged from his heart with one hand, and the other hand was pressed against his heart, and immortal power was constantly repairing the wound. It was just that the man's eyes had changed as he looked at Zhang Yael. The previous arrogance was also gone here. The few true immortal realm cultivators who had been keeping an eye on Zhang Yael, at this moment, their faces all began to look more grave. Even they hadn't been able to see when Zhang Yaoer had struck. It was just like the earlier image of Lu Yu striking out at the scholar and the others. Shouldn't. At that moment, Zhang Yaoer suddenly raised her hand and pressed it against the man who was covering the wound at his heart with one hand. A pool of blood erupted from the ground. Terrifying impacts erupted in all directions, forcing many cultivators of high, strong cultivators stayed away from the fugitive immortal pillar. The scarlet immortal energy seemed to form a red mist, constantly surging towards the surroundings, gradually merging with the blood that burst forth. Until then, it was only then that Yi Unshi and the crowd of immortal cultivators near the Fuxian pillar could see exactly what it was that crushed the man to death. It was a large bloody hand. It was currently pressed on top of where the man had just stood. Casually killed an early-stage true immortal realm? Who is this man? Really? Zhang Yaoer didn't care what the rest of the people thought now. She was more concerned about Yi Unshi's right hand. How could this happen? How come you can't repair the injury on your hand? After sensing that her immortal power was unable to help Yi Unshi calm his injuries, Zhang Yaoer looked a little flustered. In this regard, Yi Unshi was not too careless. When he was burned by that ghostly blue flame, he had already tried to use his immortal power to recover from his injuries. However, it was only able to make the blood that overflowed from the cracks clump together. No harm done. Can't feel the hurt anymore. Who is it? Zhang Yaoer snapped her head up and a pair of eyes looked through the masked eye holes to the top of the Fuxian pillar, and a dense killing intent erupted. It's him, isn't it? He was the one who knocked you down in the square. After seeing that Zhang Yaoer was showing signs of making a move on the Fuxian pillar, Yi Unshi hurriedly held her hand, and the tension in his eyes overflowed. He didn't know what Zhang Yaoer's strength was right now, but he probably knew what Lu Yu was capable of. If Zhang Yaoer had really struck out at Lu Yu, given Lu Yu's temperament, there's a real possibility that he'll lay his hands on Zhang Yaoer. Even if Zhang Yaoer's strength was high nowadays, if two tigers fought, one would die and one would be injured. Not him. He's my senior brother, and it was my senior brother who helped me kill those outlaws just now, and gave me an immortal weapon. Chapter 52, It's your turn to fly me. After Yi Unshi had finished speaking, he could clearly feel the killing intent emanating from Zhang Yael converge, but for Lu Yu, there is still killing intent. Looking at the crowd of cultivators around him who threw their gazes over from time to time, Yi Unshi took Zhang Yaoer's hand and walked off into the distance. Zhang Yaoer didn't break away from Yi Unshi's hand, letting him pull her along. The eyes also rested on Yi Unshi's hands, with the somewhat arrogant man from earlier as a precedent. No one continued to come to trouble Yi Unshi, Zhang Yaoer duo at this moment. Some people even leave the duo on their own accord, after seeing them get too close to them, make room for quite a bit of range. It looks as if Yi Unshi and Zhang Yaoer have become the trouble in general. It makes people afraid to come closer. After coming to a flat area, Yi Unshi then loosened his hand and took out a bottle of elixir from within his storage ring. After dropping an elixir into his mouth, he meditated on the spot, intending to recover to restore his depleted immortal energy. The immortal chi present in the immortal realm was not the same as outside. It was somewhat thin, Therefore, any attempt to restore one's state needs to be based on pills, and without pills, I'm afraid that I won't be able to restore my state to its peak for even 3 days. Fortunately, there were not many elixirs left by Zhong Shushu for Yi Engshi, and after taking 2 elixirs that restored his immortal power, but half an hour, Yi Engshi's own state had already returned to its prime. Open your eyes. Then he saw a red-clothed Zhang Yao standing at the side to protect himself. Yi Engshi's heart warmed for no reason. I've come to the Skywalker realm for so many days now, and I've run into several XX doctors. They were also quite kind to themselves and still seemed to be hanging on to them in their hearts. But, in the end, it was not as comfortable as the feeling Zhang Yao brought to Yi Engshi. Bai Qingxue is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and sometimes stubborn. Zhu Ying, that little girl, not to mention, sleeps all the time. Didn't feel much difference with or without her. Lu Wangu seemed reliable, but she was also the one who brought him into danger. Zhong Shushu is not bad, though he has a bad mouth, but the support on their own medicine is not less. Of course, it would be better if they flirted with themselves less. Hiss. After thinking about the feelings that Bai Qingxue and the others had brought to him, Yi Engshi could not help but secretly suck in a mouthful of cold air in his heart too. He suddenly found a blind spot, since he ascended to the heavenly realm and came to. It's like you've been eating soft food fed by women without even realizing it? Obviously, it wasn't this kind of unfolding at all in the 100 regions. Zhang Yao didn't know that Yi Engshi, who had just finished his power transportation, in such a moment of effort. Many thoughts had come into his head, and he said with concern, "Is it better?" "Pretty much." "Go." Zhang Yao passed her hand in front of Yi Engshi. There was more of a smile on that face under the mask. "I'll take you to seek your chance." This was the first time Zhang Yao had revealed a smile since she had ascended to the Skywalker realm so many years ago, and thus, she could visibly feel the stiffness of the smile. Luckily, she was still wearing her mask, and he wasn't able to see the stiff, unmistakable smile. Yi Engshi didn't hesitate and reached out to hold Zhang Yao's hand. "I used to be the one to take you flying. This time, I'll trouble you to take me flying." Words. Zhang Yao's smile under her mask thickened a few points. She naturally understood that Yi Engshi's words about taking him to fly didn't just mean taking him to the sky. Can understand what he means. Just as Yi Engshi, Zhang Yao were just about to leave this place together to find another opportunity, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. 8 thick white pillars suddenly emerged from beneath the snow, rising swiftly toward the sky. Above this place, 9 white stars gradually emerged from the crimson sky. Starlight swing. It dispelled a lot of the dimness that the sky carried, and it looked a little brighter. Heaven. 9 pillars of immortal empowerment? Which ancient immortal's immortal heaven and earth is this? This fairyland must have been carefully arranged by that great immortal. I don't know. It's not allowed to say that there are still legacies left behind by the great immortals. This decision to venture into the immortal realm is simply too wise. Scram. Is the fulfillment immortal pillar not something that you, a human immortal, can think in the sky? The moment the other 8 empowered immortal pillars appeared, the group of immortal cultivators who had originally remained here to watch instantly boiled over. More immortal cultivators. At this moment is to perform body magic, immortal magic, to the still rising to the sky. The unstopped fugitive immortal pillar charged. All of them wanted to be the first to occupy an empowered immortal pillar. In an instant, the snow, which had been fairly calm, rumbled on and on, one by one. Immortal laws and immortal techniques continued to blossom in midair, erupting into an extremely terrifying soundscape. In just 10 breaths, there were already at least 30 immortal cultivators falling from the air to the snowy ground. Died on the spot. Previously, this place was nothing more than a fugitive immortal pillar, and Lu Yu suppressed the whole place with a thunderbolt. The result is that no one dares to compete with them. But not at this moment. The 8 Fuxian pillars that suddenly appeared were enough to make most of the immortal cultivators present go crazy. He has immortal power and so do I. He has immortal weapons and so do I. He can fight for the Fuxian pillar. Then I can also fight. Therefore, the situation became incredibly messy all of a sudden. A flying sword suddenly passed by Yi Engshi, Zhang Yao, and completely disappeared into the snow. The owner of the flying sword, at this moment, had already fallen into the snow pile without moving. This fugitive immortal pillar, it has such a great attraction? Looking at the aftermath of the immortal laws that erupted one after another in the air, Yi Engshi couldn't help but murmur. The Pillar of Empowerment was earlier known as the Pillar of Memory, because it carries the immortal laws and techniques of the immortal realm's owner. It can be memorized by the person on the pillar, and even if the person is extremely poor in understanding, he can still learn from this memory. Therefore, it was later called the Fuxian Pillar. Exactly what kind of immortal laws and immortal techniques can be obtained from within the fulfillment immortal pillar will depend on luck,
Those who are less fortunate may just get that immortal realm lord's immortal laws and immortal techniques about feeding immortal beasts. Hearing Yi Engshi's murmured words,
Zhang Yore knew that he didn't know much about the Fuxian pillar. An immediate word of explanation. With Zhang Yore explaining, Yi Engshi then understood why these people were so desperate. To be able to obtain one of the immortal laws and immortal techniques that an ancient immortal spent his entire life learning. That's not a bad temptation. If one was lucky, it was also possible to directly obtain the very best immortal laws and immortal techniques of the immortal stage. The most crucial point is that, even if other people know that you got some kind of immortal laws and immortal techniques from the pillar of immortal empowerment, but I don't know exactly which one. As long as you act like you're sorry and unhappy afterward, you won't attract thieves. With Ansei's talent and current cultivation level, it should be a few decades or so after ascending to the Skywalker realm. Go! I'll take you flying. Zhang Yore held Yi Engshi's arm with one hand and moved her feet. Scarlet immortal energy immediately surged from his body, carrying Yi Engshi straight into midair. An old man with gray hair landed on the still rising Fuxian pillar. Seeing that there were still more than 20 immortal cultivators killing at the bottom, he immediately said in a stern voice, "This pillar belongs to me. Whoever dares to snatch it from me, I will destroy his flesh, detain his soul, make his life worse than death. Strike that." A streamer suddenly appeared in the old man's hand, and the pole of the streamer fell heavily onto the Fuxian pillar. A heavy muffled sound was emitted. The next instant, an inhuman, ghostly contraption kept flying out from the streamer in the old man's hand, towards the 20 or so cultivators who were killing up from underneath. Even completely ignoring the spells they had cast, they forced a dozen or so people back in a single glance. Several people were devoured on the spot by those inhuman and ghostly contraptions. You refine such a vicious immortal weapon as the ghost streamer? I don't know how many people have fallen into your refining of ghost streamers as sustenance. It's really tragic. It's inhumane. An immortal cultivator with a shocked face gave an angry rebuke to the old man on the immortal empowerment pillar. What ghost streamer? The old man chortled. In the old man's hands, it's called an immortal streamer. If you and others want to become immortal souls in the old man's immortal streamer, feel free to come and fight with the old man for this fulfillment immortal pillar. This statement, coupled with the image of the party being devoured by those unrecognizable ghostly things, it immediately made many immortal cultivators rest their thoughts of competing for the immortal empowerment pillar at the old man's feet, turning to fight for the rest of the remaining fugitive immortal pillars. This caused the old man to breathe a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw it. With his cultivation at the early stage of the true immortal realm, if he really had to fight with so many people, he really couldn't suffer. Not to mention that there were also true immortal realm powerhouses present among those people. Fortunately, he still had this ghost in his hand, an immortal streamer in place, enough to deter a lot of people. Even a strong person in the late true immortal stage would have concerns. Next, it was just a matter of waiting for the empowering immortal pillar to grant one's immortal dharma. And thinking of this, the old man had a little more of a smile on his face. At this point, the old man could feel an uncomfortable aura coming towards the Fuxian pillar where he was. It caused the old man's mind to be shaken. I didn't realize there were people he couldn't shock. Upon seeing a man wearing a silver-white, iron face, after a red-clothed woman with a young man rushed from underneath, black lines emerged on the old man's forehead, forming a Chuan character. It's not easy to mess up. Not long ago, he had witnessed the image of this woman in red exterminating a true immortal realm cultivator. Until today, he hadn't even been able to figure out how that woman in red had killed the true immortal realm man. But this is the Fuxian pillar. His luck has always not been bad, so he might be able to obtain an immortal rank immortal art immortal technique from this immortal empowerment pillar. How could he let him willingly cede the pillar of immortal empowerment? Who cares who you are? If you dare to compete with old man for this fulfillment immortal pillar, you'll be nothing but a dead man. The old man's eyes narrowed in murderous rage, violently waving the ghost streamer in his hand. All of a sudden, all the inhuman and ghostly contraptions in the streamers poured out. An extremely dense black gas came to form. Wherever they passed, the cries of ghosts never ceased. Thousands of men and beasts made into ghosts. A headlong rush toward the bottom rushed up to kill Zhang Yore. Seeing that the rushing figure was somewhat illusory, with a hideous face, there was also the sound of ghosts crying. Yi Engshi instantly felt a little depressed, and said to Zhang Yore, who was beside him, "Be careful, these things don't look like they're going to be easy to deal with." But Zhang Yore didn't care at all, and didn't even use her body magic immortal technique. It just used its immortal power to keep rushing towards the old man on the Fuxian pillar. Seeing that the distance is getting closer and closer, Yi Engshi was just about to try out how powerful the folding fan he had just gotten could explode. A scarlet mist suddenly appeared at the circumference of the. In one go, they wrapped Yi Engshi and Zhang Yore in it. Subsequently, those ghosts that killed Yi Engshi and Zhang Yale were like seeing real ghosts. the fierce color instantly disappeared and was replaced by a look of panic.
After all, he turned his head and started flying in the direction of the streamers.
If people who didn't know saw them, they would think that these inhuman things were Yi Engshi.
Zhang Yao and the two of them released it to attack and kill the old man who was standing on the immortal empowerment pillar.
Chapter 53. This is impossible.
The old man looked away, and a few more streaks of blood came out of the whites of his eyes,
and,
hastily, he kept waving up the streamer in his hand.
I want those ghosts that are returning to kill the man and woman again.
But the streamer in his hand was as if it had become a spent immortal weapon.
I can't even manipulate those ghosts anymore. This caused the old man to panic with the naked eye, and not being able to think about him.
He wanted to leave from the Fuxian pillar.
At this moment,
he had all but given up on the Fuxian pillar, or rather on this one Fuxian pillar. The immortal streamer is his own most powerful immortal artifact,
warmed day and night with his heart's blood.
It's already his original immortal artifact. These ghosts can ignore most of the immortal techniques,
and are invincible in past fights.
It's also his biggest card.
I didn't expect that. At this moment, in front of that woman in red, it's just like an empty shell. You want to run away now? It's too late.
A voice suddenly rang in the old man's ears, just as if the king of hell himself had opened his mouth. It made the old man's heart seem to slow down a beat.
Suddenly,
one that had appeared out of nowhere in front of him was several times larger than he was.
The
white bone claws bubbling with scarlet mist.
In a flash,
this white bone claw had grabbed the old man.
Boom hoo!
The white bone claws didn't seem to use much force, but when the old man was grabbed but a moment later, it then turned into a blood mist under the claw force and sprayed out in all directions. Without the old man in control, the flagstaff seemed to have lost its usefulness. This resulted in the loss of a large group of ghosts that should have returned to the flag.
At this moment,
they had already left on their own towards other places, or started to attack the cultivators who were close by,
resulting in what was already a chaotic scene because of the 8 new pillars of fugitive immortality that had sprung up. This time,
coupled with the haunting of these unrestricted ghosts, has led to a lot of cultivators with low cultivation level to be terrified. The good thing is that these ghosts are basically fighting on their own because they are out of control. The number of immortal cultivators who died under the hands and in the mouths of these ghosts was only a handful, and all of them were below the middle stage of the human immortal realm. It had a bit of an effect on the powerhouses that had already occupied, or had the stamina to compete for, the pillar of empowerment.
But not much.
With the death of the old man, the white bone claws didn't directly dissipate, but quickly flew in front of Zhang Yao. The streamers in the claws were reflected in the eyes of Yi Engshi,
Zhang Yao and the two of them.
Although this ghost streamer is still somewhat inferior, its quality is already close to that of a holy ranked immortal weapon.
And I think that recruiting another 300, 000 to 400, 000 dead souls and successfully refining another 10, 000 to 20, 000 hostile ghosts should barely be enough to reach the lower ranks of the holy order. Zhang Yao took the ghost streamer and then handed it back to Yi Engshi. With this streamer, if manipulated properly, it's the nascent soul realm against the true immortal realm that has so much power to fight. Looking at the ghost streamer at the center of Zhang Yao's hand, Yi Engshi's heart moved fiercely and, as far as our relationship goes, I won't be polite to you. Yi Engshi took the ghost streamer from Zhang Yao, and all of a sudden,
a terrifying devouring power suddenly erupted from the ghost streamer.
For a moment,
it only felt like the qi and blood in his body were churning and, the blood seemed like it was about to come through the body and flow back into the ghost streamer.
Fortunately, this devouring force did not last long, and it had disappeared in just a matter of moments. At the same time,
Yi Engshi felt an additional layer of connection between himself and the ghost streamer. The hand holding the ghost streamer suddenly lifted, and immortal power surged. The faces of the surrounding ghosts, or those that had already run a large distance,
changed in unison.
It was as if some kind of switch had been turned on inside.
Yi Engshi felt the same.
There seemed to be nearly 90, 000 invisible threads that were constantly being pulled back toward the streamers. When they saw the ghosts that had dispersed, they began to rush toward the ghost streamer again.
Like a moth to a flame,
Yi Engshi disappeared after hitting the flagstaff, and Yi Engshi was a bit surprised. This so-called ghost streamer was even easier to control than he had expected, and almost by using some immortal power.
Just manipulate those invisible threads attached to those ghostly creatures.
Of course, Yi Engshi understood that these threads were only used to restrict these ghostly creatures. Whether or not you can get these ghosts to listen specifically depends on itself.
For example, that old man in the party, when he met someone like Zhang Yao, who was feared by ghosts, he simply couldn't control those ghostly creatures, causing them to brazenly kill Zhang Yao. At this point,
Yi Engshi and Zhang Yao had already landed on the Fuxian pillar. The original Fuxian pillar that was still rising also happened to stop. The height at this moment was already the same as the fugitive immortal pillar where Lu Yu was. Lu Yu was able to meet both Yi Engshi, Zhang Yao, and likewise, Yi Engshi, the two Zhang Yao could see him as well. Senior brother's skills are quite good, and there's a beauty in the clan who's devoted to senior brother. There is another person outside the clan. Lu Yu's eyes were a bit playful, and after sweeping Zhang Yao, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and, I just don't know if this person is a beauty or not. Yi Engshi could feel that after Lvu said this, Zhang Yao's hand that was holding her own tightened a few points. Obviously, she was disturbed by Lu Yu's words. Yi Engshi tightened his grip on Zhang Yao's hand. The skin smiled without smiling and said, Senior brother's words are too one-sided. Yao is also absolutely beautiful in the view of senior brother, even more beautiful than senior brother. Oh, then, does senior brother think that Lu Wanga or this person is better looking? In senior brother's opinion, all of them are much prettier than senior brother. Lu Yu frowned slightly. It's even if this person doesn't answer from the front. Why do you keep mentioning that you're prettier than you are? I don't know what came to mind. But more smiles were added to Lu Yu's handsome face. His eyes turned to Zhang Yao and said meaningfully, not answering from the front, but instead keeping on confusing the public. How is this not an answer? Being a man myself, I can understand Shifu. No, you're sick, aren't you? The fire in Yi Engshi's heart surged upward at this moment. Immediately, he said, men are not all the same. For example, there are some men who look handsome and plump, such as senior brother me, and there are men who are so unusually good-looking that it is difficult to tell the difference between male and female. Of course, Master Ji has no other intention of. The main point is to say that people are still a lot different. I thought that if I said that, it should have moved Lu Yu to have a dark fire in her heart or something like that. After all, the last thing most men like is to be called a pussy. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu did not only not get angry after hearing it, but also laughed lowly. The rest of the immortal cultivators were still fighting over the ownership of the 7 pillars of fulfilled immortality. But Yi Engshi, the two fugitive immortal pillars where Zhang Yao, Lu Yu and the 3 of them were located were unusually quiet. It's even starting to rub off on me. It's like 2 different styles of painting. Many cultivators who had started to withdraw from the battle for the Fuxian pillar were surprised when they noticed it. Of course, there was still nothing that dared to grab the fugue immortal pillar where Yi Engshi's trio was. Since there was no need to say much about Lu Yu, his methods had already subdued too many people. The commotion caused by Zhang Yao's arrival here also attracted a lot of attention. Just now, he even easily killed a true immortal realm holding a ghost streamer, and his strength is also unquestionable. As for Yi Engshi, this peak of the Naxian realm, does not need to be said. When Lu Yu had laughed enough, a pair of eyes looked at Yi Engshi, and met Yi Engshi's line of sight. The rough voice actually became a lot softer. Senior brother so secretly scolded senior brother mother. Are you in a hurry? Urgent? You're the one in a hurry. Your whole family is in a hurry. At this point, Zhang Yao suddenly raised her hand against the silver-white iron mask on her face and slowly took it off. Icy cold words emerged from his mouth. Since he has already used his immortal sense to investigate, why should he speak in such a veiled manner? Without the iron mask covering her, her face was completely exposed in the air. Eyebrows like a distant daisy, eyes like blood crystals, agar nose, lips like cherries without pointing in Ju, and yet, on a face that was sufficiently stunning to be called. But across it were a few shocking claw marks diagonally across the right cheek, ruining the beautiful picture of the natural beauty of the situation. Even so, under her eyes, which were like crystals of blood, it made Zhang Yao exude a unique charm that was hard to displace, just like the delicate flowers after being destroyed by the storm. Although there is damage, but it adds more poignant beauty and stubbornness. Wind and waves kept erupting in the air. Zhang Yao's long, red-robed skirt was gently lifting with the wind, and there was a red ribbon around her waist. It also shows the slim waist is not a handful. Although he had just used his immortal sense to detect Zhang Yao's true appearance first. But after really seeing those shocking claw marks on its face at this moment, Lu Yu still felt a little weird. Elder brother doesn't need to stir up relations anymore. I've known Yao for hundreds of years. It's not something that can be provoked by a single word from senior brother. Yi Engshi forced down the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, precisely because they have known each other for centuries, and have served as each other's most intimate. He was naturally aware of some of Zhang Yao's pain points. These claw marks on her face are one of her sore spots. These Zhang Yao never said with him. The reason why he knew that it was because Yi Engshi could feel Zhang Yao's mood change. Example, whenever she sat in front of the dresser mirror, there was always unconsciously more hatred in her eyes. Whenever she passes over a lake or river, she always keeps her eyes open and wouldn't look at the silhouettes reflected in the water. She didn't seem to care about the claw marks on her face, but there was always something in her heart that resisted and cared. if not for the fact that it's not a good time to turn the tables on Lu Yu. Yi Unshi really wanted to throw the folding fan he had given him right in his face.
There are so many immortal medicines in the Skywalker realm that even if your skin is destroyed, you can regenerate a new one. Why don't you seek out an immortal medicine? Lu Yu said in disbelief. He could tell that these claw marks on Jiang Yao's face looked serious.
It's already causing a broken face. But if you really want to restore the broken face,
there are still many ways to do it.
Always leave a little trace of your past. Jiang Yao lifted her hand and gently stroked it across her face. Her brow slightly arched and the corners of her mouth gently curled.
And then again, I'm uglier in turn, so I can invite less trouble to aunts. Whether it's Yi Unshi or Lu Yu, all of them could tell that the smile Jiang Yao was showing at the moment was definitely from her heart. Especially Yi Unshi. At this moment, his heart was even more mixed. Whether in the 100 regions or in the Skywalker realm, for those with low cultivation and weak strength, it's also true that it's not a good thing for a dog to be too good-looking, and it's even likely to invite a killing spree. It's hard to keep the dogs, and even sometimes death is a good thing. Fear is in some eccentric people just like to have a Taoist couple of women, but also in front of the woman Taoist couple. Yi Unshi had never thought that Jiang Yao didn't want to recover the claw marks on her face before. The reason for this was her own. She really. Chapter 54 Ghost Streamers and Folding Fans. LV, you didn't think that Jiang Yao would be such a reason to look at Yi Unshi.
The eyes of the Jiang Yao duo were more than a little colorful. Then he stopped talking and quietly waited for the Fuxian pillar to react. Yi Unshi and Jiang Yao had a casual conversation for a while. It was until the time when the fight for the remaining 7 fugitive immortal pillars gradually came to an end that the duo began to stop gossiping.
Go ahead and fight if you want to. Don't mind me. Yi Unshi laughed, his smile like a spring breeze. Jiang Yao lived in silence. Before she entered the immortal realm, she didn't even know that Yi Unshi had ascended to the Skywalker realm. And naturally, the purpose was not for Yi Unshi. Rather, it's for the chance in Wonderland. I have this streamer, and this fan, and then there's still elder brother Lu. He'll take care of one or two things. Yi Unshi raised the streamers and folding fans on both hands, and after seeing that Jiang Yao was still unmoved, continuing, if you really can't, rest assured, Yura can also choose a place closer to me. Under Yi Unshi's persuasion one after another, Jiang Yao was then somewhat moved, but still, he was uneasy and said, then be careful. Strike that. Jiang Yao, who was originally standing beside Yi Unshi, had already disappeared. Yi Unshi even propped up the ghost streamer with one hand and held the folding fan in the other. One by one, ghostly creatures covered in black aura emerged from the ghost streamers one after the other. Some shrill cries kept coming from his mouth. Senior brother, I won't protect you all the time, and I won't help you if there's really any crisis. The moment Jiang Yao disappeared, Lu Yu, who was sitting on the other Fuxian pillar, suddenly spoke out. Apparently, he had just heard the words that Yi Unshi and Jiang Yao had talked about. Don't worry, senior brother. Senior brother will not trouble senior brother since. Yi Unshi looked at Jiang Yao's position before she disappeared. Her smile gradually converged, and her face took on more gravity. The reason why I said that, it's also just to reassure y'all that I can't keep pulling her leg, much less hide behind someone else. Lu Yu raised her eyes to look at Yi Unshi a few more times, and after a long period of silence, her eyes closed once again. And I don't know what I'm thinking. On the nearest Fuxian pillar with Yi Unshi, this pillar had already been successfully fought for. It was an ordinary-looking early true immortal realm cultivator who looked to be a youth of about 25 or 26 years old. Even though he was already standing on the fugitive immortal pillar, the youth was still very vigilant. One pair of eyes continuously surveyed the surroundings, and if one looked closely, one could still see that there were still some scaled armor hidden on his body. Suddenly, a light reddish mist suddenly surfaced and, in no time at all, it wrapped up the youth and the Fuxian pillar where he was, causing a strong sense of uneasiness to rise in the bottom of the youth's heart. In the meantime, many immortal cultivators who no longer had any hope of scrambling to the immortal empowerment pillar in their hearts, it had been ready to leave this sad place and find another opportunity. However, a man at the peak of the nascent soul realm was standing on top of an immortal fulfillment pillar. I couldn't even snatch the fugitive immortal pillar at the peak of the human immortal realm. And this person is only a nascent soul realm. What can he do? A muscular man with a few bruises, a shriveled breath, and a bare-chested body saw this and, instantly enraged. Originally, he could not scramble for the Fuxian column but could still keep saying Fuxi himself in his mind. He was no match for those true immortal realm powerhouses, so it was normal that he couldn't grab it. But for the moment, the reasons for convincing himself were utterly shattered. Seeing that a mist of light had begun to emerge from the very bottom of the Fuxian pillar, it kept rising towards the top of the Fuxian pillar. The muscular man no longer hesitated at that moment. His immortal power surged,
and his entire body was instantly wrapped in a golden mist. Yi Unshi stood on top of the Fuxian pillar. He was paying attention to the situation of another Fuxian pillar that was wrapped up in red mist. After suddenly sensing that a powerful immortal force was approaching him, he couldn't help but withdraw his gaze, dropping his eyes to look. A golden mist was coming toward oneself, and as one got closer and closer, the wider these golden mists spread. Vaguely, it always felt as if some horrible thing had rushed out of the golden mist. At this, Yi Unshi's heart was not without surprise. Without Jiang Yao around to hold down the fort, still no one was thinking about the Fuxian pillar they were in. That would be weird. Chance, for the most part, can be a rich and powerful thing. After taking a light breath, the ghost streamer pole held in Yi Unshi's right hand fell heavily onto the Fuxian pillar. Leads to a raging storm. In the next instant, a dense black mist suddenly surged out from above the streamer, and these dense black mists kept converging on top of the flag, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a cool black hole-like thing. One by one, ghostly creatures have emerged from the chest streamers, their faces grim. Some appalling cries kept coming out of his mouth. The moment a very few ghostly creatures with even more fury drilled out of the ghostly streamers. It actually lunged directly at Yi Unshi. This made Yi Unshi's mind startled, and he quickly maneuvered the unseeable sight behind those ghostly creatures to one ripped them back into the streamer. Yi Unshi could still feel in the interior of the ghost streamer that a few of the ghosts with the most fury hadn't made a move, and had been relying on the streamers, not at all at his beck and call. It seems that because one is too weak, giving these ghosts the idea of regicide. Yi Unshi narrowed his eyes slightly, but the current situation also did not allow Yi Unshi to spend too long on these ghosts. The account that it will just have to be liquidated after the fact. Yi Unshi flung up the ghost streamer, firmly controlling the ghostly creature that had burrowed out of it. Go! Shasta! A hideous-faced ghostly creature rushed towards the golden mist underneath in unison, and wherever it passed, the wind whistled and black air surrounded it. It made the light in this part of the sky a little darker. Such a treasure! I don't believe that you, a nascent soul realm, can control it freely. A voice came out of the golden mist. Immediately after that, the golden mist suddenly dissipated, and a golden rock flew out from the dissipating golden mist. A pair of massive feathered wings shook. The wind is blowing hard. The wind even carried countless golden feathered arrows, which continuously passed through a ghostly creature. These golden feathered arrows looked as if they couldn't hurt the ghostly creatures, but after wave of feathered arrows washed over the ghostly figure looked quite illusory already. This caused Yi Unshi to frown. I thought that these ghosts should be unafraid of most immortal laws and immortal techniques, but now it seems that it wasn't that they were able to ignore most of the immortal spells and immortal techniques. It was just that they minimized the damage that those immortal spells and immortal techniques could cause. If the amount was large enough, it would still be able to exterminate these ghosts, but Yi Unshi didn't care too much about it. It was because that golden rock's figure was also starting to become somewhat illusory under the brazen charge of the group of ghostly creatures, and because of the sheer number of ghostly creatures, that golden rock simply couldn't tear an opening. It continued to charge towards Yi Unshi's location. This also allowed Yi Unshi to feel the power of the ghostly streamer in his hand for the first time. And with this streamer, it was actually able to stand up to a peak human immortal realm and was still in a position where he had the upper hand the entire time. No wonder that old man dared to take the risk of continuing to occupy the pillar of immortal empowerment. With the old man's cultivation level, combined with the ability to control these ghostly creatures, it could indeed allow him to stand hard against a cultivator at the peak of the true immortal realm. So to speak, Jiang Yao's cultivation was at least at the earth immortal realm. It's even more powerful than Lu Wang'a. I just don't know who is stronger or weaker compared to Bai Qingxue. Between Yi Unshi's misses, those ghostly creatures had already, by their own instincts, constantly devouring away the golden rock. At this moment, the golden rock's figure was unusually illusory, as if it was about to dissipate. If it weren't for the fact that Lao Zi's immortal weapon had been destroyed in the fight for the other fugitive immortal pillars, how could you not be able to defeat a small nascent soul realm like you? I'd have already thrown you to the ground. The golden rock suddenly turned into a wisp of golden light and dissipated. A bare-chested man transformed into a stream of light and vanished, leaving into the distance while angrily saying to Yi Unshi at the top of the Fuxian pillar, "Under the ghost streamer, this person has obviously developed a desire to retreat." He didn't want to continue to fight for the Fuxian pillar where Yi Unshi was, perhaps feeling that he was a bit ashamed of being defeated in front of a Naxian realm by a peak human immortal realm. Only then did he angrily scold Yi Unshi. When Yi Unshi heard that, he had more smiles on his face and didn't say anything, just a fanning up of the folding fan on his left hand. It didn't even require Yi Unshi to use too much immortal power. As the folding fan flapped, a trace of thunder then began to float above the fan. The naked man, who was vanishing into the distance, suddenly felt a thunderous might surging out from all around him. The hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Without the slightest hesitation, the naked man immediately wrapped his hands around his body, and his complexion instantly turned golden. It's like a little golden man. Next breath, a streak of white thunder suddenly surfaced around the man who looked like a small golden man. Each thunderbolt resembled a snake, impacting the man in unison. Thunder and lightning, layer after layer of surf spilled out in all directions. When the lightning dispersed, the man's heart had not yet had time to breathe a sigh of relief. A fire then began to appear in the afterglow. A sizzling temperature is even more overwhelming, and a crimson blaze is born in vain around It was like a fiery snake constantly wrapping itself around the man's body, leaving him overwhelmed. Boom hoo! When the fire clears, a large portion of the golden markings on the man's skin had disappeared. His naked body was even more burned for the most part, and his long hair followed suit, and his face was somewhat charred and blackened. The vision in front of me was blurred a few more times, but fortunately, he survived the thunder and fire attack hard. After a few breaths, the man felt his somewhat blurred vision gradually recovering before his eyes, and was about to leave when a hideous ghostly creature came to the surface. A miserable sound suddenly rang out. Yi Ungshi, who continued above a Fuxian pillar, saw this image and looked at the ghost streamer in his hand. There was more than a little color in the folded fan's eyes. The peak of the nascent soul realm, with the two types of immortal weapons, neither of which took too much effort. Just to get a peak human immortal realm person alive and dead? It's no wonder that when I played the game in my previous life, those leaderboards were filled with kryptonite bigots. After one of the ghostly creatures had chewed up the naked man, only then did Ji Ungshi take control of a ghostly creature to bring back its storage ring. The other immortal cultivators who originally had some thoughts about the Fuxian pillar that Yi Ungshi was in. After witnessing Yi Ungshi effortlessly exterminate a peak human immortal realm, he completely put that thought to rest. There are still several true immortal realm powerhouses remaining in this area who have not competed for the immortal empowerment pillar. Although he had also seen the image of Yi Ungshi exterminating a peak human immortal realm, there was no intention of retreating in his heart. But upon seeing the red mist on the other Fuxian pillar dissipate, a woman in red stood at the top of after the image of a body being kicked off the Fuxian pillar. No one else dared to continue to challenge Yi Ungshi. Late but arriving. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 55, Amazing Underworld Flower. After waiting for some time and seeing that there was still no one underneath to continue to compete with him for the immortal empowerment pillar, Yi Ungshi then relaxed a little. After seeing that Jiang Yor had already finished off the person on the other Fuxian pillar, Yi Ungshi couldn't help but raise his hand and give Jiang Yor a thumbs up. When Jiang Yor noticed, a pair of blood crystal-like eyes skimmed away, seemingly not caring about Yi Ungshi's gesture of praise, but in his heart, he had already been happy. When she was in the 100 regions, she was rarely able to help Yi Ungshi, and what she could help was usually a small favor, but now it was better. She had been able to help Yi Ungshi a lot. It wasn't in vain that she had been playing hard to get since she came to the Skywalker realm. At this moment, the turmoil caused by the sudden appearance of the 8 empowered immortal pillars had calmed down. Lu Yu, Yi Ungshi, Jiang Yor, and the other 4 men and 2 women each occupied a Fuxian pillar. Yi Ungshi tried to go over and probe the cultivation of the rest of the people on the Fuxian pillar, but they all dropped like a stone. Not being able to detect the other party's cultivation at all made Yi Ungshi touch his nose in an emotional way. Incomparably aware of the reason why he was able to stand on the Fuxian pillar, the 9 fugitive immortal pillars rose up in unison. Similar to some kind of protective formation, it enveloped the 9 people on the Fuxian pillar in unison. Seeing this, Lu Yu, Jiang Yor and the others sat down, their eyes slowly closing. Seems to be sensing something. Yi Ungshi followed suit and sat down with his eyes closed. At once, he felt a coolness welling up in the column. In the next instant, the whole man seemed to be burrowing into the column, and in a moment a bloated feeling began to come over my head. Open your eyes. The image before us was no longer a frozen, snowy landscape, but instead, then it is a river flow. His feet were stepping right on top of the river current, and the water was flowing like flat ground, without the slightest sign of sinking. Just as Yi Ungshi was puzzled, a heavy, yet somewhat loud voice suddenly came to his ears. I have a method to take advantage of the current. A silhouette suddenly appeared above the river current, and with one hand gently raised, the flowing river seemed to stand still. A wave lifted up, as if it drove the whole river, surging toward the sky together. The sound of running water is constant. It seems like a long water dragon that is describing its plight of being trapped in the water and not being able to get free. This water contains the Taoist law of heaven and earth, and its flow is as sinuous as a snake spitting out its male, and rushes like 10,000 horses galloping. The vastness of the sea seems to flow across the ocean, gathering the spirit of the mountains and rivers.
The essence of the Qiankuan, the ghostly light is hidden,
as if the star sinks in it. I have another sword that can break the Tsangtian Dao implications. Another voice rang out from this place, and the person whose figure and face could not be seen suddenly put one hand behind his back, the momentum of the water rushing up to the sky and scattering in all directions,
transforming into the sharp edge of the water. In an instant, it left a crack in the sky above, a hard cut through the curtain of the firmament,
borrowing the majestic power of water to stir up the number of heavenly chances, causing the stars to shift their positions and the yin and yang to be misplaced. This person's words were wild, and there was also a sense of bravado.
Hearing Yi Engshi's heart surging, there was also an urge to cut cracks in the heavens,
but the voice sighed heavily at that moment and,
alas, if I can penetrate this law,
I might be able to break free from the locks of karma and let the so-called majesty of the heavenly Tao tremble before this water power.
Finally, I will break this bull ***** rule that has been unchanging for ages, and that I cannot ascend to the throne of God. Xin Ji, Xing Shui, Red Love. I don't know what exactly you're planning, but I still want you to be able to.
Before the last word was heard,
Yi Enshi felt the scene in front of him suddenly and rapidly shrink. The sky spins. In the blink of an eye, the icy,
snowy landscape came back before his eyes.
He was still sitting cross-legged on the Fuxian pillar, and so were Lu Yu, Zhang Yao, and a few others. The difference is that while Yi Enshi has come out of his memories, the rest have yet to return to reality from them.
This caused Yi Engshi's face to change slightly.
Could it be that you're not very lucky?
What you got from the fugue immortal pillar was the useless memories of the lord of this immortal realm.
But it shouldn't be.
Listening to the words of that immortal realm's lord, this method could break the Tsang heavenly Tao implications.
In terms of rank, at the very least, it should be an immortal rank, right? However,
Yi Enshi had never seen what the power of the immortal rank was, so he didn't have a concept in his heart. The consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness,
and after continually groping for it, it also really let Yi Enshi find out a memory that didn't belong to him. That memory only has experience in the casting of one technique, named Sanhai Spiritual Tide, only that it's not as good as the picture of the party being ripped in. Yi Enshi tries to use both hands to quickly form a seal in front of his body.
This Sanhai Spirit Tide is as if he created it himself. Using it is not strange at all.
Instead, it forms muscle memory.
As Yi Engshi's immortal power ran within his body, the speed of the flying snow falling from the sky was violently stagnant.
A vapor quickly began to appear around Yi Engshi's body, gathered together into a vast oceanic sea of emptiness.
But before Yi Engshi could proceed to form the next type of immortal seal, then he felt his head become groggy and his eyes began to fight.
It seemed like it could pass out at any moment.
This caused Yi Engshi to instantly stop his sealing, and the immortal power surging within his body began to stop along with it.
Just,
party that is still close to the full state of immortal power.
How come there's only about 2/10 left? Seeming to think of something, Yi Enshi couldn't help but win a jolt.
This Sanhai Spiritual Tide must be an extraordinary immortal technique, and the probability is also linked to the degree of one's own immortal awareness. It's just that his current self doesn't have enough immortal power or immortal knowledge to exert it, and only then did he make his first seal. Immortal power and immortal sense were almost drained, which was why he felt dizzy and wanted to faint. Thinking of this, Yi Enshi couldn't help but feel a wave of headache, and I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky. It was actually possible to obtain such a powerful immortal law immortal technique from the fulfillment immortal pillar.
But on the contrary, it could not be performed for the time being. It can't be used as a base card at all. This Fuxian pillar is really given to loneliness. After calming his mind, seeing that the protective formation emerging from the Fuxian pillar still existed, Yi Enshi swept another glance at Lu Yu, Zhang Yao and the others on the Fuxian pillar. Seeing that none of the several people were about to open their eyes for the time being, Yi Enshi then took out another elixir from his storage ring. It's a tiny bit of time to recover some immortal power is some. One incense stick later, one by one, the people sitting on the pillar of immortal empowerment woke up, and did not continue to stay here. Either they were prepared to seek other opportunities, or they were looking for a quiet place to properly comprehend the immortal laws and immortal techniques that they had gained from the immortal empowerment pillar. By the time Yi Engsshi ended his brief cultivation, the Fuxian pillar, except for Zhang Yao, the rest have long since left. Even the group of immortal cultivators who had stayed around the immortal empowerment pillar earlier to watch the fun were nowhere to be seen. Alone, he left behind a corpse around the 9 Fuxian pillars. What was surprising was that the storage rings of those corpses had disappeared. Some of the corpses don't even have a robe anymore. You have to know that many people had just died in the fight for the immortal empowerment pillar. Until Zhang Yao grabbed another Fuxian pillar, Yi Engsshi realized that those corpses at the bottom of the storage ring and so on were still there. It seems that it should be at the time when the Fuxian pillar gushes out its memories. Someone is touching the corpse at the bottom. Yi Unshi thought darkly in his heart, feeling a slight sense of pity. That's a lot of money.
It was no wonder that those nascent soul realm immortal cultivators who did not participate in the fight for the immortal fulfillment pillar remained patiently stationed around the immortal fulfillment pillar.
For strong people, the fugitive immortal pillar was a great opportunity. For the weak, a strong man who dies in a fight is a good chance. Putting these jumbled thoughts behind him, only then did Ji Unshi stand up and nod to Jiang Yaer. In no time, Jiang Yaer flew down to the fugue immortal pillar where Yi Unshi was, and said with concern, "Unshi, but what's going on?" As soon as she came out of her memory, she saw Yi Unshi meditating and regulating to recover his immortal power. Then he didn't dare to come over and disturb him, but only silently protected him. It was not until now that the party spoke up and asked questions. Yi Unshi laughed and said sardonically, "The party got the immortal technique, so they tried it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yael instantly understood, and couldn't help but let out a low laugh as her slender hand lifted up and, tapping Yi Unshi's forehead twice, "But don't continue to be so reckless. There are some immortal techniques and immortal laws that are different from spirit techniques. Immortal magic fairy spells can hurt themselves." Yi Unshi also laughed at his own rashness. After remembering the words he heard after being pulled into other memories, he couldn't help but wonder again. By the way, Yaer, do you know Shinji, Qing Shui, and Red Love? Who knows? After hearing what Yi Unshi said, Jiang Yaer's face instantly turned pale and white. Hurriedly, he covered Yi Unshi's mouth with one hand. The two looked at each other in all directions. Yi Unshi blinked, not quite understanding how Jiang Yaer reacted so strongly. But when she saw that she kept shaking her head as if signaling herself not to continue on the subject, she nodded her head. Seeing that Yi Unshi seemed to know what she meant, Jiang Yaer then loosened her hand. This was followed by a somewhat cursory look around the room. It was a relief to see nothing moving until afterward. With a wink to Yi Unshi, he took the lead in rushing up to the sky. And when Yi Unshi saw this, Then he followed behind Jiang Yaer and left this place one after the other. A snowy land full of cold fog surrounded by a winding snowy mountain bordering each other. A faint glow remained above each snowy mountain. Yi Unshi had just flown above this place when he felt a pressure suddenly press on his body. It was as if the whole person had stepped on the ground and violently crashed towards the snow. Luckily, Jiang Yaer, who was on the side, pulled back in time, but also under the suppression of this place. Dropped toward the snow at gliding speed. There's something weird about this place. If you try to fly, a pressure will descend on you. It's difficult to keep flying and stepping in the air. Jiang Yaer spoke in a low voice. Yi Unshi didn't say anything, but instead kept looking at the faint light on those snowy mountains and thought. After falling to the snowy ground, Yi Unshi looked at Jiang Yaer and asked, "Yaer, can you protect me? I want to break through to the human immortal realm as soon as possible." After seeing Jiang Yaer nod her head, Yi Unshi didn't avoid it. Straight away, he took out the previous ghostly blue flower from his storage ring. "Amazing underworld flower?" Jiang Yaer exclaimed, turning to Yi Unshi's right hand, which had not yet recovered. "It's no wonder that my immortal power can't repair this injury." Chapter 56 Strange Fire Underworld. Amazing underworld flower? Yi Unshi murmured. Curious, what is so special about this flower? It is said that those who refine it are able to possess the underworld fire, which is unique to this flower. The underworld fire is ranked 9th on the list of strange fires and is infinitely powerful, capable of searing the body and divine soul. Jiang Yaer rested one hand against her chin and smiled with an open brow. It's really good luck that Ensure was able to obtain such a chance in just 7 days. Nevertheless, after Jiang Yaer finished her sentence, then she saw the amazing underworld flower floating in front of Yi Unshi suddenly float to her. Since this flower is so outstanding, it is thought that it will be even more helpful to Yaer, right? Jiang Yaer was stunned. She could sense the truth of Yi Unshi's words, and if she opened her mouth now, then the amazing underworld flower would really be hers. I didn't think that this kind of chance Yi Unshi could even say that he would give it to her. Realizing that the two hadn't seen each other in nearly 300 years. Some couples are more like enemies once they go their separate ways, and when they meet, they are red-eyed. But he can always treat people as he did when we first met. Ryoko. Jiang Yaer smiled lightly, and with one hand she pushed the amazing underworld flower floating in front of him, then floated in front of Yi Unshi once again. As Yi Unshi was wondering, he saw Jiang Yaer turn around and could only see her back. I'd prefer aunts to become stronger than me becoming stronger. That way, my heart can be at peace. Jiang Yaer walked towards the distance. Yaer will be here to protect you. Looking at Jiang Yaer's fading back, Yi Unshi couldn't help but shake his head and smile. She fell back on her old ways, clearly happy in her heart. And yet, he pretended to be oblivious. After gathering his emotions, Yi Unshi's gaze then once again fell onto the amazing underworld flower. After having the experience of the last time,
he didn't choose to recklessly swallow and refine it this time. Instead, he operated the ichthyosaurus transformation technique as if he were inhaling the immortal energy of heaven and earth, constantly sucking in and refining the ghostly blue flames emanating from the spectral amazing underworld flower. If He-Unshi had envisioned it correctly, as long as the flames on the flower were refined away, or if it could be weakened to some extent, then one could directly swallow and refine this flower. The only drawback is that such a refining method takes a long time and is prone to change. It was good that he now had Jiang Yara to protect him. As long as characters like Lu Yu didn't appear, that should not be a big problem. Half a month passed in a flash. Within this half month, the situation within the immortal realm continued to shift. Some people left this fairyland with satisfaction, while others were filled with regret and turned into the remains of the fairyland. More people were as if their hearts were dead, and even though they exploded with all their might, they could not get a chance that belonged to him or her. And after more than 20 days of much information also circulated amongst the cultivators who still survived in fairyland. For example, the demonic figures of the first tier of powerhouses: Lu Yu, Dao Jian sect, Shitian immortal state, Pingtian Xianzhou Taoist sect Guangji, Ao Hanmei of the Western Sea Dragon clan, Ao Tian of the Dragon clan of the East China Sea, Chao Han Yi, Hanqing Palace, Mixed Heaven immortal state, Bai Ran Mei, Baidi City, Overwhelming Sea immortal state, Jiang Yar, Demon God Palace, Sacred Pang immortal state. It's worth noting that the reason why Jian Gal is also known to be, it was because of protecting He-Unshi for the past half a month. Many immortal cultivators, upon seeing He-Unshi blatantly refining the amazing underworld flower, basically, they've moved a lot. However, all of them were killed by Jiang Yar without exception. Among them, there was no lack of Earth immortal realm powerhouses. It was only then that the word got out to the cultivators who had escaped without getting up the wrong idea. And the cultivators of the Sacred Pang immortal state guessed Jiang Yara's identity after learning about the spells and techniques she had performed. After all, Jiang Yara was famous among the younger generation, within 500 years of age, in the Sacred Pang immortal state. There are quite a few cultivators who recognize it. Boy, why do I feel that in our era, geniuses are like stars. There are even more demonic characters coming out. It's a bad time to be born. Senior brother shouldn't be presumptuous. In senior sister's heart, senior brother is also a demonic pride of heaven. Alas, senior sister, don't give senior brother a high hat. Senior brother has what caddy? His heart is clear. A pair of men and women dressed in identical outfits walking through the cold mist of the. There was a conversation going on. The atmosphere was fairly cordial. At that moment, the snow suddenly began to shake, causing the pair to blush slightly. You must know that this place is forbidden to the air. Even if a strong person of the earth immortal realm comes here, he can only walk obediently, or just keep leaping up and such to catch up. At this time, a sudden change occurred, which made the hearts of this pair of men and women sink. Senior sister, be careful. The man protected the woman with one hand in front of her body, his eyes constantly alerting the surroundings. Another reminder came to the woman. Just as the two of them were on the alert, a ghostly blue light suddenly surged up not far in front of them. A searing afterglow suddenly appeared in the previously icy cold place. Quite a bit of the cold fog that pervades the area is under such a searing afterburner. Within moments it was transformed into a droplet of water that fell to the snow. The snow also continues to melt under these burning afterburners. Not a moment too soon. The boots and shoes worn by the pair, already wet from the melting snow, but the two of them didn't seem to notice, as if they were not aware of it. Their eyes still resting on the ghostly blue light that surged up. It seems that this matter is true. That Devil God Palace Master's personal disciple, Jiang Yar, when really here to protect a man and help him refine the amazing underworld flower. The man's face was unsightly as he said in a deep voice. The woman behind the man sniffed, lightly exhaled, and a slight color of pity appeared on her face. Then he forced a smile. Senior brother, since the amazing underworld flower has already been refined, then we won't be taking any risks, right? The man's body shook slightly after hearing this, and after a long moment of silence, he gently nodded his head. Their trip here was only for the amazing underworld flower that had been circulating these days. It was said to have been refined by Jiang Yar personally escorting a man. When he came, he was already prepared to fight for his life with that bogeyman Jiang Yar. There was about 60% certainty that he would be able to decapitate Jiang Yar and seize the amazing underworld flower. And now, the amazing underworld flower had already been refined. And even if he could kill Jiang Yar and the man, it wouldn't help. Since there was no need to mess with Jiang Yar, the duo departed into the distance in a somewhat downcast mood, gradually disappearing into the snowy landscape. The other side. Unlike the duo who were in a depressed mood, He-Unshi at this moment was incredibly uplifted. Looking at the ghostly blue flames that naturally ignited on his body and feeling the flame power contained within, he only felt a sense of relief. This underworld fire is worthy of being a flame that can be ranked on the list of strange fires in the Skywalker realm. It feels quite a bit more powerful than the heavenly flame of the 100 regions, Yi Ungshi said. Strike that. Looking at a snowy mountain standing in the distance, Yi Ungshi's mind moved. The ghostly blue flame on his body was as if it had a spirit, constantly swaying in the wind and snow. Under Yi Ungshi's intentional drive, it transformed into a not-so-small spectral blue giant tiger, rushing towards that one snowy mountain. Wherever the blue tiger passes, the snow melts, and the snow falls from the sky. It had turned into a hot mist before it even got close, soaring high into the sky above. Boom hoo! The ghostly blue giant tiger, which looked as if it was overrated, the moment it hit the snowy mountain. Then another terrifying wave of air erupted out. The snowy mountain was wrapped in a blue flame in an instant, and the blue flame burned. In less than 5 breaths, the large snowy mountain had been reduced to a pile of flying ash under the burning flames. The surrounding snowy mountains that bordered each other were also affected by many waves, destroying a large portion of them for no reason at all. When the ghostly blue flames disappeared, the many snowy mountains that wrapped this icy land in a vacant opening appeared in the heck. The cold wind blew by, triggering a lot of weird sounds, like wolves howling, like tigers roaring, and the hearer can't help but chew. Witnessing the image of that snowy mountain being scorched to death in 5 breaths just because of these few wisps of spectral blue giant tiger transformed by the spectral fire on his body, Yi Ungshi couldn't help but take in a light breath to come. This is not a mortal place, able to withstand temperatures that even immortal cultivators would find bitterly cold. And the mountain that has been piled up by flying snow all year round is not a mortal mountain. But this remarkable snow mountain still couldn't withstand the underworld fire in 5 breaths. If it were to fall on a human, what would happen? After Yi Ungshi took the spectral fire that was blazing on his body into his body, Zhang Yao, who had been escorting him, then came over and looked Yi Ungshi up and down. After sensing that Yi Ungshi's cultivation aura at the moment stayed steadily at the early level of the human immortal realm, couldn't help but ask, how long has it been since Ensure ascended to the Skywalker realm? Almost 3 months or so, Yi Ungshi said truthfully after thinking about it. Cultivating from the void returning realm to the human immortal realm in 3 months. Zhang Yao opened her mouth, trying to say something. Eventually a complete sentence could not be held from his mouth. I would have expected her to have reached such a level in such a short period of time. Trampling quite a few native geniuses of the Skywalker realm under their feet was already a heavenly talent. I didn't expect Yi Ungshi to be more rigid than her. It only took 3 months to reach the human immortal realm from the return to void realm. Wasn't this saying that he would be able to raise his cultivation by a large realm in about a month or so? Although she was shocked in her heart, Zhang Yao was still happy for Yi Ungshi from the bottom of her heart. Yi Ungshi didn't explain that he didn't start from the void returning realm, because as soon as he did, then again, he had to mention the matter of the conversion technique. This matter he did not want to tell for the time being, and not wanting to lie to the beautiful person in front of him, he hid it as long as he could. That said, with the fish dragon transformation technique, if I can enjoy my friendship with Yao, wouldn't he or she be able to rapidly approach the true immortal realm? After noticing that his thoughts were a bit lowly, Yi Ungshi secretly cursed himself a few times in his heart. Now that we are still in the immortal realm, how can we disregard the safety and danger and focus only on our own cultivation? In order to prevent his thoughts from drifting off again, Yi Ungshi then spoke out and asked, by the way Yao, you got it from the fugitive immortal pillar. But before the words were all out of his mouth, he felt this piece of snow begin to shake violently. Several cracks even appeared at the bottom of the feet. The sudden scene made Yi Ungshi and Zhang Yao both a bit unprepared. Immortal power surged and was about to leave. The snow then broke suddenly beneath his feet. A strong pressure like an untouchable mountain pressed on Yi Ungshi, Zhang Yao on both of them. It was simply difficult to cast a spell to escape the vacancy of this place, and it fell hard toward the bottom. In Yi Ungshi, Zhang Yao are 2 people on the way down. The snow also at this moment have collapsed. A pillar of heavenly light floated up in unison above the many snowy mountains, gradually illuminating the dark red sky. A ghostly blue sky was formed. Chapter 57, The Underground City. A lush green jungle in the middle of the sky. A young girl was sitting on top of a branch of wood, her legs constantly swaying back and forth towards holding a round red fruit in his hand. He had just brought it to his mouth for a light bite. A small teeth mark came to the red fruit at once. At this point, the heavens and the earth quake. The dark red sky in the distance suddenly turned blue, and a golden mark emerged from above the blue sky. The golden light shines brightly. The originally incomparably thin immortal chi in the immortal realm had actually become much thicker at this moment. It was enough to be comparable to the heaven and earth's immortal chi where some of the mortals in the heavenly walking realm were located. This caused the young girl's chewing motion to stall, and she opened her mouth, and the pulp in her mouth was spat right out of her mouth. Even the red fruit in the young girl's hand was discarded by her hand. It smashed heavily from the tree to the ground and shattered instantly. Looking at the blue sky, and the golden mark in the sky, the maiden could not help but applaud with joy and excitedly, he said, "But it's finally a big one." The words just fell. The maiden leaped, and was gone from the branch of the, turning into a long ice-white dragon hundreds of feet long. It charged straight toward that blue sky. In the middle of a fire-lit wasteland, a bare-chested man, revealing all his tendon muscles, was sitting on top of an inflamed stone. As if sensing something, the man's tightly closed eyes slowly opened and a red mark flashed across his brow. He looked about 23 or 24 years old, with a fine brow, and, if his head had not been bare, face value must be on the rise a lot. After seeing the distant sky suddenly change color, and a golden ancient mark emerge from it, the man couldn't help but sigh softly. The Buddha said, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" As the words fell, the man was already transformed into starlight and dissipated on top of the inflamed stone. Unknown. A golden forest full of dead and yellow leaves. A woman in white stepped on top of the yellowed leaves on the ground and Eugen walked aimlessly through the golden forest. Suddenly, the white-clothed woman was on her feet, looking up into the sky, and through the gaps in the golden leaves, likewise saw the sky that turned blue. A few moments later, the woman in white withdrew her gaze again, as if she had not seen anything just now. Continuing onward, each step stepped precisely on the yellowed leaves on the ground. It's like if she steps out of line, she's a failure. A heavy snowfall in a snowy field. A set of bones had already been mostly buried by the flying snow that drifted down. And suddenly there, a splash of blood came out, tinting the snow-white snow with a blood color. A first fruit rolled over and over on the ground, and bloody juice continued to overflow from it, soaking a large area of snow red. A man wearing a black robe with white stripes dragged a halberd through the snow. It made another deep, long mark in the snow. The halberd pole was long and straight. Its surface was glowing with a cold luster, as if it could refract a cold light. The crescent blades on both sides of the head of the halberd were incomparably sharp, like a curved moon hanging high in the sky, and the blades flashed with a chillingly cold aura. In the center of the crescent blade is the sharp tip of the gun, like a long, sharp sword that, jutting straight ahead. The man stopped suddenly and looked a short distance away from the place where, the sky, which had already turned an unmistakable blue, was thoughtful. With visions like these, others should be coming over. Hopefully, you guys can give me a rare treat. The halberd in his hand suddenly dissipated. Along with the dissipation, there was the one man. At this moment, the hearts of the cultivators still in the immortal realm shook. Many people even rushed towards that blue sky location at the first time. It is clear in everyone's mind that the one who could have triggered such a vision. I'm only afraid that great opportunities are starting to appear in this newly emerged immortal realm. That is, the chance, since the person who has the chance to get it. Few people can resist the temptation. Yael? I don't know how long I've been falling. Originally located above Yi Ungshi fell together with Jiang Yor has disappeared. No matter how Yi Ungshi shouted, but also never get any response. Boo! A loud bang suddenly rang out. Yi Ungshi only felt a painful sensation coming from his back, not very painful. Similar to the feeling of being unintentionally stepped on. At the same time, the pressure that had been pressing down on Yi Ungshi's body also vanished at this moment. After standing up straight, Yi Ungshi realized the weirdness of this place. Underneath the piece of snow that he had stayed in before, there was actually a huge-scale underground city hidden underneath. At this moment, Yi Ungshi seemed to be located right at the entrance of this dungeon, and from there, looking at a deep tunnel seemed to lead to endless darkness, and weird runes flickering on the stone walls were emitting an eerie blue light. The walls of the city are covered with moss and cracks from the erosion of the years. An unmistakable scent of dampness and decay. Quite a bit of watery liquid was dripping down from above his head, making a ticking sound to it. Yi Ungshi couldn't help but take one more look above his head. It was discovered that above was not the gaping hole from which he had fallen, but instead a wide wall with strange creatures and designs carved into it, surrounded by an assortment of gemstones, emanating various colors. If the visibility were lower, looking at this wide wall would be like looking at a starry sky. Yi Ungshi's brow tightens. There's no gap above his head. Then where did he just fall from? Could it be there's some kind of teleportation formation under the snow? In that case, that Yor suddenly disappeared was explained. I guess they were all transported together to this one dungeon. I just don't know where exactly y'all have been sent. Yi Ungshi looked at the deep tunnel in front of him. The tunnel was incomparably dark, as if it was an abyss. One can get lost in it at any time. A thought. The crescent moon was instantly in his hand, and a ghostly blue flame was even ignited from within Yi Ungshi's body. Dispel all the darkness around them.
Even so, Yi Unshi's sense of security at the bottom of his heart was still somewhat lacking. After all, there was no Jiang Ye, a strong person, present around. He also took out the ghost streamer and fan from the storage ring one after another, holding the ghost streamer in his right hand. He was holding a crescent moon in his left hand, a fan at his waist, and was wearing an innate rank defense immortal clothing, as well as a spectral flame to protect his body. There was still a black aura spreading out from the center of his brow, and the prisoner of immortality tower was ready for use. As long as Yi Unshi wanted to, he could use the prisoner immortal tower at any time. Until then, Yi Unshi finally had some sense of security in his heart. Fong took one step towards the tunnel leading to the ancient city ahead. Tada, tada, tada. Walking through the tunnel, an extremely rhythmic sound continued to resonate. And the source of this sound, it seems to come from the end of the tunnel. Yi Unshi thought about it, and stopped being careful and, instead, he turned into a stream of light and quickly dashed out towards the tunnel. But in a few breaths, there was more light at the end of the tunnel, which was like an abyss. Yi Unshi tightly gripped the moon and ghost streamer in his hand, and without worrying about being perceived by others, he directly spread his immortal sense out instantly. It's a good thing that there are no things or formations that isolate immortal sense present in this place. Yi Unshi easily sensed the situation at the end of the tunnel. There's a vast hall there, strewn with green water. The ceiling was similarly studded with gemstones that emitted various types of light, brightening up the otherwise dark hall considerably. And the reason why Yi Unshi kept hearing noises, it was because of the sound triggered by the drops of water falling from the jewels on the ceiling and hitting the water surface. After sensing that there wasn't too much abnormality, Yi Unshi quickly passed through the tunnel. One moment and he was in the Hall of Perception. The hall, which was already brightly lit by the jewels. At this moment, because of the underworld fire on Yi Unshi's body, it looked even brighter. Just looking at a closed stone door on the stone wall around him, Yi Unshi couldn't help but make a mistake. At a cursory glance, the number of stone doors was at least 3 dozen. There was no way of knowing exactly where these stone doors led. After a sweep of immortal awareness, Yi Unshi's face looked ugly for a few minutes. It was difficult for immortal sense to pass through these stone walls. I told you how there's no thing here to isolate immortal sense. So it's waiting here. Yi Unshi chose a stone door at random, and then quickly flew down to the front. One hand was raised against the stone door and was about to push. Don't want to. A red halo suddenly emerged above the stone door, causing Yi Unshi to subconsciously fly backward. When the red halo above the stone door disappeared, the word death in crimson suddenly appeared on the stone door. Boo! At the end of the tunnel that Yi Unshi had just passed through, a stone door was now descending, blocked off the only entrance, exit. The jewels on the ceiling, which emanated the light of the format, had all but lost their color at the moment. A little bit of halo no longer emanates from it. It plunged the entire hall into dimness. If not for the presence of the underworld fire on Yi Unshi's body, the hall would be more than just dim at this moment. Instead, it's completely plunged into darkness. Buzz! The crescent moon in Yi Unshi's hand began to tremble lightly, emitting a crisp sword chirp. It seemed to be reminding Yi Unshi to be more careful. An illusory sword blade appeared around Yi Unshi. The ghost streamer Yi Unshi held in his right hand shook with him at this moment. A black mist gushed out from the streamer, and then a single ghostly creature emerged from the ghostly streamer one after another. It made the quiet hall incredibly lively. The cries, screams in anger, were endless. Yi Unshi frowned, and with a movement of his mind, the unseeable line of sight attached to one of the ghostly creatures ripped instantly. Quiet. With the experience of the last time, Yi Unshi was much more comfortable using the ghost streamer this time, just releasing some of the weaker ghosts. Therefore, with just a single word, Yi Unshi especially easily deterred all the ghosts in the hall. It plunged the hall into silence once more. Sure enough, when the ghostly creatures quieted down, an eerie voice remained, a voice that, it was not emanated by a ghostly creature. Location, right underneath. Yi Unshi snapped his head back, staring dead on at the green stream of water that occupied 2/3 of the hall. A few moments later, seeing that the green flowing water never moved, Yi Unshi raised one hand and, a sword blade around his body gathered behind him in unison. Poised for action. Go! Yi Unshi sent out a sword finger. A sword blade gathered behind him turned into dozens of sword lights and zipped into the green water in unison. Within moments, the green water was filled with sword shadows. But I never saw any movement under the green water. This couldn't help but make Yi Unshi's brows tighten as he turned around and resumed scanning up those stone doors. But just after Yi Unshi turned around, the green water that had been motionless suddenly splashed. A giant shadow snapped out of the green water. Chapter 58, Southern Heavenly Hall? Inheritance? Boom wow! Listening to the sudden sound of water flowing behind him, Yi Unshi's gaze condensed. and as he let go of Luna, turning to grab the folding fan at his waist, turn around and throw out a fan. A streak of thunder suddenly manifested on the surface of the fan, and as Yi Engshi flung the fan, the thunder on the fan had disappeared. The next instant, above the green water stream, a large strand of thunder power suddenly gathered, followed by the a ray of thunder that looked like a thunder snake appeared out of nowhere around the hall. In unison, above the green current, a large emerald green centipede with quite a bit of watery liquid still flowing down its body blasted away. In a flash, lightning spread all over the hall, illuminating the hall in its entirety. A burst of booming thunder was emitted, along with a low roar resounding in the hall. The thunderous light was all but dispersed at that moment. Yi Engshi made a long leap toward the back and landed on a small flight of steps. Only then did he take a closer look at the behemoth emerging from the green stream. That large emerald green centipede took up almost the entire green water flow hangover. There were also about 24 sword-shaped wounds on its body, and even a few of its long, barbed legs had been severed. Of course, for having so many legs, a few broken feet is no big deal at all, adding to the fact that he was blasted by the thunder from Yi Engshi's fan swing just now. At this moment, the emerald green large centipede had a lot more charred black color on its body, and in some places, it also emitted a burnt smell. After seeing the wounds on the big emerald green centipede at the green water stream, Yi Engshi then knew that when he moved those sword blades into the water just now, he had already injured it. The demonic power emanating from this large emerald green centipede wasn't very strong. Yi Engshi could sense that the other party should only be around the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Therefore, the taut nerves loosened up a few points, and he could not help but smile and say, "You didn't say a word when you were cut by the sword blade? You are quite capable of enduring." The centipede acted as if it hadn't heard Yi Engshi's words. 8 pairs of eyes stared straight at Yi Engshi for a long time. Then suddenly "Don't look away," and a puddle of green liquid gushed out of his mouth. It landed straight onto a closed stone door. The direction to the southern heavenly hall is that one stone door. A somewhat stuttering sounding word came out from the direction where the centipede was. Its mouth had not moved, and the words seemed to come from its belly. The southern heavenly hall? Is it an important area of this dungeon? Yi Engshi swept a glance at the stone door stained with green liquid. Another look to the one centipede emerging from the green water was thoughtful. Why would a demonic beast, as it is called in the 100 domains, voluntarily spit out directions to an enemy trespassing on its territory? Either they are being guided or they have bad intentions. Or is it that? Yi Engshi's gaze slowly fell from the centipede to the green water, and having just looked twice, I don't know whether that centipede was intentional or unintentional, but its body suddenly twisted a few times, blocking Yi Engshi's view to the green water. This instantly made Yi Engshi's heart as clear as a mirror, and the ghost streamer held in his hand shook once or twice. The hall became noisy once again. A single ghostly creature surrounded the large, emerald green centipede. Some appalling rattling noises kept coming out of their mouths, and there was some scarlet color in the eyes of individual ghosts. "I'll take what's under the water," Yi Engshi said in a slow voice. As Yi Engshi's words fell, one of the ghostly creatures that surrounded the large emerald green centipede also screamed, causing no peace in the hall. This caused the centipede to become completely enraged, and its huge body actually leapt up high and landed firmly on the ceiling and crawled quickly, moving with unusual agility. Only, it was slow to make a move against Yi Engshi. This strange behavior made Yi Engshi a bit puzzled. However, after seeing the underworld fire that had been burning on his body, it completely dawned on him. No wonder the centipede demonic beast tried to sneak attack when he turned around. But after the unsuccessful sneak attack, he began to show kindness and offered to show the way. Dare I say that the source of all of this is that this underworld fire on his own body has made this centipede demonic beast jealous, even fear. That's what creates such an unusual picture. After thinking about it, Yi Engsshi hung the folding fan back to his waist again and held it up with one hand. The ethereal fire on his body dimmed by a few points. The next instant, on top of Yi Engshi's propped up palm, a ghostly blue flame suddenly sprang out too. A scorching heat wave continuously emanated from the ghostly blue fire mass. When the flames appeared on the top of the, Yi Engsshi sensed that the centipede demonic beast's crawling speed was obviously stagnant, which meant that Fawn was basically right in his guess. Was about to strike. A stone door suddenly opened. As if the centipede demonic beast had found a life-saving straw, it quickly rushed towards the location of the open stone door. Until that centipede demonic beast burrowed into the stone door of the, Yi Engsshi didn't throw out the flame in his hand either. When the stone door closed again, Yi Engshi's propped up hand violently clenched into a fist. The clusters of ghostly blue fire suddenly dissipated. Although this centipede demonic beast was not very strong, the current Yi Engshi couldn't even use too much energy if he wanted to kill it. But it didn't pose too much of a threat to itself, so it didn't need to be driven to extinction. Well, in fact, Yanshi was just afraid that the centipede demonic beast would counterattack in its death throes. After all, those emerald green lines on its body didn't look too simple. Being able to scare it away saved Yanshi a lot of effort. After repeatedly confirming that these stone doors would not suddenly open, Yanshi then walked towards the green water. Standing at the edge of the green water, looking at himself reflected, Yanshi waved one hand and the few ghostly creatures gathered around them growled twice in a low voice. Then he plunged headlong into the green water. A few moments later, a few ghostly creatures emerged from the green water and issued a few low growls toward Yanshi. Very strangely behind the but in favor of Yanshi, he read what they were trying to say. This was all due to the ghost streamer. It could do more than just allow Yanshi to control these ghosts, also read some of their emotions, thoughts. Naturally, you can basically only get the general idea, but it's enough. After driving out dozens more ghosts from the ghost streamers, Yanshi then walked to the edge of the green water. Tentatively, he stepped onto the green water and slowly disappeared. Strange things happen. This pool of green water clearly looked no more than close to half a meter or so deep, but Yanshi felt like he couldn't step on the bottom. It was no wonder that this pool of green water could hold a centipede demonic beast of such a huge size. Immortal power wrapped around his body. Yanshi completely disappeared into the green water. Visibility in the water was low, but under Yanshi's immortal sense of it was still easy to map out what was going on under the water. The bottom of the water was covered with intricate caves, as if they had been dug by some great force. Those caves were dark. Yanshi was alert in his heart and slowly approached one of the caves. Under the perception of immortal sense, the situation in these caves were all within Yanshi's perception. The rest of the cave was empty, except for a strange fluctuation of immortal power in the cave in front of him. Yanshi didn't choose to enter the cave. There was limited space inside. Adding to that, he was also not good at fighting in that kind of environment. Therefore, the golden immortal power had already gathered in his palm and slapped out. The immortal energy in his hand instantly transformed into a sharp blade and chopped towards the cave in front of him. Boom! The cave suddenly shattered under Yanshi's immortal power, and even the entire green water pool was shaken by it. A purple stream of light suddenly emerged as the cave collapsed, resembling a bolt of lightning that it slashed straight at Yanshi. Yanshi raised one hand, and immortal power erupted in his hand, transforming into a barrier that deflecting the incoming purple lightning. What surprised Yanshi was that the power of this purple lightning was so huge. But in a moment, the barrier in front of Yanshi was already showing several cracks and was already breaking. At this point, only then did Yanshi see exactly what this purple lightning in front of him was, and it was a rabbit, about the size of his palm, purple in color. There was also a dark purple lightning mark at his abdomen, and a pair of eyes that glowed white. It looks rather menacing, but with its small and delicate body, the menacing feeling couldn't help but disappear for the most part. Break! The purple rabbit spat out human words, and stood up like a human being. A palm landed on top of the immortal power barrier in front of Yanshi. Purple lightning shot out in all directions. The immortal power barrier also shattered completely at this moment. Even Yanshi was drowned under such lightning. Purple rabbit retracted his hand, a pair of cataract-like eyes staring at the lightning flash. When the lightning gradually dispersed closer, the purple rabbit couldn't help but bare its teeth, because Yanshi, who was flooded by the thunderlight, was actually not in trouble at all. It was just that there were more purple thunderbolts and the ghostly blue flames emanating from his body. No wonder it looks familiar. So it's the underworld fire. The purple rabbit's voice became a little heavier. At this moment, Yanshi was equally surprised. He was just using his immortal power to protect his body. Even if this level of lightning might break the barrier made of one's own immortal power, that power would consume quite a lot. Plus there were still immortal clothes on one's body, and one's immortal power to protect one's body shouldn't be able to take much damage. I didn't realize that the moment these thunders came pouring in, it was actually all swallowed up by the underworld fire in his own body. This underworld fire, it's really good. Thinking about it, Yanshi's movements were not slow, and he slapped his palm out. The spectral fire on his body instantly surged towards the purple rabbit. The purple rabbit didn't dare to get tough with the underworld fire, and when he saw Yanshi move to use the underworld fire, it then turned into a purple lightning bolt again and quickly dashed towards the rest of the cave. Want to avoid the underworld fire by virtue of a cave? Dream on! Yanshi instantly gained insight into the purple rabbit's mind, and with a movement of his mind, the crescent moon that had been floating and hanging behind her suddenly flew out. As soon as the sword cut out, a cave collapsed after it. In just a few short breaths, the cave under the green water pool had basically been destroyed. And under the siege of the underworld fire, the purple rabbit's movable range also became much smaller.
It only took Yi Angshi a single thought to cause the underworld fire that surrounded the purple rabbit to swarm up to him.
Then it can be incinerated.
Seeing that the underworld fire was getting closer and closer, the purple rabbit's pair of white eyes kept shaking and,
hurriedly, he shouted to Yi Angshi, "You can't kill me." "Oh, why can't I kill you?" "Kill me. Kill me and you won't be able to enter the Southern Heavenly Hall." "You can't get into the Southern Heavenly Hall. Wouldn't be able to get that inheritance." "Joke." Yi Angshi sneered. "Could it be that you are still the key to that Southern Heavenly Hall? It has to be you?" To be honest,
what the Southern Heavenly Hall was and what that inheritance was Yi Angshi didn't even know.
Is this the legacy of the Lord of Fairyland? That's a lot of temptation then.
Regardless of whether it was that centipede or this purple rabbit, they all tacitly agreed that he had come here for that so-called Southern Heavenly Hall.
Obviously, this hall has a big name, and it must not only contain inheritance, but also chance. What exactly is the chance?
Still have to continue to pry it out from this purple rabbit's mouth.
The inheritance of a false god powerhouse. You really don't want to know? Chapter 59, Individual Encounters. Above a large platform on one side, a stone statue with cracks all over its body stood.
They looked so lifelike that they looked as if they had been made into stone statues alive. A woman in red walked through the center of one of the stone statues, wearing a silver-white iron mask over her face. A light red glow emanated from his body if anything. I don't know if it was an illusion caused by her red dress or something else.
Snapped.
The woman in red suddenly turned around and probed out with one hand, and a stone statue behind her shattered on the spot.
A burst of immortal power erupted out,
causing the stone statues around them to shake and sway. It made a soft sound.
"It's you?"
The woman in red was surprised. The stone statue shattered, completely exposing the figure of a man who had been standing behind it. The man wore a white patterned black robe and was about 1 meter 8 or so tall. His eyebrows were clearly defined, their peaks slightly raised, and he looked like a beautiful man who had stepped out of a scroll.
Every detail is amazingly perfect. It looks tall, but it gives the impression of being thin and weak. Combined with his somewhat high nose and sexy thin lips, it was a little hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. It was none other than Dao Sword Sexite disciple Lu Yu. The woman in red, on the other hand, was Jiang Yaoer, who had a brief encounter with Lu Yu. The last time we met was the last time.
Only that time there was Yi Angshi present.
And at the moment, however, there were only two people, Jiang Yaoer and Lu Yu.
No wonder the first time we met I had the feeling that the technique you were practicing, the immortal technique that was cast was somewhat familiar.
As if it had been seen somewhere. I only found out about it after listening to some boring people gossiping about it.
It turns out that you are the personal disciple of that demon god palace master from the sacred rock immortal state.
Lu Yu smiled,
only for his smile to grow colder and colder, treating human life as if it were grass, and using the lives of nearly 3 million mortals to cultivate the devil's art. But in just a few short decades, he has already practiced the great diffusion demon god technique to the 8th layer, and pretending to be gentle in front of that outer disciple.
It made me a little confused about who you were for a moment.
Lu Yu walked over the broken stone statue and took one step towards Jiang Yaoer. There was no more smile on his handsome face.
That's disgusting,
and it's no wonder he got such a claw mark on his face.
So what? Jiang Yaoer remained calm and,
without having his Taoist heart shaken by Lu Yu's words.
Haven't you ever killed anyone? We're not the same.
Lu Yu shook her head. A light golden mist suddenly emerged from his eyes, and when the golden mist cleared, the pupils of his eyes had already turned golden. I've never cared to abuse mortals. It's the weaker cultivators that I have no interest in killing.
Of course, if the force accidentally makes too much, that can't be helped.
Jiang Yaoer shook her head up lightly.
But it's so grand.
So, what I hate the most in the sacred rock immortal state are those hypocrites who like to announce other people's crimes as soon as they meet and pronounce death sentences on them in a grand manner.
It seems to be moralistic, but in fact, behind the scenes, for the sake of the heavenly treasures category, there's nothing left to burn or loot.
Lu Yu's footsteps lurched before he said,
"Unfortunately, I'm not the same as those people you're talking about." Upon hearing this,
Jiang Yaoer couldn't help but snort and gently waved her hand. Then he walked towards a dilapidated side hall in front of him.
"If you weren't Angshi's senior brother, how could you speak a second word in front of me?" Looking at Jiang Yaoer's departing back,
Lu Yu's face once again revealed a smile as his voice sank.
"From what you say, you're good?"
Jiang Yaoer's footsteps paused slightly.
"That's fantastic."
Licking the corners of his somewhat dry lips, a golden light flashed in Lu Yu's eyes.
The next instant,
Lu Yu had appeared in front of Jiang Yaoer with hardly any warning, a palm ruthlessly slapped at its heart.
"You're not going to die. Otherwise, that outer sect master brother of mine can't help but cry out." His movements were quick, and an extremely domineering immortal power was spread all over his palm.
Jiang Yaoer could only meet it with a palm in her haste. The two palms clashed.
2 strands of terrifying immortal power instantly erupted. In an instant, the side hall,
a stone statue on the platform, and some pillars and stones all turned into flying dust. The ground under Jiang Yao's feet even broke open a large hole. A crack spread away at the edge of the still large hole. Jiang Yao flew out backwards under this palm. After landing at the location of a stone statue that had already been turned into flying dust, it was still retreating towards the back. Every time he took a step back, a deep crack would be added to the location under his feet, and debris kept floating up. After Jiang Yao had stabilized, her gaze could not help but look at the hand that had just palmed with LVU. The mind was horrified. Lu Yu's immortal power was particularly domineering, and even though the palm-to-palm had ended, however, that immortal power of his still remained on his palm, continuously surging into Jiang Yao's body, wanting to destroy the root of her immortal power. Luckily, there wasn't much remaining immortal energy, and it took Jiang Yao slightly longer to. It then obliterated all of this immortal energy. Lu Yu wrapped her hands around her body and let out a low laugh. This is your strength? It doesn't look like much. It's just taking advantage of people. Jiang Yao waved her hand. A killing intent then rose from the bottom of his heart. After sensing Jiang Yao's killing intent, Lu Yu blinked and, unable to help but play with the flavor. Are you going to kill that senior brother called Unshimi? So what? He can't help but cry out when he finds out. And who knows at whose hands you die. I was wrong. Lu Yu shook her head and, that pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see into people's hearts stared straight at Jiang Yao. To think that you would presume that you could kill me. Jiang Yao didn't say anything, only that in each of her hands, there was a curved sword. There was also a scarlet chain at the hilt. A cultivation at the late stage of the Earth immortal realm suddenly erupted from within Jiang Yao's body. The scarlet immortal power enveloped the surroundings in almost a few breaths. It caused a red mist to fill the place. Seeing that Jiang Yao did not continue to speak, Lu Yu was displeased and stopped speaking, and with a move of his right hand, a golden aura emerged. When the golden aura dispersed, the square heavenly painted halberd appeared in Lu Yu's hand. When Lu Yu held the Feng Tianhua halberd's pole body, a ferocious beast's roar suddenly sounded. This place appeared dozens of cracks all of a sudden. It seemed like a spider web constantly spreading out in all directions. Boom! Hoo! Jiang Yao and Lu Yu disappeared almost at the same time. However, terrifying immortal power constantly erupted from this place, causing this area to quake one after another. Yi Engshi, who had just come out of the green water pool, saw the dozens of extra cracks that suddenly appeared on the ceiling, and the dust and ash that drifted down from the cracks, and he frowned in disbelief. And I don't know what's going on in this weird dungeon, but thought it probably didn't have much to do with myself. Thinking of this, Yi Engshi couldn't help but glance at the purple rabbit that was already standing on top of his left shoulder. After feeling Yi Engshi's gaze, the purple rabbit immediately turned its head away. To think that it had just volunteered to make a master-servant contract between itself and this person just to survive. It then held back for a moment. Well, the master-servant contract it entered into was also just a simple master-servant that. It's not a master dies and servant dies kind of contract. As long as the person didn't die by its hand, then it would be back to free agency. Thinking about this, the purple rabbit's mood improved slightly, and only then did he reach out and gently touch Yi Engshi's face. My lord, through that stone door you can go straight to the southern heavenly hall. Don't have to go through all those twists and turns. As he spoke, the purple rabbit pointed towards the stone door where the centipede demonic beast had spat a mouthful of green liquid earlier. I didn't want to. Yi Engshi suddenly coldly said. What is that centipede-like demonic beast's relationship with you? This made the purple rabbit get a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Yi Engshi immediately raised his hand and swept the purple rabbit off his shoulder and onto the ground. You! Purple rabbit subconsciously raised her finger towards Yi Engshi after she stood up and, however, he saw Yi Engshi with an icy expression. Next moment, purple rabbit then felt a terrifying electric current spread all over his body, and his whole body was losing its chi. In a short while, the purple rabbit was paralyzed on the ground, and there was this white foam that was pouring out of his mouth. This made Yi Engshi nod secretly in his heart. It seemed that this dead rabbit was not swindling himself. This master-servant contract is real. So it seemed that its little life was entirely at its own whim. Thinking of this, Yi Engshi could not help but think of Yi Chang, who had left the origin blood crystal to himself. I also wonder how things are going in this wonderland. However, judging from the origin blood crystals that had not yet ruptured, Yi Chang should be alive and well, or else, there was no way that this origin blood crystal was still intact. After Purple Rabbit recovered, the anger towards Yi Engshi grew even more in her heart. Only this anger it would never dare to show. Therefore, after standing up, he gave an honest account. I promised that dead centipede that, as long as it protects me for 1,000 years, I'll be its companion. But I didn't expect it to be so timid and fearful.
It ran away as soon as it was in trouble. At the end of the sentence, the purple rabbit bounced in place twice with some exasperation. Yi Unshi didn't expect it to be such a reason. Honestly, that centipede demonic beast had done well enough. Obviously his strength was low, and he saw the underworld fire on his body, but he still dared to venture out. At the risk of death, he was protecting the purple rabbit in the green pool. This heart is rare enough. Unfortunately, this purple rabbit could only see the result of the centipede finally running away, too, and couldn't see that centipede paying. If you think about it, its assurance to the centipede is just an empty talk. If the purple rabbit had been cultivated, he would have just kicked the centipede away. What a scum bunny! But when I think of my own situation, Yi Unshi himself was in no position to morally accuse Purple Rabbit. What is your cultivation level? Yi Unshi asked. Although he could feel the presence of demonic power in the Purple Rabbit's body, he did not feel the true extent of its demonic power. Therefore, Yi Unshi didn't know what exactly the cultivation level of this Purple Rabbit was. Third-ranked immortal beast. The Purple Rabbit said resentfully. Third order. Same as me? After saying that, Yi Unshi released all of his cultivation at the early human immortal realm. When he saw the Purple Rabbit nod, he was satisfied. If the third order of immortal beasts corresponds to the human immortal realm, then the first order, the second stage corresponded to the return to Void Realm and Nascent Soul Realm. Yi Unshi grabbed the Purple Rabbit as soon as after putting it back on his shoulder, he headed for the stone door stained with green liquid. Do you have a name? No. Then your name is Purple Rabbit. No way. Rabbit Violet? What's the difference with a rabbit? Don't. The Purple Rabbit rolled its white eyes. Yi Unshi raised his hand and grabbed the pair of long ears of the Purple Rabbit and brought it to the front of his eyes after. Disgruntled, he said, this don't that don't. Am I the master or are you the master? Then master, feel free to pick a name. As long as the name doesn't have the words rabbit or purple in it. I'll take it all. The Purple Rabbit closed her eyes in resignation. I didn't want to, but just as I closed my eyes, I felt a big hand groping around on and under it, causing Purple Rabbit's eyes, which had just closed, to open once again. His eyes widened. Since it doesn't carry a root, let's call it rootless. Chapter 60, Full View of the Upper Realm. As Yi Unshi approached, the stone door stained with green liquid somehow suddenly trembled. A blue light then began to spread over the stone door. A boom fell after. The closed stone door slowly pulled open and a long corridor appeared in Yi Unshi's eyes. Snap, snap, snap. A clear ringing sound rang out one after another, and an additional stream of light came from the porch to it completely illuminated the porch, which had been somewhat dark. Yi Unshi glanced at Rootless over his shoulder, and Rootless, upon sensing his gaze, somewhat less naturally, he looked away. The inheritance you mentioned before, did it really come from a false god, mighty one? Yi Unshi was suspicious. False gods. That's a pseudo-god. It was entirely possible to say that false gods were already superpowers standing at the top of the mountain in the Skywalker realm. Fear of a sneeze could cause the entire Skywalker realm to quake for 3 minutes. Such temptations were equally great for Yi Unshi. If one could capture the inheritance of a false god, it would really take off. Yes, it is indeed the inheritance of a false god powerhouse, Rootless said. However, seeing that Yi Unshi still had a skeptical look on his face, he immediately added, but the master still shouldn't expect too much. Oh, why is that? Yi Unshi became even more skeptical. I don't know if this Rootless was too afraid of dying before, thus fabricating the so-called pseudo-god inheritance. No, I don't want to be honest with you. However, thinking that he had already concluded a master-servant contract with Yi Unshi now, even if he didn't say anything, he was only asking for trouble. So in the end, he couldn't help but say it. Therefore, it was said with great alacrity. More than 500 years ago, the Shinji and Qingshui had come to the Lord once, the place of the main inheritance, and even if there were good things in the place of the inheritance, they had been finished by him. The rest are probably just what he doesn't see. If the master doesn't know that this is a legacy left behind by the false gods, the rest of that would be enough to make the master throb. But if the master knew, then I guess he would be disappointed. Shinki, Shimizu? Hearing both names again, Yi Unshi couldn't help but think of Jiang Yara's reaction when she heard those two names. Looking at Jiang Yara's appearance, it seems that she doesn't even dare to say these two names. But Rootless, and yet there was not the slightest scruple in saying so. No fear showed at all. Does it not know who these two are? No. Since it knows the names of these two, then the odds are that the other person's identity is also known. Look at it this way. Rootless is not as simple as it seems. Who are they? Yi Unshi asked Rootless tentatively. This time, he didn't name the two. It was really because Jiang Yara's performance had shocked Yi Unshi. It's always good to be careful. As he spoke, Yi Unshi had already walked onto the porch.
and Luna floated on her own in front of Yi Engshi.
Make way for it.
Together, they walked toward the front.
Master, you don't even know about Shinji or Qingshui? When Wugen looked at Yi Engshi, a pair of white eyes went wide. When Yi Engshi saw it, he couldn't help but worry that its eyes would fall out of their sockets. I just ascended to the Skywalker realm not long ago, and I'm not sure about many places. Snap!
Wogan suddenly covered his face with one hand, and his two erect ears drooped down helplessly,
looking sickly in spirit. I've made a master-servant contract with someone from the lower realms? I actually made a master-servant contract with someone from the lower realms?
It was only after digesting the information Yi Engshi had passed over with great difficulty that Wogan raised his head. The two long ears that had shrugged off were once again firm.
Well, forget it. There's nothing going on right now. Anyway, the master surely doesn't know any information about the Skywalker realm either. So it's up to me, Rootless, to come and solve my master's confusion one by one. Rootless sounded a bit indignant as he pronounced its current name. It did not like the name very much, but no matter. The rabbit has to bow down under the people. It doesn't matter at all whether it's likable or not. That's all.
A man and a rabbit began to gossip constantly as they rushed to the so-called Southern Heavenly Hall, and it was not until then that It was only then that Yi Engshi had a generalized perception of the Skywalker realm. There were 7 continents in the Skywalking realm, each of which was particularly large in size, and just by listening to Rootless' explanation of the lecture, Yi Engshi then felt that a continent is bigger than the whole 100 domains. The 7 continents are Qitian Immortal State, Pingtian Immortal State, Overlapping Sea Immortal State, Mixed Sky Immortal State, Sacred Rock Immortal State, Mountain Moving Immortal State, Ventilation Immortal State. In addition to these 7 continents there are 4 vast seas called the East Sea, the West Sea, the South Sea, the North Sea. Every immortal state had a transcendent power, and the name of the transcendent power in the Qitian Immortal State was Immortal Palace. The Buddhist sect, a transcendent power in the Pingtian Immortal State, Emperor City, the transcendent power of the Overwhelming Sea Immortal State, the Heavenly Mountain, a transcendent power in the Mixed Sky Immortal State, the Sacred Rock Immortal State's transcendent power, the Sacred Rock Palace, the Hall of Love, a transcendent power in the Mountain Shifting Immortal State, the transcendent power of the Ventilation Immortal State, Black Wind Mountain. The reason why these 7 transcendent forces have become transcendent forces in their respective immortal states, it was because they each had a pseudo-god powerhouse in attendance. Among them, the pseudo-god powerhouse sitting in the Immortal Palace is Qingshui. The Shinji, on the other hand, is a pseudo-god mighty one who sits in Heavenly Mountain. The 8 false gods are all terrifying existences that survived the ancient divine war. It can be said that he controls a few of the heavenly Tao rules of the Skywalker realm and is no longer in the realm of immortal cultivators.
8? Isn't there only 7?
Yi Engshi subconsciously said. This made Rootless couldn't help but pat Yi Engshi's face with his hand.
7 words. Then whose fairyland is this now? The only person who can make a fairyland of this size is a false god mighty one. And this, it's still on the scale of having been baptized by the heavenly Tao, and in its heyday, this immortal realm could be unknowingly prosperous and flourishing. As he said this, Rootless looked unusually agitated. It was as if this fairyland was not the product of that fairyland lord, but rather a product of it. The fallen pseudo-god is the pseudo-god that sits on the 4 seas, ancestral dragon. Rootless lowered his head and, shaking his head gently again, I'm only afraid that the status of the dragons within the 4 seas nowadays has long been inferior to what it used to be. Hearing Wugen's words, Yi Engshi remembered that Nini, Mo Xiao Xiao, isn't she going to defect to the Western Sea Dragons?
It was just that Yi Engshi really didn't know how the true Dragon Clan's status was within the Skywalker realm nowadays.
If it wasn't for Rootless' explanation,
I'm afraid he wouldn't even know which transcendent power in the Qitian Immortal State was right now. After getting another glimpse of the entirety of the heavenly realm, Yi Engshi couldn't help but think of the Tao Sword sect.
When he first arrived at the heavenly realm,
seeing how Yi Chang and the others treated by Qingshui had once made Yi Engshi think that the Tao Sword sect's power was already particularly large. But at this moment, Yi Engshi realized how powerful the Tao Sword sect was. I'm afraid it's only within the boundaries of the clan's affiliation. Out of that range, the Tao Sword sect would only be unable to rank. After all, it was only the end of a first-class power. But Master Su Qingma is really powerful enough, too. It took a few hundred years to bring the Tao Sword sect to such a degree and scale. Seeing Yi Engshi's silence, as if he was digesting the information he had conveyed to him just now, Rootless had no words at the moment. Looking around, he observed the environment, and then the corners of his mouth grinned, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Controlling a few moments of the power of the heavenly Tao. It's no wonder she looks like that. I'm just afraid that if I say the other person's name, the other person will be able to perceive it, right? At this moment, Yi Unshi realized why Jiang Yor had that kind of reaction. If it is mentioned that that false god happens to be in a bad mood today, it is only a matter of moving a hand. You don't even have to meet me to erase yourself, do you? Fortunately, that, Tianji, and Cheng Shui, did not perceive, or rather perceived. Just too lazy to bother with a mole like himself. Shake your head. Putting this information, which he could not access for the time being, behind him, Yi Unshi raised his eyes to look ahead. He had already made his way through the long corridor to the front of a tall, tightly closed black door. It was like a ghost gate, 100 feet high and nearly 50 feet wide. It was also unknown just how big this dungeon was, much less how massive it was underneath the ground. After taking a light breath, Yi Unshi placed his hands against the door in front of him. Push. It didn't push. There was not even a sign of making this door shake. This caused Yi Unshi to be a bit surprised. His physical strength was not small. It was enough to be comparable to one's own human immortal realm cultivation. But even if he used his full strength, he didn't manage to make the door ever so slightly shake. Yi Unshi looked over his shoulder at Wugen. You are the key to this door? Rootless shook his little head in a hurry and, fearing that if he was a little late, he would be grabbed by Yi Unshi as a key as soon as he slammed into this giant door. How does that open? Isn't it up to the master to think? I'm the one who thinks of everything. What else do I keep you for? Yi Unshi had 2 more black lines on his forehead. After a long moment of silence, Wogan raised his hand and pointed to the pull ring on the door. As if he had discovered something, exclaimed the master. Look, master, doesn't this pull ring require someone to hold them and knock on the door to make a thud? And then the door opens by itself? The words just fell. Yi Unshi's hand had then landed on Wugen's head and tapped it a few times. In a bad mood, he said, if it was really that easy, why would anyone else make such a heavy, giant door? After all was said and done, Yi Unshi's movements were not slow, and at this moment one hand was already holding on a pull ring. Snap lightly. A ripple of a pale greenish color surfaced every time the pull ring landed on the door. It caused the giant door to emit a clear ringing sound. Looking at Yi Unshi, his eyes jumped. Could it be that the door was really that easy to open? Was Rootless not just babbling? When the pull ring struck the giant door for the 9th time, it seemed to lock in place, as if, no matter how Yi Unshi tugged, the pull ring did not move. The moment Yi Unshi loosened the pull ring, the giant door shook on its own. It caused the place to shake violently. As Yi Unshi and Rootless watched, a long crack appeared on the giant door. A ray of light reflected from the doorway, landing right on Yi Unshi's cheek. As the giant door slowly opened, Yi Unshi couldn't help but whisper, it opened so easily? Then wouldn't the gate have been built for nothing? The enemy can't stop it at all. At this point, a slender hand, with smoky black nails, suddenly appeared at the crack in the huge door that had not yet been opened wide and, skin dried out. Not like the hands of the living. Chapter 61, do you still have a role to play? The moment that hand appeared on the doorway, Yi Unshi had already appeared dozens of feet away behind him. The crescent moon that had been floating behind him was even more erect in front of Yi Unshi. It emanated a Tao of sword chi. Wugen, how is it? Yi Unshi looked at the giant door that was still slowly opening and said in a slow voice. The dead rabbit hadn't said anything about something else existing inside this door. He suspected it knew it by heart, but it was deliberately left unspoken. Master, I don't know wow either. Wogan was so anxious that he lightly jumped twice on Yi Unshi's shoulder and 2 short hands gently waved up. I don't know how corpse puppets suddenly appeared here. It's really strange. Yi Unshi couldn't help but sweep a glance at it, but he couldn't see any expression at all from a rabbit's face. Even its one eye was full of whites unless the pupil changed. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell what was in the mind of Rootless from his countenance. That's it. Yi Unshi still didn't believe a single word of Wugen's words, and as he grabbed Wugen on his shoulder, throw it at the giant door. Rootless' strength naturally wouldn't fall, and he landed on the ground very lightly, then looked at Yi Unshi. After seeing Yi Unshi signaling with his eyes to explore the path, the corner of Wugen's mouth grinned, instantly transforming into a purple lightning bolt. He drilled through the cracks of the giant door as soon as he could. Wait a few moments. After seeing that Wugen still hadn't returned, Yi Unshi's heart sank. I don't know what this dead rabbit is doing in there. Murphy's dead? Thinking of this, Yi Unshi used his master's power, and the concluded master-servant contract still existed, but nothing seemed to work. Tricked? Yi Unshi narrowed his eyes. Boom! The giant door suddenly stopped opening at this moment, emitting a boom too. It seemed as if it was forced to stop opening only when it hit something, and the crack had been wide enough to accommodate about 5 people at once. Upon seeing the person who walked out from the other side of the giant door, Yi Unshi's pupils shrunk slightly. The entire person also subconsciously took a step backward. At the giant door crack, 2 men and women in tattered clothes walked towards Yi Unshi step by step like walking corpses.
The two men's eyes were incredibly empty, only that they kept exuding an intimidating pressure from their bodies. This pressure, even if it didn't deliberately envelop Yi Engshi, but just being located within the confines of this awesome pressure, Yi Engshi could then feel that his body seemed to be pressing down on a mountain that was the size of the peak where the outer disciples of the Dao Sword sect were located. It's unusually hard. Had it not been for the support of immortal power, and the unconsciousness of the pair of men and women with tattered clothes ahead of them, there was no deliberate targeting of Yi Engshi. I'm only afraid Yi Engshi will have to get down now. True immortal realm? Or the earth immortal realm? Yi Engshi couldn't feel the strength of the two, but when he saw that these two had been walking towards him unconsciously, there wasn't much fear in his heart. Go! Yi Engshi pointed out with a sword finger. The crescent moon that had been floating in front of Yi Engshi's body suddenly shook, and after erupting with a few sword chirps, it transformed into dozens of sword blades that fell in unison onto the pair that had just stepped out of the giant door. Two loud booms. A cloud of dust and smoke enveloped the pair completely. The crescent moon turned into a stream of light that flew out of the thick smoke and floated beside Yi Engshi on its own, and from time to time, it also emitted a sword sound. Feeling that the wave of pressure on his body had not yet dissipated, Yi Engshi then knew that those two were only afraid of nothing. Since physical attacks don't work, what about it? The ghost streamer Yi Engshi had been holding in his hand slammed to the ground. A ripple erupted from the bottom of the ghost streamer pole. The next instant, with the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling ringing out in the area, a ghostly creature began to drill out of the ghostly streamers. In unison, they rushed toward the puff of smoke in front of the giant door. As a ghostly creature burrowed into the thick smoke, a strange sound suddenly emanated from within the thick smoke. And accompanied by the screams of a ghostly creature that, phew! A cold wind suddenly kicked up and rushed around. The thick smoke that enveloped the pair of men and women dressed in rags was all washed away by the cold wind that erupted at that moment. The two figures appeared in Yi Engshi's eyes once more. It was just that the ghosts sent by Yi Engshi just now had disappeared in an incomparably bizarre manner. Suddenly, a somewhat illusory finger stretched out from the woman's mouth, shaking 5 fingers continuously toward Yi Engshi. It seemed to be begging Yi Engshi to save it, but the woman snapped her mouth as she completely chewed the 5 fingers apart. The empty eyes seemed to have regained some of their vigor, and then looked at Yi Engshi with the man beside him. It was as if he was sizing up his soon-to-be prey. Seeing this image, Yi Engshi swallowed hard and his heartbeat accelerated a few points. Physical attacks and soulful offensives were surprisingly ineffective against this man and woman. Seeing the two men coming towards him, Yi Engshi held up one hand and, with a thought, a ball of ghostly blue flame appeared above his palm. It was the spectral fire. The moment the spectral fire appeared, Yi Engshi's movements visibly stalled when he saw the man and woman walking towards him. There's drama. Yi Engshi quickly threw the spectral fire in his hand towards the pair, and the scorching heat of it was as if it had scorched the space around it, getting a little twisted. The speed at which the ethereal fire flew out was very slow, as if it had been artificially thrown out at the same speed as a paper airplane. The flames of light reflected the place in an eerie blue color. As the spectral fire approached, the pair actually began to retreat toward the back of the room. It looks like he doesn't dare to get too close to the underworld fire at all. Seeing this, Yi Engshi was relieved in his heart, and it was also fortunate that he was the first to obtain that amazing underworld flower in that volcano before coming here. Otherwise, against this pair now, there really wasn't much means to counter the two. Thinking about this, Yi Engshi took hold of the crescent moon floating beside him, and with a single movement of his feet, the entire person quickly rushed towards the underworld fire. Because there was still pressure pressing down on his body, Yi Engshi's speed didn't look fast, but the pair acted as if they hadn't noticed Yi Engshi. Attention remained on the spectral fire. At this point, Yi Engshi had already arrived beside the spectral flame, and the silver longsword in his hand passed through the spectral flame as soon as he did so. The silver longsword seemed to have a kind of stickiness on it, and as soon as it passed through the ethereal fire, the spectral fire then completely stuck to the sword. It made the silver-colored blade look like it was turning into a ghostly blue color, emitting a ghostly blue flame. Seeing this, Yi Engshi's originally apprehensive heart completely relaxed. Originally, he was worried that Luna would not be able to withstand the temperature of the underworld fire, so that it was ready to make this ball of underworld fire dissipate at any time. Rather, I didn't expect Luna to be so firm. It's really worthy of being an old buddy who has followed him for hundreds of years. These two look a little delirious, so it's good to know that when it comes to being of some use, it should allow you to move up a rank. Buzz. After hearing what Yi Engshi said, Luna seemed to be very excited. Several sword sounds were emitted in succession. As he spoke, Yi Engshi had already arrived in front of the man dressed in rags with empty eyes. The man seemed to know that danger was approaching, and at the moment a hot breath was pouring out of his nostrils too.
A pair of dried-out hands slammed towards Yeongshi. However, Yeongshi easily avoided it with a dodge and landed a backhanded sword on top of the man's back. Snort whoo! When the sword landed on the man, a ghostly blue flame instantly appeared on the man's body. It kept burning and the fire got bigger and bigger. The man looked as if he was in immense pain, and a sound like the hissing of a fierce beast kept coming out of his mouth. One hand also kept groping at the body. Yeongshi is also considered a good person, and cannot see others suffering like this. Therefore, he quickly swept past the man. A sword blade appeared at the man's neck. A greenish-colored gush of blood gushed out of the man's headless body and a round ball fell to the ground and tumbled several times. Yeongshi stood 10 meters away in front of the man, lifting the crescent moon in front of him. Looking at the green-colored blood stained on the sword, he was a little surprised. Before, it was still a bit difficult for Luna to even try to slice through her skin. How come it's like iron now? I don't even feel like I've used too much of my energy yet. The blade had then passed through the man. Was that man's physical body too poor? Or was it? Is it because of the underworld fire that spreads over Luna's body? Does it still give weapon increases? Looking at the spectral fire that was still burning on the silver-white blade of the sword, the spectral fire alone, which is the 9th on the list of strange fires, has so many different effects, and then the 8th on the list of strange fires. How strong should the 7th, or even the top 5, odd fires be? In the midst of his thoughts, a sound still came to his ears that it was the other woman with the vacant eyes who made the move. She was faster than walking, but not by much. Just as he got close to Yeongshi, he was lynched by his sword, following in the footsteps of the last hollow-eyed man. After looking at the bodies of the pair on the ground, Yeongshi walked towards the giant door. The ethereal fire on Luna's body grew brighter and brighter. Having just walked through the huge door that opened a gaping hole, a scene that made even Yeongshi feel his scalp tingle appeared. A collection of men and women with vacant eyes in different dresses gathered on top of a vast platform of 4 pillars also stand around the platform. Only the pillars look worn. Unexpectedly, there was also a person tied to each of these pillars. Those at the bottom whose eyes were dull looked now and then at the man on the pillar. I don't know for what reason. You're the one I'm waiting for? A voice rang out suddenly. The moment he heard these words, Yeongshi only felt a surge at his sea of consciousness. The image in front of his eyes followed suit and became somewhat illusory. Once his sight was restored, he saw a strange image come to life. 8 bare-chested men were slowly walking out of a crowd of double-minded people at the moment. The 8 men carried the 2 long black pillars in unison, and at the point where the 2 long black pillars were right in the center of there was also a throne, and on top of it, a woman in a black feathered coat sat lazily on top, elbows against the armrests, palms slightly clenched into fists, palms at the center against the top of their faces. A pair of vertical pupils like snakes make one's hair stand on end, and just by meeting their eyes, there was just an inexplicable feeling of oppression coming on, as the other hand of the woman on the throne gently lifted up. The 8 naked men walking with the throne on their shoulders slowed to a halt. The woman sized up Yeongshi at the giant door, and some disappointment showed on her face. It looks like the skin is not bad, it's just that the cultivation level is low. At this point, a small purple rabbit suddenly crawled out from the woman's collar, a pair of white eyes looking towards Yeongshi, and then weakly said, "Master." Chapter 62, truly worthy of being the puppet king. The purple rabbit that emerged from the collar of the woman sitting on the throne. But it's not the rootless one that Yeongshi made him probe into the back of the giant door first. Looking at the momentarily indistinguishable number of hollow-eyed men before him, and at the man who was watching himself. The woman sitting on top of the throne. Yeongshi's face was all gloomy. He couldn't feel half of the fluctuation of immortal power from that woman's body. It just looks like an ordinary mortal. But how could a mortal be here? And how could these hollow-eyed men obey her? And she just said, "You're the one I'm waiting for?" What the hell is going on here? Who asked her to wait here for herself? Yeongshi looked over at Woogan, who had jumped onto the black-feathered woman's shoulder. Rootless looks like he knows this woman. All kinds of confusion. A time filled Yeongshi's mind. That's just it. A lower cultivation level is fine, as long as you can break through the trials set by this king. This king, then, will follow the Lord's guidance and become your protector, the woman on top of the throne said. And with a lift of her slender hand, a black point of light suddenly appeared in his hand. Next moment, a clear ringing sound suddenly rang out. One of the chains wrapped around the 4 stout pillars was rapidly twitching at this moment. Originally these chains were meant to restrain the person hanging from the post, but now the chains jerked and the man who was merely attached to the pillar swayed gently along with it. It was as if someone who had been asleep for a long time had begun to wake up leisurely. Since you only have the cultivation of the human immortal realm, then this king will only give them 4 human immortal realm strengths as well. If you can defeat them, this king will, from now on, be your protector, the woman on the throne said. and suddenly moved her hand to her ear and gently snapped her fingers.
In a split second,
The four people affixed above the four pillars opened their tightly closed eyes in unison. The light between their eyes flickered.
standing around the pillar.
The people with lifeless and empty eyes had let out low roars of uneasiness at this moment.
And their footsteps were tight, constantly retreating to the back. Both are trying to stay away from the column.
Yi Anshi gripped the hilt of the silver-colored sword blade in his hand tightly, his eyes on the pillar that had just opened its eyes.
The 2 men and 2 women who have not made a move.
There was no fear in his eyes.
As long as what that woman says is true,
the 4 of them will only be able to utilize the same level of strength.
then there is nothing to fear.
From the time he stepped into the cultivation world until now, he had never lost in front of someone of the same realm. One of the 4 guardians under the Puppet King,
White Snake,
a woman with white scales all over her face, was the first to fall from the pillar to the ground, her eyes vacant and,
with a cold expression,
he said from afar to the direction where Yi Anshi was, one of the 4 great protectors under the Puppet King,
Green Snake.
Another woman with green scales all over her face fell from the pillar to the ground. The corners of his mouth grinned in a wide arc and he chuckled. One of the 4 guardians under the Puppet King,
Black Snake.
One of the 4 great protectors under the Puppet King's seat,
Yen Snake.
2 other men fell from the pillar to the ground in unison.
One with a dark complexion.
One had a deep red complexion and both had a calm look on their faces. The moment the 4 of them fell from the pillar,
the hollow-eyed people around them retreated and, leaving a large area empty. In the meantime,
the 4 of them had more demonic power on them if anything.
And the demonic power was probably only a bit more massive than that of Rootless. The Puppet King?
That's her,
isn't it?
Yi Anshi swept a glance at the woman on the throne and said nothing. Directly transforming into a stream of light to take the lead and rushing towards the 4 snakes.
White, green, black, and inferno, that stood out independently in front of them to kill them. White Snake, Green Snake, and Black Snake were unmoved.
And Inferno Snake's arms were revved up. A crimson flame instantly surged out from his body,
punching Yi Anshi from a long distance away.
The crimson flame resembled a vicious fire snake,
aggressively killing towards Yi Anshi. Boom! Yi Anshi suddenly appeared right in front of the Inferno Serpent,
and the crescent moon in his hand erupted with a sword roar coming from above the sword. The underworld fire was even a few points brighter.
A wind whistle lifted.
Yi Anshi had already appeared not far behind Yin Snake.
A ghostly blue wind flame lifted up from the Inferno Serpent's body, constantly spinning and whirling, erupting into wave after wave of scorching heat. When the blue wind flames completely dissipated,
the figure of the Yin Snake also turned into flying ash,
spilled to the ground. Ravenous. A group of people gathered here, with godless gazes, did not even utter a low roar at this moment.
All of them were staring at the orientation of the Inferno Serpent that had been reduced to flying dust. When the Puppet King on the throne saw this, his pair of vertical pupils blinked 1 or 2 times along with him.
Obviously,
he also didn't expect that one of the 4 guardians under his seat,
Yen Snake,
wouldn't even be able to hold up a sword in front of that person.
Spectral fire?
It wasn't until then that she noticed the ghostly blue flames igniting on the sword in Yi Anshi's hand and nodded gently.
I see. So you'll all go together. White Snake, Green Snake,
and Black Snake. The moment after the Puppet King finished speaking, all of them charged towards Yi Anshi. After having the situation where he killed the Inferno Snake with 1 sword, Yi Anshi was obviously more confident.
Even Resting Thunder didn't move. With the 100 Domains body spirit technique, he constantly circled around the 3 of them. White Snake, Green Snake, and Black Snake. Sword lights and shadows surfaced one after another. Not much longer.
Another wave of ghostly blue wind flames suddenly lifted up.
Within moments, the White Snake, the Green Snake, and the Black Snake were also obliterated in the underworld fire. Yi Anshi was the only one left to walk out of the ghostly blue wind flame.
It looked no different than when he had just walked in through the giant door earlier. In the battle with the Puppet King's 4 protectors,
not much was expended at all, let alone any injuries.
Yi Anshi looked towards the Puppet King on the throne, still not letting his guard down as he waited for the other party's latter words. The Puppet King was quiet for a moment before he sighed softly.
No wonder
he swore so convincingly that you would definitely be able to pass this king's trial.
So that's how it is.
The Puppet King suddenly said something Yi Anshi couldn't quite understand, and then he transformed into a blood bead that, in the blink of an eye, it had already drilled into Yi Anshi's brow.
Then, are left to that sword in your hand, thinking that
it should be able to bring the grade of this sword to the middle level of the Hotian rank. With the instant the sound of the Puppet King's words reached Yi Anshi's ears, she had then appeared at Yi Anshi's sea of consciousness.
Just after arriving here,
a black tower was reflected in the Puppet King's eyes,
causing the Puppet King's mind to tremble. The next instant,
A stream of white moonlight suddenly surfaced at the first level of the black tower. A curved moon seal appeared at the tower. The closed tower doors suddenly opened wide. A terrifying suction force surged out from the tower, enveloping the blood pearl as soon as it was there. The puppet king who had transformed into a blood bead had the intention to resist, but at the moment, she was like a raft on top of the churning waves. There was no way to resist the suction force that erupted from the tower. The other side. Yi Anxi only saw that the puppet king turned into a bloody light and then slammed headlong into his brow. He was so scared that he was able to look at his body internally, fearing that this puppet king still had mischievous intentions. No abnormalities were sought everywhere within the body. And finally Yi Anxi's consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness. Looking at the sea of consciousness that was as calm as before, and the only thing in the sea of consciousness, the prisoner immortal tower. Then he retreated from the sea of consciousness, and in his heart he said, "It's no wonder that she calls herself this king. This strength is truly terrifying. Even her hiding ability is so profound. It's impossible to detect where exactly she's hiding inside herself." Chapter 63, Southern Heavenly Hall. Putting the puppet king aside for the moment, Yi Anxi's gaze turned to land on Wogan, who was still on the throne, and his gaze chilled. Rootless immediately transformed into a purple thunderbolt, and in an instant had landed on top of Yi Anxi's shoulder. Master is truly worthy of being a master. It was so easy to subdue the puppet king. Wogan's admiration for his master was as great as a river. Lord! Without waiting for Rootless to finish its sentence, Yi Anxi grabbed its pair of long ears and lifted them to his eyes. "You just wanted to follow the puppet king devouring lord, didn't you?" Yi Anxi's eyes narrowed as he stared. Wrongfully accused. "Master, Rootless has been notoriously loyal since before. Now that you've followed your master, that loyalty is even more evident by the sun and the moon." "Really? 1,000 times true." Wogan nodded his head repeatedly, fearing that Yi Anxi wouldn't believe him, and then proceeded to explain. The party was that puppet king who kept control of Wogan. Wogan didn't dare to resist her at all, fearing that he would never see his master again. No longer can I do my best for my master." Yi Anxi didn't expect this dead rabbit to be so eloquent. The look that had seemed somewhat serious broke a bit. Finally, without good humor, he loosened his grip on the pair of long ears. "Then why isn't the deed good? The puppet king's tactic is usually to control other people's souls. Just like these immortal cultivators, the flesh has become a walking corpse. I think it should be the puppet king's secret work. That's what didn't allow the master to successfully cast the contract method, right?" Wogan said while carefully gauging Yi Anxi's change in demeanor. After seeing that Yi Anxi didn't continue to ask questions, he then breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, it wasn't that Yi Anxi didn't suspect Rootless. It was really that there was no use in doubting now. Anyway, Rootless and he had already made a contract, so if he wanted Rootless to die, it would only take a thought. For another, right now that so-called puppet king is still inside himself, saying that he's being his own protector, then there's no point in pursuing it any further. Instead of pursuing something pointless, might as well focus on taking care of those double-minded people in front of him. Thinking of the last words the puppet king said to himself when he disappeared, Yi Anxi couldn't help but raise his crescent moon. The finger tapped twice on the sword. The crescent moon quivered gently at that moment, and the sword followed with a bend that. It seemed to be locking eyes with Yi Anxi. "That puppet king's eyes are venomous. She was able to see your characteristics right away. But that's good. According to what she said, those people are enough to put you in the immortal artifact category." The corners of Yi Anxi's eyes curved a little when he said these words, his eyes containing a smile. According to what Rootless said, these people's souls have long been controlled by the puppet king. 9 times out of 10, they are already broken. And these people in front of me are just shells. Instead of letting them languish like this, it would be better to let them make some contribution to the moon. With that in mind, Yi Anxi's pace towards those with lifted swords did not stop for a moment, nor did he show any sign of a demon in his heart. Half an hour later, looking at a pile of flying ash on the ground behind him, Yi Anxi's gaze fell to the silver-white blade in his hand. Compared to half an hour ago, the crescent moon looked even more crystal clear at this moment. The sword carried a bright glow of its own, making it look very beautiful. There was also no need for Yi Anxi to inject his own immortal power into the sword. It already had some immortal power of its own in the sword. An illusory wave of sword chi traces were even surfacing around Luna all the time. Hidden killers. There was no more obvious change than a dozen more golden lines on the silver-white blade of the sword. Every now and then there was a golden halo that flowed through the lines. Nowadays, Yi Anxi already possessed several types of immortal weapons. It was natural to be able to sense Luna's rank at this moment. The upper grade of the Hotian rank. It was a bit higher out than the grade guessed by that puppet king. Luna is quite competitive. Yi Anxi lightly tapped the sword, causing Lunar to sway. It seemed to be happy because Yi Anxi complimented it. As Yi Ungshi loosened the hilt of his sword, the crescent moon floated beside Yi Ungshi on its own.
Let's go rootless. To the southern heavenly hall, Yi Ungshi casually said.
Then he walked straight towards a large hall in front of him that emanated a golden glow. The golden light shone brightly, and at first glance, it was not a mortal temple. The throne that the puppet king had been sitting on earlier had long been lying quietly on the ground,
no longer carried by anyone. A small purple rabbit was resting on its throne, and after Yi Ungshi's voice came, only then did the purple bunny sit up unsteadily from his throne, stretching a little, and muttering something that no one could understand. Fong transformed into a purple thunderbolt, quickly landing on top of Yi Ungshi's shoulder.
He pointed at the great hall above him that was radiating a golden light.
Master, that's the southern heavenly hall. The southern heavenly bell is still emitting its afterglow.
I think no one has come to the southern heavenly hall yet.
After saying that,
Rootless' mouth opened and spat out a piece of milky white scale.
You can't use your body immortal technique in a moment, master. If you enter the hall rashly, you will be expelled by the rules of the southern heavenly hall. The master's cultivation is not high,
so he may not be able to withstand the pressure outside the temple. This is the articulated dragon scale that it can help the master resist a lot of the pressure. Looking at the milky white scales that had floated up to his eyes,
Yi Ungshi couldn't help but look at the Rootless on his shoulder one more time. I feel like this dead rabbit's attitude changed after meeting that puppet king alone. Now you're even taking the initiative to share your worries? Still, it's kind of a good thing. Yi Ungshi gently nodded,
then grabbed the milky white scales in front of him into his hands.
Continue walking towards the southern heavenly hall. Just now, while tackling the walking dead, he then already knew about this dungeon information through Rootless. The name of this underground city is Golden Pond City, probably crafted by that immortal realm lord, located at the heart of this wonderland. And the southern heavenly hall was the greatest opportunity within Golden Pond City. It's just a pity that Shinji and Xingshui came here 500 or 600 years ago, scavenged many precious things away. It is estimated that there are only some things left that Shinji and Xingshui can't see. However, for Yi Ungshi and other immortal cultivators whose cultivation level was highest at the Earth immortal realm, it was also a good chance. It's a good thing that the greatest opportunity in the southern heavenly hall of the inheritance of that lord of the immortal realm thought that Shinji and Xingshui couldn't take it with them either. Yi Ungshi naturally set his mind on this chance. Boom hoo!
Just after stepping onto the steps in front of the southern heavenly hall,
a pressure followed and pressed down on Yi Ungshi. Fortunately,
Yi Ungshi had long been prepared in his mind, and merely paused slightly in his steps. Then he continued walking towards the southern heavenly hall. As he got closer and closer to the southern heavenly hall, the pressure pressing down on Yi Ungshi grew stronger and stronger. If he hadn't gotten a piece of scale armor from Rootless, I'm afraid he would have been unable to move an inch by now, right? This pressure, was it trying to block human immortal realm cultivators from outside the southern heavenly hall, also known as screening? Seemingly a very close distance, Yi Ungshi walked hard for half a quarter of an hour before arriving at the door of the southern heavenly hall, with both hands raised against the door of the temple that emanated a faint golden light, moving only a few moments of force. The closed door of the temple was then pushed open. A golden glow poured in from behind the open temple doors.
Chapter 64, It's not right off wool. Is this still the temple?
Yi Ungshi looked at the scene in the hall, and without taking another glance at the scene outside the hall,
couldn't help but say,
as the golden light dissipated, the situation in the hall was taken in one by Yi Ungshi.
Originally,
I only thought that there was not much difference with the general hall.
At most, it was a bit more extravagant and huge. I didn't realize that it was another world, blue-colored sky, but the ground was filled with a sea of clouds and mist. Cloudy sea of clouds also exists. There is also a never bumped into the immortal beasts. Each of them not far from the circumference of each has a gold, silver, copper box. Boxes vary in size. It looked as if all these immortal beasts were guarding these treasure chests around them. This was the reason why Yi Ungshi couldn't believe the scene behind the temple door that he had pushed open just now and the scene outside the door. It's almost a bit mind-boggling.
As Yi Ungshi walked into the south heavenly hall,
the door to the hall behind him,
even the buildings associated with the temple directly turned into nothingness, completely disappearing from this heaven and earth. It made Yi Ungshi feel like he wasn't in the temple, but standing in the sky. That illusion of being above the sea of clouds. Those immortal beasts above the sea of clouds and within the clouds seemed as if they hadn't even felt Yi Ungshi, remained in his position. An immortal beast whose body was covered in watery blue mist was lying on the ground,
its large eyes gently squinting as it, like sleeping.
But the moment Yi Ungshi little tried to approach an immortal beast,
it suddenly stood up.
A roar was issued at Yi Ungshi. After Yi Ungshi retreated to his original position,
the immortal beast that looked like it had been furious flopped back down onto the sea of clouds, and one eye began to close up again.
This caused Yi Unshi to be a bit surprised and try to take a few more steps closer to the immortal beast. When he saw the omen of the fairy beast's eyes opening, he took a step back. The fairy beasts didn't open their eyes. It seems that every immortal beast here has its own territorial range. As long as no one sets foot within its territorial boundaries, they can be at peace with each other. Yi Unshi guessed in his heart, then raised his hand and, tapping the rootless little head standing on his shoulder, that immortal realm lord's inheritance wouldn't be in the treasure chest as well, would it? As he said this, Yi Unshi's eyes kept looking towards a direction where the clouds were the densest. Hiddenly, a dark red light could still be seen shining through the clouds there. Obviously, the treasure chest located in that cloud was definitely not bad. I'm only afraid that the strength of the immortal beast guarding the treasure chest within that cloud was definitely not weak either. Even if there's no so-called legacy in the treasure chest in that area, that which remains is only a rare opportunity. Want to give it a try? Rootless pair of white-filled eyes had been constantly surveying the southern heavenly hall ever since he entered it. Seems to be looking for something. At this moment after the little head was knocked by Yi Unshi, a pair of long ears couldn't help but cover the spot where Yi Unshi had knocked, and said in a good-natured manner, "Master, Rootless is looking for the inheritance left behind by that mighty one for his master." Talking about talking. The long ears that were still covering the location of the knock stood up and, Rootless was even happier as he gave a small jump on Yi Unshi's shoulder, pointing towards the azure sky. Master, I've found the location where that mighty one left his legacy. It is there. There." Hearing that, Yi Unshi's desire for the treasure chest in that area plummeted. Compared to the inheritance left behind by the lord of this immortal realm, some heavenly treasures and immortal artifacts and a host of other opportunities were simply weak. Yi Unshi looked along the sky where Rootless was pointing, and his immortal sense followed and surged into the sky. But there was no point of feeling or seeing anything out of the ordinary. Where is there? It doesn't feel any different. I is stupid. Wogan raised his hand, an urge to strike at Yi Unshi's face welling up in his heart. Luckily, it forced the terrible impulsive energy down again and turned to say, "Master, stay close to me." The words just fell. Rootless instantly transformed into a purple lightning bolt and rose against the sky. When Yi Unshi saw this, he couldn't think too much, and his cultivation of the human immortal realm exploded in full force, with himself chasing after Rootless with all his might without using resting thunder. It had to be said that Rootless was damn fast. Without Yi Unshi utilizing resting thunder, couldn't catch up with it with all my might. It's a good thing it has a bit of a servant's heart, except that it's a bit fast at first. The speed dropped off in the back, enabling Yi Unshi to barely keep up. As Yi Unshi, the rootless man and rabbit got closer and closer to the high altitude, the original blue-colored sky suddenly changed. A layer of black clouds transformed out almost instantaneously, and a thick thunderous might emerged from the black clouds. Lightning bursts. The white clouds and mist underneath turned black. A crowd of immortal beasts began to erupt with low roars of unease. A purple thunder dragon emerged from the black clouds. Only the tail and part of its body could be seen. I didn't even see the dragon's claws, let alone its head. However, the lightning might that enveloped Yi Unshi and Wogan directly reached its peak at this moment. Yi Unshi only felt as if he was about to turn into a streak of flying ash. Instead, Rootless' voice came from his ears. "Master, hold on. This is used to fool people. If the master's heart backs out, then he will completely lose his qualification for the inheritance." Hearing this, Yi Unshi clenched his teeth, and as soon as he put the ghost streamer in his hand into his storage ring, a pair of eyes stared straight up at the layer of dark clouds in the sky above, and the body of the one purple thunder dragon that traveled through the black clouds. At this point, a large purple dragon's head suddenly emerged from the black clouds and a pair of dragon's eyes were filled with red thunder. His face looked somewhat hideous and horrible, and above a pair of dragon's horns, there was also a bead glowing with thunder suspended. Is that the bead? No. Rootless hadn't realized that the distance was so close that his own master had not been able to see the end. Immediately said angrily, "It is its eyes, a fool." The moment he got the answer from Wogan's mouth, Yi Unshi began to get a few threads of thunder underneath his feet. In the midst of the flurry of thunderous booms, there was one more boom. Yi Unshi's entire body, who had originally been pulled away by Rootless by a distance of roughly a few feet, suddenly dissipated, because he had just cursed Yi Unshi. At this moment, Wogan was unusually apprehensive in his heart, and his heart clenched when he saw Yi Unshi's sudden disappearance. Could it be that he had already turned into flying ash and instantly perished under this thunderous might? This thought had just surfaced from Rootless' heart when Yi Unshi's voice entered his ears from above. "You hurry!" Rootless looked back up at the sky and only then did he realize that Yi Unshi had already appeared in front of the head of that purple thunder dragon. Just in time to see Yi Unshi rush into the dragon's eye, the image of the entire person completely drowning in those red thunderbolts. Rootless stopped, deliberately suppressing his own speed at that moment, and with a giggle, a A purple thunder wire appeared high above the sky.
Similarly,
He was drowned in the eyes of the purple thunder dragon.
a man and a rabbit had just disappeared, and what had been black clouds all over the
high sky where the thunderbolt rolled was once again restored to its azure color.
On the sea of white clouds, the immortal beasts in the clouds and mist also no longer emitted low roars similar to terrified.
Turning back to his original position,
he continued to guard the treasure chest that was not far away.
Everything, as if it had never changed.
Chapter 65 Void Space.
A 2 to 3 meter crack suddenly appeared within a void of space.
The next instant, Yi Ungshi, dressed in a red-striped green robe, suddenly dropped out of the crack. The whole person kept falling down.
Only after Yi Ungshi's immortal power surged out of his body did he stop, floating in a space full of nothingness. It was all but impossible to distinguish direction and heaven and earth.
Looking at the image in front of me,
if it were not for the fact that I could still see my hands and feet in robes,
etc.
Yi Ungshi really had to think that he was re-blind.
Where is this whole place for me? Is this still Fairyland or the Skywalker realm?
Just when Yi Ungshi was somewhat skeptical that he had entered the eyes of that purple thunder dragon by mistake, another crack appeared above the head.
The next instant,
a tiny purple rabbit dropped out of a crack end.
Only it didn't fall down in Yi Ungshi's direction as Yi Ungshi did. It was as if it had known it all along. And just as soon as it dropped out of the rift, it was already floating in its original position.
The moment he saw Rootless, the hint of suspicion that had just surfaced in Yi Ungshi's heart instantly shattered.
Even Rootless,
who looked familiar with this southern heavenly hall,
came in.
It meant that the eyes Yi Ungshi entered in the party were not wrong. Or rather, as long as it was the eyes of that purple thunder dragon.
Just as Yi Ungshi wanted to inquire about what was going on with Rootless right now,
a stream of colorful bubbles suddenly appeared within this void of space. There are quite a few more images in these colored bubbles.
There were images of corpses all over the ground.
Images of a group of cultivators who were fighting for the chance to.
There were also volcanic wastelands and icy lands that Yi Ungshi had previously visited.
Even the image of the southern heavenly hall that Yi Ungshi had just arrived at just now also surfaced in these colorful bubbles. Being able to take in every move of those immortal beasts in the sea of clouds and mist, this void of space was like the most central area of this immortal realm.
Can feed back images of everything in Wonderland?
What made Yi Ungshi more concerned was the picture in this dungeon.
In a short period of time, there were so many more immortal cultivators in this underground city.
It was even more massive than the cultivators Yi Ungshi had seen in the snow, and they took a completely different path than Yi Ungshi,
who went straight into the tunnel. Instead,
they were a flat field surrounded by dozens and hundreds of dilapidated-sized side halls,
large and small. There is a lot of crisis in it. Yi Ungshi happened to glance at
just in time to see the image of several immortals fighting over a stone set in the wall, ending with a stone statue rioting and punching several immortals to death. Although Yi Ungshi's path to the southern heavenly hall wasn't that smooth, it also encountered a terrifying existence like the Puppet King.
However, because of the underworld fire, Yi Ungshi didn't feel too much of a hindrance,
at least in contrast to the roads that these cultivators passed through. Yi Ungshi instead felt that his journey had been a little too smooth.
Well, flat is good. What's wrong with being flat? Yi Ungshi secretly nodded,
then continued to observe the images in the rest of the colored bubbles.
Not long afterward,
he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A bare-chested man who looked to be about 23 or 24 years old, revealing all of his tendon muscles. The little monk with a clear brow and a bare head had unexpectedly arrived outside the southern heavenly hall. You know the reason why Yi Ungshi was able to enter the southern heavenly hall so quickly.
That's all because it was flat all the way.
And this little monk's path was clearly different from Yi Ungshi's. There was still quite a bit of blood on him, especially on his arms, where the blood had dried up and
the blood seemed as if it was thoroughly imprinted on the skin. Obviously before arriving at the southern heavenly hall, this monk had killed who knows how many immortal cultivators along the way, as previously envisioned by Yi Ungshi,
estimating that it should be Lu Yu who would be the first to approach the southern heavenly hall.
I didn't realize it wasn't Lu Yu.
Maybe this is the fact that there is a sky beyond the sky,
and there are people beyond the people.
Yi Ungshi shook his head lightly and,
curious, he began to look for an acquaintance.
It soon led Yi Ungshi to an acquaintance.
Tang Tranquility. At this moment, Tang Tranquility was meditating and resting with a tree cave.
There were also 8 flying swords constantly circling around her circumference.
She didn't rush to this dungeon,
probably because the chances she'd acquired elsewhere had been enough.
Or maybe it was too much of a drain on itself earlier. And there's Willow Winkle.
Looking at her surroundings, she should have come to this dungeon.
There was also a long, wide box on his back, which, if it had been larger, would have looked a bit like a coffin. Luan Ge's situation doesn't look too optimistic. At the moment it was constantly escaping quickly through a maze-like area. Behind her, there were 2 other men and a woman following closely behind her.
looking like they were saying things that kept coming out of their mouths.
Unfortunately,
Yi Unshi wasn't able to hear or read lips, even though he was a little worried about Lu Wanga's situation. The current Yi Unshi was simply unable to help with this. One can only pray in one's heart that she comes through this well. Looking once again at the other colored bubbles, he was slow to find the image Yi Unshi wanted to see. Obviously even the Dao Sword Sect senior brothers and sisters who were waiting at the place where they left the immortal realm had the picture. However, there was just no picture of Jiang Yao and Lu Yu, especially Jiang Yao. Yal and I came to this dungeon together. As a matter of course, Yao and I were the first ones to arrive at the dungeon. We shouldn't have been able to find her, shouldn't we? After sensing the increasingly frightening direction of his speculations, Yi Unshi hastily terminated the speculation in that direction. This kind of speculation can't come out of nowhere. If it comes true, then, just as Yi Unshi was getting more and more rambunctious, a colorful bubble suddenly floated in front of Yi Unshi's eyes on its own, causing him to be slightly stunned. Isn't the picture in this white bubble the picture of Jiang Yao? Jiang Yao, who was dressed in red, looked a bit distressed. The silver-white iron mask which he wore over his face was also quite chipped, and in each of his hands he held a blade, and was stooping low and flying towards a large hall in front of them that emitted a golden glow. This large hall Yi Unshi recognized. It was clearly the Southern Heavenly Hall. But Yi Unshi wasn't happy that Jiang Yao was already close to the Southern Heavenly Hall. Instead, endless worry welled up in his eyes. Jiang Yao looked a bit weak now, and there were so many immortal beasts in the Southern Heavenly Hall. Plus, all the other cultivators were rushing towards the location of the Southern Heavenly Hall. If she thought of hiding in the Southern Heavenly Hall before recovering from her injuries, that would be the end of her not to mention the fact that those immortal beasts have their own sense of territory. But just those immortal cultivators who rushed to the Southern Heavenly Hall. Ironically, I won't let go of those treasure chests guarded by immortal beasts. All of them fought, and there simply wasn't a remote and quiet place in the Southern Heavenly Hall for Jiang Yao to recover. Plus, if any other powerful immortal cultivator were to run into such a Jiang Yao, it is hard to avoid taking advantage of the tiger's illness to kill the tiger. The more he thought about it, the more anxious Yi Unshi's heart became, and his hands had already clenched into fists without realizing it. If Yao could run into senior brother Lu, perhaps senior brother Lu would even take care of him for a bit. But if you can't touch it, Yi Unshi bit his lip and looked towards the rootless floating above, and was about to speak out. Then he felt a sudden tremor in the void of space here. Chapter 66. The originally void space suddenly changed. A wave suddenly sprang up from where Yi Unshi's feet were, and the sound of the waves running in the water was unceasing. The position above his head was transformed into an azure sky in a split second. A white bird of prey flew through the sky, not far behind Yi Unshi, under the sea floor. Even more, a huge beast suddenly appeared in the water, and many of the waves were all shot up. It rushed towards where Yi Unshi was, but after Yi Unshi flew a bit higher towards the top, all of it rushed past the bottom of Yi Unshi's feet, leaving only a loud sound of water. Yi Unshi's eyes twinkled as he looked at the ocean beneath his feet. He could feel it. At the bottom of the ocean that had suddenly appeared on the surface there had been an appalling aura emanating from it. It made his heart vaguely uneasy. Rootless transformed into a purple thunderbolt and landed on Yi Unshi's shoulder, suddenly plopping down against the ocean. Greetings, Master. It says Master, not Lord. Yi Unshi naturally understood that Wugen wasn't talking to himself, and his heart was suddenly shaken. Previously, he had already guessed that Rootless' identity was not simple, and it was very likely that it had something to do with this immortal realm. It was even highly likely that it was a creature derived from this immortal realm through the ages. But it never occurred to me that Rootless would be related to the Lord of the Immortal Realm. How could a Lord of the Immortal Realm with such terrifying strength look at a weak immortal beast like Wogan? In the middle of Yi Unshi's pondering, a red aura suddenly surfaced under the seabed too. It seemed like a large area of blood blooming in the water, spreading out together towards the surroundings. A thread of red thunder suddenly coalesced above the surface of the sea. It didn't look like it came with any kind of pressure or thunderbolt. It was inferior to the purple thunder dragon that had suddenly appeared in the black clouds earlier. How could Yi Unshi think of a mighty person who could create such an immortal realm? So little oppression when about to show up. Under Yi Unshi's gaze, the threads of red thunder continued to outline and converge above the surface of the sea. It didn't take long to outline a red eye. It was about 10 times bigger than Yi Unshi as a whole. So it's you, little guy. You're still alive? A voice rang out from all directions, drilling into the ears of Yi Unshi, the rootless man and the rabbit. Those red eyes don't even blink. And I don't know how it just said that sentence. Thank you, Master, for your concern. The rootless head was thoroughly attached to Yi Unshi's shoulder. Not long after, Yi Unshi felt an additional sense of wetness at his shoulders. No, you're moved to tears because of what it said. Yi Unshi was puzzled in his heart. but on his face he didn't show it in the slightest, still floating peacefully in place.
Well, my time is running out. The red eyes looked to Yi Engshi. In an instant,
Yi Engshi only felt as if a mere abyss was left in front of him,
and this abyss, at the moment, was gazing coldly at him. It seemed as if
this abyss wanted to swallow him up.
It's just a matter of a thought.
A chill began to grow from the bottom of his heart.
I ask you, if you ever become very powerful, will you then lead my people back to a time of greatness?
The voice again bored into the ear from all sides,
and this time it also carried a not bad divine soul attack,
causing Yi Engshi's sea of consciousness to tremble,
and his immediate vision began to distort along with it.
Under such a terrifying divine soul attack, Yi Engshi wasn't able to think at all.
Without thinking, he blurted out, "Is your clan human?"
"No, it's the true dragon clan."
"That won't happen."
Yi Engshi shook his head, his eyes looking a little dull and
the face looked a little dopey as well. It was completely different from the usual Yi Engshi. "Then will you slaughter all of my people?" That red eye narrowed and
the attack on Yi Engshi's divine soul became more and more massive.
A vain spatial crack began to appear all around Yi Engshi's location to come. "No," Yi Engshi said.
At these words, his eyes, which had just narrowed slightly,
opened again. "If one day the
true dragon clan is in great trouble, you have become the overlord of a state.
Will you help the true dragon clan?" "To the best of my ability. If I can help then I will. If I can't then there's nothing I can do."
After saying these words, Yi Engshi's eyes gradually recovered and his face was a bit ugly. The eyes, which had been using the power of their souls to force themselves to be truthful.
"The point is that there isn't a single thing you can do about it yet." Looking at the one red eye above the sea in the distance,
Yi Engshi was inexplicably a little apprehensive in his heart. After Yi Engshi uttered his last words,
the eye never spoke again.
It wasn't sure if it was because it wasn't satisfied with the answer Yi Engshi gave. It was a good thing that it was all a false alarm, and the previous sounds began to ring out again on all sides of the
all together. They drilled into Yi Engshi's ears. "So, that's enough. So, let's get started."
The words were not yet spoken.
That red eye suddenly transformed into dozens and hundreds of red thunderbolts that surged towards Yi Engshi in unison.
A sound of thunder echoed one by one in this piece of heaven and earth,
along with Yi Engshi's shouting voice. Southern Heavenly Hall.
Just moments after entering the Southern Heavenly Hall,
Jiang Yare's reaction was just a little bit better than Yi Engshi's. Genius didn't realize that what was inside this temple would be another miniature world. Jiang Yare didn't linger too much at the entrance of the hall, and after roughly scanning her surroundings,
it then turned into a dark red wind fog surging above the sea of clouds,
causing an extremely dense white fog.
But as soon as they got close, a roar erupted in front of them,
causing an unearthly wave of sound that sonic booms erupted one after another. The white mist,
which was still somewhat dense, was washed away quite a bit under the sound of this roar. A brown ox-shaped immortal beast with a body size of about 30 feet suddenly stepped out of the thick, a fierce look on his face.
When it came to a stop,
2 streams of hot air poured out of its pair of nostrils.
It caused a wave of heat to come. After Jiang Yare,
who had hidden herself in the dark red mist, saw that bull-shaped immortal beast,
eyes slightly glued. Obviously,
he recognized what kind of existence this bull-shaped immortal beast was.
However, Jiang Yare didn't look the least bit intimidated. Instead,
the dark red mist spread all over his body at this moment, gathered towards the blade held by Jiang Yare's hands.
A dark red silhouette that resembled Jiang Yare by 7 points suddenly emerged from Jiang Yare's body. The higher it gets, the bigger it gets. A hole suspended above Jiang Yare's head. This is an ability unique to the Earth Immortal Realm. Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth.
It can increase the strength of the person who performs this technique tenfold.
The all-encompassing kind. Without a word,
Jiang Yare flung out a blade in her hand as
in his hand, however,
he still clutched the chain attached to the blade. The sound of the chain continued, and the chain attached to the blade grew longer and longer.
And
the blade was in front of that bull-shaped immortal beast, and the chain still had no end in sight. The bull-shaped immortal beast once again let out a low roar and violently raised its front hoof,
slapping it towards the incoming blade. Chapter 67. Boom Hoo.
At such a close distance,
the bull-shaped immortal beast failed to slap the incoming flying blades. A hoof slaps the air. The flying blades flew under the hooves of the bull-shaped immortal beast with unusual agility, and then flew around its legs twice,
causing the chain attached to the flying blade to follow suit and wrap around the leg of the bull-shaped immortal beast.
Jiang Yare was already fast,
and at this moment,
with the increase of Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth, the speed of the flying blades was even faster.
By the time the bull-shaped immortal beast had just tried to drop its raised hoofs, the chain had long been wrapped around its raised leg. Even half of its massive body was wrapped around the chain about 2 or 3 times.
Plus, the bull-shaped immortal beast lowered its legs too much.
The powerful force failed to break the chain on its body, but tripped its entire bull body above the sea of clouds. It caused a not-so-subtle rumbling sound. By the time the bull-shaped immortal beast had just lifted its head, Jiang Yao, however, did not know when she appeared not far above it, holding the hilt of the blade tightly in one hand, a rich dark red immortal energy spreading over the blade. A dark red blade light surfaced. A dark red silk thread appeared above the neck of the bull-shaped immortal beast. Jiang Yao, who was dressed in red, still appeared in front of the bull-shaped demonic beast, and as soon as she threw out her blade, a lot of the blood that was stained on the blade was all flung down above the distant sea of clouds. In a split second, the massive bull's head suddenly separated from its body and tumbled down above the sea of clouds. That makes the sea of clouds a lot more bloody. Jiang Yao walked by the side of the bull-shaped immortal beast, toward a treasure chest in the back that emanated a red glow. There was no joy in his eyes. It seemed as if the treasure chest emitting a red glow was not very tempting to her, because of the white mist that dispersed as a result of the roar of the bull-shaped immortal beast in the party. The moment the bull-shaped immortal beast died, it came back from nowhere, covering up Jiang Yao's location once again. Jiang Yao, who came straight behind the bull-shaped immortal beast, didn't bother to open the treasure chest that was emitting a red halo. Instead, she sat down on the ground, and with a flip of her hand, an elixir appeared in the palm of her hand. Compared to obtaining the spoils of war, what she wanted more than anything else was to restore her immortal power and recover from her injuries. Feeling the constant presence of an overbearing immortal force within his body, after constantly wanting to try and destroy her immortal power running lines, Jiang Yao's eyes became cold and incomparably cold. LVU. When she came to the immortal realm, Jiang Yao had anticipated that she would be injured. Yet, he did not expect that he would receive this level of injuries just from going up against one person. Although this person's cultivation was at the Earth Immortal Realm, the strength he had erupted was above the Earth Immortal Realm. Unusually weird. After swallowing the elixir in his hand into his stomach with one hand, a dark red immortal energy then began to emerge from Jiang Yao's body, and faintly, there was a cry. Jiang Yao, who was wrapped up in her own immortal power, looked like a female ghost. Having just cultivated for a long time, Jiang Yao's closed eyes suddenly opened. The immortal energy surging from his body suddenly transformed into a blood-colored bone claw, shooting toward the white mist beyond. There was a loud boom. The thick white mist became thin once again, worthy of being a genius of the demon god palace. He was discovered just as he approached. Pity was thinking of a sneak attack. An evil-looking youth with slanted bangs, carrying a large sword over his shoulder. Slowly, he walked in from beyond the white mist. Seeing this person dressed, Jiang Yao's nice-looking eyebrows couldn't help but frown. In a stern voice, he said, "How dare a disciple of the Acacia sect make a move on me?" In the sacred rock immortal state, the Devil God Palace belonged to one of the several head forces of the Devil Dao, and the Acacia sect was merely a subordinate force of the Demon God Palace. On weekdays, if the Demon God Palace disciples meet with the Acacia sect disciples, even if the Acacia sect disciples didn't have to be too humble, then they still had to greet each other with a smile. Otherwise, even if the Demon God Palace disciples killed him, the Acacia sect patriarch wouldn't dare to let out one more fart. On the contrary, if the Acacia sect disciples dared to kill the Demon God Palace disciples, then the consequences that greeted it would be severe. In the light case, the Acacia sect disciple who made the move was abolished from his cultivation, expelled from the Acacia sect, and left to be dealt with by the Demon God Palace. If it was heavy, the entire Acacia sect would have to bear the wrath of the Demon God Palace. Jiang Yao really didn't expect that in this case. The Acacia sect disciple was actually the first one to jump out and turn on himself. The evil man didn't have a trace of fear when he heard Jiang Yao's stern voice and harsh words. A pair of eyes instead blatantly sized up Jiang Yao's body and let out a low laugh. Although senior sister John's face is flawed, this body, boom hoo. Before the evil man could finish, a white bone claw suddenly appeared above his head and grabbed down violently. A dark red aerosol followed along and surged down, enveloping the evil man with it. One by one, fierce-looking faces emerged from the red mist and, laughing and crying mixed into one, sounding a little hard to hear. At this point, an immortal power of the middle stage of the Earth Immortal Realm suddenly erupted. The white bone claws and dark red mist all washed away at this moment. The evil young man with bangs stepped out of it. Above his head there was a giant shadow that resembled him 6 or 7 times. Senior Sister Jiang is really worthy of being one of the several core disciples of the Demon God Palace, to have cultivated the Xian Bone Demon Claw to such a degree in just 100 years. Mr. Li admires it. The evil youth swept an extra claw mark on his shoulder, stabilizing the wound with his immortal power as he did so, not letting the blood continue to seep out from the wound, while saying to Jiang Yao, "Li Hui, the eldest disciple of the Acacia sect, with a mid-earth immortal cultivation, Zhang Yer stood up from the ground and similarly cast, Dharma phase heaven and earth, to come with a murderous aura. You can die. After seeing Zhang Yer similarly perform, Dharma phase heaven and earth, Li Hui suddenly swept toward the back, only stopping after maintaining a safe distance. Even though Zhang Yer looked like her strength was damaged, she was still not to be underestimated. The Shin Bone Demon Claw that Zhang Yer had just performed. If he, Li Chou, had not performed Dharma phase heaven and earth in time, it wouldn't just be a bruise on the shoulder. Senior sister Jian, don't be in a hurry. Li Chi raised his hands and gently clapped his palms a few times too. Smiling coldly, he said, I, Leo Bandon, never fight battles that I have no chance of winning. Come out, both of you. The words just fell. An eagle-billed man suddenly burrowed out from underneath the sea of clouds and appeared beside Li Wei. A young man with a haughty look and expensive clothes kept emerging from beyond the clouds, and in the twinkling of an eye, then he had already arrived in front of Li Jue, and after seeing the claw marks on Li Jue's shoulder, his eyes suddenly showed more disdain. Having to ask this young man to wait for a moment. Those who don't know would think that you're going to kill Zhang Yer on your own. I didn't realize that it was just self-defeating. Li Hui did not seem to feel the different colors in the eyes of the richly dressed youth. Following the other party's words, he said, what A.O. Xiao said is true. Mr. Li has humiliated himself this time. After saying that, Li Hui also made a deep bow to the magnificently dressed youth. Continued. Everything is previously stated that Zhang Yer all things are distributed by A.O. Young, Li, as long as Zhang Yer's people can. A waste that relies on women to advance to earth immortal is lame. The richly dressed youth snorted. Only then did he look at Zhang Yer, the color of contempt in his eyes not hidden in the slightest. This young man's favorite thing is to abuse and kill the pride of the human race like you, and I hope that you can make this young man do his best. Chapter 68 A.O. Tian, the Dragon Clan's Pride. The richly dressed young man is A.O. Tian of the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan, and these days in this vast immortal territory. Again, it hit the ground running. Just as the words came out of his mouth, A.O. Tian's body began to swipe up continuously. It transformed into at least 20 phantoms that appeared around Zhang Yer. A.O. Tian, won't bully you either. Now, let's go one-on-one. A.O. Tian's voice continued to resound and overlap from the surroundings, and there was also a spiritual fluctuation that it caused more ripples at Zhang Yer's sea of consciousness. This person is by no means an idle person. A.O. Xiao can't be like this. Now that the rest of the immortal state's heavenly prides have not yet arrived, it's not worth it to expend too much time on this person. Li Hui had already prepared to strike out at Zhang Yer. Pressing the root did not expect A.O. Tian to come to such an outburst, and immediately veiled his voice. Don't want to. A dragon's roar suddenly sounded. A.O. Tian's entire body suddenly appeared in front of Li Wei. His hand clenched into a fist and a green-colored immortal power instantly erupted. Even though Li Qi's reaction speed was not slow, he was still blown out by A.O. Tian's punch. Two more long scratches above the sea of clouds. A greenish-colored dragon head invisible suddenly appeared in front of Li Hui, who had just stabilized his form. Li Abandoned was horrified in his heart. Hastily, he cast a spell to wrap himself up completely. Boom hoo! The green-colored dragon head bit into Li Jue's body, and the spell that wrapped around Li Jue shattered in its entirety. A violent burst of immortal power erupted, dispersing all the white mist around Li Hui. Li Hui, who had reappeared in the line of sight of A.O. Tian, the eagle-beaked man, and Zhang Yer. It looked wretched at the moment. A head of long hair was down, and there were even more bruises on his body, which looked skinned and broken. His breathing heavily in place. Previously, this young man was already very upset when he waited for you to play garlic for a few moments. And now, how else are you going to teach this young man to act? A.O. Tian had one hand behind his back, and his face was ice-cold. Ice-cold words continued to come out of his mouth. Really think you're someone? Li Qiu clenched his teeth. His hands clenched into fists, veins protruding from his forehead. The heart had long been taken over by anger. Fortunately, his reasoning was not completely washed away by his anger, and in his heart he understood the gap between him and A.O. Tian. Therefore, Li Wei took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, everything will be decided by A.O. Xiao. Strike that. Li abandoned another glance at the other eagle-beaked man who hadn't moved much from the beginning to the end. The heart is very stifled. Speaking of which, this hawksbill man was the first helper he'd ever gotten, and he was godlike when he first saw him. But after A.O. Tian came, he didn't even dare to fart. A.O. Tian snorted when he saw Li Hui's reaction, and the contempt and disdain in his eyes grew even more. Then he turned around and smiled at Zhang Yer. Alright, let's continue. Who? A.O. Tian's figure swept once again, appearing at Zhang Yer's circumference, transforming into more than 20 phantoms. It's hard to recognize the real thing. However,
After seeing Ao Tian's confident reenactment of the same old trick, he said. Zhang Youer lightly raised an arc to it. At the moment the mask she wore on her face had long since broken open with some cracks, and half of her face was showing. Therefore, this subtle change in her expression was instantly seen by Ao Tian, Li Hui, and the eagle-beaked man. Ao shall be careful, Li Qiu even shouted, fearing that Ao Tian would be careless and suffer a loss. As a fellow member of the Sacred Rock Immortal State's devilish cultivation forces, he was well aware of Zhang Youer's terror. If it wasn't for the presence of a true dragon race heavenly pride like Ao Tian this time around, or if there was an eagle-billed man to help him, Zhang Youer is just a little more injured. He also didn't quite dare to come to Zhang Yale's trouble. At the time Li abandoned cried out this sentence. Zhang Youer, who had originally stayed in place, suddenly stabbed the two blades in her hands into the sea of clouds. As soon as she did so, a dark red immortal energy instantly surged here, taking on a circular shape that, occupying all of the 100 meters around Zhang Youer, a huge white bone suddenly burrowed out of the ground and the Ao Tian who had dozens of phantoms around Zhang Youer was fully enveloped. Terrifying destructive power all overflowed. The surrounding sea of clouds cracked more under such destructive power. A vast pressure even descended around Zhang Yael. Dozens of phantoms dissipated one after another, leaving only one Ao Tian standing not far in front of Zhang Youer. Give me back my life. A heartbreaking roar suddenly sounded and an illusory silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Youer, with a human-like figure, and white bones on his face showing outside his flesh. It looks hideous and horrible. With open teeth and claws, he charged towards Ao Tian. It's Li Wei who's not on top of the bone claws. Both of the eagle-beaked men felt a not-so-uncommon pressure descend on their bodies, limiting their movements. Not to mention Ao Tian, who bore the brunt of the attack. It was thought that at this moment, one should not be able to move an inch, and there was no way to avoid this killing technique of Zhang Youer. But at this moment, Ao Tian's face did not have a trace of panic, and his eyes were still empty. It was as if they didn't care about Zhang Youer's killing technique at all. When that hideous silhouette approached, green dragon scales began to appear on Ao Tian's body. A greenish-colored immortal energy surged out from his body. A hand was gently raised, and with a seemingly unconcerned grasp, it actually precisely grabbed the throat of the hideous silhouette. As Ao Tian's hand exerted force, the hideous silhouette then transformed into a dark red mist that spread out towards the surroundings. It only managed to induce a not-so-small wave of air, nothing more. Immediately after that, Ao Tian lightly lifted his foot and gently stepped on top of the white bone underneath. It caused a rippling wave of green color. Obviously, there is no great surge of immortal power, nor is there the slightest trace of immortal magic. However, the white bones that Zhang Youer had transformed into became shattered under this kick from Ao Tian. The technique was forcibly broken, and a bright red blood began to spill out from the corner of Zhang Youer's mouth. The breath was a few more points weaker. I forgot to tell you, this young man has long since cultivated the memory inheritance left behind by his ancestral grandfather. And now, the immortal techniques of immortal cultivators of the same realm have long been difficult to work on. Benless. Ao Tian took one step towards Zhang Yael, and continued with interest. That means that, in this case where the highest cultivation level is only the earth immortal realm, this young man, the law is exempt. This statement was made, whether it was Zhang Youer, or Li Qi, who was watching from afar. The two eagle-beaked men were both horrified in their hearts. It has long been recorded in the canonical books that dragons of the true dragon clan with a pure bloodline basically know a divine ability, that individual leaders were even armed with several kinds of divine abilities and were incredibly strong. One of the divine abilities was to nullify the immortal power of others. The immortal laws and immortal techniques performed by immortal cultivators are all linked to immortal power. Being able to nullify another person's immortal power. Isn't that a true sense of law immunity? Listening to Ao Tian, he was completely able to nullify the immortal power of the same realm. That means, nowadays, if a cultivator of the same realm wanted to defeat Ao Tian, it was simply impossible to rely on immortal techniques and immortal laws. The only people who have a chance are the body refiners. But don't forget what Ao Tian's original body is. This one is a genuine true dragon, and the bloodline is pure. Compare your flesh with the dragon's. Zhang Youer's eyes moved slightly, and without any hesitation, she turned around and transformed into a dark red wind scroll, off into the distance. If what Ao Tian said was true, then not to mention the current her, even in her heyday, she was not necessarily a match for Ao Tian. Ao Tian stopped, then swept his eyes at the back of Li Hui, the eagle-beaked man and the two of them, and said, "Chase after. Can't let her get away." Chapter 69 Origin Essence Blood and Dragon Pearls. Inside the legacy space, Yi Engshi, who didn't know how long he had stayed, suddenly opened his eyes. The sea beneath his feet had long been still, without the slightest wave or ripple mark. Looking at everything in front of him, Yi Engshi, however, had a feeling of being out of this world and murmured, "Ancestral dragon inheritance." Just now, Yi Engshi seemed to be getting through piecemeal. No, a dragon's life. It was born in the ancient times of the Skywalker realm, and the Skywalker realm at that time was much more terrifying than it is now. The Skywalker realm was also far more than just the 7 immortal states and the 4 major seas. Tens of thousands of races, the human race, were not dominant in the Skywalker realm at that time. It was the true dragon clan, and it was difficult to stand out from it. The 10,000 races were numerous and powerful, and there were even nearly hundreds of thousands of false god realm powerhouses. Later, the Battle of Godhood broke out. It was one of the most horrifying events to happen in the history of the entire Skywalker realm, yet it had not been recorded in the historical canon of the Skywalker realm. The rules of operation of the entire Skywalker realm had become chaotic due to the Battle of Godhood. The huge Skywalker realm followed suit, leaving behind only the 7 great immortal states and the 4 great seas. The ancestral dragon of the true dragon clan fought its way out of that battle to become a god. It survived until more than 600 years ago, but slowly wore out due to a dark law left behind by a Koan Pang during the Battle of God formation, until the demise. That experience was fragmented, with so much of the process missing in the middle, and only some of the results remaining. This was the reason why Yi Engshi felt in a trance. That's the battle to become a god. A battle in which so many false gods had fallen. It would be a heavenly opportunity if one could catch a glimpse of it. It was enough for Yi Engshi to perceive some of the ancient period's arts and intentions. Unfortunately, there is too much missing process. However, Yi Engshi also got a lot of information from it. Departing from the present still exists in the world. The 7 false gods that were rarely active, however, were all old monsters that had lived from ancient times to the present. Granted, there's more of a luck component to them surviving, but luck can also be said to be its own strength. But it wasn't until that battle to become a god came to an end. Still not a single false god powerhouse has succeeded in attaining godhood. That battle to become a god was just a laborless endeavor with no end in sight. Instead, the entire skybound realm of immortal cultivators was devastated. Ancestral Dragon and the rest of the surviving pseudogods couldn't have imagined it so far. How that so-called battle to become a god broke out. Or is it that you can't become a god until the last pseudogod is left? Yi Engshi has no way of knowing this. After all, Ancestral Dragon and the remaining 7 false gods did not have the idea of fighting to the end, but instead reverted to silence. And now, even now that it has been removed from that fragmented dragon life, Yi Engshi was still quite affected, and only after a long time did he slow down. Shaking his head, he put the rest of his thoughts behind him. Yi Engshi casually made a move. A crack suddenly appeared in front of him too, and in the next instant, 2 drops of gold and red blended blood and an orb emitting an ancient aura appeared in front of them. These are the 2 drops of origin essence blood and the dragon pearl left behind by the ancestral dragon. Yi Engshi showed a joyful expression on his face. Can't help but say, the inheritance left behind by this ancestral dragon was not much. Only the 2 drops of origin essence blood and the dragon pearl in front of him. That red eye from earlier was just a sliver of the main dragon's residual consciousness. It's long since worn out. It could only leave Yi Engshi with fragmented memories, but it was already a not bad chance. Master, there are 2 drops of my master's origin essence blood here. Can I refine one of them? At this point, Rootless, who had been staying quietly on Yi Engshi's shoulder, suddenly said. A pair of eyes gazed straight at the 2 drops of blood in front of him. Yi Engshi swept a glance at Rootless. From Ancestral Dragon's fragmented memories, there wasn't a lot of information about Rootless. All that is known is that Rootless is the seed left behind by a Fae. Can't. Yi Engshi casually flicked the Rootless one finger off his shoulder and, it is easy to sit down on top of the sea. This place was an inheritance space, so it was still very safe. Plus Rootless had a master-servant contract restriction. Yi Engshi wasn't worried about it backfiring on him. Therefore, he proceeded to start refining the 2 drops of origin essence blood left behind by the ancestral dragon. According to the inherited memories, if he could refine the 2 drops of origin essence blood, coupled with the existence of the dragon pearl, which is similar to the inner elixir of immortal beasts, even if they are not dragons themselves, they can also be transformed into a dragon body. And, under the influence of the 2 drops of ancestral dragon origin essence blood, the dragon body bloodline that was transformed was absolutely pure. As for how strong the bloodline could be, it would depend on the creation of the person who refined it. If the one who refined this essence blood was not a human, but a true dragon clan, then it would truly be unimpeded. Unfortunately, Yi Engshi was not a dragon. Jiang Yaer, before entering the immortal realm, you never thought you'd have to do this, did you? Li Chou, who was holding a long whip, stood in the air and looked at the mess underneath.
At the center of the cloud sea that was littered with cracks everywhere,
the woman in red, who was currently kneeling on one knee, couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Several hours had passed since Zhang Yao encountered Li Qi. If not for Ao Tian, Li Chou, and the eagle-beaked man, Zhang Yao would not be able to hold out now. Long dead. At this moment, Zhang Yao's red clothes had long been torn in many places. The rags fluttered feebly in the wind, stained with blood. Previously, most of this blood had been the blood of others, but this time, but it was Zhang Yao's own blood that accounted for most of it. Hair was disheveled, falling on either side of her cheeks. A few strands of blood-soaked hair clung to his forehead and neck. His face was also covered in stains and blood, and on top of that claw mark was added a long gash that, the wound cuts diagonally from the temple to the cheek. The blood had congealed into a scab, and it was shocking to see. Her lips were dry and cracked, her left arm hung limply, and blood continued to ooze from the wound that, drop by drop it fell above the sea of clouds, but his hands were still gripping the blade tightly. Zhang Yao, who had fallen to the ground on one knee, suddenly stood up slowly against the pressure that had been looming over her body. Legs were trembling slightly, and the wounds on her body were once more spilling from them as she moved. The lips looked pale, villainous. Under Ao Tian's pressure, Zhang Yao actually stood up again stiffly. A pair of red eyes coldly gazed at Li Hui above his head. This made Li Wei coldly smile. When you completely fall into my hands, you'll see how the little man in me gets his way. At this point, hands behind your back. Ao Tian, who stood dozens of feet away directly in front of Zhang Yao, suddenly spoke out. Hand over all the opportunities you gained in the immortal realm, and this young man can keep you safe. Ao Shao, what's the reason for this? Li Hui's eyes widened. This was not the same as what he had told before. The eagle-billed man who had just gathered back all his demonic power snorted when he saw this. Who doesn't know that the ninth prince of the East Sea hates that kind of flattering villain the most? This Li abandoned can be really twice and 3 times has been in the East Sea 9 prince bottom line repeatedly horizontal jump ah. Ao Tian didn't bother explaining with Li Qi, and just quietly looked at Zhang Yao, waiting for her reply. Pigeon thread. Yi Yangshi, in the past 2 days, when the temperature suddenly dropped to freezing point, I was negligent and contracted a wind chill, so I disappeared for 2 days and only updated today when it was better. So I'm sorry. Saying this, 2 lines of tears could not help but fall from the corners of his eyes, seemingly ashamed to shed tears. In fact, any more heartache over not getting full attendance. Chapter 70. As for what Ao Tian said, Zhang Yao didn't answer half a sentence as if she hadn't heard it. There was no movement to even look at Ao Tian. A pair of eyes, still coldly gazing at Li Hui above his head. A thick killing intent grew thicker and thicker from it. Her thought at the moment was to say nothing. Ao Tian, Li Wei, and the Hawksbill man all 3 understood it well. Li Wei even took this opportunity to say in a quiet voice, Ao Shao has already given you a chance, but unfortunately, you won't grasp it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yao suddenly laughed after Li Qi finished his sentence. The laughter grew shriller. This caused Ao Tian, Li Hui, and the eagle-beaked man to frown in unison. Neither could figure out what exactly Zhang Yao was laughing at. Ao Tian, in particular, had the ugliest face. Was it a joke that he chose to give Zhang Yao a chance to live? When Zhang Yao's laughter stopped, her face actually became even paler and her lips turned white. No, not just the face, her complexion. All that blood spilling out of her wounds. All of them turned gray in this moment. A red tattoo even appeared on top of its gray skin. Almost 2/3 of his body was occupied, and his face had several more red lines. These red stripes look like the sinews of the human body, except that they are not green in color. Instead, it was a blood-red color. Zhang Yao, whose breath was originally weak, her entire aura was climbing at this moment. Powerful oppressive forces surged all around. Standing even higher up in the sea of clouds, Li Hui was even the first to bear the brunt. The whole person was like a bird of prey whose wings had been broken, heavily falling towards the sea of clouds. It was Ao Tian, the strongest of the 3. His face couldn't help but change even after feeling the oppressive force on his body. In that case, I won't blame this young man for destroying the flowers with a hot hand. Ao Tian let out a low gulp, and to prevent accidents from happening in vain, he didn't wait for the changes on Zhang Yao's body to end before the green-colored immortal energy surged out in full force. A long green dragon suddenly manifested from Zhang Yao's circumference, constantly twirling and circling, shrinking the space where Zhang Yao could move one after another. Ao Tian violently clenched one hand into a fist. The long green dragon that was constantly twirling around Zhang Yao's circumference violently rushed toward Zhang Yao. The dragon's mouth opened wide, biting down on Zhang Yao. The green-colored aftermath erupted. The clouds above this sea of clouds completely dissipated.
Many immortal beasts that were still guarding the treasure chests within their territorial boundaries were even exterminated under this aftermath. It has made many treasure chests unclaimed.
If someone shows up now,
all they need to do is to open the treasure chest that can isolate the immortal sense of. You can then incorporate all the contents of the box into your own storage ring.
Under such residual power, Li Hui and the other eagle-beaked man,
it was constantly moving to defend itself against this residual power. One of the eagle-beaked man's magic weapons had even cracked in the midst of resisting.
So it was conceivable that how terrifying was the aftermath of this outburst. Ao Tian stood still,
his eyes staring at Zhang Yuer's previous location. There was no longer the previous contemptuous color in his eyes.
Instead, his face was filled with gravity, simply because at this moment, Ao Tian was still able to feel Zhang Yuer's breath and her breath was still climbing in knots. Currently, he had reached at least the late stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, not to mention the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm. Although Ao Tian was confident in his ability to immunize himself from the immortal power of those in the same realm, but it's not guaranteed that Zhang Yuer will climb up to the heavenly immortal realm on this
When the green residual power dissipates, a red-clothed Zhang Yuer was still standing in place, and there were no more injuries added to her body. Powerful immortal energy was continuously surging out of his body. The pressure from the cultivation was surging in all directions. Li Abandoned and the eagle-beaked man didn't look too good, especially Li Abandoned. After seeing that Zhang Yuer was actually able to cast a spell on Ao Tian and did not receive half a point of damage without any defensive measures,
it's even more of a no way.
His eyes were incomparably red, and he hurriedly shouted to Ao Tian,
Ao Shao, let's do it together. Surely we can destroy this person. What? Didn't you want to keep her alive? Ao Tian skimmed Li Qi and snorted. He did not feel Zhang Yael's cultivation pressure. I just want her dead now, Li Abandoned said fiercely. Zhang Yael has been completely offended. If she survives an accident, then out of the fairyland, he, Li Fai, will have no way to live, not to mention the demon god palace. Even his master's sect, the Acacia sect, could not accommodate him. Li Abandoned now intestines are almost to regret green.
I knew that Zhang Yuer still have this hand. She should have directly killed her before, instead of letting her escape for so long within this southern heavenly hall.
At that moment, a terrifying wave of air suddenly erupted. Li Chou, the man with the eagle's beak, was forced to fly backwards directly under these airwaves. It was Ao Tian, who also followed and retreated a few steps behind him. A red aura blossomed behind Zhang Yuer. The next instant,
a pair of blood-red feathered wings suddenly grew out from where the red ons were. Drops of blood flowed down from above the blood wings and dripped to the sea of clouds. This pair of feathers looked bloody, and the pungent smell of blood was even spreading over this sea of clouds. It's actually a member of the blood clan that was exterminated 9,000 years ago? An unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded here. A trail of stumps flashed one after another,
and, in no time at all, he had appeared in a position not far to the right of Ao Tian, and a bald man with a bare upper body, revealing a full set of tendon muscles, emerged from it. It seems that the blood race has not yet become extinct, and there are still fish that have escaped the net. The bald man folded his hands and, lightly biting his head up, he sighed again. Little monk Kong Xian, I wish to send Buddha to the west. The sudden appearance of the bald man, Kong Xian, made Li Abandoned, the eagle-beaked man. Two people secretly staggered in their hearts. The speed of this person was so fast that they were unable to capture it. It was estimated that it should be a character in general with Ao Tian. Li Abandoned, his heart secretly happy, did not think that Zhang Yuer actually still have the identity of the blood race in. So it seems, she's definitely going to die in this wonderland. It's no wonder she's on the brink of death.
You have to hesitate for such a long time before using this card. With the appearance of Kungdan, an Earth Immortal Realm immortal cultivator with an appalling aura also rushed over from various places within the southern heavenly hall. Just now, they could all feel a blood chi blossoming out, capable of cultivating to the level of the Earth Immortal Realm. They naturally knew something about this blood aura. When they saw the pair of bloody blood wings behind a woman in red, their expressions varied. It really is the Bloods. So long in hiding, I thought the Bloods were extinct. I didn't realize there was a leak. If such news were to spread out from the immortal realm, I'm afraid that all 7 great immortal states would have to be shaken. The immortal cultivators who were still competing for the opportunity within the southern heavenly hall had actually put aside their animosity at this moment. Unanimously, they aimed their spearheads at Zhang Yuer, who was located right in the center of the dense blood aura. This made Li Hui laugh in his heart. At this moment, even if Ao Tian wanted to protect Zhang Yael, it was all a pipe dream. Steady, this little life of his own was saved. Looking at the picture of at least a dozen more Earth Immortal Realm cultivators, Zhang Yael's face did not change. It seemed as if he had already expected this to happen. Chapter 71. It seems that I'm afraid that I'm really going to die in this fairyland. Jiang Yao inclined her head and swept a glance at the pair of bloody feathers behind herself. Another look at the almost healed injuries on his body and a pair of red eyes flickered slightly. The Bloods, by nature, are brutal and bloodthirsty. It's the immortals who practice the devil's path that have heart demons that arise when they kill too many people. But the Bloods wouldn't have had a heart demon created. Or rather, the demons of the mind only make the blood stronger. 9,000 years ago, when the Bloods were at their peak, by virtue of one clan alone, he could then take on all the forces of the 7 great immortal states. Their bloodline is powerful. They get stronger the more they fight, and they have a terrifying ability to recover. There is the ability to make the physical body stronger each time you recover from an injury. That is to say, the people of the Blood Clan are all Dharma body dual cultivation existences, and it may be for all these reasons that an ambition was birthed for the Blood Patriarch. Unify the entire heavenly realm. This ambition grew from the heart of the Blood Clan's patriarch and quickly spread towards all the people of the Blood Clan. It also has to be said that the Bloods do have the ability. Having taken but 20 years, 9,000 years ago, he then almost took control of the cultivation forces of the 7 great immortal states. In addition to the 7 transcendent powers and the true dragons, the hegemony of the sea, the Bloods are just the scariest of all. This also caused the people of the Blood Clan to become inflated, pointing their swords at the 7 transcendent powers. The power of one clan alone had brought great losses to the 7 transcendent powers, and many elders, the Heaven's Pride disciples had all died at the hands of the Bloods. Unfortunately, later on, the 7 great false gods, who hadn't asked for the world for an unknown number of years, came out in unison, suppressed the entire Blood Clan with a thunderbolt. The major cultivation forces that were originally controlled by the Blood Clan also counterattacked in unison here. It's the end of the Bloods, the end of the Bloods, the end of the Bloods. And that's what started the chain reaction. The 7 great transcendent powers that had never cared about the powers of the 7 great immortal states began to manage the immortal cultivation powers and became the roots of all the immortal cultivation powers. The immortal cultivation forces that were unwilling to be the branches and leaves of the 7 transcendent powers also completely disappeared in the river of years. The Blood Clan had also become the target of everyone in the 7 great immortal states. Jiang Yao fixed her mind and wrapped the hilt of the knife in her hand in a piece of chain, holding it tightly in her hand. The 2 blades also became a double-edged lance at this moment, emitting a cold aura that caused palpitations. The pair of bloody blood wings behind you Jiang Yao began to wave on their own. Float Jiang Yao up slowly. Every time the blood wings waved, the bloody smell of this cloud sea would follow a few points thicker. Several Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses had even more redness in front of their eyes. Jiang Yao didn't care about the group of Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses such as Kong Xian who had rushed here. The line of sight stayed firmly locked on Li Wei. This made Li abandoned as if he was facing a great enemy, and he even spread several immortal weapons all over his body. And Earth Immortal Realm's cultivation fully erupted, not daring to be careless at all times. Jiang Yao didn't say anything, but he knew it clearly in his heart. This woman, ironically, wants to pull herself up with her when she dies. If it weren't for the fear that he'd be a target when Jiang Yao died, Li Hui would have fled this place by now. After a few moments, after seeing the crowd of people exerting their immortal techniques and immortal laws, but no one dared to be the first to take a shot at Jiang Yao. Empyrean sighed lightly, naturally understanding the concerns of those present. After all, that woman in red was a blood, and could be said to be the enemy of the world, so she simply couldn't survive. But with her strength, plus the prestige that the Bloods have passed down to this day, if she keeps staring at a person and bites, then she can take someone with her even if she dies. And the one who took the lead on her, chances are, she's the one who's going to be on the receiving end of her bite. As a result, so many of their Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses were now just thundering with little rain. He didn't want to be the one that Jiang Yao stared at and bit. Since no one dares to take the lead, let the little monk do it. Golden light erupted behind Kong Xian and, slowly, the words just fell. A golden Buddha statue silhouette then emerged from within Kong Xian's body, rapidly expanding and, it stood above the head of Kong Xian. Empty Xian's naked head at this moment is even more emerging a round of golden light too. It is as dazzling as the hot sun. This instantly made the atmosphere on the field tense, and the battle between the two sides was imminent. Kong Xian's hands, which stood folded in front of his body, slowly pulled apart, and a pair of golden lights began to erupt from one pair of eyes. A golden ancient seal just went to appear behind him. Boom! Just as Kong Xian was about to make a move on Jiang Yao, a thunderous roar suddenly, across the entire sea of clouds. The entire southern heavenly hall echoed. This sudden sound of booming thunder caused the hearts of Kong Xian and the others to be shaken. The eyes subconsciously looked toward the azure sky above his head. Ao Tian even put one hand over his heart, his face cloudy. For some reason,
when that thunderclap rang out.
He only felt a surge of chi and blood in his body.
An invisible pressure even appeared on his body,
wanting to press him to his knees.
This pressure did not originate from cultivation, much less from some kind of immortal immortal technique. Instead, it comes from the power of the bloodline. It was as if a true dragon with a bloodline more pure than his had appeared. It made Aotion's pupils shrink. He's the ninth son of the Dragon King of the East Sea.
His bloodline originates from the Green Dragon.
The Green Dragon was known as one of the 4 great immortal beasts. How could there be a bloodline even more terrifying than the Green Dragon bloodline? Jiang Yor frowned.
It was only assumed that it was another cultivator who had guessed the appearance of the people of the Blood Clan and rushed here.
She didn't pay too much attention to it, though, and anyway, the debt was too big for her. Instead of bothering about another newly arrived Earth Immortal Realm powerhouse, it would be better to think more about how to exterminate Li Hui. Unfortunately, this Li Hui's vigilance is at its highest, and at this very moment, it had also been standing behind Aotion.
There was simply no chance of being able to exterminate Li Forsaken in a single strike.
If one blow doesn't work, then it's a matter of pulling one hair and moving the whole body. And then,
it's just a lot harder to get Li Fai killed again. In the middle of Jiang Yar's thoughts, the azure sky above his head was suddenly flooded with a thick wave of black clouds,
covering the sky.
It made the bright light on the sea of clouds much dimmer.
Boom! Another thunderclap rang out suddenly. This thunderclap was even louder than the one above it. Deafening.
A red thunderbolt suddenly emerged from the black clouds,
flickering constantly and, as if they are converging on each other. In an instant,
a giant tiger with red thunder all over its body suddenly appeared in the midst of the black clouds,
and fleeting again. When it reappeared,
it had already appeared in another black cloud in the distance,
and then released a low roar that,
it caused another thunderous sound. The giant tiger whose entire body was covered in red thunder no longer flickered away this time,
and instead, red thunder was born under its feet,
charging towards the center where the black clouds were the densest.
Wherever they passed, red thunderbolts surfaced, and suddenly the red thunder giant tiger once again opened its mouth and let out a shocking roar. The black cloud at the center of the black cloud suddenly dissipated. The figure of a man in a white sword robe suddenly emerged from the black clouds and slowly raised one hand.
The giant red thunder tiger violently rushed towards the man and
it was as if he wanted to swallow the man in one bite. But as it neared the man, the giant tiger jerked to a halt and, allowing the man's raised hand to gently stroke over his head. Chapter 72, Handicapping. Boom hoo. When the hand of the man in the center of the black cloud left the head of the red thunder giant tiger, the giant tiger then transformed into dozens of thunderbolts and appeared behind the man, causing a roaring sound. The black clouds looked as if they were all illuminated red by these red thunderbolts. Mid-human immortal realm?
An Earth Immortal Realm powerhouse felt the lightning might enveloping his body and,
again, after the aura of immortal power emanating from the man's body in the black clouds, his face looked strange. How can the human immortal realm even bring pressure to a strong Earth Immortal Realm? What a joke! Furthermore, a human immortal realm immortal cultivator has no possibility of coming to this southern heavenly hall. It was the true immortal realm that didn't see the ability to enter the southern heavenly hall. This person was by no means as simple as the cultivation displayed. In an instant, thoughts similar to those of this Earth Immortal Realm cultivator appeared in unison in the Empyrean. The Aotion and the other group of Earth Immortal Realm cultivators in their minds. Empty Xian was even more polite. Is Your Excellency also rushing over because of the matter of the Blood Clan? That's good. With a strong person like Your Excellency to help you, it will be easier to suppress the Blood Clan. As he spoke, Kong Xian had more of a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was incredibly surprised. While speaking to the man in the black cloud, he had already used the Buddha beads in his hand to probe the other party's cultivation, but the result of the exploration was still in the middle human immortal realm. This can only have two results. 1. The other party's cultivation is such that, but that point is hardly likely. Secondly, the other party also had higher order immortal weapons that could hide their cultivation. At least it must be of a higher order than one's own Buddha beads. While Empyrean was speaking, Jiang Yara on the other side likewise saw the man at the center of the black cloud above her head. A pair of scarlet eyes contracted violently. Then he actually covered his face with one hand in some fear, and turned away from him, and, as if in fear that he might be seen by the man in the sky. But this degree of security brought to Jiang Yara was not very sufficient, and after a small amount of, the pair of bloody feathers behind her snapped to encompass her entire body. Flop, 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 flop. After the feathers wrapped around her, Jiang Yara could clearly hear the sound of her heart beating, strong and powerful, but suddenly accelerating. How did this happen? Why is he here? For the first time ever, Zhang Yao's hands rose. The man who suddenly appeared amidst the black clouds. But wasn't it the Yi Unshi she always wanted to see? She hadn't realized at all that, when she had cast her bottom card and was about to fight to the death, the Yi Unshi would appear before her eyes. Thinking about this, Zhang Yao only felt a sore nose. An unspoken emotion suddenly came over me. He's human. Plus, so many earthy mortal realm powerhouses were clearly trying to surround her. And with his nature, he definitely understands the principle of being wise. Together with the strength of his cultivation to date, even if pretending to help those people against her was the best option. But in her selfishness, Zhang Yao expected Yi Unshi to stand on her side. But with his current cultivation strength, standing on her side was tantamount to waiting for death. Among the black clouds, after hearing Kong Xian's words, Yi Unshi didn't pay any attention to him. Turning to Zhang Yao, who was in the center of that strand of blood qi, covering her entire body with that pair of bloody feathered wings, his eyebrows raised lightly, his heart filled with disbelief. I don't understand why Zhang Yao has to act this way as soon as she sees herself, as if he was avoiding himself. After observing those people looking as if they were going to round up and kill Zhang Yao, Yi Unshi's heart sank even further. Even if Zhang Yao's strength was not bad, against so many earthy mortal realm powerhouses she would only die. As for what the bald man said about the blood race, Yi Unshi is not clear. There hasn't been much blood in the 100 regions. Seeing this, Wu Gan, who was standing on Yi Unshi's shoulder, knew the doubts in Yi Unshi's mind at the moment. Immediately, he came to his ear and explained at length, Master, the Blood Clan is, all in all, the Blood Clan is in the Skywalker realm. In addition to the Four Seas forces, the existence of everyone shouting to be killed. We can't afford to get into this muddy water. Wogan was afraid that Yi Unshi would invoke trouble in a deluded manner, so he hurriedly urged a sentence. Yi Unshi didn't know too much about the situation because of Rootless' long story, only knowing that the Blood Clan is the enemy of the world in the Skywalker realm, except for the Four Seas forces. Yet it is enough. It's just the right time to try out the new power. Yi Unshi nodded gently. This made Rootless breathe a little sigh of relief in his heart and agreed. The Blood Clan's recovery ability is horrifying. If you can't kill a person with a single blow, your flesh will only get stronger after you recover, and it is indeed suitable for your master to adapt to the new power. Seeing that Yi Unshi and the black clouds hadn't moved, Kong Xian's face turned cold. If not for the presence of his great enemy, the Blood Clan, at this moment, he would not mind giving the man in the black cloud a hard time. Although he could not see through the other party's true cultivation, he, Kong Xian, was not a vegetarian. And in the same realm, he hasn't been afraid of anyone. There's no need to care about him. Please, fellow Taoists, wish the young monk luck in killing the remaining members of the Blood Clan. Kong Xian looked towards Zhang Yao, who was still wrapping herself in a pair of bloody wings, with more killing intent in her eyes. The words fell. Kong Xian violently slapped his palm toward Zhang Yao through the air, and above him the golden Buddha body that. It also followed Kong Xian's movements and slapped out a palm. For a moment, this sea of clouds was filled with golden light, as if it was a golden ocean. A large golden palm manifested out of thin air above Zhang Yao's head and descended from the sky. Rolling sonic booms continued. Strong immortal energy surged out recklessly, blowing up a piercingly cold wind. Zhang Yao, who was standing in the same place, only felt an infinite pressure suddenly added to her body, and her legs bent with her, nearly fell to his knees at once on the sea of clouds. It was a good thing she wasn't slow to react, and after a surge of blood turned over, the pressure that had suddenly been added to the body was gone. Looking at the huge golden palm descending above her head, Zhang Yao clenched her teeth and, the pair of blood wings behind them began to stretch out. Just as Zhang Yao wanted to make a move to defend herself, a light thunderclap suddenly rang in her ears. With that, Yi Unshi, who was dressed in sword robes, suddenly appeared above Zhang Yao's head. Wisps of golden silk appeared on his body and he slapped his palm upwards. A small palm and a golden palm descending from the sky touched each other. The imagined power hedge did not materialize. At the moment when the large and small palms touched each other, the huge palm that descended from the sky actually turned into a stream of immortal power that overflowed in all directions. It merely caused a modest wind, and nothing more. This caused Kong Xian to frown, and the hearts of the rest of the earth immortal realm cultivators were even more secretly horrified. With a casual palm, one could dissolve the immortal technique of an earth immortal realm powerhouse? That's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? And Yi Unshi's palm didn't look like it had any immortal power flowing through it. It seemed as if it was just a light slap out by virtue of his physical body. This caused several earth immortal realm immortal cultivators to look at each other in dismay, all unable to imagine what power Yi Unshi was using. It was only then that he was able to dissolve the technique that Empyrean had utilized Dharma phase heaven and earth to cast out. At this point, Ao
who was closest to Kong Xian, seemed as if he had been hit by a heavy blow, and retreated backward in succession, nearly stumbled and fell to the ground.
This can't be right, Ao muttered out of his mouth. Chapter 73, This Little Cutie. The others didn't know how Yi Engshi managed to defuse the Empyrean technique, but he, Ao knew it all.
As the sword-robed man tapped out with his palm, the wisps of golden light that surfaced around his body. It was from the dragon's scales that had blossomed. It was clearly a dragon divine ability capable of nullifying immortal power. This meant that the identity of that sword-robed man wasn't any human race at all. Instead, it was a true dragon clan whose bloodline was at least equal to his Ao. However, in the 4 seas, he basically knew all the true dragon clans that could equal his blue dragon clan's bloodline. This sword-robed man wasn't even on the list of people he recognized.
Your Excellency, in so favoring the remnants of the blood clan, is going to be with the little monk, and even the cultivators of the 7 immortal states as enemies? Kong Xian said in a deep voice. He didn't even care when Yi Engshi suddenly appeared earlier and didn't even pay attention to him. It's all for dealing with the remnants of the bloods anyway.
But what Kong Xian could not have imagined was that this person had chosen to side with that remaining member of the blood clan.
Doesn't this mean that this person is trying to make an enemy of the 7 great immortal states?
This person helped the remnants of the blood race. He couldn't be a member of the blood race as well, right?
Who cares if he's a blood race or not? He definitely has nothing to do with the blood race anyway. Just kill him. The bloods deserve to die. And the traitors who side with the bloods deserve to die even more. A dozen or so Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses flew to the left and right of Kong Xian in unison, their entire Earth Immortal Realm cultivation bursting out in full force. A giant statue began to appear above each. All of them began to cast Dharma phase heaven and earth. Ao looked at Kong Xian and the others in front of him, his eyes changing slightly, his heart in turmoil. If that man is really a true dragon, and his bloodline is so pure, and he's really buried here, that would really be a great loss for the true dragon clan. Think about it. Ao appeared in front of Kong Xian's group of Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses with a flash. Turning to Yi Engshi, he said, "This young man is the 9th prince of the East Sea. Ao, Your Excellency thinks that you should be aware of this young man. There is one thing I don't understand. Your Excellency has just destroyed this bureaucrat's immortal art. Was it intentional or accidental?" When Ao said that, he also kept winking at Yi Engshi. As long as Yi Engshi says one careless word, even if the reason is a bit far-fetched, he was also able to bring Yi Engshi back to the side of the 7 great immortal states. Instead of standing against the bloods, against the 7 immortal states, Empyrean and the others looked at Ao back, and the corners of their mouths twitched darkly after hearing Ao questioning voice. This person's actions can still be described as careless? It was simply intentional. Deliberately. However, Ao had blown his own identity, so no one said what was in their heart. Although the true dragon clan is now in decline, and is inferior to the human clan, the current overlord of the Skywalker realm. But that was just the top tier without the pseudo-god realm. It was not comparable to the 7 transcendent powers that had pseudo-god powerhouses in their midst. But under the 7 transcendent powers, there were basically no forces that could compete with the true dragon clan. Translated, the true dragon clan is actually the equivalent of the blood clan from 9,000 years ago. It's just that they don't act in the same high-profile, unassuming manner as the bloods. Yi Engshi naturally saw that Ao was making a small gesture of winking at himself. It was also understood that he was giving himself a leg up. Feelings about Ao were somewhat better. After all, the fact that he wanted to give a stranger a hand in such a situation was a valuable favor. But, glancing at Zhang Yor underneath, Yi Engshi's heart was unusually firm, never wavering. I've never cared for any race, only the fact that whoever is good to me is good to me. It will be enough. Yi Engshi's calm words caused the faces of Kong Xian and the others to sink in unison, and Ao even looked puzzled. It's obvious that he's been given such a high pedestal, and all it takes is one word. Just go down the steps and live. Why did you choose to jump down the steps to your death? After hearing the words spoken by Yi Engshi, Zhang Yor couldn't help but lower her head. The grip on the weapon tightened a few degrees. This little cutie, all of you listen to my words. There must be some misunderstanding. Can't we say that male is under the compulsion of the blood remnant type of spell? Seeing that Kong Xian and the others had hidden omens of making a move, Ao turned around again. And, the tone was raw. Ao didn't quite believe it in his own heart when he said this, but there was no way. He could not bear to let him watch his fellow clansman fall, especially one with such a pure bloodline. Ao you actually wouldn't be on the side of the remaining blood race, would you? After all, thousands of years ago, your true dragon clan wasn't ruled by the blood clan. A stern voice suddenly rang out. causing Aotion's eyes to condense and instantly fall onto the person who spoke. It was actually said by Li Wei, who had previously taken a low profile in front of him. This made Aotion's face grow more and more unpleasant. He had always been lenient with his own kind, but he had little patience for foreigners, especially such villains. Scumbag, do you want to die? Gentlemen, look at him. He's in a hurry. It can't be that he's just annoyed that I've told him the truth. Li Hui somewhat couldn't endure Aotion's eyes, and hurriedly came over to Kong Xian's side before he dared to speak. With these words, the eyes of Kong Xian and even the rest of the Earth Immortal Realm immortal cultivators looking at Aotion were somewhat intriguing, causing Aotion's face to become more and more unsightly. If he continues to excuse Yi Yangshi now, I'm afraid that this group of people will not only clean up the remnants of the Blood Clan and Yi Yangshi, but even he, Aotion, will be cleaned up together. The others Aotion didn't fear, but the bald man that, as well as the woman to the left of the bald man who had never spoken a word, brought him a feeling of immense danger. Together with the rest of the Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses, Aotion didn't have much certainty in his heart that he would be able to survive. Immediately, he let out a cold snort, and with a flash or two of his body, he appeared not far behind Empyrean and the others. Don't try to put a label on me. I'm just confused about this person. Kong Xian didn't bother to find out the truth of the matter. After all, right now Aotion still looked like he was on their side. If we probe too much, we might force Aotion to the side of the remaining blood race. That's a lot to take in. Everyone, don't hold back. When dealing with the remnants of the blood race, we should make common cause and kill the remnants of the blood race with all our strength. Then each of you will obtain the opportunities in the temple based on your abilities, Kong Xian said in a condensed voice. At these words, the rest of the group either chimed in or nodded softly. All of them recognized the words spoken by Kong Xian. There are two cultivators in the middle stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. After nodding his head, the aura on his body instantly climbed to the late stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. One's own innate immortal weapon even sprang out from within one's body. It caused this sea of clouds to even become distorted. Although he has not made a move, but just standing on the opposite side of the crowd. That kind of oppressive feeling will be pressed head on. Oh Lord, didn't you say just try the new power? How come you're on the side of the Blood Clan? Wugen moved to Yi Yangxi's ear and whispered, we're going to die. Yi Yangxi ignored Rootless for the time being and simply moved his mind. A red thunderbolt instantly appeared at the circumference of the body, resounding with a, but in 2 breaths. The red thunder giant tiger that had disappeared earlier manifested once again and appeared in front of Yi Yangxi. Kong Xian and the others let out a hiss. Only then did some smiles appear on Yi Yangxi's handsome face. It seemed like he was talking to Rootless, and like he was talking to himself. Have you forgotten whose wonderland this is? Forget. Is there someone who created all the rules here? Chapter 74, Welcoming the Earth Immortals. Originally, Rootless, who was still incredibly apprehensive in his heart, suddenly brightened up after hearing what Yi Yangxi said. Is it possible that the master has taken control? That's just a wisp of your master's residual soul, and I can only control 1/10 of it. Yi Yangxi steeply looked towards the Empyrean and other group of Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses in front of him who had each opened the Dharma phase heaven and earth, and only felt that the blood in his entire body seemed to be boiling. With the cultivation of the human immortal realm across 2 realms against an Earth Immortal Realm powerhouse, there were still more than 20 Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses within this huge heavenly walking realm. Throughout the ages, I'm afraid I'm the only one, right? Humph. Rootless crossed his arms at once at his waist and, a pair of white eyes looked fixedly at Kong Xian and the others, thinking in his heart, 1/10 is enough. This is the master's heaven and earth. Huffing and puffing, a moment of wind and waves instantly surged onto Yi Yangxi, accompanied by a blood-colored aura spreading, and Jiang Yaoer, who had a pair of bloody wings on her back, suddenly appeared beside Yi Yangxi. Get going. I'll be able to deal with them on my own. Jiang Yaoer stared into Yi Yangxi's eyes and, in a hushed voice, Yi Yangxi was still willing to stand by her side until now. She was already satisfied. Even if I die, it won't matter. But she didn't want Yi Yangxi to just die along with her. It's already too late. Yi Yangxi gently shook his head. Not the slightest hint of timidity could be seen on his face. Even if I leave now, when I get out of the immortal realm, I'm afraid that the 7 great immortal states won't be able to accommodate me. Jiang Yaoer was stunned. Indeed, even if Yi Yangxi could really leave peacefully now, but when Kong Xian and the others left the immortal realm, the news would definitely spread. This is about the Bloods. After all, at that time, Yi Yangxi would definitely be disallowed by the cultivators of the 7 immortal states. I'm sorry. Jiang Yaoer lowered her head, and the blood wings behind her stopped swaying. Even if Yi Yangxi himself is willing to stand by her side, but in the end, it was still she, Jiang Yaoer, who had harmed Yi Yangxi. Unexpectedly, only after these words fell,
Jiang Yao heard Yi Engshi laugh lightly. Much to her dismay, she looked up, but when she saw Yi Engshi looking at her with a smile in his eyes, just as he had done in the 100 regions, he suddenly reached out and rested his hand against Jiang Yao's face. You look like a female ghost with this look, but this body heat is telling me it's alive. It's not like I'm dead, Jiang Yao said, but she couldn't suppress the tears that welled up at the corners of her eyes. Why are you crying? This isn't like you, Jiang Yao. Yi Engshi was a bit surprised that fingers gently stroked away the tears welling up in the corners of its eyes. Rather, I didn't expect the first time I saw you cry to be under such circumstances. It's not the first time, it's already the second time. Jiang Yao lowered her head and the thought crossed his mind. Seeing that Yi Engshi and Jiang Yao still had the time to do this at such a moment. A flawed look. Before Kong Xian could take the lead, several Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses struck out in unison. Several types of immortal laws manifested in unison, and together they killed towards Yi Engshi and Jiang Yao. Don't want to. The moment he approached Yi Engshi, Jiang Yao and the two of them, several strands of golden silk suddenly appeared in front of the various immortal laws. In the next instant, all the immortal laws suddenly dissipated in place as if a balloon had been pierced by a needle. He couldn't even get close to Yi Engshi and Jiang Yao. This caused the faces of the few Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses who had made the move to look a bit ugly. The woman beside Kong Xian, who hadn't said a word since her appearance, suddenly spoke coldly. It's a divine ability of the true dragon clan that makes it immune to all immortal power. What? The divine ability of the true dragon clan? The crowd was horrified, and many of them couldn't help but look back at Ao Tian with some strange eyes. Thinking about what Li Fu said earlier, Ao Tian coldly stared back at him, his hands wrapped around his body, and said in a cold voice, "What are you looking at? Are you guys suspecting that this young man is on the side of the Blood Clan? Since this is the case, there is no need for everyone to utilize their immortal technique immortal laws." Empyrean held up one hand and a small golden bell immediately appeared in his palm. A sunlight-like glow emanated from its tip. At a glance, it was clear that it was an immortal weapon of a not-so-low grade. Big. As Kong Xian gave the order with a single word, the small golden bell suddenly grew larger and, all of a sudden, it became the size of a small mountain, and was grabbed by Kong Xian with one hand at the bottom of the bell. In the next moment, Empyrean pointed out a finger, and the golden bell in front of him violently rang out an ancient bell sound. Heavily charging towards the location of Yi Engshi and Jiang Yao, wherever they passed, air-breaking sounds rang out one after another, causing a violent sonic boom. The crowd watched the whole thing. Kong Xian merely borrowed his immortal power to fling that large bell fiercely towards Yi Engshi. This golden bell was so huge at this moment, plus the Empyrean immortal power was acting up. The power generated was afraid that even the Earth Immortal Realm, which specialized in body refining, wouldn't dare to take it hard, right? Looking at the golden bell that was charging towards him, like a mountain, Yi Engshi's eyes moved slightly. Reaching out, he gently patted Jiang Yao twice on the shoulder. With that, the immortal power surged, and the whole person swiftly swept towards that big golden bell. Behind him followed a giant tiger whose entire body was formed by red thunder. When we are near the big golden bell, the giant tiger again steeply transformed into a thread of red thunder gathered on top of Yi Engshi's fist. A fist struck heavily on top of the golden bell. Red thunder instantly spilled out in all directions from the fist. A small amount of work had crawled all over the big golden bell. Thud. The golden bell emitted a ringing sound. Yi Engshi's entire body was like a heavy blow, and he flew backwards crazily towards the back. It eventually fell straight down above the sea of clouds. This caused Kong Xian and the others to have more or less joy in their eyes. Yi Engshi was injured. That means this approach works. Big. Go. Right away there were a dozen or so Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses utilizing their immortal weapons. All together, they charged towards Yi Engshi. Yi Engshi could nullify immortal power, an ability that would be extremely detrimental to them in their crusade against the Blood Clan. Be the first to get him if you can. As Yi Engshi smashed down above the sea of clouds, Jiang Yao followed along and flew down together, eyes filled with concern. She wanted to follow Yi Engshi's lead just now, but Yi Engshi's hand patting on her shoulder was telling her that she just needed to wait and see what happened. It was one of the duo's code words when they were in the 100 regions. Therefore, they did not help Yi Engshi. I thought Yi Engshi had the bottom of the heart before, so I didn't want to see him just for a second. After Yi Engshi signaled Jiang Yao to feel at ease, he stood straight on top of the sea of clouds, gazing at the golden bell that smashed down heavily above his head, as well as the immortal weapons that the other dozen or so Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses were using. The corners of his mouth suddenly followed with some gentle curves. The power of that big golden bell is truly terrifying. Yi Engshi, couldn't even be hardened with the strength of his physical body, but, with the addition of immortal power it could be a different story. Yi Engshi's punch was just a loud thunderstorm. For that matter, It's to give those people a little bit of hope that they can hurt themselves. A hand was raised and placed against the center of his brow, and a black chi cyclone began to emerge from Yi Unshi's brow. Chapter 75, Infighting. Thank you all for the immortal weapons. Yi Unshi's voice suddenly rang out in the previous sea of clouds, and when Kong Xian and the others heard it, their hearts were shaken. An ominous omen rose. In a hurry, he tried to call back his immortal weapon. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yi Unshi's finger against his brow had already been removed. The overflowing black gas was like a small black hole, and in the black hole, hot plasma streams burst out. In an instant, a huge wave of magma was formed, rushing headlong towards Yi Unshi in unison. Immortal weapons that have not yet been recalled. The golden bell bore the brunt of the plasma flow, and was directly submerged, followed by the remaining immortal weapons. The same followed in the midst of the plasma flow. The moment the immortal weapon was submerged by the stream of slurry, the faces of many Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses suddenly changed, all because the connection between the immortal weapon and them had disappeared. How dare you? A man's eyes became pupilized, and he looked as if he had gone mad. With a large broadsword in hand, he rushed out from the crowd of Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses. The phallic form on his body became more and more solid, and as the man raised the great broadsword in his hand above his head, a large sword image then appeared in the middle of the sky, following the man as he swung his sword down, chopping into the plasma stream. But before it could touch the plasma stream, several red thunderbolts suddenly appeared and that one large blade dispersed in unison like smoke. Sorry, immortal power is useless to me now. Yi Unshi laughed softly. Those 2 drops of the ancestral dragon's origin essence blood were truly mysterious, directly allowing him to obtain 2 dragon divine abilities from them. 1. That is a divine ability that can nullify immortal power. This divine power can nullify immortal power that is not higher than 2 realms. And now that Yi Unshi is at the human immortal realm, just enough to nullify the immortal power of the Earth Immortal Realm. Of course, whether there was a limit or not Yi Unshi wasn't sure. It wasn't too stressful until now anyway. Thanks to this divine ability, Yi Unshi's cultivation level was not as good as that of these Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses. It also forces both positions to be on the same page. No, it's not exactly the same starting line. After all, Yi Unshi's physical body strength was equally not low. Plus, that divine power could nullify other people's immortal power. It wasn't like it nullified Yi Unshi's own immortal power. Say it. Yi Unshi's mind moved, and the prisoner immortal tower in his sea of consciousness suddenly shook. It then retracted all of the plasma flow that had surged above this sea of clouds. Now that Yi Unshi has yet to take control of these plasma streams, one can only rely on the prisoner's pagoda to act as a restriction on these plasma streams that can assimilate other people and other things. As the plasma flow was withdrawn, the immortal weapons of Kong Xian and the others were likewise absorbed into the immortal prisoner pagoda. This caused several Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses to be energized in their hearts. These few people could have used their own innate immortal weapons just now. And this loss, it was big. Empty Xian and most of the others didn't react very well. Obviously, the ones that were used weren't the original immortal weapons. Even if there are losses, they are not major. What can we do about this? This person possesses the Dragon Clan's divine power, and is immune to all sorts of spells transformed by immortal power. And there is that weird pulp flow to immortal weapons and useless. More do not know what other cards this person hides. Plus the remnants of the blood race are on hand to help. A middle-aged man who looked about 30 or 40 years old had a worried look on his face, looking toward where Kong Xian was. With the middle-aged man's words, the rest of the Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses fell silent. No one expected so many Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses on their side. However, he was unable to do anything about an Earth Immortal Realm opposite him who had hidden his cultivation. Among them, there were many others who were the best of the best in their clan families. The frustration in your mind is palpable. Kong Xian's eyes kept turning in their sockets. After a long time, he said, "It doesn't matter if the immortal power can't work on this person. The little monk also knows a little bit of boxing and kicking, and the strength of his flesh body is still okay. Why don't I hold him back? How about you all just join together to kill the remaining members of the blood race?" However, no one spoke out to agree with Kong Xian. Instead, the words of an early Earth Immortal Realm stage standing in the remote rear position caused the crowd to agree. "I think it's better to wait until we're out of Wonderland, then inform the major powers that it's more prudent to let those powerful people crusade against these two. This is a good method, and I have engraved the faces of these two in the shadow-retaining stone. At that time, there are plenty of people in the vast Skywalker realm to claim their lives from. I think it's a good idea. Although the Bloods are all to be killed, but we have to do it according to our strength. Otherwise, if we all die, who will reveal this news from Wonderland?" Seeing that all the other Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses had already retreated, Empyrean similarly sighed.
The mind agrees with this somewhat. The man who stood on the side of the Bloods had cast only a few means of. He was no longer completely sure that he could outwit his opponent. There is no point in continuing the stalemate. Standing behind Kong Xian, Li Hui's face became more and more ugly as he listened to what the people around him were saying. In the end, he couldn't help but say, "Have you all forgotten the great catastrophe that the Blood Clan brought to our human race? We cannot retreat from such a grudge. This is a great danger to our human race. If we let the blood race go, we fear that it will return in the future. At that time, the 7 great immortal states will be plunged into havoc again. And the one who caused such havoc can be the cause of our indulgence at this very moment. This is a sin for the ages, the body of a sinner for all time. The remnants of the blood race must be purged. Not a moment to lose," Li Hui said in a loud voice. His demeanor, what he said, all of them caused the hearts of Kong Xian and the others to be shaken again and again. However, it caused Ao Tian, who was located at the very back, to snort and sneer, speaking with such great righteousness. "Still not afraid you'll be liquidated when you get out? She's a remnant of the Blood Clan. I killed a remnant of the Blood Clan. Does the Demon God Palace still want to liquidate me? Then the Demon God Palace is harboring the Blood Clan. It shall be judged and sanctioned," Li Abandon solemnly said. At these words, Ao Tian froze. It only felt as if Li Hui was radiating a blinding light at this moment. He was dangerously close to not being able to see Li Wei. "It's you, Ao Tian. I haven't seen you make a move against those two from the beginning to the end. Earlier I wanted to kill the remnants of the Blood Clan and you also obstructed me in every way. In this, I'm afraid it's not simple, right?" Li Abandonment's words turned and suddenly aimed his spear at Ao Tian. This caused Ao Tian's pupils to shrink, and a majestic immortal power surged out from his body. "What did you say? Why did I ever obstruct you in any way earlier? If you hadn't wanted to, if it weren't for you obstructing and interfering, how could this remnant of the Blood Clan have survived to this day?" Without waiting for Ao Tian to finish his latter words, Li Qi interrupted. The eyes of Kong Xian and the others looking at Ao Tian also began to change. Combined with Ao Tian's behavior of intentionally harboring that man in white before, it's really suspicious. Ao Tian also didn't expect Li Qi to throw dirty water on himself, and for a moment he was trembling with anger. He wanted to retort, but his brain went blank for a moment in his anger. He didn't know what to say to refute, but could only point at Li Qi and say "you" all the time. Jiangxi couldn't help but ask after seeing Zhang Yere come to his side, "What's wrong with them?" Although Kong Xian and the others were wary of themselves, they had turned the tables on one of their own. That's something Jiangxi doesn't really understand. Zhang Yore lightly shook her head up as a skeleton and blood shadow began to emerge around her. "And sure, I want to kill them all so that everything is back to the way it was." Chapter 76 And say you're not. Zhang Yore spoke out of turn. Those who could enter into the southern heavenly hall except Jiangxi, who had an external object to help him to come in. Others can be reeled by virtue of their own strength into the southern heavenly hall. To exterminate all 20-odd Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses in one hand, one would have to be at least a heavenly Immortal Realm powerhouse to do so. An Earth Immortal Realm, even the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm, would never dare to speak out of turn. But Zhang Yare spoke up, and when she heard what Zhang Yare said, Jiangxi, who was only in the middle stage of the human Immortal Realm, even lightly nodded his head. "It won't take much effort if it's here," Jiangxi said. Standing on Jiangxi's shoulder, Wugen heard the two men's words of conversation, and his pair of white eyes kept turning, even knowing that Jiangxi had been able to mobilize some of the power and rules of the Immortal Realm. However, it still felt strange to hear a human Immortal Realm immortal cultivator say such words. Fortunately, Jiangxi and Zhang Yore have immortal power to protect their bodies. The words spoken are more or less isolated. Otherwise, if they were to be heard by the likes of Kong Xian, they would not be able to guarantee that there would be some mockery. Kong Xian, several people do not know Zhang Yore. Jiangxi, two people are thinking about something. After hearing the words Li Hui said, a thought more or less sprang up in his heart. Why didn't your highness Ao Jiao take a shot at that person? A man questioned Ao Tian in a condensed voice. This immediately caused other Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses to speak out in question. Ao Tian's eyes instantly went wide, his face a bit unkind. You guys doubt me? Shouldn't one be skeptical? Li abandoned a rhetorical question. The true Dragon Clan was never infested by the Blood Clan, and if there was ever a day when they were really on the side of the Blood Clan, and I'm not surprised in the least. I see that the reason why the Blood Clan has remnants is because I'm afraid it's also unrelated to the true Dragon Clan. In that case, the reason why the one from the true Dragon Clan fell, it's not unlikely that it's inextricably linked to the Bloods as well. All of you should speak less. Those two are ready to strike. Listening to the words ringing in his ears, Li Forsaken was somewhat pleased in his heart, especially when he saw Ao Tian's increasingly gloomy face. Previously, This ninth prince of the East Sea was very high and mighty. There was a complete lack of treating him, Li Hui, as if he was a strong person of the same realm, more like he was treating a servant. This feeling, he had long since been unable to endure. And now, finally, he had the opportunity to retaliate back. Thinking of this, Li Hui then continued to start pressurizing Aotian, saying in a deep voice, Aotian, you don't want the true dragon clan to be hated by all 7 immortal states together, do you? Now is the perfect time for you to strike, because of the great words of righteousness of Li Fai just now. At the moment, many Earth immortal realm powerhouses had a bit more of a filter on him. Therefore, after hearing this, they also urged Aotian to move his hand. Kong Xian, who originally acted as the leader, basically did not continue to speak out. Even apart from the two of them, Yi Engshi and Zhang Yaoer, no one noticed that Kong Xian had quietly moved to the very edge. Bunch of idiots, cultivated to such a level for nothing. Listening to the crowd verbally and morally condemning Aotian, Kong Xian could not help but curse in his heart. Sure enough, under the watchful eye of Kong Xian, the skin on Aotian's face and body all surfaced green-colored scales at this moment, and a dense green light burst out from his body. Ow! As Aotian's small mouth opened, a furious roar came out of it. The entire person instantly transformed into a long green dragon that was nearly 100 feet long and rushed into the sky. Seeing Aotian transforming into a dragon body all of a sudden, Li Qi couldn't help but have more smiles on his face. So what if you're the ninth prince of the East Sea? You still have to listen to me. But soon enough, Li Wei realized that he was wrong in this idea, because Aotian, who had transformed into his true body, did not go to attack Yi Engshi and Zhang Yael. Instead, it was charging in the direction he was heading. Wherever he passed, there was green immortal qi lingering, and the pair of dragon eyes even had green light emanating from them. Li abandoned his heart. His body's dharma phase suddenly solidified, and while condensing his immortal laws, while shouting at the long green dragon swooping down, Aotian, are you trying to place the true dragon clan against the 7 great immortal states? With you guys alone, you can't represent the 7 immortal states. Aotian's dragon's mouth opened, and a huge green-colored wind whirlwind suddenly lifted up. The immortal spell seal that Li abandoned had just cast out suddenly shattered. Along with the group of Earth immortal realm powerhouses that were originally prepared to wait for Aotian to kill the remaining members of the blood race before swarming up, the immortal laws and immortal techniques that had been prepared long ago failed in unison. It made several unprepared people that, the eyes that looked at Aotian all had some shock in them. Obviously, he hadn't expected Aotian to also know this kind of divine ability that nullified immortal power. The other side, Yi Engshi, Zhang Yaoer and the two of them only saw that after Aotian transformed into a long green dragon, then he dove headfirst into a crowd of Earth immortal realm cultivators, with its mighty physical body charging across the room. It didn't take long to disrupt the group of Earth immortal realm standers, and a few early Earth immortal realm cultivators even smashed headfirst above the sea of clouds, blood gushing out of their mouths. Without the support of immortal power, their fleshly bodies were simply incomparable to those of the true dragon clan. This is certainly a great opportunity. Yi Engshi's eyes flashed up with a cold aura, and with a movement of his feet, several strands of thunder arcs appeared underneath his feet. A boom rang out. The whole thing suddenly disappeared. A woman at the early stage of the Earth immortal realm who had just stood up from the ground and wanted to fly high into the sky. All he felt was a blur before his eyes, and a subtle roar drilled into his ears. A wave of uneasiness immediately surged in her heart, causing her to slap out a palm without thinking. Adding to the fact that she had the support of the heaven and earth dharma phase, this palm was enough to cause death under the Earth immortal realm. Even if they were at the same early stage of the Earth immortal realm, if they were not prepared, it would be enough for the other party to eat a pot. But unfortunately, this palm followed Yi Engshi's slap. When the palms of the woman's hands were printed on each other, all of the immortal power she had used was gone. He even flew backwards under Yi Engshi's palm force. Yi Engshi did not let her go so easily. Resting thunder was once again cast. Taking a step ahead, he came behind the woman, and a ghostly blue flame began to gush out above his palm. Boo-hoo! As Yi Engshi's palm landed on top of the woman's back, the woman fell back down above the sea of clouds. There was even a ghostly blue flame constantly burning on his body, getting hotter and hotter. There were more than a few screams coming from its mouth. Yi Engshi didn't care about the woman anymore, and turned to continue using resting thunder. With Aotian's help, he kept winning. In an instant, there were already 11 Earth immortal realm immortal cultivators with spectral fires burning on their bodies. Look at Li Fu's heart trembling with fear. Toward Aotian, who had been clinging to him, he said, "And you say you have no suspicions? I see that you're on the side of the remaining members of the blood race. Die." Aotian, who had transformed into a long green dragon, raised his speed violently, and his dragon's mouth opened wide. As soon as he did, he bit Lee Forsaken into his mouth. Boo-hoo! A boom erupted from Aotion's mouth, and a blood-stained palm fell from the dragon's mouth. The fell above the sea of clouds. It made the white sea of clouds a little more bloody. Lee, abandoned in how to think, did not expect he would actually be the one to fall into the mouth of the helper he had found to deal with Zhang Yor. This caused the other eagle-billed man, who had not been attacked by Aotion for the time being, to sigh for a moment. Chapter 77, The Power of Heaven. Where are you looking? The eagle-billed man had not yet withdrawn his gaze after witnessing the tragic death of Li Jue in Aotion's mouth. An icy voice came right in his ear. Above both shoulders, on both hands and feet and even on the back of the neck, a tiny white bone claw appeared on each of them. It caused a tremor in the hawkish man's heart. At this point, a woman in red with a pair of bloody wings on her back suddenly appeared in the eye of the. In his hand, he held a long spear with 2 blades, and there was also a phantom on his body, emitting a rich blood aura. Had only time to glance at each other, and the next instant the hawksbill man no longer had the woman in red in his line of sight. Only a tingling sensation was felt coming from his neck, but only for a moment. It was close enough to be a hallucination. The eyelids began to grow unusually heavy, and I couldn't open them even if I wanted to, causing the hawksbill man's immediate vision to begin to fall into an infinite darkness. Zhang Yor appeared behind the eagle-beaked man, and without even looking at the other party, carrying a long sword. The blood wings behind him continued to vibrate, continuing to kill the rest of the earthy mortal realm powerhouses. It's the 9th in the list of strange fires, the underworld fire. After seeing a dozen or so earthy mortal realm immortal cultivators with searing blue flames that couldn't be extinguished, the Empyrean murmured. Without the slightest hesitation, he twisted his head and transformed into a trail of stumps that, in the blink of an eye, he had already left this sea of clouds about 100 feet away. Because of Aotion's sudden backlash, the group of earthy mortal realm immortal cultivators who had previously wanted to continue to fight to the death against the remaining members of the blood race had lost that heart to die. It was, after all, just a moment of enthusiasm, and when that impulse wore off, it becomes extremely sensible. Therefore, the group of earthy mortal realm cultivators who had originally come to surround and kill the remaining members of the blood clan all began to scatter in all directions. Not wanting to do so, at this time, this side of heaven and earth suddenly began to change. The azure sky suddenly turned crimson, and the sky was strewn with fiery red clouds like there were flames hovering and spreading, and the sea of clouds below was replaced by a sea of fire that, a hot, steaming gas was emanating from it at all times. Empyrean, who had originally fled, only felt the scene become illusory for a moment. People with familiar faces began to appear before his eyes. These people, weren't they the group of earthy mortal realm immortal cultivators who had temporarily cooperated with him? Especially the dozen or so men and women who still had the underworld fire burning on their bodies, and screams were coming out of their mouths from time to time. All of this was telling Empyrean that everything in front of him was real. It wasn't some kind of hallucination. The rest of the earthy mortal realm immortal cultivators who had already escaped a certain range after seeing them appear in the same location again, their faces all changed. What exactly happened in the party is anyone's guess. At this point, Yi Unshi's figure appeared above the sea of fire. The sea of fire seemed as if it was a flat surface under his feet, and it did not have the slightest deterrent effect at all. The moment they saw Yi Unshi, the faces of all the immortal cultivators present changed. The earthy mortal realm that was still suffering from the pain of the burning of the spectral fire was even more like seeing a ghost, retreating towards the back. Although the spectral flame was powerful, Yi Unshi did not exhaust the spectral flame in a single brain. Basically, they all just split into a few spectral fires. With the cultivation level of the earthy mortal realm, even if he was unable to extinguish the underworld fire, and yet, they were not burned to ashes in such a short period of time. What on earth are you? Why did you have to get entangled with the remnants of the blood clan? I'm sorry, a man said in a hushed voice. Compared to the remaining members of the blood clan, Yi Unshi at this moment brought them more pressure. After all, no matter how powerful the blood clan was, with so many of them present at the earthy mortal realm, there was also quite a bit of certainty that he could be subdued. But Yi Unshi was different. He can nullify all their immortal powers. This point is undoubtedly the most deadly. Yi Unshi did not pay any attention to this person's words. One hand gently lifted up and then gently pressed down. In a split second, a vast pressure was added to Kong Xian and the others in unison, and in a matter of moments, a bunch of earthy mortal realm cultivators had fallen from above, landing heavily in the middle of the sea of fire. Water splashes on the surface of the fire. Very few earthy mortal realm immortal cultivators even had their flesh begin to melt away the moment they fell into the sea of fire, failing to exhale even a basic scream. It only made little blood-colored bubbles rise from the surface of the fire. but that's only because of what can be achieved by surprise. Yiangshi also knew that these seas of fire were not enough to exterminate the entire Earth Immortal realm. Therefore, the underworld fire was summoned and, throwing all of the underworld fire into the area of the Sea of Fire that the group of Earth Immortal Realm Immortal cultivators had fallen into, all of a sudden, a ghostly blue sea was added to the sea of blood-colored fire. Only the fire that had previously ignited in the sea was more violent than the sea of blood-colored fire. Boo wow! 5 silhouettes suddenly burrowed out from underneath the sea of fire that burned with ghostly blue flames. An ethereal blue flame burned on each of their bodies, and a low chant continued to emanate from their mouths. 3 of them were enraged, and their monstrous immortal laws blasted at Yiangshi together. However, they all dissipated as a red thunderbolt flashed by. Your immortal power is useless to me. Yiangshi swept a glance at the 3 and moved his mind. Boom! Several thunderbolts suddenly flashed above the sky, causing a deafening sound of thunder. Red arcs of electricity surfaced on the 3 Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses that had struck out at Yiangshi just now. As Yiangshi blinked, the bodies of those 3 Earth Immortal Realm powerhouses suddenly turned into wisps of smoke and dust. It surges up into the sky and disperses. This left the remaining 2 in disarray. One person was since empty Xian. His strength was considered the top one among the group of Earth Immortal Realm. The reason why they're not as famous as Ao Tian, Lu Yu, and Jiang Yor in Wonderland, it's because the people who have seen his strength are basically dead. A basic that is based on the fact that Yiangshi is not dead at this moment. The power of the Heavenly Tao. You can control the power of the Heavenly Tao of this heaven and earth. For the first time, Empyrean was a little alarmed, looking at Yiangshi, who was still stepping on top of the sea of fire and not moving at all, subconsciously retreating to the back. Whether it's changing the scene to a different one, or the pressure suddenly added to the party's body, or the thunder that surfaced in the sky, instantly blasting 3 Earth Immortal Realms to death. These forces, all of them originated from the power of the Heavenly Tao in this place. This was the only way to make Kong Xian and the other group of Earth Immortal Realm cultivators powerless to defend themselves. Kong Xian spat the words out before suddenly reversing direction and, almost in a flash, he was already behind the other woman. Boo-hoo! Would have been suffering from the pain of the ethereal fire that was searing through his body. Again and again, he was wary of Yiangshi who would strike at any moment. Fearing to follow in the footsteps of the woman who had followed in the footsteps of the 3 strong men of the same realm just now. I didn't expect that my ally would suddenly backstab me in such a desperate situation. With a slip of the tongue, he was slapped squarely on top of his back by Kong Xian. An illusory blue bull's head manifested behind the woman, forcibly carrying her towards Yiangshi. After slapping that palm again, Kong Xian no longer had the heart to watch the outcome. Or rather, he had already had a bottom in his heart and didn't expect this move to hurt Yiangshi. He only hoped that the woman he had topped could buy him a little time to escape. But just as Kong Xian was about to use his body immortal technique to leave, a huge force began to envelop his body again. Take him and trap him toward the sea of fire below. Chapter 78, Unenlightened. Unenlightened. Even though Kong Xian had already used his full strength to resist that pressure on his body, it was still fruitless. The whole person was once again trapped in a sea of fire filled with underworld fire. A blazing burning sensation that, not only was it burning his flesh, but it was also searing his soul, making it difficult for him to endure it any longer. Scream out in misery. At this moment, almost the entirety of Kong Xian's body was submerged into the sea of fire. Alone, only the head remained above the fire. This was not due to Kong Xian's own strength, but rather Yiangshi's intention, the power of the Heavenly Tao, even a trace of the power of the Heavenly Tao. It was also impossible to be forcefully resisted by an Earth Immortal Realm cultivator, unless the person also controlled the power of the Heavenly Tao or had an immortal weapon that countered the power of the Heavenly Tao. But this kind of immortal weapon, fearing that even the Heavenly Immortals, even powerful people above the Heavenly Immortal Realm might not be able to hold it. So how could Kong Xian, a Buddhist disciple at the Earth Immortal Realm, possibly hold it? Looking at Yiangshi who stepped on top of the sea of fire and walked towards himself, Kong Xian's face was originally still incomparably painful. At this moment, he even suppressed that pain, making him look like he had regained some of his usual demeanor. Until Yiangshi arrived in front of Kong Xian did not utter a sound, just staring at Yiangshi with those dead eyes. It was as if he wanted to firmly engrave Yiangshi's face, figure, all of it in his mind. Aren't you going to beg for mercy? Yiangshi raised one hand lightly and, retracting the underworld flame that had almost melted into one piece with the sea of fire, he said to Kong Xian as he did so, maybe I'll even spare your life. Do you believe that yourself? Empyrean said. Seemingly because of the pain he was forcibly enduring, Kong Xian spoke in a strange tone of voice, but it was enough to make Yiangshi understand. Yiangshi lightly shook his head up and stopped speaking. The other side. After seeing Yiangshi and a group of Earth Immortal Realm immortal cultivators disappear in unison, Whether it was Jiang Yao or the remaining Aotian, they all stopped. Look at each other. Aotian shed his green dragon body and transformed into his human body, once again landing on top of the sea of clouds. The blood wings behind Jiang Yao followed suit and gathered into her body, and the red lines flowing on her body began to disappear. The pale skin also regained its blood color once again at this moment. The two of them weren't sure why all those earthy mortal realm powerhouses had disappeared, but seeing that Yi Engshi also disappeared with him, he could guess that there were a few connections with Yi Engshi, especially Jiang Yao. She knows Yi Engshi, if not more than 80% sure. He wasn't going to risk being alone in a fight he couldn't possibly win. At the very least, he would bring along an enemy of an enemy like Aotian and join him in taking on the enemy. After looking at Jiang Yao for a long time, Aotian's eyes moved slightly, so he began to walk towards Jiang Yao. He thought of all the things he had done previously against Jiang Yao. There was some worry that when the man suspected to be from the true dragon clan came out in a while, she would turn against herself with him. He then had the idea of making a big deal out of a small matter with Jiang Yao, but he had just approached Jiang Yao a short distance away when Jiang Yao suddenly disappeared into a red mist out of thin air. The next instant, a scarlet blade awnings manifested before Aotian's eyes, causing his heart to tremble, and he hastily raised one hand and dragon scales melted out of the top of his skin. A blade emitting scarlet immortal power landed on top of Aotian's raised arm. There was an additional knife mark on the green-colored scales, but fortunately it did not hurt Aotian through the scales. Isn't it Jiang Yao who is holding this blade? She's holding a gun with two blades, standing in front of Aotian. After a knife was blocked, Jiang Yao was not annoyed, retreated half a step back and violently flipped up the other side of the blade too. It chopped straight at Aotian's waist. There was no mercy at all. Aotian didn't dare to be too big, and green-colored immortal power began to gush out from his body. First, he nullified Jiang Yao's immortal power, and then he began to wrestle with Jiang Yao. Only Aotian didn't think of hurting Jiang Yao either. It was just a matter of striking out so that Jiang Yao wouldn't hurt him. After all, Jiang Yao's moves at the moment were like killing him all the time. Pity. Regardless of Aotian's good and bad words, Jiang Yao seemed to be deaf as if she hadn't heard it all along. Still, moves are deadly. This made Aotian impatient, and all of his green-colored immortal energy converged on his fist. A heavy fist blasted toward the two-sided longsword held by Jiang Yao. As a member of the true dragon clan, his physical body was already not weak, and with the addition of immortal power, just one punch sent Jiang Yao flying out. Just when Aotian thought that this would make Jiang Yao listen to him properly, a figure suddenly appeared, removing the power from Jiang Yao's body in one go. A hand then slapped out towards Aotian through the air, and a red thunderbolt instantly surfaced. Boom! Aotian's entire body flew toward the back, knocking over a not-so-small treasure chest above the sea of clouds. A number of other herbs fell out of it. Above a towering mountain peak, a woman dressed in white with a veil slowly came to a peach blossom tree and bowed down against the peach tree. Grand Elder Bai Qingshui of the Law Enforcement Hall pays homage to Patriarch. Bai, we've known each other for so many years. Why are we still so distant? Su Qingma, who was sitting on the branch of a peach tree with her legs gently rocking, saw the woman in white after she couldn't help but laugh and make a snide remark. Pity. Bai Qingshui didn't react half-heartedly to this as if she hadn't heard it, which caused Su Qingma to shake her head and, turning to look at the distant sky, a pair of bright eyes had more color in them. That newly inquired immortal realm has already been opened for 2 months, right? Quite a few disciples from the clan have returned, too, yet no news of Yi Engshi has ever returned, which is why you have been unable to sink your teeth into cultivation lately, isn't it? Bai Qingshui's delicate body was slightly shaken, but she just lowered her head underneath and didn't say a word. There are still a few days to go before the entrance and exit of the fairyland is resealed. I think it's about time for that kid to come out. Su Qingma withdrew her gaze and her entire body suddenly appeared beside Bai Qingshui. Walking past Bai Qingshui, since he has no desire to cultivate, then you should go and fetch him back, lest he be missed for the chance he gained in the immortal realm. Just as Su Qingma finished speaking, Bai Qingshui had already transformed into a stream of light and rushed into the sky, quickly moving away, until the naked eye is about to fail to catch this stream of light. Bai Qingshui's voice had just entered Su Qingma's ears. Qingshui will live up to the Patriarch's wishes and bring him safely back to the Daosword sect. Listening to Bai Qingshui's words, Su Qingma couldn't help but gently shake her head. It wasn't until she couldn't feel Bai Qingshui's breath that Su Qingma continued to look towards the sky. A white hexagram pattern came floating up in each of his eyes, and his lips moved slightly. But no sound came out of the mouth. Ryoko, it's still too slow. The hexagram pattern in Su Qingma's eyes dispersed in the turning toward the temple. I've stumbled upon nearly 10 of them, to say the least. Why can't I utilize the fish dragon spirit transformation technique more often? I'm not getting the hang of it. I'm not getting the hang of it. Looks like I'll have to find another method.
The words were still wandering here and there,
but Su Qingma's figure was long gone. The peach blossoms that are swaying in the breeze are the only ones left behind. Chapter 79, Fishing. A dense forest. Countless tiny green leaves drifted down from above, and mist spread all around them. The forest is a veil of mystery. 8 or 9 men and women in uniformly attired black robes stepped into the dense forest and, perhaps it was because they were gathered together, several people did not have any sense of crisis and were still talking freely. This newly inquired wonderland is just great. There are opportunities everywhere. Even us outer disciples can more or less get some good chances. Ha ha, this is all thanks to Senior Brother Yang. If it wasn't for Senior Brother Yang disregarding his own chance to, on the contrary, if you protect us all the way, then even if you can obtain some opportunities, won't you still end up being robbed? Yes, extremely. This journey is really thanks to Senior Brother Yang. We pay our respects to Senior Brother Yang. Saying that, the rest of the men and women suddenly joined together and bowed to the black-robed man at the head of the group. Words are tinged with more or less gratitude. They were all outer disciples of a second-rate power in the mixed sky immortal state. Cultivation levels were generally only at the early human immortal realm. Fortunately, they entered the immortal realm half a month after it opened. At this moment, even if you can't get much of a chance, but you can also greatly protect your own life. In the past month or so since they entered the immortal realm, they could see quite a few people in immortal realm. Even the corpses of true immortal realm experts and even earth immortal realm powerhouses had fallen. The early stage of the human immortal realm like them. It was already the greatest chance for a cultivator at the lowest end of the immortal realm to be able to bring the harvest away from the immortal realm alive. As for the man they called Senior Brother Yang, he was an inner disciple of their sect. It was a genuine true immortal realm powerhouse. With this him escorting the immortal realm, the rest of the immortal states cultivators of the same realm, even if they had the intention of, nor do they have the guts to take a shot at them. After the true immortal realm powerhouse saw that their group was basically at the human immortal realm cultivation level, didn't even hold out for them to get any good odds. All in all, it's that those who have the intention to be shocked by Senior Brother Yang, those who were stronger than Senior Brother Yang simply looked down on the chance they had gained. You are all welcome, senior brothers and sisters. I, Yang Hu, being both a senior brother and, since it is important for your own safety. Yang Hu raised one hand, immortal power surged and, then he made the group of senior brothers and sisters who were saluting him stand up straight. Its exhaled words were even more appreciated by several junior siblings. Yang Hu's image was even more magnificent in their eyes. I don't know, Senior Brother Yang, who seemed to be bent on doing this for them, was actually only scared out of his wits because he witnessed a battle for a chance, and didn't dare to fight for the rest of the chances, and didn't want to leave the immortal realm in disgrace just like that. That's why it's just a matter of defending them under these banners and trying to get a good image. Just as Yang Hu and his group continued to rush towards leaving the land of the fairyland, a purple thunder suddenly erupted from the dense forest ahead. A fierce wind suddenly kicked up, dispersing most of the fog in this dense forest. Yang Hu and the others looked at each other after stabilizing their stance, and their eyes were colorful. One of them even couldn't hold back his inner agitation and said excitedly, Senior Brother Yang, such a vision must be the sign of a secret treasure appearing in the world. This place is not far from the exit of the fairyland we are looking for, and it is perfectly possible to get this secret treasure after. Leave the immortal realm at the first opportunity and return to the clan. Yes, Senior Brother. We have all gained some small chance. Just Senior Brother has yet to find it. It seems that this present secret treasure is just waiting for Senior Brother. Under the lobbying of a few senior brothers and sisters, Yang Hu was also a little moved in his heart. It's all very well said. After all, this dense forest is not far from the exit of that fairy realm, so it is entirely possible to take advantage of this opportunity to take it in one fell swoop. It then quickly fled. At that time, even if it was discovered by other powerful immortal cultivators, it would be too late to stop them. Thinking of this, Yang Hu immediately ran his gong method. His figure constantly swept toward the front. Good. Let's go. The rest of the group followed close behind. In a few moments, Yang Hu and the others then saw a tiny purple rabbit standing above a small rock, its body covered with dense purple thunder. A faint thunderous might emanated from it. One can't help but feel some extra sense of awe in one's heart. It's an immortal beast. It doesn't look very old. It should be the offspring of some kind of immortal beast with a powerful bloodline. Yes, it can emit such thunderous power at such a size, and if it enters its adulthood, I'm afraid it's only comparable to our clan's sect protector immortal beasts. Everyone joined together to protect Senior Brother. Help Senior Brother to subdue this immortal beast. Without waiting for Yang Hu to speak, those junior siblings behind him then knowingly surrounded the stone block where that purple rabbit was.
their hands constantly meeting in front of their bodies. In a short while, a boundary formed by the same kind of immortal power enveloped the place. Even the sound inside and outside of the boundary was cut off along with it. Seeing that his own senior brother and sister were so hard-working, Yang Hu had no hesitation at that moment. Carefully, he walked towards the purple bunny standing on the rock. In his hand was even more of a small cloth bag. The name of this bag is Storage Beast Bag. The space is not as big as some storage rings, though, but it wins because it can store living things. This immortal beast looks quite extraordinary. We mustn't delay here for too long. First, we will knock it out and put it into the beast storage pouch, and then we will bring it back to the sect and find a way to make it submissive. While walking towards the purple rabbit, Yang Hu's mind quickly got an idea. Immortal power surged and was about to forcefully knock out the purple rabbit standing on the rock. Unwilling to do so, the purple rabbit's pair of white eyes suddenly looked at him and the purple arcs of electricity that were flowing on his body began to dim, causing Yang Hu's heart to rejoice, thinking only that the purple rabbit was making a pass at him, which made his pace quicken. The demeanor was also deliberately relaxed, makes him look softer and doesn't scare the purple bunny. Boom! The purple rabbit that originally looked like it was making a pass at Yang Hu, at this moment suddenly transformed into a purple thunderbolt and quickly came in front of Yang Hu with lightning speed. Yang Hu's heart has just slackened, not expecting that the purple rabbit would choose such a time to strike at him. In his haste, he only had time to protect his entire body with his immortal power. Ping! The purple rabbit kicked Yang Hu hard in the face, but fortunately not with much force. It only caused Yang Hu to take a few steps backward, and his cheeks were a little red, but he didn't suffer any major injuries. Yang Hu covered the place where he was kicked just now with one hand and the soft eyes began to turn stern. Lift your eyes. The purple rabbit that was still in front of his eyes had somehow returned to that one rock, arms wrapped in front of him, stomping its feet gently. I will make you look good. Seeing that the purple rabbit even looked like it was mocking, Yang Hu became furious and start casting fairy spells. Don't want to. The ground behind the purple rabbit suddenly shattered at this moment. A huge hole appeared in the hard, strong demonic power surged out of the ground, instantly destroying the boundaries those men and women had cast. A long green dragon surged out of the hole and hovered above the dense forest. The large dragon head slowly bent down, the two dragon eyes coldly gazing at Yang Hu and the others. A voice rang out suddenly in the dense forest. Chapter 80. Who is the one who wants to hurt my dragon friends? A voice suddenly rang out in the dense forest, clearly reaching the ears of Yang Hu and the others. Originally, because of the long green dragon that suddenly emerged from the ground, Yang Hu and the others' hearts had long since sunk to the bottom of the valley, and at this moment, after hearing this voice, their gazes couldn't help but sweep towards the place where the voice came from, only to see that a pair of men and women had appeared at some point on the side of the stone block where the purple rabbit was. The man was handsome, the woman was dressed in red, and there was a shocking scar on her face. Caused her beauty to suffer quite a bit, but the grim aura that emanated from her all the time, makes no one even have the guts to mention the scars on her face. One of them, the man who at that moment reached out his hand toward the purple rabbit on the rocky. The purple rabbit instantly jumped onto the man's arm in an extremely well-behaved manner and quickly came to sit on the man's shoulder. It was very different from the purple rabbit that had kicked Yang Hu in the cheek, and the moment he saw the man and the woman in red, Yang Hu then involuntarily retreated towards the back. The legs had gone soft at some point, and if Yang Hu hadn't forced down the fear in his heart, I'm afraid I've only fallen to the ground by now. The other men and women came to Yang Hu's circumference in unison and looked at the pair in front of them. Especially the long green dragon above the dense forest, whose eyes had long been taken over by the color of fear. Senior brother, what should we do now? They look like it's not too easy to mess with. A woman cowered behind Yang Hu, cowering, but Yang Hu was oblivious, as if his sight had been fixed on the pair of men and women in front of him, only because he knew the pair. These two had performed well during the fight for the fugitive immortal pillar more than a month ago, especially that red-clothed woman. A strong person of the Earth immortal realm could be killed just by saying so, with a single ghost streamer. That man was able to subdue some true immortal realms, too, but the most terrifying thing was not the ghostly streamer in his hand, but the man and woman standing behind him. Those two people could be the best in the Earth immortal realm. With that man and woman around, no one at all dared to compete for the fugitive immortal pillar occupied by this person. And he, Yang Hu, had been scared half to death in that very same fight. No longer did they dare to easily go and compete with other cultivators for the chance. It's Rootless is a friend of my dragons. It's also a friend of Zhang Yaer, one of the several heavenly pride disciples of the demon god palace. Yanxi gently stroked the Rootless ear that was sitting on his shoulder while saying to Yang Hu and the others, say it.
Yanshi's eyes suddenly glowed with red thunder as a true dragon aura surged out from his body, forming a dragon's might. It was even stronger than what the long green dragon brought to Yanhu. It's a good thing that the dragon's might has a deterrent effect on immortal beasts and demons and so on. It did not cause the general effectiveness of intimidation to the human race. Despite this, Yang Hu and the others didn't even dare to breathe more. When Yi Unshi's words fell, the long green dragon suddenly transformed into a human body. An eagle-eyed youth descended from the sky, his eyes coldly gazing at Yang Hu and the others. Scared, my friend Aotian, the ninth prince of the East Sea, how do you all want to die? AOD is talking a bit too much. They're just scaring rootless. It's not like it hurt rootlessness. Yi Unshi couldn't help but reach out and pat Aotian on the shoulder twice after hearing this. A kind smile filled his handsome face. Turning to Yang Hu and the others, he asked, although there is also a crime of offense, but the crime is not to death, right gentlemen? Yeah, we didn't hurt that rabbit, brother a man boldly chimed in. The others nodded along when they heard that behaving like a well-behaved child facing a strict parent. Even Yang Hu was in the ranks of nodding his head, not daring to pose at all in the true immortal realm. Seeing this image, Yi Unshi's smile grew even wider as he continued. Though the crime is not to death, right? Yet still guilty. I'll tell you what. You guys take all the storage rings. How about keeping something like a storage bag for our friend's moral damages and leaving? Upon hearing this, the faces of the rest of the people besides Yang Hu changed in unison, obviously not expecting Yi Unshi to ask them for his storage ring. On the contrary, Yang Hu, at this moment as if amnestied, hastily put his own storage ring, storage bag, and even the innate immortal weapon that was warmed within his body was held up in one fell swoop, using his immortal power to send everything in front of Yi Unshi. Can I leave like this? Yang Hu was tense in his heart and incredibly worried that Yi Unshi wouldn't let him go even after collecting the stuff. It was good that Yi Unshi smiled and nodded when he looked at what was in front of him. Yang Hu didn't dare to stay for a moment, directly turning into a stream of light from Yi Unshi. Zhang Yaer, the Aotian trio fled from a direction not far away nearby. The speed was strangely fast, and when his junior siblings came back to their senses, Yang Hu had long since disappeared. This made the people who still had illusions shatter their illusions, so they also handed over their storage rings one after another. No matter how they thought about it, they could never imagine that not only did they fail to get a chance after they came to Wonderland, I've also left my family's belongings in Wonderland. Soon, tranquility was once again restored in the dense forest. Aotian looked at Yi Unshi, who was counting the contents of his storage ring, with complicated eyes for a long time. The head bobbed up gently. I think that I, the ninth prince of the East Sea, have been quite famous for more than 100 years, but I didn't want a newly introduced Wonderland to stink up all my reputation. More than a month ago, in that southern heavenly hall, Yi Unshi didn't choose to kill Aotian. The reason for this was still because of the ancestral dragon inheritance. Plus, Yi Unshi also had a dragon bloodline now, so there was no need to cross swords with the dragon race. But he was not assured that Aotian would peacefully hide Zhang Yaer's identity as a blood clan member. Then a bad idea came to mind. That is to bring Aotian, in the name of the dragon clan, with Zhang Yaer together linkage. Over the past month or so, the three of them had harvested a lot of things by these and other means. Then release those people, and when those people get out of the immortal realm, they will naturally complain about the injustice they have suffered in the immortal realm. In this way, there was a connection between the dragons and Zhang Yaer. The Aotian naturally wouldn't easily spit out Zhang Yaer's identity, even if the seven great immortal states still believed in the true dragon clan after he said it. But there is also a thorn in the heart. With this thorn in his side, as long as Aotian wasn't stupid, or still had a sense of belonging to the true dragon clan, he wouldn't even choose to tell. Back to the main topic. After hearing Aotian's self-talk, Yi Unshi couldn't help but laugh and curse. What's the use of having a good reputation? It's not as good as these things. Strike that. Then he sent the already divided storage ring to Aotian, Zhang Yaer in front of the two of them. The two of them didn't even take a fine point before taking the storage ring in front of them into their own storage rings. It's been like that for over a month. Yi Unshi, the newly acquired fairyland has always only been able to be unsealed for a period of 2 months. Now that the entrance is also approaching the day of resealing, when do you plan to leave? Aotian said. Chapter 81, A Lifelong Friendship. A month ago, after being mentioned by Zhang Yaer and Aotian, Yi Unshi Fan realized that the opening of the immortal realm had rules, especially with the newly introduced Wonderland. Even if a mighty man comes in person to forcibly break the seal of the immortal realm, it would also only allow the seal to be lifted for roughly 2 months, after which Xian would be sealed again. This is the work of the power of heaven, not comparable to that of an immortal cultivator.
and if one misses the opportunity to leave the immortal realm, then it will have to wait for years. Only after the remaining heavenly Tao power of the immortal realm was weakened again could the party continue to break the seal. Of course, there will be many cultivators who choose to remain in the fairyland to seek opportunities. For this kind of cultivator, it doesn't matter if you go out or not. Yi Unshi took the storage ring in front of him into his own storage ring as soon as he could before saying, "Since we've all come here, let's go out." Good. Ao Tian nodded, and the huge stone that had been hanging over his heart finally sank. Previously, he was worried that Yi Unshi wasn't going to come out of the immortal realm, and was going to continue to stay inside for several years. It's okay. It's okay. Just as Yi Unshi wanted to follow Ao Tian along towards the exit of the immortal realm that had been rumored long ago within the immortal realm, glancing at Zhang Yaer, who was still standing motionless, even a few storage rings had been confiscated. With a flash, he had already arrived beside Zhang Yaer, with more smiles on his handsome face. "Why are you standing here? Don't you want to go?" "Don't want to." After Yi Unshi had just finished the sentence, Zhang Yaer, who had been standing stupidly in place, suddenly hugged him, and Yi Unshi could feel the hands against his back hugging him tighter and tighter. It was as if they were trying to fuse him and her together. This caused Yi Unshi to tighten his smile for a few moments, and with one hand against Zhang Yaer's back, he gently patted it. "What's the matter? Still can't leave? After we leave the fairyland, we won't be able to see Unshi anymore." Zhang Yaer closed her eyes after sniffing lightly twice and, a low murmur. The sacred Pang Immortal State and Shi Tian Immortal State Pavilion, the two great immortal states, and if she wanted to come to Yi Unshi, one would have to travel across two immortal states, which would bring them to the Chi Tian Immortal State. But there's a lot going on in the Demon God's Palace, too. She still had to go and compete with the other Palace Celestials for that so-called chief disciple position after she got out of the immortal realm to obtain more cultivation resources. There were also some miscellaneous things. Once she leaves Wonderland, if she really wants to meet Yi Unshi again, I don't know how long it will take. Above all, she was more worried about him being seduced by another woman while she was away. But Zhang Yaer couldn't say this. Ao Tian quietly looked at the pair embracing each other, a slight imperceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth. Inwardly, I wanted to rush the two. Above a large mountain, quite a few men and women in different dresses stood on top of the clearing, their gazes sweeping towards the bottom of the mountain from time to time. It seems to be waiting for someone. And at the center of the mountain, a crack in space large enough to hold 6 or 7 people at once appeared there, causing a loud noise every now and then, resembling the sound of a low howl of a beast. A man dressed in a red-striped green robe and the woman who cradled the long sword in her arms leaned against a side of the mountain that had been flattened, and her bright eyes stayed fixed on the direction of the upper mountain, not saying a word. "Senior sister Tang, do you think senior brother Yi would have gone out already, or simply doesn't want to go out?" Beside the woman, the man in the same attire suddenly spoke up. When Tang Tranquility heard this, she shook her head without thinking and said faintly, "Senior brother Lu said before he went out. Senior brother Yi still has things wrapped up in his mind, so he couldn't have gone out already. Then it's possible he's headed for another exit, too. After all, it's not like there are more exits out of the immortal realm than just here." The man lowered his head. "It's just a wait anyway, can't lose anything." Tang Tranquility looked toward the man who had spoken. "If senior brother is in a hurry he can go out first. There's no need to follow me here and waste time." Senior sister is not joking. Senior brother is willing to accompany senior sister and wait, even if it's a waste of time. The man lowered his eyebrows. His name is Lu Xing. It was one of the personnel who had previously followed Tang Tranquility, Su Yan and the others to Yi Unshi's cave. Only at that time, he didn't have the chance to make a move against Yi Unshi. At that time, he was the one who went to call the people from the law enforcement hall. For Lu Xing's somewhat curt words, Tang Tranquility seemed as if she hadn't heard them. Eyes continued to fall in the direction of the upper mountain. With the passage of time, a number of the people who had originally gathered here, having already left the fairyland through the spatial rift in this place, there were fewer and fewer people on the mountain. Just as Tang Tranquility was all set to leave through the spatial rift, 3 figures suddenly shot up into the sky. It landed steadily on the hill. 2 of them were still emitting an oppressive force, if at all. This oppressive force originated from cultivation. But again, Tang Tranquility couldn't sense the exact cultivation of these 2. It seems that it should be a true immortal realm powerhouse, Tang Tranquility thought secretly in his heart, then turned toward the man standing between those 2. "Senior Yi, you're finally here." Yi Unshi, who had just rushed here, didn't expect Tang Tranquility to wait for himself. After all, he hadn't crossed paths with Tang Tranquility too much, and in a sense, he had offended Tang Tranquility. For example, when they were in the Yi family, and also during the entry into the immortal realm, Lu Wang's behavior,
etc.
Therefore, after hearing what Tang Tranquility said, Yi Unshi couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and after coming back to his senses, a smile then grew on his handsome face.
What a coincidence for senior sister Tang to meet up in the immortal realm. Yi Unshi walked towards Tang Tranquility's few people. When Jiang Yao and Ao Tian saw this, they followed Yi Unshi's side and walked together. It was just that with every step closer to Tang Tranquility, Jiang Yao's eyes grew more and more unkind, invisibly bringing a lot of pressure to Tang Tranquility. There was a lot of secret speculation about Jiang Yao's identity and cultivation. Well, when Yi Unshi came in front of her, the invisible pressure suddenly dispatched. It seemed as if it had never appeared before, causing Tang Tranquility to feel a wave of relief straight away. Senior brother Yi. These two are. Tang Tranquility looked towards Jiang Yao, Ao Tian, on both sides of Yi Unshi. Jiang Yao, in particular, inquired in puzzlement.
She remembered that Yi Unshi said that he had ascended up from the lower realms.
So how come he had come to the fairyland for once? Two more acquaintances around, especially this woman in red. These two are a big deal. One is His Highness, the Ninth Prince of the East Sea, Ao Tian. Yi Unshi pointed to Ao Tian, who was eyeing everything in general, and then looked at Jiang Yao. This is a supreme genius that only comes out in 10,000 years from the Demon God Palace. Jiang Yao, Ao Tian frowned, and in his heart, he was slightly dissatisfied with Yi Unshi's introduction.
What makes him look careless when he is introduced to Ao Tian,
but so hyper when he is introduced to Jiang Yao? Unfortunately, Yi Unshi didn't notice Ao Tian's change in color and continued to Tang Tranquility. These two are first-class good friends, lifelong friendships. If they hadn't looked at me as a pitiful person, they would have been distracted and protected me along the way. Yi Unshi said to Tang Tranquility. I'm afraid I had a hard time getting here. Yi Unshi is still deliberately emphasizing Jiang Yao and Ao Tian's good friend relationship. Both parties involved couldn't help but feel a wave of unspeakable emotions welling up in their hearts. Chapter 82, Lu Wanji's new idea? For Yi Unshi's popularity, Tang Tranquility really felt some envy. Outside the immortal realm there was Lu Wanga, and within the immortal realm there were two more powerful immortal cultivators. On the contrary, she herself, apart from that outer sect elder who had taken her in as a registered disciple, there will be no more support. I've bothered the two of you to take care of senior brother Yi along the way. Tang Tranquility here thanks you two on behalf of senior brother.
Tang Tranquility suddenly bowed down deeply to Jiang Yao,
Ao Tian and the two of them.
Words of thanks came out of his mouth, but the tone stayed on the same level. If you look deeper, you won't feel much gratitude at all. But it's a good thing that Ao Tian isn't the kind of person who likes to dig deeper to the end. What's more, the fact was that he hadn't helped Yi Unshi at all,
and thus, didn't care if Tang Tranquility sincerely thanked him.
Jiang Yao was even more straightforward and withdrew her gaze, not giving Tang Tranquility another glance.
Instead, he said to Yi Unshi, Unshi, I'm leaving. As the words fell, Jiang Yao walked straight toward that one spatial crack, her footsteps going from slow to fast. It was getting farther and farther away from Yi Unshi and eventually disappeared into the spatial rift. Brother Yi, I'll be looking for you. Ao Tian nodded slightly to Yi Unshi and then he similarly walked towards the spatial rift. Before he could take a few steps, Yi Unshi's voice came from behind, causing Ao Tian's footsteps to lurch. Brother Ao Tian, if you have any spare capacity, please help look after someone. Oh, what kind of person still needs me to look after them? Ao Tian turned around, his head full of confusion. Her name is Mo Xiao Xiao, a very short one, and her essence is a black auger. While Yi Unshi was talking, his hands were also measuring, as if he was showing Ao Tian Mo Xiao Xiao's height. Mo tiny? Ao Tian frowned. Although there were many demons that wanted to come to join the True Dragon Clan, however, the Jialong category rarely came to join the True Dragon Clan. It could be because of status, bloodline, lineage, etc. There are so many reasons. After all, dragons are many-star. Because of this, there are very few scaly dragons that join the True Dragon Clan, and if they do come to join the True Dragon Clan, he, the Ninth Prince of the East Sea, would more or less get a little bit of news before he was right. But he had no impression at all of the words Mo Xiao Xiao and Black Scale. Mo Fei, is Yi Unshi amusing him? Oh, she said she was going to join the True Dragon Clan in the West Sea to come, not that East Sea of yours. I'm sorry, Yi Unshi said. Aot. Chang. It just so happens that this young man has long heard that the third princess of the Western Sea was born as beautiful as a flower, shy of the blossom and close to the moon. Yet, I have never had the chance to meet you. Ao Tian's eyes moved slightly, and with a straight face, he said, since brother Yi has entrusted, then I naturally have to go to the West Sea to meet that Ao. No, it's Mo Xiao Xiao who is right. Yi Unshi sniffed, could not help but raise his hand against pointing at Ao Tian, wanting to say something.
but the moment he met Ao Tian's eyes, those words were stuck in his throat.
In the end, each side would smile, until Ao Tian left. Tang Tranquility only then closed her small mouth,
which had opened a few points wider at some point.
It was hard to hide the look of horror in the eyes that looked at Yi Yangshi.
I thought it was already the limit for Yi Yangshi to hook up with the 9th prince of the East Sea. I didn't realize that these two had already called themselves brothers and sisters. What was even more surprising to Tang Tranquility was that Yi Yangshi even knew someone from the West Seaside.
Oh no! Jialong, how long has he been in the upper world? The people she knew were already far better than her, a native of the Skywalker realm.
But,
in a sense, I'm sharing a network with him, aren't I? Thinking about this, Tang Tranquility couldn't help but have more of a smile on her face. Senior brother Yi, let's go out as well. Master.
What about the sudden change in her speaking voice?
It's so strange. Before Yi Yangshi could say anything, Wu Gan,
who had been sitting quietly on his shoulder,
took the lead and spoke,
causing Yi Yangshi and Lu Xing to rise up with different faces.
Don't blame senior sister Tang. It's just a little immortal beast that doesn't hear about the world and lacks a root.
Yi Yangshi lightly patted Wu Gan, then said to Tang Tranquility, who was being a bit embarrassed. It was also a way to give Tang Tranquility a step down and not make her feel humiliated.
Qi Tian Xian Zhou, Apocalypse Mountain.
Compared to 2 months ago when this place was crowded with people, an extremely spectacular and lively picture became particularly quiet at the moment. There were only 20 or so clan powers and some from their respective clans that had come out of the immortal realm.
It's just disciples who haven't left yet. Grassroots casuals, long gone. Of course, on the surface, but if a loose cultivator leaves alone from the heavenly Apocalypse Mountain, it's not safe to assume that you'll run into several casuals appearing in front of you. As the Dao Sword Sect's elder Li Hua, who had come with the team this time, was naturally still at Tianqi Mountain, and at the moment,
behind Li Hua were quite a number of inner and outer disciples who had come out of the immortal realm.
Among them,
there were also a few seated disciples.
9th seat disciple, Wei En, 8th seat disciple, Hua Yingying, the 3rd seated disciple, Lu Wanga, the 1st seated disciple, Lu Yu.
Perhaps it was because the 4 of them had gained a lot of harvests in the fairyland.
They didn't dare to leave the Tianqi Mountain alone. Instead,
they choose to stay here and leave together at that time.
Weird, why isn't it out yet?
Lu Wanga's eyes were dead set on the entrance to the immortal realm ahead as she muttered. This made Hua Yingying,
who was sitting on a boulder with Lu Wanga, shake her head straight when she heard it.
It was also the first time she had seen Lu Wangu in such a hurry for someone.
In the past, she had only seen Lu Wanga anxious for the sake of cultivation. It's a good thing, though. Lu Wanga was finally no longer the cultivation maniac who did nothing but cultivate in seclusion. Damn Yi Yangshi, when you come out, say what you will, but I'll take you along on a good retreat for 50 years. No, 100 years, 500 years. Raise your cultivation properly, so as not to make people worry all the time. Just as Hua Yingying nodded secretly in her mind, the words of Lu Wanga gnashing her teeth on the side suddenly reached her ears, making Hua Yingying's thoughts go blank for a moment. Offhandedly, he blurted out, being in seclusion together for 500 years, is that double cultivation? Lu Wanga's pupils contracted, and she violently turned her head to look at Hua Yingying with an unbelievable look on her face. Its eyes looked at Hua Yingying with discomfort. After coming back to her senses, she realized that she had lost her words and was about to apologize to Lu Wanga. Not wanting to that, Lu Wanga would suddenly grab her shoulders with one hand and her eyes kept blinking up. Hua Yingying was a bit bewildered, still not understanding what Lu Wanga was trying to convey. Yingying said so. Is there any dual cultivation method? Can you lend me a look? I'm sorry, Lu Wangu transmitted. Her eyes were still blinking, and she kept signaling to Hua Yingying This made Hua Yingying instantly understand what was going on in Lu Wanga's mind. Dare it be that the word she slipped up just now gave Lu Wanga the method to close the door off. For a while, Hua Yingying's face became much redder, her shoulders shaking slightly, trying to shake Lu Wanji's hands down. She didn't expect it, but it made Lu Wanji's hands that grabbed her shoulders get harder and harder. Obviously, Lu Wanga was understanding her thoughts and didn't give her a chance to escape at all. I haven't, let alone the method of dual cultivation. I haven't even touched those holy books, and more, much less any scrolls.